Bella once saw the world as wide-open promise, horizons to chase, medals to win, bullies to ignore. Overnight, that world burns out. What began as an after-school rabbit hole, Matt's curiosity about a harmless solar light show, uncovers what no one's saying aloud. A record-breaking solar flare, and behind it a colossal CME set to tear through everything electric, ordered, familiar. Preparation becomes survival. With the sky turning strange and the grid going dark, Bella and Matt stockpile, map escape routes, and gather a ragtag circle. Daz, a sharp-edged teen with grit, Alex, an enigmatic mechanic, two friends convinced the other is dead, and Matt's sceptical father, bankrolling a plan he doesn't fully believe. In a single day, Bella cheats death 3 times, and the girl who fenced for trophies learns to fight for lives. Roads are traps. People can be too. Yet amid the ash and sirens, moments of stubborn kindness pierce the gloom, proof that not all light needs a power source. Loss carves them hollow, found family fills the space, not with answers, but with resolve. This isn't just about making it through, it's about who you become when the old world ends, and the courage it takes to build the next one.
This is Bella. Book 1. Fortitude, Born Out of Adversity. Written by Barrel Coops. Copyright 2020.
Chapter 1. The Fencing Lesson. By the time Bella eased the changing room door shut behind her, the echo of steel on steel still rang in her muscles. Sweat ticked down her temple into the edge of her mask bib, the last trace of an hour spent drilling footwork until her calves burned and her forearm hummed. She stood a moment in the hush, listening past the throb in her ears for laughter, footsteps, any sign that she wasn't alone. Empty. Good. She crossed the tiles toward the farthest shower cubicle, the one under the high window where the strip light always flickered, and set her kit down in the tidy square she always made. Towel folded, clean clothes stacked, shoes towed together and pointing at the exit. At 14, she was the youngest in most of her classes. Moved up a year because equations and essays fell into place for her, the way a good parry does, almost without thinking. Report cards arrived home with a neat line of A+, as if stamped. Athletics had followed the same pattern. Northeast archery champion, runner-up at regionals in fencing, the kind of results adults praised in assemblies and stuck on newsletters. With the praise came the other thing, the attention in corridors, the looks that weren't admiration, the barbed jokes from Jill and Mandy that could turn a good day thin. Jealousy, someone had called it when Bella finally told a teacher. It didn't matter what you called it when it was your locker filled with wet paper or your PE kit accidentally left outside in the rain. She had learned to keep her head down and her circle small. Matt, absolutely not Matthew, was the exception. A year ahead, brain like a trap, and a memory that stacked facts in tidy piles, he spoke fluent science and games and didn't seem to notice that caring about things wasn't cool. They played Fortnite most evenings with headsets on, drifting in and out of tactics, and the sort of conversations you can only have when you're both watching the same sky. On paper, literally, they drew. She lost herself in clean, patient lines, borrowing the calm of Japanese inkwork she'd discovered online, while Matt built articulated mech soldiers in graphite plates and cylinders that actually hinged if you imagined hard enough. It wasn't romance, not even close. It was a place to put the day down. Bella twisted the shower knob and waited through the cold. The sports block sat where the school's new build met the old municipal leisure centre, so the plumbing and the lighting never quite agreed with each other. The caretaker kept a ladder permanently in the corridor to chase temperamental fluorescence. Mr. Krabs? No one knew if it was his nickname because he sidestepped students like a fencer or because he pinched every penny of time out of a session. Came in twice a week from the city club to coach her. He'd watched her for a month and then told her, matter of fact as you like, that if she kept working, she could be on a Commonwealth Peist before most girls her age sat their A-levels. 2 competitions stood between her and the next step, the local and the nationals, and he'd said second at the latter might put her down as reserve. Bella nodded in the right places and went home to lie awake thinking, not reserve. She wanted a straight line where nothing ever is. Warm water found the knots in her shoulders and eased them loose. For a minute she let herself stand still under the spray, counting the slow inhale and the slower exhale the way Mr. Krabs drilled, breath as metronome and anchor. Her phone lay face down on the bench, the silent slab of it tugging at the corner of her mind. Dad and Bobby were at her grandparents' cottage for the week. He knew she'd be late tonight. He always texted anyway. No message yet. It was fine. It would be there later with a photo of Bobby doing something ridiculous and a promise to ring. The water fogged the mirror above the sinks and thickened the air. She soaped an arm, knocked foam across her ribs, tipped her head back for a rinse, and the pain came out of nowhere. A hot, hard line across the centre of her back that stole the breath she'd just taken. She twisted on reflex and saw them through the falling water. Jill in her school hoodie, Mandy behind her with the quick, bright eyes of someone who has already laughed.
Both of them holding towels wound around something weighty.
Missed me? Jill's grin was too wide. The second blow came lower, the bar of soap inside the towel finding her stomach. Bella doubled, lost her footing on the slick tile and hit the floor on one hip with a shock that made her fingers go numb. She brought her forearms up over her head. Mandy's towel snapped at the exposed skin of her biceps, a wet sting that made her eyes water. The noise of water and breath and the damp thwack of cloth filled the small space. Jill's soap skittered away and she crouched to grab it, the towel slack in her hand. Bella pushed up through the jolt in her hip and the sour taste at the back of her throat, feet wide this time, weight low the way she'd practiced 100 times, hands up to catch or block. Jill rewrapped the towel with practiced neatness, malice tightening her mouth, and straightened for another swing. The light above them had been buzzing since she came in. Now, with steam thick enough to bead on the fixtures, something finally gave. The fluorescent tube cracked in a bright spit of sparks and went black, and as if the failure had run along the wiring, the next one popped, and the next, a stuttering chain down the row that threw the room into a flicker of shadow and glare. An acrid sting of hot dust and melted plastic threaded the steam. Behind the sinks, the old hand dryer coughed and then flared orange at the seam where its case met the wall. A thin ribbon of flame licked up and guttered, the fan whining itself to death. A heater on the far wall, the long tubular kind bolted to paint-blistered brackets, shrieked as its corroded fixings tore, swung out and thumped against tile. Bella didn't understand the how of it, only that everything that could rattle and fail seemed to choose this minute. Jill and Mandy froze, towels half raised, eyes gone wide in the strobed light. "Out!" Bella said, and found her voice steadier than she felt, a tone she'd heard in Mr. Krabs when he said again, and the salo went quiet. She thought of the anime she and Matt had watched last week, the heroine who spoke and the world obeyed, and she let herself use the line because it felt like armor, even if it was only sound. "Out, or you are next." She didn't move her hands so much as compose them, fingers crooked as if she were holding something invisible between them. It was theatre, but Jill and Mandy didn't know that, and the dryer chose that moment to spit a louder hiss. Fear put a crack in Jill's face. Mandy took a step back, then another, slid on the water she'd tracked in, righted herself with a gasp. The towels hit the floor with sodden slaps. "Witch," Mandy breathed, and then louder, as if naming the thing could protect her from it. "She's a witch." They ran. Their trainers squealed on wet tile, their shadows jerked and shrank in the failing light, their voices pitched high and ugly as they flung the door open and clattered down the corridor, shouting for anyone who'd listen. The shower pounded on. The room smelled of hot metal and damp plaster. Bella stood with her heart thudding in her throat and her arms trembling, not from weight this time, but from the thing that happens when a fight ends and you are still upright. She reached for the tap and turned the water off. In the quiet that followed, the building muttered around her, the bang of a pipe, the distant thud of a door, the ladder the caretaker kept scraping faintly as it settled against the wall outside. She toweled herself dry in jerky, efficient movements, dragging cotton over the welts rising red on her arms. She dressed fast, fingers clumsy on buttons, and slid her phone into her pocket without checking it. The little square of clothes she'd laid out at the start had kept its promise, swift escape. She scooped up her bag and her kit and paused at the door only long enough to listen. Tomorrow there would be explanations and forms and maybe apologies that meant little, and Mr. Krabs would frown and tell her to keep her guard up in every sense, and Matt would make some joke that let her breathe again. Tonight she had something simpler, if not easier. Proof that she wasn't the girl who always kept quiet. Alone in the smoky aftershock, Bella stood very still and made herself breathe. The failures, the popping lights, the sizzling dryer, the heater wrenching free, hadn't been hers to control. She knew that. Yet the question crawled up anyway. If not her, then what had set the building off like a string of cheap fireworks? Darkness pressed in. The PE office had had the windows sprayed black months ago after a series of peeping incidents in the car park. The headmaster had called the paint a practical solution, then congratulated himself in assembly. Now the paint drank the last of the light. Smoke drifted in slow sheets. Somewhere deeper in the block a pipe ticked as it cooled. Bella kept her head down and her weight light on her feet. The tiles were littered with splinters of glass. She could feel them scrape rather than crunch under the thick soles of her boots. She found her locker by touch, the dent in the second door, the wobble in the third hinge, and worked the combination. She slung her fencing whites and mask into the rucksack, then hesitated with the foil. It would be a comfort to have it in her hand, but the rule was clear and the blade didn't belong in a corridor. She slid it back into the foam sleeve, locked the door. The bruise across her kidneys throbbed a steady low note, a reminder of Jill and Mandy's towel swings in the shower. The ache rode the edge of nausea. She sipped air, counted to 4, and let it out again. Wait here and risk them doubling back, or move and risk what waited in the corridor. The sports hall tempted her. Its far door was usually locked, but the wired glass porthole beside it gave a view of the lobby beyond. Better to put eyes on the hallway than step blind into whatever Jill and Mandy felt brave enough to try. She shouldered the rucksack and slipped back into the corridor, testing every step before committing to it. Tiny sounds magnified. The whisper of her hoodie against her neck, the click of zipped teeth when her chest rose, the sand-grit shift of glass beneath her boots. At the end of the long run, the hall door gave under her hand with a tired creak. She blinked hard as sunlight poured in from the high windows and turned the murk to glare. The parquet floor spread before her in a varnished lake strewn with glittering shards. Smoke coiled from the rafters. Tongues of flame licked blandly along a cable run as if warming themselves. No fire alarm, no siren, no stampede of caretakers with extinguishers, just the spit and crackle of a ceiling turning itself into cinders. The double doors at the far end called to her with their steel push bars and the promise of open air. Between here and there, flakes of burning debris fell in lazy arcs. Behind her, the way she'd come was already hazing with smoke. Jill and Mandy were somewhere in the building or outside it. Either route might lead straight through them. Move, she told herself, and went. She ran the centre line of the court, boots loud in the cavern, rucksack bumping one shoulder blade with every stride. At the doors she lifted both hands to the crash bars and threw her weight forward, braced for the satisfying slam of daylight. Nothing. The doors took the hit and gave her all of it back. She bounced off and went down on her backside hard enough to see stars. Locked. Heat pulsed at her cheekbones. The smoke thickened, oilier now, stinging the corners of her eyes. The far corner of the hall, her entry point, brightened with a new hungry glow. No time to fumble blindly at a lock she couldn't see. She pushed up, ignored the bloom of pain at the base of her spine, and sprinted for the corridor again. The dark swallowed her whole. She cut too close to a cupboard and caught the handle with her ribs, a blunt punch that knocked the breath out of her and bent her double over the strap of her bag. She hissed through her teeth, put a palm on cool cinder block, and waited for the world to steady. The changing room door loomed 2 strides ahead. She reached for it and snatched her hand back before she'd even closed her fingers. Stop. Think, she told herself, out loud and quiet. Heat bled through the metal like breath. She hovered her palm an inch away. The air itself hurt. Could be fire behind it, she whispered, and then wry and shaky, and that's fracking hot. Pinned. The word arrived with a weight that made her knees want to fold, pinned by flames at one end, by a lock at the other, by her own choice to dodge Jill and Mandy until they chose the time and the place. Anger spiked up, clean and bright, at them, at herself, at a building that could catch and nobody come. She let it out as a scream and listened to it rag itself thin in the smoke. Plan. Even a bad one. Get to the other hall door, check the corridor, double back if it's clear, make the double doors loud enough that anyone hears. She dragged in a breath that made her cough and ran. The hall had changed in the seconds she'd been gone. Fire took rooms fast. The ceiling shed blackened confetti. A crackled strip of paint peeled from the wall and curled in the heat like a ribbon. She kept to the edge of the court this time, weaving between drifts of glass, timing her runs with the fall of debris the way Mr. Krabs had taught her to time a flesh. Commit and don't stutter. At the far door she pressed her forehead to the wired glass and cupped her hands either side to kill the glare. Nothing. No movement in the lobby beyond. No shadow of a caretaker on the wall. No slice of blue from a patrol car through the main doors. Only her own reflection ghosted back at her in brief flashes when the smoke shifted. Hoodie askew, boots and bare shins under a school skirt, eyes too wide. The smoke dropped a rung and found her mouth and nose. The first cough bent her in half, the second made her eyes stream. Regret came in the gaps between, fast and useless. She had known enough to stay away today. She could have gone with Dad and Bobby to her grandparents', spent the afternoon in a kitchen that smelled of yeast and old timber and lambs beyond the hedge. She saw a blur of that kitchen now, impossibly far. Sun on the scrubbed table, Bobby's ridiculous grin over something he shouldn't be doing. Then the vision blew away like breath on a mirror. Bella pressed her forehead harder to the glass until the wire pattern stamped itself in her skin and made herself look again. If the corridor stayed empty, she would run it. If the doors stayed locked, she would make noise until her throat failed. If nobody came, she would try something else, and something else after that. She wasn't done yet. Chapter 2. Matthew. The basement was Matt's pocket of oxygen, a low-ceilinged refuge under the world where cables looped neatly along skirting boards, a soldering iron waited on a cork mat, and his life peeled away into pixels on a hand-me-down telly. He hunched over the controller, thumb arcs and trigger taps as familiar as breathing, and let the DVD game swallow him whole until the wall clock nudged towards 6. The minute hand slid past, and the thought arrived as if he'd cued it. Bella would be here by past. She'd said she had stuff at home first, said it lightly, but training nights always ran her flat. Fencing, then a sprint across the street. That was the rhythm. He thumbed to a save, backed out like he was tiptoeing from a room and shut the console down. The basement lost its hum. Upstairs, he cut through the hallway to the bathroom. He'd learned the hard way about timing certain necessities before Bella turned up. Odours had a way of betraying a person in a small house. Better to give the extractor fan a head start and spare himself the flush-cheeked embarrassment. He respected her. That was the safe word he used for it. Respect wrapped around a mess of awe and a quieter ache he didn't know where to put. Bella was the kind of good that made other people complicated. Top grades without trying, a draw like a scalpel when she sketched, shoulders that held a bow steady at full draw, feet that knew when to lunge and when to wait in fencing class. He'd seen her make a PE teacher laugh without meaning to. She belonged to the bright, simple future where Commonwealth teams and maybe the Olympics felt like options, where strangers would clap for her just because of what she could do. He pressed his lips into that tight smile he'd practiced in mirrors, hiding the teeth he wasn't ready to fix yet, and tried not to hate the way his ears stuck out when he pushed his hair back. Spots along his jaw flared like warning lights. He told himself none of it mattered because friendship did, because the hours they spent side by side on a couch hunting victory royales were real in a way that didn't require good cheekbones. And still, sometimes, he wished the world came with toggles, awkwardness off, honesty on. He'd planned to swing by her place first, just in case she needed an extra pair of hands with kit or a stubborn door. Next door was nothing. 30 seconds, 2 if you ran. But Dad would be home later, and Dad liked kitchens that looked as if fairies lived there. If the dishes weren't done, the lecture would be. He headed for the sink, rolled his sleeves and dealt with it, Hot water, suds, the slip of plates, the clang of a spoon against the bowl. The small, good feeling that followed wasn't pride so much as relief. Future arguments diffused before they began. Chores done, he ducked back to his room. Spot cream first. Dab, dab, don't smear. A quick flip through his comic, which was absolutely not a comic, no matter how many times Dad tried to wind him up with that Super Mario line. PC Gamer made the future feel close enough to touch. Upcoming builds, mods that turned games inside out, a world made of systems you could learn. He squared the magazine stack on the shelf, conceded the argument to thin air in advance, and took his toothbrush to the bathroom to make his teeth feel like he lived in a toothpaste advert. The house cracked. At first it was small, a crisp snap like a dry twig. Then came the hiss, snake-like, dragging along the guttering of the evening, followed by fat pops that sounded too much like bubble wrap under a boot. He froze with the brush halfway to the cup and drifted to the landing window on instinct. Outside, power lines spat sparks into the dusk, bright beads skittering down the cables like mercury. His stomach went weightless. Another crackle, this time from the kitchen. He took 2 steps, stopped and gave the hallway a quick, ridiculous once-over for intruder with torch shapes. The phone on the little table was useless, no dial tone for days now, and the mobile had sulked at 1 bar since the whole area started acting wrong. He scanned for something to hold that would make him feel bigger than he was. His gaze snagged on the small green fire extinguisher Dad kept for the car and had never put back. It looked ridiculous and, somehow, perfect. He hefted it, heavy enough to swing, more useful if it worked. He wrapped damp hands around cool metal and flattened himself against the dining room wall, pulse hammering hard under his ribs. The fear had a physical texture, a tremor that started in his fingers and wanted to climb into his jaw. He was grateful in a sudden, absurd way for the bathroom trip, one less reason for his body to betray him. A crash broke from the kitchen, the brutal sound of something glass giving up, and instinct took his feet forward. He yelped, then turned the yelp into a noise with edges, an attempt at a shout that made no promises but refused to be small. He hit the doorway with the extinguisher high, all the worst scenarios already playing behind his eyes, and stopped dead. No figure by the fridge, no torch beam, flames. The far worktop was a sheet of moving orange. The socket under it juddered and spat, and a slick of burning oil jittered across the hob, licking the underside of the extractor. The smoke had already found the ceiling, blooming outward in a dirty crown. For a heartbeat he saw nothing but what his dad would say, what his dad wouldn't get to say if the place went, and then the part of his brain that hoarded game mechanics and YouTube how-tos grabbed the wheel. Pin. Pull the pin. He wrenched it free, his fingers clumsy on the ring. Aim low. He planted his feet, brought the nozzle down to the base of the flames and squeezed. The extinguisher coughed, then roared, blasting a white cloud that billowed and curled around fire as if it could smother the idea of it. The noise filled the kitchen. The cold chemical stung his throat. He worked the stream in a side-to-side pattern the way a tutorial had once told him to do, painting the bottom of the blaze and trying not to watch the way heat shimmered the air inches from his knuckles. The house answered in a chorus. Pops from the sockets, the high squeal of something in the extractor melting, the low, ugly groan of wood that didn't like this new world. Matt set his jaw and kept going, shoulders tight, eyes narrowed against the smoke, the weight of the little cylinder dragging at his forearms. He could feel his heartbeat in his gums. He didn't know yet if he was winning. He only knew there was no one else here to try. Chapter 3. Alex. The depot had emptied to the kind of hush that makes a workshop feel like a church after hours. Tool racks in rank and file, oily shadows pooling under benches, the big doors shut against a sky already sliding towards evening. Alex stayed. He'd been inside the guts of the council's snowplow since mid-afternoon, elbows deep in hardware that hadn't forgiven winter for the way it aged steel. The part that had brought the truck limping in sat on the bench in 2 sulky halves. The rest of the fault lay hidden behind bolts that pretended to be round until a spanner tested the truth. He'd come down from Scotland to Leeds on purpose. A job, a small flat, his own key in his own pocket. His Uncle Max would have let him stay on the island forever if he'd asked. Loch Lomond turned to silver in the evenings, the wind leaning its shoulder into the old lighthouse he'd restored with the stubborn love he'd once given ship hulls on the Tyne. Redundancy money, wisely parked in things that grew instead of vanished, had bought Max the Croft, the light, a quiet life no longer for sale. But Alex didn't want kindness to turn into dependence. Work meant he could stand on his own feet, even if those feet were mostly in steel-toe boots. The spanner slipped. Knuckles met chassis with a thud that lit the nerves up to his elbow. He swore under his breath and shook his hand out, a familiar sting dressed as new pain. He was in the inspection pit tonight by choice. The four-post lift, a creaking older model retrofitted with modern safety locks, had the unnerving habit of sighing downward when it should have held. Alex trusted it just far enough to raise or lower a vehicle, not an inch farther when he was the only name on the sign-in sheet. In the pit, crouched under tons of stubborn metal, he could rely on gravity to behave as advertised. The plough would stay dead while he worked. Diesel fumes wouldn't collect because the engine was off. The only compromise was the dance, up on the lift to clear the pit, down again to be where the bolts were. Tea, he told himself, because sometimes you had to say it out loud to remember you were human. He climbed out, washed his hands with the thoroughness of a surgeon twice over. He hated gloves, they made his skin crawl, then hit the loo before the kettle. In the mirror, a bloke stared back with oil in his red hair and smuts across a face his uncle insisted had striking good looks buried somewhere under the grime. Blue eyes ringed in red. He rubbed at his jaw, undecided between letting the beard come back or chasing it off again. Either way, the workshop would give it a coat of black before it gave him a break. Mug in hand and sandwiches demolished at the workbench, he took stock. Friday overtime, that bled into the weekend for not much more than pocket change, everyone else cashing in on a 4.5-day week while he reintroduced vintage machinery to the idea of being useful. After the plough came the road sweeper, which already smelled like a lifetime of gutters. He sighed, then smiled despite himself. Hours were hours. Hours became money. Money became the case he wanted for the compound crossbow that slept under his bed and bolts that weren't just ideas. He could even turn a few points now, brass in the scrap bin, a patient lathe, the muscle memory of afternoons with Max, cut face chamfer, polish. Flights could wait for quieter days and a handful of crow or chicken feathers. The workshop belonged to him for the weekend. He liked it that way. He sketched the time in his head, an hour at the lathe, 2 more on the truck, out by 7:30. A bike across a quiet city would have him home in 30 minutes, wind in his face, hands finally clean. The scrap bin gave up a nest of brass rod offcuts. He measured by eye, then by caliper, feeding each piece into the lathe until brass curled away in warm, bright ribbons. A rhythm set in, tool post tightened, cross-slide in a slow, deliberate creep, tip formed and kissed smooth. Each finished point clicked into his bag like a coin. He wiped the machine down, put the tools to bed, and turned back to the day's real argument. The lift had sagged while he'd been away, as if to prove his point, so he raised it just enough to clear the pit and slid back under the plough. The differential bolts had that particular stubbornness of fasteners that had once been over-tightened by someone in a hurry. He took them personally, then professionally, steady talk and patience winning out over brute force. If strip-down went the hard way tonight, maybe reassembly would play fair tomorrow. It was a hope, not a plan. The last prop shaft bolt fought like it had read the manual on how to be awkward, then lost its nerve and gave. The diff, slick with a lifetime of oil, eased free with a groan more theatrical than threatening. A cradle on the jack took the weight. He brought it up under the casting until the metal settled, then spun out the final 2 bolts with his fingertips. A shuffle and a rattle, and the diff was his, descending on the jack like a tired heavyweight. He thumbed the lift control and sent the truck higher, just enough to drag jack and diff out from under. He wiped each tool on the rag that had been clean at lunchtime, slid the socket set back into its tray, and pushed the toolbox clear of where the lift would come to rest. He had one hand back under the truck, fishing for a stray extension he could feel with his fingertips when the world went out. Not dark. Out. The kind of instant black that swallows a room whole. Fluorescents didn't just die, they shattered, glass kissing concrete around him in a brittle rush. Instinct jerked his head up into the crossmember before thought could stop it. A bolt of pain spiked from skull to spine. The lift, relieved of its intermittent willpower, sighed and crept down in a cold, slow glide that made every part of Alex's adrenaline stand up and shout. At a shade over 6 foot, he could no longer fully straighten, the air pressed close, the truck's belly a ceiling at his crown. His legs went soft, and he let himself drop, cheek against cold concrete, breath loud in a space that had forgotten echoes. When he came back to himself, the workshop had invented a new colour between dusk and night. A postage-stamped skylight let a square of tired light fall onto the floor, just enough to sketch the outlines of his own boots. He reached up to the lift control on reflex and found silence. No clunk, no whir, no hum in the walls. The weekend ahead unrolled in his mind like a bad joke with no punchline. No colleagues until Monday, no windows to shout through, concrete and steel and the quiet certainty of being alone. Something else threaded the air, faint at first, then clear as soon as he noticed it. Smoke. Not the oily breath of a workshop that had been busy all day, but the sour, hinting smell of something electrical on fire somewhere it shouldn't be. He lay very still and listened to a building that never made a sound, counted his breaths and let the shape of the problem settle in, trapped under a truck, power gone, smoke on the air. He tested the thought the way you test a bolt before you pull, carefully, with respect. How bad is this, really? He whispered to no one, and tried not to think about answers that arrived in the plural. Chapter 4. Rachel. Rachel eased the door shut with her heel and let the week slip off her shoulders like a coat grown heavy with drizzle. The half-day Friday still clung to her, a faint smell of printer ink, the clipped cadence of phones ringing back in sales where her colleagues would be marooned all weekend. But here she had air and light and a whole afternoon opening before her, warm with the promise of a friend she had missed. Brenda would step off the early evening train in a few hours, and the thought of her arriving, bag bumping her knee, that lopsided smile already apologising for nothing, tilted Rachel toward the kitchen. She wanted the flat to greet Brenda with something familiar and generous, so she settled on the soup they had always loved, thick, honest, made for conversation and the lingering scrape of spoons against bowls. Neither of them wore the word vegetarian. Yet more often than not, they reached for vegetables, as if the choice itself were a private shrug against what was expected, or perhaps simply a taste they shared without ever naming it. Their friendship had been tempered in the noise and hurry of college 4 years ago, and had held quiet and steady through the world that came after. Brenda liked to say they bumped in a corridor. In truth, it had been a full-tilt collision in the very hallway that would later hold the door to their dorm room, a meeting that left them laughing and gathering spilled notes while fate reshuffled their pages. Brenda carried her cheer like a lamp, a smile that persisted even across misaligned teeth, and Rachel had always loved that about her, the refusal to hide what joy insisted on showing. They were girls without parents and women without that particular anchor, steered instead by grandparents who had loved them into their degrees. Early on they made a pact, almost shyly, to keep their heads in their books and their hearts unentangled, a decision that felt easy when they judged themselves too ordinary to be noticed, and were, in truth, shy. Petite, both of them, with long auburn hair that fell like a promise down their backs, plain glasses balanced on their noses. They told each other they were unremarkable, and then chased distinction in lecture halls and libraries. Honours arrived, tassels and photographs, and the ache of something finished, and then the job market answered with a dull, closed door. A year ago, Brenda's grandmother, the last thread tying her to family, was cut, and the world that should have braced her instead pushed. She scraped by, stocking shelves at a York supermarket, and when the council house fell under a rule that declared her not entitled after the funeral, she was ushered out as if grief were a detail to be tidied. Rachel had lost both grandparents in close, brutal succession and washed up in Leeds with a post at an estate agency, work that paid the rent and pointed her at other people's keys while her own plans waited in a drawer. A year apart had stretched thinner than either of them liked. Now the thought of seeing each other again put a small, steady drum in Rachel's chest. They each had a flat, each had kept the ledgers of ruin at bay for another month, and, by habit or conviction, neither had wandered toward romance. Life felt, if not certain, then at least faithfully plotted from one practical decision to the next. She fed El Gordo first, the plump, persuasive cat who ran the place with the languid confidence of a duke, spooning out his preferred chilled soft food and scattering crisp biscuits at the edge like a garnish he pretended not to need. Then she set to the board. Root vegetables. Carrot, parsnip, potato fell in tidy cubes beneath her knife and tumbled into the slow cooker in a soft percussion of colour. She crumbled in a stock cube, poured water to the line she trusted more than any recipe, and laid the fresh, crusty French sticks aside so they could slip into the oven later, warming while she and Brenda rode the lift back up from the station. Onions bled their sweetness, celery clicked into half-moons, tomatoes and fresh mushrooms surrendered their shine. She scraped the board, sent everything to the pot, and let red chili flakes snow down with a quiet promise, followed by the familiar pinch-and-dash reckoning of her seasonings. A good stir, the lid settling with a faint cluck, and the room began to change, steam and spice tilting the afternoon toward evening. Coffee next. She curled into her armchair with a fresh mug and the free local magazine she had lifted from the newsagent, flipping past plumbers and lawn care to the pages strewn with the city's coming weeks. Leads, busy and bright even on paper, reached for her through adverts and listings, and there it was, the antique lace exhibition still hanging at the art gallery. She could see Brenda slowing before the cases, her breath fogging the glass with quiet admiration. "Yes, yes," she murmured, the words slipping out before she knew she was speaking. "It's on for the rest of the month. Tomorrow we go." She drew a yellow highlighter like a path through the pages, marking the lace, bracketing a couple of other temptations she knew time and a thin purse would finally whittle, yet hoping they could thread one or two into the weekend and tuck the memory away for later. Sleep found her almost mid-page, a soft ambush that tipped her head back and blurred the lines into grey. When she blinked awake, the room had kept its place, obediently unchanged, and the clock read 4:40. For a breath, panic rose and then loosened. Brenda's train wouldn't arrive until 6:30. She ran the numbers. 30 minutes on foot to the station if she didn't dawdle, 15 more as a cushion in case the train fancied punctuality for once, and felt time settle into her hands again, plentiful and kind. El Gordo, who had been a warm, complacent weight across her thighs, stood and began his ceremony, paws pressing in rhythm, a baker working dough, a priest blessing a parishioner, his gaze fixed on her as if he had invented the ritual and would be taking notes on her performance. People said cats were foolish or aloof. El Gordo knew the truth. Humans were the beloved pets, teachable, and with patience rewarding. He held that certainty in every whisker. He had arrived with the flat, an inheritance of sorts from the previous tenant, and although Rachel had never considered herself a cat person, every attempt to rehome him had dissolved into guilt or circumstance until she admitted they belonged to each other now. The former tenant, an elderly woman who had since moved into care, had cut a cat flap into the balcony door and trained him to use a litter igloo out there, a small genius that kept unwelcome scents safely wind-kissed. From a neighbour, Rachel learned the rest, a story half-whispered, half-stifled laughter, of how the old lady would simply toss the used litter over the balcony, airy and unconcerned, letting it sail down from the 24th floor toward luckless pedestrians who would never know the sky could hold such surprises. El Gordo took his indulgence as birthright and had been patiently training Rachel ever since. She suspected he found her bright enough, if occasionally slow, and tolerated her lapses the way a tutor forgives a favoured pupil. "Well, my rotund indulged, unappreciative feline," she told him, smoothing a hand along his warm back and feeling the purr gather like an engine. "I must dress myself. We are anticipating a guest, and she will undoubtedly shower you with adulation. Until then, you'll need to entertain yourself, Mr. El Gordo." She lifted him from her lap with the negotiated dignity he required, set him down, and stood, already sifting through outfits in her head, the scent of soup turning richer behind her, while the evening stretched forward to the moment Brenda would step through the crowd and find her. Rachel laid the evening out like a promise upon the bed, casual jeans softened by wear, a snug sweater she could fold into, red and white sneakers with a playful lift to them, and, last of all, the maroon French cashmere beret that always felt like an embrace because her grandmother had pressed it into her hands on the first day of college, a small ceremony of love disguised as a gift. Steam held her as she stepped beneath the shower and let warmth move over her shoulders and along her spine, the water loosening the residue of the day while memory threaded itself through the mist. She could see her grandmother's careful smile, hear the teasing instruction to wear the beret with a tilt, and the thought wrapped a second layer of heat around her skin. The clothes she had chosen would let her be comfortable without slipping into carelessness, a balance that felt right for meeting Brenda, something easy in the body and a touch of play at the edges. So when they saw each other, the greeting could come without the stiffness of office clothes and the faint sheen of a week's last shift. By the time she dressed, the apartment had taken on the kind of scent that makes a room feel inhabited by kindness. The soup murmured in the slow cooker and released a savoury warmth that curled along the hallway and back again. And El Gordo, having dined to his high standards, had arranged himself in a coiled comma of ginger fur, one ear twitching every so often as if registering the tiny changes in aroma as the pot turned over and over. Rachel moved through the rooms with the quiet focus of someone preparing not just a space but a welcome, straightening a cushion here, settling a magazine there, checking the door, glancing at the clock. The simple tasks stitched themselves into a feeling that the evening would begin well, the soup greeting them the moment the lock turned, the flat holding steady against the night, while two friends leaned back into the ease they had missed. Her chest lifted with that bright, anticipatory flutter, a beat or two faster than usual, and she gave El Gordo a last pat, her fingers sinking into the dense plush of his coat, as if to borrow a little of his unshakable calm. She locked the apartment, the familiar clack of the mechanism sounding like the first step in a ritual, and stepped into the cool air of the landing, feeling the slight temperature drop along her cheeks as if the building itself were exhaling. The evening lay ahead like a simple map, down to the street, across to the station, Brenda in her arms, and the small, profound relief of connection rekindled. Behind her, El Gordo offered his customary farewell, a single, ambiguous meow pitched somewhere between blessing and complaint, a sound she had never decoded and had decided to treat as his version of a casual, "see you later." He kept, as always, a respectful distance from the doorway, pausing well short of the threshold as if the strip of air by the exit carried a rule he understood in his bones. Rachel slid the key into the pad and entered her passcode with the tidy decisiveness of habit. The lift button brightened beneath her fingertip, and the doors parted to reveal the compact stainless steel box that would carry her down. She stepped in and pressed for the ground floor. The doors closed with that soft, sealing sigh, and the floor gave the faintest acknowledgement of motion beneath her boots as the descent began. The walls, polished to a distorted shine, made a funhouse of her reflection, shortened, widened, as if a careless lens had pressed inward at the edges, and she had the passing thought that if the metal must distort, it might choose flattery and stretch her long and slender instead, which would surely be the preference of most passengers. The light, hidden yet bright, washed the ceiling and the panels so thoroughly that shadows had to tuck themselves into the seams. She counted the passing floors in her head, a private metronome to keep time with the smooth glide. Halfway, she breathed as the display slid past 12, and then the soft mechanical nudge of 11 arriving and receding. In the next breath the lift shed its world. Darkness fell so completely it felt placed, as if a hand had covered the box, and with it came stillness, the hum withdrawing, the sensation of movement erased. She thought she heard a faint popping at the very moment the light vanished, like distant glass scoring under a blade, though surprise muddied certainty, and left her doubting her own ears. Her hand went automatically to her pocket for her phone, and the absence registered as a sinking in the chest. The device sat upstairs on the side table where she had left it with the confidence of someone sure she would not need it for the next hour. She stood quietly and told herself the power would return. The lift would remember its work. And this interruption would become the kind of story people tell with a wry smile, and she waited long enough to believe it might be true. When nothing changed, she waited longer, and the stillness began to press against her skin until it felt like weight. She measured what the delay would do to her careful timing and accepted, with reluctance and a small flare of irritation at her oversight, that the walk to the station would now tip into lateness, and that a taxi would be the only way to make the 6:30, an unplanned expense she would shoulder without argument, because some things mattered more than the month's arithmetic. The edges of her composure began to fray as she lifted her hands to the panel and swept outward along the cool metal, searching by touch for the emergency phone she had never troubled herself to notice before. Buildings become backdrops when you live inside them, and she realized how many details she had let slide into invisibility. Her fingers found the neat grid of floor buttons and beside them 2 controls whose shapes meant nothing in the dark. She pressed them and then pressed them again, and nothing answered. Not a blink, not a beep, only her own breath and the pulse that had started climbing. Frustration caught and grew until it felt like a fist in her throat, and she drove her fingertips across every reachable button in a scattershot plea, hoping to awaken anything mechanical with the insistence of her touch. The lift held its silence, and then the box itself shuddered as if something heavy had tugged at the cables above, an unnerving creak running down through the skin of the carriage and along the bones of the building, so clearly that the sound seemed to happen inside her. She froze, listening, and heard a different noise threaded through the shaft, a suggestion of an object dropping from somewhere unseen, followed by another creak that spoke of strain. The floor yielded a fraction, a sickening inch or two, before some break bit hard and held, the jolt snapping her teeth together. The dark pressed in, and time lengthened until it felt thin and fragile, and then the structure groaned again, longer, more aggrieved, and the lift let go once more. A sharper dip that rushed her stomach to her throat before the system seized and clamped them still. Her heartbeat raced to match the new rhythm of the night, fear shaken with disbelief, while she stood in the black, trying to anchor herself with the rail at her side, and finding only the truth that metal could be both solid and treacherous. The thought reached her in a cold wave and spread until it filled every part of her. There were 8 floors yet to fall, and if the holding failed entirely, there would be nothing to slow her passage through them. Survival felt like a word from another language. Her chest hammered against her ribs as if her body meant to break free of its own cage. Her mouth dried to paper, and sweat lifted on her skin in a fine, cooling sheen, even as her hands shook so hard she could feel the tremor in her forearms. Tears came hot and sudden, a salt burn that surprised her with its heat as they climbed her eyelids and spilled across her cheeks. The air filled with a harsher chorus, creaking and grating, louder and longer than before, a sound like old metal arguing with gravity, and before she could finish the thought that she should brace, the carriage lurched and surrendered, this time with a surrender that had no catch in it. The lift pitched downward into the shaft, the dark turning from a presence into a force, and the noise rose around her like wind tearing through a narrow place. Her scream tore out of her without permission, raw and full, the body's own answer to terror, and it ricocheted off the steel while the cage roared and plunged. Her mind scattered in the fall, snatching at flashes of what mattered. Brenda stepping off the train and scanning the crowd, her grandmother's beret waiting on the bed, El Gordo twitching an ear in his sleep, fragments tumbling over the vision of the void rushing up to meet her, and still the dark held her, and still she fell. Chapter 5. Brenda set out with her bag and that complicated ache that comes when anticipation threads itself through sadness, both pulling in different directions, yet drawing her toward the same destination. Leeds, and Rachel, the one friend who had never felt like a placeholder for someone else. Since Rachel had stepped into the estate agent's world, and the two of them had drifted into separate cities, their bond had not thinned so much as stretched taut, and in the year after her grandmother's passing, it had become the rope Brenda held to keep from slipping. The funeral had drained the last of her college money, and in its wake came truths that felt like doors opening too late. She learned, in the careful arithmetic of accounts and in the quiet remarks of neighbours, how her grandmother had been siphoning her own savings to float Brenda through those years. Tuition padded here, a rent payment shored up there. Tiny acts of erasure, so Brenda could walk forward without feeling the ground give. If she had known, she tells herself almost daily, she would have taken shifts after lectures or scrubbed plates till midnight. She would have done anything so the old woman who loved her would not have had to choose between comfort and the future of a girl she called daughter without ever needing the word. That thought pressed a gentle weight into her chest as she touched the small posy she had brought home from work. Stems of wallflower and forget-me-not cool against her fingers, the petals soft as breath. She would carry them to the cemetery before the train, stand at the stone and let gratitude say what her tongue always tangled, a quiet conversation pitched for the ear of someone who had taught her how to stand up straight in the world. First, though, there was the business of present-tense living, which meant stepping back into the flat that greeted her with a dim shrug and reminded her with every creak that it had seen better years. She kicked off her shoes and shrugged free of the acid-green uniform that held the day in its threads like the smell of the stockroom, and she left both along a breadcrumb trail toward the bathroom. The carpet napped thin underfoot, threadbare enough that the uneven boards beneath announced themselves to her toes, and she picked her way to avoid the places that always felt one step from splintering. Tiles clung to the damp walls with the stubbornness of the almost defeated. More than a few had given up and smashed themselves to chalk at the skirting. She eased into the shower, as if approaching a skittish animal, hand hovering over the tap, bargaining with whatever minor god might oversee municipal boilers for warmth, if not hot, then at least not bracing. Cold showers had lost their virtue months ago, their supposed invigoration replaced by a steady erosion of goodwill, and all she wanted was the simple luxury of heat. York had tethered her with the iron logic of rent and wages. The money that came in her pay packet did not, by any standard, match the numbers required by a city that priced even its draughts of air like delicacies. The water arrived more warm than cold, and she let it run over her face and crown, the pulse of it steady enough to open a small space for thinking. Leads drifted into that steam like a promising shape. 2 stores there, either of which might take her if the winds turned, and she had already rehearsed how she would ask. The refusal to move her within York still puzzled her. Transfers happened all the time, but she could feel in the grit of memory the shape of her manager's smile when she said no. The woman had a talent for collecting a circle of people who mirrored her chill, and for sharpening it on anyone who didn't. Brenda suspected that the irritation aimed at her had less to do with performance and more to do with the fact of her having gone to college, a thing the manager hadn't done and, Brenda thought uncharitably while rinsing shampoo from her hair, perhaps couldn't have. In the tiny sanctuary carved by the shower's steady fall, she allowed herself the hope that Rachel might offer her a spare corner while she found her footing, somewhere to land while she petitioned for that transfer and combed listings for a place that didn't smell of damp. The thought soured briefly as she pictured the manager's reference, stamped with politeness and edged with malice, and she exhaled once hard to blow it back out of the room. She turned off the tap and the air bit at her damp skin, raising immediate goose flesh. She towelled herself briskly and pulled on clean clothes, the kind that made no statement beyond, "We are serviceable and we are dry." The radiators had been silent long enough that she no longer expected them to answer when she laid a hand on them, and the flat's chill collected in the corners like a habit you can't quite break. She assembled a sandwich with the efficiency of someone who has learned not to negotiate with hunger, the bread edging towards stale, the filling enough to quiet the emptiness, and put the kettle on. Steam lifted from the mug and briefly veiled the kitchen window, softening the view of the back garden into a suggestion. She took her plate and cup outside to the sunlit patch, because even a wild, unkempt square of green could improve a day. The garden had gone to seed in places and to jungle in others, the foliage leaning over itself in a luxurious sprawl that filtered the light into something kinder. Warmth touched the crown of her head and the tops of her hands, and for a few minutes she let the smallness of the meal be enough. Inside again she packed with the same blunt practicality. A bottle of water went in first, then an apple, then 2 changes of clothes folded with more care than their fabric probably required. The mould that threaded the flat had been greedy these months, eating its way into a portion of her wardrobe, and the losses had left her with fewer choices than she liked to admit. She tucked her 1 pair of respectable shoes along the side of the bag, toes wrapped to keep their shape, and slid her toiletries into the top pocket. Sealing them away as if by zipping the compartment, she could also close up the part of her life that smelled of bleach and damp. She checked the time, felt the day tilt toward departure, and pressed a palm to the bulge of the bag to test its give, imagining the walk to the cemetery, the train's breath at the platform, and Rachel waiting somewhere on the other end, with a soup that would warm straight through to the hollows. Between here and there lay only the ordinary tasks of leaving. Beyond those, the relief of stepping back into a friendship that had kept its shape even when everything else around it didn't. Brenda slipped her scratched phone into her pocket, slid her well-worn purse in after it, and let the dull ring of her scuffed keys settle in her palm for a heartbeat before she tucked them away. She pulled her frayed beanie down over her hair until it cupped her crown just so, then gathered the flowers in both hands, wallflowers and forget-me-nots bright enough to argue with the gloom of the hallway, and stood a moment with her back to the flat, taking in the smallness of it, the smell of damp that never quite left, and the sense that she was closing the door on more than a room. She turned the key until the lock caught, pressed the handle to be certain, and stepped out toward the cemetery, the bouquet held close against her chest like a small vivid standard of memory and love raised high against the drudgery that kept trying to swallow her days. The cemetery received her the way it always did, with a hush that felt chosen rather than merely quiet. A park bench waited just before her grandparents' graves, its wood worn silvery by weather and time, and she sat there as if taking her place in a conversation that never really ended, only paused between visits. Gratitude came first, as it always did, layering itself with guilt for thanks said too late, and she told her grandmother without speaking aloud about the ways she was still trying to live up to what had been given. The ache for her grandfather arrived softer, a sorrow with blurred edges. She had been only a toddler when lung disease took him, the long years in the coal mines catching up at last, and so she missed a man she barely remembered, piecing him together from breathless family stories and the weight of his absence. Here, in this small enclave, where birds stitched the air with careful song, and the city dimmed itself to a murmur, she could feel the world loosen its grip. The cemetery was one of the few places she loved without hesitation, a refuge that stood in clean contrast to the thin-walled, ever-noisy flat and the workplace where kindness always seemed to be rationed. She and Rachel had come here often across the years, slipping from the seriousness of lectures or the static of jobs to wander the museum gardens beside the river, where the water moved like thought and the hours forgot themselves. Today there was only Brenda, sitting long enough for time to lose its shape, then gently persuading herself upright, because trains do not wait for reverie. Better to be early and stand on the platform with the ordinary comfort of certainty than to sprint toward a closing door, so she set off at a measured pace that still felt oddly heavy, as if part of her mind wished to remain on the bench a while longer. The station folded around her in a rush of voices and announcements, the bustle rising and falling like weather. She drew up the digital ticket she had bought a week ago, one small triumph of foresight, and let the scanner accept it with a courteous beep. Her gaze lifted to the board, found her platform, and she felt a flicker of relief give way to mild surprise when she saw the train waiting already, sleek and idle 20 minutes before it had any right to be. She walked the length to her carriage with the quiet satisfaction of someone who has slipped neatly into the groove of a plan. And as she settled into her seat, she allowed herself the unhelpful imagining of what would have happened if she had dawdled, the image of the train departing without her, and then let that thought dissolve as the wheels took up their rhythm and answered her with motion. Calm returned in a deliberate wave. She did not text Rachel to announce the early departure. There was no sense in stirring a needless hurry at the other end. Leeds Station was grand enough to be a landmark and familiar enough to be navigated by instinct, and they always found each other in its wide, bright spaces. If the usual ease failed them, a single message with a precise location would correct the geometry of their meeting in a moment. She let the worry loosen and watched the countryside unspool at the window, the forward sway of the carriage lulling her into an anticipation she could sit inside without picking it apart. A clipped announcement, cool and impersonal, named Macclesfield and nudged her attention back to the present. She watched the brief choreography of arrival, doors sighing, people exchanging places, the platform a stage of small partings and reunions, and felt herself begin an inward countdown to Leeds and the warmth of Rachel's arms. Only one stop stood between now and then, a single hinge in the journey, and the rhythmic click of the rails seemed to bridge the last of the distance for her. East Garforth came into view, and with it a disturbance that pulled her focus like a hand on her sleeve. Power lines sparked in a sudden, dangerous bloom, bright fragments of light shearing off and falling in a mad dance around the cables, and before she could shape the thought that sparks meant trouble, the lights in the carriage died all at once, extinguishing the cosy glow and leaving behind a darkness that pressed its presence on the skin. The train lurched, a hard sway to one side that held for a breathless beat, as if the whole structure were deciding what to do next. And in that held second Brenda saw the impossible, a vehicle dropping from the bridge ahead, not falling but plummeting, its path drawn through the air with a horrible clarity of inevitability toward the roof above her. Impact arrived as a scream of metal and a chorus of human terror, the car punching through with a violence that turned the ceiling into shrapnel, and the carriage into a bell struck too hard. Gravity forgot her for a moment, and she rose, weightless and unmoored, before something, she thought a seat back, caught her, redirected her, hammered her sideways into the wall. The world tilted and kept tilting. The train rolled, windows to sky, aisle to wall, and then, as if mocked by the laws that were supposed to hold, it lifted. The entire carriage heaved upward by a force she could not see and dared not try to name. The return to earth was a single monstrous sentence, with no commas and no mercy. The crash drove pain through her in clean, bright waves, lighting her nerves like wire, her side flaring, her head ringing, her arms seizing with a heat that crested and kept cresting. She tried to shape a breath around it and found only fragments. The edges of the world darkened and then raced inward. In the narrowing circle of vision she saw her own hands streaked with blood, red as a warning against the chalk of her skin, and she heard the screams stutter and fade as if someone were turning the volume down on a radio. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was dense, absolute, and it rose up to meet her as she let go and slipped, at last, into the dark. Chapter 6. Solar Flare. 6 days earlier. Mr. Clapp had been laying the groundwork for weeks, stitching each lesson to the next, until even the daydreamers felt the thread, the sun restless on its throne, the magnetosphere bracing, the night sky on the cusp of a theatre of green fire that every news channel promised the UK would witness. Matt and Bella rode that promise with a mix of thrill and dread, hunger for the aurora pulling against the quiet knowledge that beauty sometimes arrives with teeth. And it was the second thought that refused to let go of Matt. Curiosity edged by fear sent him burrowing through the internet's caverns. Papers and posts, crisp diagrams and feverish rants, doom merchants arguing catastrophe as loudly as skeptics waved it away, and he surfaced hour after hour, blinking and unsettled, not certain of the outcome, but certain of one thing. Preparation was the only sensible path. The basement room at home, his computer den with its glow of monitors, its tangle of leads, the chair moulded to his shape from long campaigns in Fortnite and alliances forged in late-night chats, was more than a corner of the house. It was the place he felt most himself, a world within the world that he could steer. The thought of a solar tantrum racing through the wires and burning that Haven hollow tightened something behind his ribs, so he translated worry into work and spent the week with wire and will, instead of headsets and loot drops, turning the room into a Faraday cage. He stripped his savings down to their bones for metal mesh and covered wall and ceiling, seam over seam, until the weave looked like armour. Convincing his father took another kind of labour. Persistence, a little theatre, and finally the promise of a month of washing up without complaint and lawns so punctual you could set a clock by the stripes, after which his dad, who knew electrics down to the marrow, added a double-pole power breaker for the basement, a clean switch that could silence the whole circuit in one sure click. What Matt was building was not only a shield for games. It was an answer to the old stories he could not shake. The Carrington event of 1859, when telegraph wires spat fire and the sky wrote itself in colours never seen before, and the 1989 Canadian blackout that rolled like a shadow over a province. Those histories stood in his mind like signposts in a storm, and he braced in their lee. Bella began on the far side of belief. Scepticism curled inside her like a small, stubborn cat, but it uncurled as she read and watched, the past refusing to be dismissed. With her father and her little brother, Bobby, away for 2 weeks at the grandparents', the house felt both emptier and more hers, and in that space she chose her own version of caution. When the time came, she would isolate the building completely by pulling the main supply fuse, a blunt, practical act that would let her sleep. Together they went hunting for How, falling into YouTube's river and letting it carry them from explainer to demonstration, until the unfamiliar turned into a set of steps they could imagine with their own hands. Shielding equipment, isolating circuits, the small tricks and careful warnings. To their surprise, the task shrank from impossible to achievable. They learned what the security seal looked like, and more dangerously, how people defeated it. And they watched the practiced way a fuse could be withdrawn from its seat with calm and care. It was knowledge dressed up as reassurance, and they stored it because fear that is met with method feels less like panic and more like a plan. Sunday arrived with a clear, pale light, and with it Matt at Bella's door, the dawn still caught along his hair. They stood at the supply board reading the familiar diagrams the way other teenagers read maps to festivals, the borrowed toolbox at their feet. He worked the pliers gently, slow as surgery, and when the seal would not yield, he added the smallest breath of superlube to ease the stingy grip. Metal gave with a reluctant sigh, and then the second seal at the neutral block followed, both loosening under a mix of adolescent bravado and a sincerity that made his hands careful. They left the last step for later, the actual pull of power, because caution, once woken, likes to be consulted at every turn. To widen the margin further, Bella gathered her dad's computer, Bobby's, and her own, and carried them across to Matt's armoured room, stacking them with the solemnity of offerings. They allowed themselves one short session of Fortnite, a ritual to mark the end of ordinary days, before Matt threw the new breaker, a crisp snap that dropped the basement into an intentional hush. Back at Bella's they made toast and called it lunch. Then shouldered torches and went to the board together. The incoming supply glinted, and in that bright circle of light they committed, removing the fuse and lifting the neutral, a swift sequence that felt heavier than its motion. The house exhaled into silence, and so did Matt's, and the relief that came joy, so much as a steadying. With both homes stilled, a question rose that felt deliciously ordinary against the seriousness of the morning. What now fills the hours when every socket is a mouth closed tight? They chose town, the tinny comfort of an internet cafe, a place where other people's power could be borrowed by the hour. Drinks in hand and screens blinking to attention, they set out to read more about flares and found themselves diverted to a prepper site, which Bella initially side-eyed as apocalyptic theatre until the pages on electromagnetic pulses, EMPs, and coronal mass ejections, CMEs, turned from spectacle into instruction, still slanted toward worst case, still dramatic, but useful in the way that scenarios force you to picture your own feet moving. Imagine it, the page insisted. No money that works, no food arriving, no communication beyond shouting distance, no power to coax, and no knowledge of where your people are, and then it fired questions at them like flares. How would you feel as the first day stretched toward night? What would you do beyond the first hour? How would those decisions become actions when the usual shortcuts were gone? They read the answers with a tightening focus, the instinctive solution. Start walking to find your family, met with a firm counter-argument. 2 sets of feet searching can pass like ships in fog. Better, the site argued, to agree an emergency meeting place in advance, somewhere sensible and out of the crush, to carry enough food and water to match the reality that travel takes longer when infrastructure fails. At least 2,500 calories per person per day and 2 litres of water to keep the body steady. They sat with those numbers, not as a prophecy, but as proportions that made fear quantifiable, and they felt, beneath the thrill of the coming sky, the clean line of a plan beginning to draw itself. The page offered more than they could possibly digest in one sitting, strategies braided through lists and diagrams, and when the cafe's lights softened toward closing time, Matt, remembering their phones, were deliberately stowed at his house as part of the whole safeguarding plan, quickly emailed the link to himself, a digital breadcrumb to follow later. Outside, the evening held the River Ire in a quiet curve, and they lingered by its dark surface, talking themselves toward an idea that felt both bold and slightly foolish, paddling canoes out beyond the town's glow to find a sky unspoiled by light. The map in their heads lengthened with every sentence. To outrun the city's wash would take more water and more hours than they could sensibly claim. Their lives, too, were not drawn with the same permissions. Bella's father was away with Bobby for a fortnight, which gave her a kind of unnoticed freedom. Matt's dad was only working late, and any middle-of-the-night return to a son slipping in from the river would translate neatly into weeks of grounding. The compromise, practical and friendly, settled itself in Bella's back garden. They built a small base there, a cool box generously packed with pre-made snacks and canned drinks, cushioned by the ice packs they had tucked into the unplugged fridge to hold their chill, and agreed that science could exist perfectly well alongside the mild adventure of staying up past any sensible bedtime. By 9 o'clock night had folded over the rooftops, and they dragged the pool recliners to the lawn's soft centre, angling them toward the north as if to open a mouth for the sky to pour into. They sank into the seats shoulder to shoulder, eyes learning the pattern of stars, while the big, patient waiting began. At 10, Mrs. Morton from next door, the affectionate firm neighbour who had become a kind of part-time guardian, stepped into the dim spill of the outside light and reminded Bella, with gentle insistence, that it was time to say good-night and go to bed. Bella felt the small panic of plans threatened and explained about the school project, the Aurora, the observation they needed to complete. Mrs. Morton hesitated, measuring responsibility against youth, and finally relented with a single line drawn in the sand. "Midnight, no later. You both have school tomorrow." Then she retreated, leaving the garden to the stars and the slight, heady thrill of being allowed. Midnight slid past the way quiet hours do, the northern horizon offering nothing but its own dark. By 1 a.m. the idea of sleep began to pull at them, and they were on the verge of surrender when the first bright pricks appeared, quick and separate, like someone flicking a switch behind the sky. The flickers gathered themselves into a sweep, and then the sweep into a full-throated performance. Veils of green unfurling and collapsing, sudden spears of crimson rising through them and dissolving, the whole dome of night in motion as if it had turned itself into breath. They watched, held and startled and laughing under it, 2 specks beneath a moving cathedral. It was well past 4 when the colours thinned and the night returned to being only night. Exhilaration hummed through them, yet threaded through it was a fine strand of anticlimax. After all the predictions and preparations, not a bulb had flickered, not a single transformer had grumbled in the distance. They carried the recliners back to their places by the pool and, yawning, moved inside to do what responsibility required. The neutral was reconnected, the cover seated and fixed, the main fuse pressed back into place, with the care of people who understood that small pieces can hold large consequences. The seals would have to be seen to after sleep. They made a note of it in the loose ledger they kept in their heads and called it enough for now. Matt wished Bella good night and ghosted next door, placing his feet on the boards the way you do when you know precisely where they creak, unwilling to wake his father. Tiredness should have taken him whole, but restlessness kept a finger on his collar and tugged him downstairs to the basement. The room, his room, offered the comforting glow of screens and the promise of answers. He wanted to understand why a flare so loudly trumpeted on the news had arrived with spectacle but no teeth. He let one video lead to another, diagrams unfolding the geometry of fields and flows, voices explaining in careful terms the dance between the sun's outburst and Earth's magnetic posture. Understanding clicked into place like a well-made plug. Orientation mattered. A north-facing magnetic field from the sun meeting Earth's north would push at each other, a repulsion that blunted effects, whereas a south-facing field would lock into Earth's north and couple with it, drawing energy in and down. What they had watched was a solar flare, a fierce but brief event, rather than the heavier punch of a coronal mass ejection, and it was CMEs, not flares alone, that had bent systems to breaking in the past, the Carrington event looming at the edge of every explainer as a cautionary tale. Regret for his earlier skim reading pricked him. Next time he would read deeper before deciding, and he filed the promise where he kept the other ones that governed who he wanted to be. He let the screen go dark and finally climbed to bed. Monday. The alarm tore at him after what felt like a single uneven hour. For a moment he flirted with the idea of staying home and letting the day roll by without him, but his father's voice came up the stairs with a persistence that made excuses feel thin. He met Bella at the usual corner, both of them moving with the same slow, careful gait of people who had traded sleep for wonder. He told her what he had learned in the basement, about fields aligning and misaligning, about flares and CMEs and why the lights had danced while the grid stayed steady. And she listened through the gauze of exhaustion and the faint disappointment of a drama that hadn't spilled into their streets, nodding, absorbing, not quite ready to be impressed by anything that wasn't a pillow. Upon reaching school, Matt's curiosity hadn't thinned with the morning. It had sharpened. He tracked Mr. Clapp down in his classroom, questions crowding his tongue. Why the lights had danced, yet nothing else had faltered. What separated a solar flare from the more ominous CME? Mr. Clapp took in the bright urgency in Matt's eyes, and, with a gentleness that did not dismiss it, asked him to come back after the last bell, promising the kind of explanation that needed time. The day stretched long and airless after that. Matt sidestepped PE with a headache that arrived precisely when he needed it, found the medical room, and, under the soft authority of a thin blanket and a closed door, stole a short, guilty sleep. When the bell finally split the afternoon, most of the school surged toward freedom. Matt turned and walked the other way, carrying his confusion like a weight he meant to set down. He slipped into Mr. Clapp's room and, before he had quite taken his seat, let the questions out. After all that build-up on Sunday, he said, frustration folded into the curiosity, why did it feel so underwhelming? The media had us braced for power cuts and fried equipment, and none of it happened. Mr. Clapp tipped his head, one eyebrow quirking, as if to make space for the first answer. And the sky itself? He asked. It didn't move you at all? It did, Matt admitted. It was brilliant, but it wasn't the catastrophe everyone seemed to promise. Mr. Clapp's mouth turned in a small, knowing smile. How deep did you go with your reading, Matt? What did you turn up? I found a lot about the way Earth's poles interact with the charges in the flare, Matt said, a thread of uncertainty running under the words. I still don't see the whole picture. Then let's place it, Mr. Clapp said, leaning forward, voice steady and unhurried. First, we were grazed, not struck. If the heart of that flare had landed squarely on us last night, the aurora would have been so bright it would have cast shadows sharp enough to read by. Second, field orientation matters. This time the dice rolled our way. The magnetic fields aligned with ours. Flip that alignment, and yes, you're suddenly talking about the power disruptions you heard about. The room held them in a warm hush, late light mellowing along the desks, and Matt kept his gaze level with his teachers, following each piece as it clicked into place. "And a coronal mass ejection?" he asked, softer now, curiosity and a touch of unease mingling. "How is that different to a flare?" "A different beast altogether," Mr. Clapp said. "A CME is plasma, not just light, billions of tons of it, even when it's no bigger than a flare on the sun. That kind of mass carries its own magnetic fields, and those can dwarf Earth's by hundreds of times. A direct hit by a CME, pole alignment be damned, behaves like a global EMP. Electronics fail across the board, right down to the systems we think of as shielded, yes, even vehicles. Power lines overheat and melt. Unprotected power supplies fold. Satellites tear themselves apart. Aircraft suffer in ways we'd rather not test. A large enough CME can push civilization toward the sort of apocalyptic scenarios you've seen dramatized in films." "I've seen them," Matt said, managing a thin smile. "In films and games. They aim for the worst, and that worst is possible, if not likely," Mr. Clapp allowed. "Unlikely is not the same as harmless. It's important to understand scale." "But how does that become world-ending?" Matt pressed. "Films skip the why." Mr. Clapp paused, choosing the cleanest path through it. "Start with power gone, not for hours, but potentially years. High-voltage transformers don't grow on trees. Manufacturing them requires electricity you no longer have in abundance. Add money. Most of it is digital. Without power, access vanishes, salaries don't arrive, work goes unpaid. Even cash loses its steadiness. Food, households carry a week at best. Supermarkets, about a day and a half. Deliveries stop, shelves empty. People dependent on electrically powered care, dialysis, ventilators are suddenly at risk. Hospitals have generators, yes, but fuel runs out when refineries and logistics grind to a halt. Law and order thins. Desperation hardens. You get looting, home invasions, terrible acts born not of malice alone, but of hunger and fear." He softened his voice on the final turn. "That's only the first row of dominoes. I'll give you some reading to go deeper. While we have the luxury of a working internet, look at prepper sites as well. Most are American, but there are British resources sprinkled through." Silence settled again, respectful this time, and Mr. Clapp slid a folder across the desk, printouts and notes, caution and context bound together. Matt took it with care and stepped back into the corridor, feeling as though the world had shifted slightly. Same floor beneath his feet, different sky overhead. The cosmos spun on, brilliant and indifferent, a tapestry of marvels and potential ruin that didn't much mind what either of them thought. "Sorry, I didn't expect you to wait," he said a little later, finding Bella where they always met. "I'm cooking tonight. How does spaghetti sound?" "Spaghetti sounds perfect," Bella said, bright enough to cut the chill in the autumn air. They walked toward Matt's house with the dry leaves giving themselves up underfoot in a steady crackle, conversation finding its rhythm in the ordinary way. School, the sky, what sauce to make. While Matt sifted through Mr. Clapp's explanations in his head, and Bella's easy optimism kept pulling the weight of it back toward the level ground of everyday life. A counter-melody to the quiet that had filled the classroom when the teacher set catastrophe on the table and asked them to look. As they crossed the threshold into Matt's house, the familiar warmth that lived in the walls reached for them, softening the edge of everything they had learned about skies that could turn treacherous. Bella tipped her shoulder lightly into his, eyes bright with their usual mischief, and caught him studying the middle distance where worries tend to gather. "Matt, you've got that far-away look again," she said, half teasing, half tender. "Don't tell me you're slipping back into the abyss of apocalyptic scenarios." He pulled himself out of the spiral and found a smile that belonged to now. "Hard not to, after what Mr. Clapp laid out," he admitted, "but you have a talent for switching on lights in dark rooms." A flush rose at her cheekbones that had nothing to do with the chill outside. "Then let's keep the light on," she said. "The universe will keep its mysteries. We might as well live well beneath them." In the kitchen, the quiet industry of a simple supper began to steady the room. Pasta rattled and rolled in a pot that sighed at the boil, the scent of garlic lifting as if to meet the steam, while the television murmured from the front room with a kind of measured calm designed to be background. Bella, who distrusted screens when people were present, shot it a theatrical scowl. "I thought we agreed. No TV during our apocalypse planning dinner meets," she said, the mock severity warmed by a grin. "Just making sure the world's still turning after our astronomy adventure," Matt replied, hands busy with the colander. "But you're right, here and now." Even so, the news threaded its way in, footage of last night's auroras stitched to commentary about teams deciphering what they meant and how to guard against worse. The corner of Matt's mouth turned at the human contradiction of it. Wonder in one hand, worry in the other, life continuing in the gap. Bella, outwardly breezy, tilted her head as if to sharpen her hearing. "That was a bit too reassuring, don't you think?" she said at last, one eyebrow lifting with that fine, sceptical grace she wore so well. Matt eased back onto the sofa, the thought landing as he did. "Yeah," he sounded almost pleased to promise there's nothing to worry about. Silence opened between them in the way that invites thinking rather than avoids it. This braid of suspicion and care was exactly what had sent them burrowing through videos and papers in the first place, and it tugged at them again now. "You know," Matt said into the quiet, "I'm still glad we did all that prep, even if the big scare turned out to be a big show." Bella nodded, the line of her mouth thoughtful. "Knowledge doesn't go off, and the universe isn't in the habit of checking our schedules before it changes the rules." For a while they sat with the simple truth of smallness, two people on a sofa under a sky too large to hold, and found, as people often do, that sharing it gentled the weight. The room fell into a soft twilight of city glow filtering through the curtains, the television low and distant, the whole house seeming to draw a protective breath around them. "Whatever happens," Bella said, and there was steel under the softness, "we figure it out together. Okay?" "Together," he answered, and felt the words set like a keystone. The newscaster's voice rose a notch and cut across the calm with its practiced balm. "We've encountered an unexpected predicament due to the loss of 2 vital satellites, which were our vigilant guardians monitoring the sun's activities," she said, alarm and reassurance braided so tightly it was hard to tell where one ended. "In a precautionary measure, our astronauts, those brave souls in the space station, will be making an earlier return to Earth than originally scheduled. A coronal mass ejection is currently on a trajectory towards our planet, but the scientific consensus assures us it should bypass Earth without incident." Tension thickened as if the air had changed pressure. Matt felt it gather in his chest while his fingers closed around the game controller he had forgotten he was holding. His mind sketched scenes with the speed films had taught it, yet the rhythm of the anchor's delivery pinned him to the present like a thumb to a map. "For Aurora enthusiasts," she went on, "this solar event is unlikely to produce displays as intensely brilliant as last night's celestial dance. Still, be on the lookout this coming weekend, Saturday or Sunday. Our observatories are fine-tuning their predictions. For more detailed information, we'll now hand you over to Professor Garth Harris. Professor, could you please explain the situation to our viewers?" Professor Harris appeared with the settled face of a man used to carrying complicated things in ordinary sentences. "A rather serendipitous sequence of events has unfolded," he said. "Last Friday, an earlier flare nudged the satellites from their customary positions. Subsequently, Sunday's larger flare impacted the unprotected equipment on these satellites, a region typically safeguarded from the sun's usual wrath. The resultant effect has shifted them from their standard orbits and incapacitated their cameras. However, we anticipate having them realigned and operational in a few days, ensuring we will be able to monitor the CME as it makes its pass by Earth. I want to assure the public there's no immediate cause for concern." "Your clarification is much appreciated, Professor Harris. And now, other news," the anchor concluded, smoothing the ripple she had made. Matt thumbed the remote, and the screen fell to a dark pane reflecting the mild light of the room. He set the controller down, the soft thud oddly loud, and let himself sink, gaze unfocused, thoughts darting in too many directions while his heartbeat laid its steady drumline beneath them. Outside, the muffled city kept being a city, unaware of the ballet overhead. Then a fragment rose clear from the day's earlier talk, Mr. Clapp's parting phrase ringing with a note he couldn't quite file under casual, "While you still have the internet." Was it a slip, or the nearest a careful teacher comes to a warning? He couldn't tell, but he knew exactly what he had heard. The question jolted him upright. Matt rose as if a current had found him, almost before he knew he was moving, and crossed to the kitchen with a purpose that tried to pass for casual. His voice bounced lightly off cupboard doors and cool tiles, a little too bright around the edges as he reached for normality. "Drink?" he called back, pitching it as routine even while his thoughts refused to settle. Bella slipped from the sofa and followed, perching on the breakfast bar stool with the ease of someone who has sat there often enough to belong. Her smile held, warm and familiar, though her eyes had that clear, measuring focus she saved for him. "Any Ovaltine left?" His laugh came out thinner than he intended, but it landed. "You know my dad. He never buys one of anything. There's a whole box of jars in the cupboard." She watched him a moment longer, the playfulness in her face softening into concern. "What's got you?" she asked, voice low enough to smooth the air between them. "You've gone distant. It isn't like you." The pause that followed felt like a breath held together. He set 2 mugs on the counter with more care than mugs required and let the truth out in pieces. "It's a mix," he said. "What Mr. Clapp said. The news interview with a professor I've never heard of. All last week, the channels couldn't stop talking about the solar threat, and now it's as if they're minimizing everything. The astronauts' early return, the CME heading our way. It feels like they're afraid to say something out loud. I know I sound paranoid. It's probably another nothing. But what if it isn't?" His words hung in the kitchen, steam from the kettle lifting through them like ghosted punctuation. Bella wrapped her hands around the warm mug he'd set before her and held his gaze, offering the steadiness he couldn't find in himself. In the quiet that followed, her thoughts ran hard, threading through his worries, tugging at their loose ends, testing their seams. Was this only Matt's imagination wearing a louder coat than usual? Or was there a truth being padded over with careful reassurances and tidy phrases? She caught the old film reel in her head, presidents with measured faces choosing silence over panic, banks emptied by rumour, streets tipping into chaos, the instincts of power to protect itself first, while the rest of the world stood unbriefed. If there were nothing anyone could do, would anyone in charge say so plainly, or would they fold the truth away and let the clock run? Her father's voice, a training mantra from childhood, rose clean and insistent. Prepare, prepare, and prepare again. It had been about races and tournaments then, but the shape of it fit here too. Preparation cost little and returned calm. Even if the worst never came, the habit itself was worth something. She lifted her eyes and found his, the spark of a decision making its way to the surface. "Maybe there's no catastrophe coming," she said, gentle but sure, "but getting a little prepared just in case isn't exactly heavy lifting. What if we do those prepper videos Mr. Clapp mentioned tonight instead of gaming? See what the sensible basics look like." "Absolutely. Good call," Matt said, answer arriving so fast it almost tripped. She couldn't help the grin. "You were waiting for me to say that, weren't you?" That was the speed of a prayer being granted. He pulled a face halfway between bashful and relieved. "Yes. No, I mean, maybe. Your suggestion just matched the noise in my head. The updates have been scarce. The malfunctioning satellites feel too convenient. The hurried evacuation of the space station doesn't sit right. None of it clicks together. And there's this other thing I can't stop hearing. Mr. Clapp saying, while we have the internet. Did I mishear him, or am I reading meaning that isn't there?" Bella nodded once, decision settling into place. "All right, depths of YouTube it is. Drink?" he asked again, catching up to the ordinary fronts that make plans feel real. "Yes, please." Chapter 7. The Knowledge, 4 days before the event. They settled into the basement like divers easing into depth, each in a familiar gaming chair, screens angled so their worlds were perfectly twinned. The tower woke with a low, steady hum that smoothed the room's edges, and in the glow Bella's curiosity brightened to a keen, watchful spark, while Matt's fingers moved with deliberate care across the keys. "Start with the sight from the cafe?" he asked, the question carrying not fear so much as the weight of what they were about to invite into their heads. "Good place to begin," Bella said, voice even, the same thread of trepidation drawn taut beneath it. He pulled the link from his email and, with a few clicks, unfolded a landscape of consequences. Pages and pages mapping how a CME could ripple outward into lives like theirs. The aftermath described in cool sentences and bullet points that felt anything but abstract. They skimmed the headers, after effects, contingencies, ways to ride out the worst, and then the page threw up a dare framed as a mirror. "Are you ready for the end of the world yet?" The only sounds were clicks and the soft scuff of their breaths as they answered, weighing each prompt, arguing quietly with advice that pressed them to imagine themselves thinner, harder, more self-reliant than either had ever needed to be. Side by side they reached the end, hovered for a heartbeat, and let the mouse fall on submit. Judgment arrived without ceremony, stark white on a black field. You managed to live 9 days. They looked at each other, not stricken but steadied by a shared jolt of resolve. 9 was something. 9 was also not enough. "Wow, only 9 days," Bella said, disbelief shading swiftly into determination. "We need to do better. Where did we go so wrong?" The screen obliged with a meticulous autopsy. They had underestimated people, what frightened crowds could do, what desperate individuals might try. Their food stores were scant and poorly planned, with no method for replenishment. They had not accounted for fire or a reliable way to cook. Water and clothing were afterthoughts. They had no maps, no fixed destination, no path to sustainability once the first week bled into the next. They had ignored weight, how to carry, what to leave, and had not, even in theory, discussed weapons or the ethics of needing them. The list went on, unflinching and useful. Deflated but not dissuaded, they began to open the links one by one, letting the site teach them. Skepticism flickered. Maybe the quiz was rigged to be harsh, but the details wore that doubt down to nothing. Food came first and undid them immediately. Much of what they had imagined cramming in a bag failed on contact with reality. Glass jars, vetoed for weight and the streak of bad luck that always finds breakable things. Perishables that would sour or wilt before their second sunrise. Celery, healthy in a kitchen, turned into a liability outdoors, demanding more effort than it returned, and refusing to keep without a fridge, too bulky for its worth. Peanut butter, by contrast, won a nod, but only if it travelled in Ziploc bags instead of heavy jars. Breakfast cereal made the cut in modest, bagged portions. Tinned food, which had seemed sensible, was damned by metal. The page made a reluctant allowance for spam or corned beef, dense calories in stubborn cans, useful if you could carry them, an irony that landed squarely given their vegetarian leanings. They did the maths with an intensity that felt like a test. Packs, the guide said, must be sized to the person, but plan around 25 kilos for an average adult male and 20 for a woman. Water was non-negotiable and heavy, 1 kilo a litre, so starting at 25 kilos and giving 12 to food and 8 to water left 5 for everything else. 5 kilos to cover shelter, clothing, cooking, tools, medicine, light. Choices that would have to be made on a scale where every gram argued its case. And when the carried food ran out, neither of them drove. Resupply would be feet and luck, both of which had to be earned. They were still inside that calculation, balancing one necessity against another, feeling their habits bump up against the edges of pragmatism, when the door hinges whispered and Matt's dad appeared, his steps familiar enough to go unnoticed until his voice drew a line through their focus. "Time to hit the hay, Matt," he said, gentle but not to be negotiated with. "Walk Bella home, then straight back. School in the morning." The night received them with a chorus of insects and a moon that laid their shadows long on the pavement. They walked without hurry, the quiet doing its work. Bella, still stitching together everything they had learned, dropped her voice as if the dark itself might overhear. "What about skipping school tomorrow?" she asked. "With our timetable, nobody's likely to miss us. We could get a proper plan together." Matt had been circling the same thought, and it showed in the quick agreement that flashed across his face. "I was thinking that too. We leave like normal, double back after Dad heads to work, slip in through the back door. Whole day to ourselves." Bella grimaced at the practical hitch, then shrugged her way past it. "I'm not thrilled about climbing the fence in a skirt," she said, "but I'm in." Their houses rose ahead like mirrored promises, 50 feet apart in a quiet, refined cul-de-sac where the hedges were as well kept as the reputations. 4 bedrooms each, one a near twin of the other, the only true difference the basement Matt had claimed and turned into a haven. The enclave wrapped them in comfort, a kind of insulation they knew not everyone at school enjoyed, and yet that same shine made targets of them, the bullseye painted by other people's envy or contempt. They split at the path with a nod that felt like an oath and went inside carrying, along with their privilege and their burdens, the beginning of a plan. Matt's father, slight of frame but fronted by a face weathered into seriousness by years that had asked too much, had worked his way up at the local electricity board since his early 20s, and now wore the title of supervisor with the same tight economy he brought to everything else. He did not intimidate by size. He didn't need to. The authority he carried spread wide over Matt's life, a firmer rule than Bella was used to at home, and the set of his jaw often mirrored the strictness with which he tried to steer his son past life's sharper edges, an instinct made fiercer by the absence that shaped them both. Matt's mother had been taken by a hit-and-run when he was still a toddler, leaving his father to learn, alone, how to be a harbour and a rudder at once. Bella's father, by contrast, trusted the ground she walked on and the sense she brought to it, giving her a long rein and the confidence that comes from being believed in. And there was Mrs. Morton, Mrs. Babysitter, in Bella's affectionate shorthand, who stood in the doorway of Bella's days with a steady, kindly presence, easing the load without crowding. Between the three of them, a gentle arrangement held. Each teenager lived with only a father as anchor, their homes balanced on a single point. The texture of those relationships differed, yet in the quiet spaces between conversations they recognized the same shape in one another. A routine built around one parent, expectations tuned to that reality, companionship offered without the need to explain what was missing. Tuesday. Morning arrived washed clean, dew bright on hedges and paving, and Bella, her back door key warm in her fist, met Matt at the familiar notch in the pavement between their houses. They drifted out through the front gate as if beginning an ordinary walk to school, followed the path along the tall hedge, and then, with a practiced swivel, slipped back in through the bottom gate. Pressed close to the greenery, they edged the length of the garden toward Bella's back door, moving in the long shadow of the house until they were sure Matt's father had left. Bella seized the pause to duck into the bathroom and swap her skirt for a pair of trousers she had stashed there the night before, her small, satisfying rebellion against the school's dress code. The low hum of Matt's father's car rose and receded. Still they waited, listening for the telltale return of a forgotten phone or wallet. When a door slammed nearby, they froze, hearts thudding loud enough to feel in their throats, and only after a long beat did the sharpness soften into recognition. Mrs. Babysitter, setting out for her hospital shift, the brisk clip of her steps already fading down the road. They watched her go, shared a breath that tasted of relief, and eased through the back door. Bella locked it carefully before they vaulted the fence and crossed into Matt's garden with the neat assurance of people who know every board and foothold. Inside, they moved quickly through the kitchen, drinks poured on muscle memory, and then descended into the basement's hush, where the cool, close air felt like permission. In a way that neither of them would have admitted aloud, the single-parent quiet of both houses made this truancy simpler. Fewer goodbyes to navigate, fewer questions to invent answers for. In the glow below stairs, they gathered the printouts and tabs and turned their attention to the litany of prompts the online form had thrown at them. A pen and a pad sat between their elbows, filling steadily with lists, items, strategies, fragments of advice lifted from the pages of survivalists who had thought about all the things they were only just learning to name. For 5 dense hours, the prepper videos linked by Mr. Clapp ran one into the next, each minute packing the odd combination of fascination and fear that comes from imagining yourself inside a story you hope never to live. When they finally sat back, the notepad held an orderly sprawl of resources and approaches, and still 4 questions burned through the paper, variations on the same unease. What if, and what then, and where? They paused for a late lunch, the meal quiet and workmanlike, chewing while the room's soft light turned their thoughts over. Fed, they leaned in again, minds buzzing with cautions, rules of thumb, and the sharp knowledge that preparedness takes shape one clear choice at a time. Bella broke the low murmur of the computer fans, tension stitched into her voice. "Matt, every video circles the same point. Don't stay in built-up areas when, as they put it, the SHTF. So where do we go? If my dad's away, do I head out alone? Would your father come with me?" He considered, determination and worry reflecting back at her. He's brushed the topic now and then, and I think he'd come with a nudge. But getting to wherever we choose is its own problem. We need routes, alternates, contingencies. And for the record, I wouldn't let you go alone. That isn't up for debate. "Then we start with a destination," Bella said, shifting into the practical. "Let's list possible sanctuaries, see what each one demands, and build from there." The hours that followed braided focus and urgency. In the safe dim of the basement, they moved between talk and action, sketching options, weighing logistics, noting supplies, penciling in map references and fallback plans, each line on the page an attempt to meet the largest, oldest question with something sturdy enough to hold. If not here, then where? And how do we get there when the world begins to tilt? Bella's voice threaded through the low, constant hush of the basement as their planning finally gravitated toward one clear shape. Her grandparents' small farm on the quiet edge of the Yorkshire Dales near Malham, far enough from the crush of town to feel safe, and yet not distant distance to be unreachable, a mere 40 miles if measured in optimistic miles, rather than the heavier kind that trouble brings. "The real question is still the same," Matt said, a line settling between his brows as if drawn there by the problem itself. "How exactly do we get there?" "The river," Bella answered, and the idea lit her so quickly she almost rose from her chair. "The River Ire runs within a mile of their place. We can use the canoes, especially the big one with the training floats. It's got room for 4 and space to pack properly." "Oh, the famous trimaran," Matt said, teasing relief into the word as he pictured the twin inflatable outriggers that steadied the hull. "Exactly, the trimaran," she went on, unfazed and gathering momentum. "We could even tow one of the little inflatable dinghies with extra supplies. If it's just us, we're fine. If your dad wants to come, there's room. If my father gets back in time, he can take one of the others. There are 5 canoes in all, so we can go one each if we have to. It's starting to fit together, isn't it?" Her hands sketched the plan into the air, the pieces clicking into place as she spoke. "And don't forget the sea trucks, the green plastic wheel things. If we need to haul out and portage or cut across land for a stretch, they'll turn the boats into makeshift trolleys and take the weight off our backs." The basement brightened with the shape of the route, maps and scribbled notes shifting from warnings into wayfinding, their caution sharpening into something that felt like competence. They drove deeper into the details with a strange, quickened joy that sat beside fear rather than replacing it, and the current of adrenaline that came with it made everything vivid. The pen scratching, the soft glow of the monitors, the sensation of the plan firming under their hands. When they circled back to supplies, Bella eased them toward the knot that had been waiting in the margins of every video. "There's another thing," she said carefully. "Every one of those guides comes back to food, and at least one of them said being vegetarian can be a death sentence in a crisis. If you've a garden ready to harvest, maybe you hold your line, but real life rarely lines itself up like that. I don't eat meat by choice, not because I can't. If it became necessary, I could adapt. What about you?" Matt's gaze slid to their messy constellation of notes and maps, as if the answer might be hiding in the margins. "I'll need a minute to think that one through," he said at last, the admission soft but honest. "Let me make drinks and consider my options." He climbed the stairs with the measured tread of someone carrying a question, then paused halfway to call back, trying for ordinary. "Hot or cold?" "Yes, I will have an Ovaltine." "Thought so. Won't be long." He stood in the small theatre of the kitchen, watching steam lift from the mug, and felt the quiet shift inside him as he weighed the fact that survival, stripped bare, might ask him to bend beliefs he had worn like skin. Ethics in ordinary times have the comfort of choice. Ethics in the tight place of scarcity begin to feel like negotiations with hunger, and he found himself testing the borders between the person he wanted to be and the person the future might require. Below, Bella let her eyes rest on the familiar objects, the scuffed mugs, the nicked tabletop, the neatly stacked games, each mark a gentle record of the world they were trying to carry forward. A sigh escaped before she meant it to, not defeat, simply the body acknowledging a truth the mind already knew. The distance between now and then would not be measured only in miles. They sat again, with their drinks, the conversation wearing the weight of bigger subjects than either had expected to hold at their age. The quiet clink of porcelain and the soft rattle of a biscuit tin framed Matt's return to the problem at hand. "I thought we might appreciate these," he said, setting the biscuits between them with a small, apologetic smile. "We've not exactly remembered to eat today. And about the meat, I think I could if I had to, though I wouldn't like it. What I don't know is whether eating would have to include getting, if you know what I mean." Bella took a biscuit and let reassurance lead. "I wouldn't ask that of you. I'll bring my bow, and my grandfather knows how to take rabbits when he must. I wouldn't be surprised if deer passed through sometimes, though I'm not saying I could do it either. I don't want you to feel you have to cross your own line to keep up." Matt stirred his drink slowly, as if the motion could make the next thought easier to say. "Those videos keep pushing the hard questions. If it came down to it, if it was your life or someone you love, could you kill? Could you take a life to save another?" Bella held his gaze, then shook her head, not in refusal, but in the only honesty that fit. "It isn't a question anyone can answer from here. You only know when the moment turns its face toward you." The answer settled between them like a stone placed with care. After a while, she nudged the future forward again. "Next step is your dad. How do you think he'll take this? Will he come with us?" Matt glanced toward the ceiling, weighing his father's steady habits against the strangeness of what they were proposing. Before the words could gather, a key turned in the front door, the familiar metal-on-metal sound carrying down the stairwell with the certainty of a clock striking the hour. "Well," he whispered, a nervous humour flickering through his voice and failing to hide the thrum under his ribs, "it looks like we're about to find out. He's home." Their eyes found each other and held, resolve and worry braided there, and in the pause between heartbeats, the sound of Don's approach rose through the house, each footfall distinct, measured, drawing nearer with the inevitability of a clock chiming the hour. This was the seam where speculation met the hard edge of the real, where the simple certainties of being young were tested against a world that had begun to feel unpredictable. They traded a glance that said more than either dared to voice, and when Don stepped into the room, they barely had time to begin before he lifted a hand and cut across their opening. His face carried the familiar impatience reserved for wild headlines and late-night theories. It was clear he had little appetite for the panic of others and had mentally filed all of it under improbable nightmares sold by fearmongers. "Dad, we're not spooked by the media or swept up by hysteria," Matt began anyway, choosing his words with the same care he used for soldering a delicate join. "We've been doing our own reading, and there's sense in being a little prepared. Having a basic plan isn't capitulating to fear. It's refusing to pretend there are no possibilities at all." Bella leaned in beside him, her voice steady, respectful, certain. "Mr. Thompson, it isn't about expecting collapse tomorrow. It's accepting that the world can tilt without warning, and a bit of knowledge with a bit of preparation can only help. Better to have a plan and not need it than need one and have nothing." Don's gaze moved between them, catching on the strange persuasive pairing of their youth and their measured logic. He let out a long breath, pulled a chair with the heel of his hand and sank into it, the gesture an invitation for them to sit again too. "All right," he said at last. "Let's talk." They did, patiently, thoroughly, laying out the lists and routes and fallbacks, the idea of Bella's grandparents' farm, the river as a spine to follow, the way they had begun to think about water and food and weight and maps. As he listened, the hard set of Don's skepticism eased by increments. There were gaps he could see at a glance, naiveties he could put a finger on, but the framework held more sense than he had expected, the approach steady and, in its way, adult. By the time they had finished tracing the outline of what they proposed to do, the air in the room had shifted. The dismissiveness that had walked in with him had thinned into something closer to consideration. "I'll admit," Don said, voice low, the words arriving as if he were testing them for fit. "I didn't expect this to be so well thought out. But remember, people have been selling endings for as long as I've been alive. I lived through Y2K, the Mayan calendar nonsense in 2012, a dozen other supposed doomsdays. We need to balance preparation with actually living. We can't halt our lives on a what-if, can we?" Bella nodded, absorbing the caution without letting go of the point. "We understand. Given that, would you help us get a little ready? So if the what-if turns into what now, we're not standing there empty-handed." Silence pooled for a beat, and in it the shared understanding settled, that fine line between prudence and paranoia, easy to overstep and important not to. Don's nod came small but definite. He had been listening with more gravity than he had let on, the earlier skepticism tempered by the urgency in their faces, and as he gathered himself to answer, Matt stepped in again, the plea sharpened by care. "But Dad, we're not surrendering to fear. We're trying to be practical. Preparation is just logic. It's better than being caught off guard. You agree with that, don't you?" Bella followed, the point softened and made clear. "We're not thinking rebellion or chaos. We're thinking awareness and some basics. Two kids trying to be smart about what we don't control. All we're asking is that you hear us, and maybe help us make sure that if something does happen, we've at least got a skeleton of a plan." Don weighed them for a long moment, wrestling with the gap between entertaining possibilities and swallowing hyperbole whole. When he spoke, it was with the compromise that comes from experience and affection pulling in the same direction. "All right, let's say we proceed, grounded and realistic. We don't let it overshadow everything. We prepare reasonably and we keep showing up for our lives. We don't drop responsibilities or relationships because of a what-if. Agreed?" They both nodded, feeling the shape of the bargain and accepting its weight. "In that case," he went on, "we do this methodically. A plan, some essential supplies, a clear protocol, prepared, not panicked. Then maybe call Mr. Clapp?" Matt pressed gently, sensing the moment might hold. "You know him, you respect him, see what he thinks?" Don's mouth tilted, half reluctance, half assent. "Okay, give me a minute." He climbed the stairs, the old treads giving their familiar creak under each step, and somewhere above them a door clicked. Then the low murmur of his voice began, indistinct, punctuated by pauses that made the minutes stretch. In the basement's small glow, Matt and Bella leaned closer without meaning to, every sense tuned to any hint that might drift down, the faint buzz of the bulb and the house's evening hum doing nothing to loosen the knot that had drawn tight between their ribs. When at last the steps returned, Don's face arrived before his words. Something in it pared back, the colour pulled a shade paler, the concern he usually kept folded away showing at the edges. He crossed the threshold with a different weight than he had carried up, and the room seemed to narrow around the news he hadn't yet spoken. The silence held, dense as weather, until Matt tipped forward in his chair, curiosity bright in his eyes despite the knot in his stomach. "Dad, you were back pretty quickly. What did Mr. Clapp say?" Don hesitated, the answer catching in his throat before he let it out. "He's taken emergency leave. Says his sister's unwell and he won't be in this week." His gaze drifted past them, unfocusing, then returned, altered. "Only, he doesn't have a sister. I know he doesn't. I tried his home and his mobile. Nothing. Both dead." The words seemed to settle over the room like dust, turning the familiar into something you wanted to touch carefully. Matt met his father's eyes and found his own worry mirrored there, the recognition passing between them like a current. "So," Don said at last, the edge in his voice worn down to something quieter, "I suppose I ought to hear what you two have to say." A flare of resolve lit behind Matt's nerves. "First, neither Bella nor I are going to school tomorrow," he began, choosing his pace and keeping it measured. "If this all comes to nothing, we'll catch up, but if we're right, we'll be grateful for the hours. The amateur forecasts, because the professionals have gone very quiet, put the start anywhere from Saturday night onwards. We've looked everywhere for official detail and found silence. I think you should take the rest of the week off too. Tomorrow, go to the bank and pull what you can, then we start buying essentials in case we need to bug out." Don's brow tightened, the old mix of disbelief and concern settling into lines they both recognized. "Essentials? What does that even mean, Matt? And time off isn't something I can just conjure because you've had a scare." Bella's voice came in steady, her calm doing its work. "If our reading is right, and my gut keeps moving toward yes, we can't fix the timeline, but the next 7 days look crowded with risk. Mr. Thompson, think about it. What good would going to work do if this does land? Your salary's digital. If the grid goes dark, payroll goes with it. Even with money in an account, how would you access it? How would you spend it? We're not advocating panic. We're asking what purpose business as usual serves in a situation where usual might be the first thing to go." Don's mouth closed on whatever he'd been about to say. He sat back, weighed something internally, and then nodded once. "Show me," he said. "On the computer. What you've found, what's made you think this way?" "Okay," Matt said, relief and urgency crossing his face in the same breath. He pulled up their bookmarks, the trail they'd stitched together over days, articles, forums, data plots, the sober and the alarmist filed side by side because together they made a clearer shape. "Here they are. Work through them. We'll get food started. Shout if you need us." He paused, the memory surfacing as if tugged from below. "There's something else. Mr. Clapp said, while there is still internet, do more research. I thought it was a slip, but with him gone like this, why while? Why not just use the internet? Maybe he was warning me without saying it out loud." Don's eyes flicked to Matt's and then to the screen, the question hanging between them without answer. He turned to the desk and began to read. In the kitchen, pots met counters with a familiar music that didn't quite draw the tension off the room. Steam gathered at the window, and over the hush of the simmering pan, Bella and Matt shared a glance that didn't need words. The understanding that whatever Don decided after those pages would set their next hours in motion, and that the weight of that choice had slid, almost without anyone noticing, from hypothetical to real. Chapter 8. Don's eyes are opened. The weak cone of basement light followed Don up the stairs and into the room, stretching his shadow long across the carpet, as if the worry written into his face needed a second surface to show itself. He lowered himself into his old armchair, the familiar creak doing nothing to settle the thrum beneath his ribs, and Matt and Bella, close together on the sofa, alert in that careful stillness that comes just before news, traded a glance that admitted, without words, how long the last few minutes had felt. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a small tremor, reluctant and bare. "All right," he said, "I'm still steeped in skepticism, but I've read far enough and looked long enough to concede this much. It's a possibility." His gaze moved around the room as if it needed a circuit to find focus, then came back to them. "On the Australian Sky Observatory sites, what I've found tracks with what you've been saying. From Saturday or any day after, this thing could start casting its shadow. It looks like taking precautions is necessary." He unfolded a sheet of paper, edges soft from handling, and smoothed it against his thigh. "An American site lays it out," he went on. "A list and not a short one. The kit you'd need if you had to leave. Bug out, their term, which I don't love but understand. I haven't toted it all up, but we're looking at a few £1,000s. Manageable my side. Have you two drawn anything up?" Bella met his eyes with a steadiness that had a tremor stitched through it. "We started this morning," she said. "My funds won't stretch that far. Could you front what we'd need for me, my brother, and my dad? I'll pay back every penny." Don's answer was immediate, almost impatient with the gap between question and obvious reply. "Yes, of course. I wasn't planning to provision just for us. We buy as one and we think as one. No issue. If we're doing this, we need a meticulous list ready for tomorrow." Bella leaned forward, the practical moving in alongside the fear. "If we're right, and if this is a big CME with a hard EMP in its pocket, we should assume modern vehicles are out. Matt and I talked it through earlier, and the canoes came out on top. My dad has 5 down at the lockup by the river, a 4-man open canoe, a 2-man, 3 kayaks, the plastic encasements, as Bobby calls them, and an inflatable dinghy. We could take the air. It runs within a mile of my grandparents' farm in the Dales where my dad is now. It's about 40 miles as the crow flies and closer to 80 by river, but the water should be safer than the roads. With the boats we can carry more, especially water. What do you think?" He let the plan sit in his mind and felt, irritably, the place where fear lived brush against it. Water had never forgiven him. At their age he had almost not come back from it, and ever since the idea of moving over depth without a lifeguard's chair and a shallow end within reach made his stomach tighten, yet the logic refused to bend. On the water they could haul weight and skirt the kind of trouble the reports hinted at. Unrest, looting, the cruel things desperation births. He nodded once, slow, buying himself a second to reconcile what sense required with what memory resisted. "It's well thought through," he said at last. "Let me sit with it." The room tightened into quiet again, the three of them listening to their own versions of the same picture. Matt broke it with something he could actually hold. "I'll print off some maps." "Good idea," Don said, almost under his breath, the two words landing with more meaning than they carried. He drew the notepad closer and began to write. Stoves and fuel, tarps, cord, filtration, first aid, knives, head torches, batteries, spare clothes sealed against damp, fire starting, cash, copies of documents. Each word an admission that the world might ask more of them than it had yesterday. Across from him, Matt and Bella moved with the small, steady motions of people choosing what can be done now. Hunting out a rucksack that wouldn't tear under strain, testing straps, counting pockets, weighing the idea of weight itself against shoulders and hips that had never had to carry this kind of purpose. Down in the storage space, where the light was always a little dim no matter how many bulbs you changed, Matt crouched by the recycling bin and fished for bottles, 1/2 litre, 1 litre, 2 litre, and took them to the sink. He rinsed each one until the plastic lost its faint sweetness, then filled them and lined them up. The sound of water on enamel, loud enough to drown thought for a moment. Back in the garage he hauled his rucksack down, fed the bottles in, stood, and felt what numbers looked like when they settled against a spine, the weight turning from theory into something he could hardly argue with. Bella mirrored him, testing her own limits, both of them moving through the practical, as if the doing could keep dread from pooling at their feet. And in that measured work the plan shifted, inch by inch, from a page to a path. They worked without chatter, each sunk into the small economies of their tasks. The clink of bottle against bottle, the zip of a strap, the quiet grunt of effort. These were the only sounds as they fed water into Matt's rucksack and watched the pack swell from idea to burden. When he lifted it cleanly from the floor, the truth announced itself in muscle and tendon rather than numbers. 12 kilos dragged at his shoulders in a way that promised blisters by noon and a back that would complain for days. 10, they agreed with a glance, might be the more honest ceiling if their feet were to carry them far. They met each other's eyes and held them just long enough to admit what neither wanted to say aloud. The body draws its own lines, whether the mind approves or not. "Bella, could you come here a minute?" Don's voice travelled through the house with a gentleness pulled tight by urgency. "What is it?" she asked, steady on the surface, a flicker of concern touching the edge of her words as she crossed to him. A pause opened, long enough to feel deliberate. "Your father?" Don said. "When is he due back?" "Sunday," she answered, a small crease forming between her brows. "Why?" He exhaled softly before he yielded the thought. "Can you ring him and ask if we can drive up on Thursday, stay until this blows past, if it does?" An apologetic tilt tugged at her mouth. "I can't. There's no signal up there at all. Proper black spot. He usually calls from the phone box in the village. He's not due to ring again until Friday, though he sometimes phones earlier if he's in the village on an errand." Don nodded, adjusting the plan as he spoke. "If he does get through, tell him what's moving, and ask if we can come any time before midnight Friday. If you don't hear from him, we'll drive up Friday night anyway. At that hour it should be under an hour, maybe a touch more." "I will," she said, and the weight in her eyes matched his. She hesitated, then added, practical instinct stepping to the front. "What about loading your van with everything and parking it at the lock-up on Friday? If something kicks off sooner than we think, we won't lose time ferrying things down there. If it's all already in the van and we decide to go Friday night, maybe even before midnight, we just walk to the lockup and drive." A shade of humour, thin but welcome, moved through Don's reply. "You're not just a pretty face, you've got the brains too. That's a good idea." The attempt at normality hovered, fragile as soap film, and beneath it the trepidation remained. "I'll check the Aussie Observatory," he said. "They said there'd be an update." "Don't be long," Bella called after him, trying to match his lightness. "Dinner's 5 minutes." "Okay." He took the stairs down into the dim again, the basement's half-light ready to meet whatever the screen had saved for him. He logged in and let his eyes run the lines like a man reading a verdict. Words arranged themselves into shape, and that shape stripped the breath from his chest. He swore under it, softly, the kind of oath you make to no one. It was coming. Saturday morning, around 5, give or take half an hour. The prediction stood there with the poise of certainty wearing a scientist's caution. "Dad, dinner!" Matt's voice cut down through the tense air. Don surfaced, a man climbing from depth, and moved on the rails of habit, bathroom, water, soap, before he sat at the table. The set of his face had changed, colour pulled away, steadiness traded for the thready beat of a heart running too fast. "Dad, are you okay?" Matt's concern landed hard. "You look white as a ghost." Don's voice, usually the anchor in the room, wavered. "We are screwed." "Dad?" Matt pushed, alarm rising to meet the words. "Dad, what is it?" "Forget dinner," Don said, the urgency erasing softness. "Go read. See what they're saying. See for yourselves." They were up in the same breath, feet quick on the stairs, and the basement took them in with its glow. The screen met them like a door opening onto weather, lines of text cold and unequivocal, and whatever they had been holding at arm's length closed the last of the distance. Shock took the first breath, disbelief the second. The third belonged to the knowledge that the hours ahead had just changed their shape. Chapter 9. Shock and Awe. They stood shoulder to shoulder before the screen, hands not quite steady, the basement's blue light carving their faces into a pair of pale masks while the Perth Observatory's bulletin scrolled in stark, unadorned lines. Saturday, approximately 5 a.m., a coronal mass ejection, hundreds of times more powerful than the Carrington event, an electromagnetic pulse capable of erasing the life inside anything electronic. Below the warning, diagrams curled and intersected like wounds across the planet's magnetic skin, and an animated model made the unthinkable mechanical. Fields buckling, systems failing, the arc of the sun's throw arriving with clinical inevitability. Hypothesis shed its skin. The danger felt close enough to breathe. "That's why they're bringing the astronauts back," Bella said, almost to herself, the words catching as understanding tipped into shock. Her eyes, wide and bright with reflected images, found Matt's. His hand reached for hers on its own and closed, firm and brief, before self-consciousness loosened his grip. They went back up to the table without speaking. Don sat with his fork idle, sifting his plate as if searching for an appetite he had mislaid. When he looked up, first at his son, then at Bella, the surety that usually anchored his gaze had thinned. "I'm sorry," he said, voice pitched lower than its habit. "I was trying to keep the mood light earlier, letting you talk without truly believing it. But this—" He shook his head once, as if the motion might dislodge disbelief. "This is real enough to plan for. We need a full list, and fast. And if your father doesn't call, Bella, you're in the spare room from tonight. School is no longer the priority." Silence gathered them for a moment, dense and alive, before he went on. "We start tonight. Tomorrow I'll go for supplies. We'll clear the garage, shift anything we don't need into the shed, the pool house, anywhere it fits. We'll set up tables so we can sort as things come in. You two stay here while I'm out. I'll tell school you're both down with a cold, but once we've eaten, we work. Understood?" The room absorbed the order and returned it to them harder. What had felt like adventure yesterday reshaped itself into a task with edges. Matt rose and began to clear plates with careful, efficient movements, the usefulness a small shelter against thought. At the table, Bella and Don bent over paper, the conversation paired to decisions and lists. "Mr. Thompson," Bella began, then checked herself. "Bella," he said gently, "it's Don now. Formalities don't help us." She nodded, concentration drawing a small line between her brows. "Okay, Don, this is going to sound strange, but do you know how to shoot? A gun or a bow?" Yes, he said, tilting his head with a flicker of curiosity. Cadets when I was young, some clay pigeons with old Mr. Clancy before he passed. Over a year since I fired anything. Why? Do you still have a license? I do. But why? And a shotgun. A brief flare of frustration showed and was gone. Yes, locked in the cabinet in the basement. You need to tell me why you're asking. Add shells to your list, Bella said without flinching. As many as you can get, buckshot especially. I've seen enough of those end-of-the-world films to know we'll want them, and if the grid goes, no one will be making more. My grandfather won't say no to extra. Can Matt shoot? I've used an air rifle, Matt said as he came back in. You already know that. That wouldn't scare off a cat, Bella replied, the edge in her voice more urgency than scorn. We need to be serious. My license doesn't let me buy another gun anyway, Don said, resignation and concern layered in his tone. That's not what I'm asking, Bella said. Matt, I'm sorry, but your bow skills won't carry you, not yet. A crossbow might. They're pricey, but they do the job, and they don't need a license. The place where my dad bought my bow sells them. We'd need hunting bolts, not just target ones, though spares wouldn't hurt. Don, would you trust him with a crossbow? Trust me? Matt shot back, heat and hurt bleeding into the lift of his voice. What's that supposed to mean? Matt, come with me. She touched his sleeve and drew him into the kitchen, the calm on her face like a hand held out over moving water. He followed, questions bright in his eyes, while in the other room the lists lengthened, and the first shape of the night's work settled in. Bella spoke first, low and urgent, each word threaded with purpose before he could shape a reply. I know how your dad works, Matt. If he thinks it's his decision, he'll agree. You need something real in your hands, something that can protect you. The way I played it in there, that was our best shot at getting him to say yes. Please just go with me on this. Follow my lead. From the doorway, Don's voice drifted in, thoughtful and non-committal, the cadence of someone still weighing the scale. The jury's out on that one. Let me think about it. For now, bed. Matt, show Bella where she'll sleep, and we'll pick this up in the morning. Good night, Bella said, offering a small, steady smile as they stepped out of the kitchen's soft light. The spare room felt too generous by half, the expanse of the double bed a shallow sea compared to the snug, faithful berth she knew at home. Her narrow mattress that wrapped the edges of her sleep like a familiar arm, the only other bed she had ever borrowed being her dad's childhood one at her grandparents' place. Here the linens seemed to open outward rather than hold her in, and the space made her miss, with an ache she hadn't expected, the security of being gently contained. She let her mind stray to her father, folded into the quiet at her grandparents'. Farm where the modern world had to knock to be admitted, no television to fret at the edges, no internet chattering for attention, no phones buzzing fiction into truth. They lived deliberately at a distance from the constant pulse, a generator bought years ago used mostly to push back the dark when it pressed too hard, and even then they often preferred the warm stutter of candles. Her father called them old school with pride, and she wondered, not for the first time, how long that proud distance would shelter them from a storm of this size. Wednesday. At some point sleep must have come. Morning arrived already pouring through the undrawn curtains in a bright sheet that made her burrow instinctively deeper. Wakefulness, once it found her, refused to let go. She lay still while awareness ticked through the room, curtains open, door unlocked, the clothes she had peeled off in the ensuite after her nightly shower folded neatly on the counter, and the long window offering a clear line of sight up the hill to the two higher houses. It had been her habit to slip from bathroom to bed under the shelter of dark. Now the bathroom blazed, her clothes and her modesty on the far side of a gap that suddenly seemed much wider than a few steps. She had just gathered herself for a swift, uncovered dash when a knock came. Gentle but decisive. "It's Matt," came his voice through the door, concerned and careful. "Do you need anything?" Irritation flickered and passed as quickly as it came. "A bathrobe would be nice," she called back, sharper than she meant. "There should be two at the foot of the bed," he answered, patient as ever. She glanced down and there they were, folded neatly, one blue, one white, offering an easy solution she'd been too tense to see. The breath she let out took the edge with it. "Thank you, Matt." she said, her voice softened by relief. "See you downstairs," he replied, his footsteps dimming along the corridor. She shrugged into the white robe and let its plush weight restore a sense of cover, then crossed to the bathroom and with a small inward wince at the stale feel of yesterday's clothes, dressed anyway. Bigger things were asking for her attention. In the kitchen, a cup of Ovaltine waited, steam curling into the morning. Don and Matt sat at the breakfast bar, their eyes lifting in unison as she came in, a question held gently between them. "I'll drink this and pop next door to change into something clean," she said, lifting the mug and letting the warmth settle her from the inside out. Don nodded, practicality wrapped in care. "While you're there, gather what you'll need. The offer stands. Stay here until we leave or until your dad is back. It's sensible, since you'll be eating here and we've got a long list to work through. I'll call the school now. I'll tell them you and Matt are down with colds and won't be in for the rest of the week." She set the mug down, thinking ahead as habit. "I'll need to nip in on Friday, fencing practice, and there are a few things in my locker I want to pick up. I'll be straight back in time." "I'll still mark you both out all week," Don said, tone gentle but firm. "If we leave earlier, it's safer than promising you'll be fine by Friday. No raised eyebrows." "That seems prudent," she conceded, then added, almost as an afterthought that already had a place in the plan, "and if you go past the sports shop before I'm back, could you pick up a dozen metal point hunting arrows, please?" "Okay," he said, leaving the agreement clean and simple. She finished the last of the Ovaltine and rose. Beside her Matt stood too, automatic in his readiness. "No, Matt," she said, touching his arm with a light pressure that made the point without making a scene. "Half an hour. I'll be fine. Meet me in the garage when I'm back." Chapter 10. Memories. Bella had the key half turned in the lock when a voice, brisk and disapproving, cracked the morning behind her. "Where have you been?" She pivoted. Mrs. Babysitter stood at the foot of the path, arms folded, worry and annoyance making tight work of her mouth. "You've been absent all night," she said. "Young lady, you're far too young to be out like this. I do hope there isn't a boy involved in this escapade." Bella held her ground and kept her voice even. "I've been next door. Matt's dad asked me to stay after a film that turned out much scarier than we expected. I didn't fancy being on my own. I'll be there until my dad gets back. He's fine with it. He's always said I should go round when he's away." The rebuke softened, though not entirely. "You should have told me," Mrs. Babysitter said, shifting her bag on her shoulder. "I have to get to work. We'll talk tonight." She turned with a small huff of unsettled energy, and the street took her away. Inside, Bella shut the door with care and slid the latch, the quiet click feeling like a boundary redrawn. She headed straight for the shower and stood under the hot water until the last of the chill lifted from her skin. Cargo trousers, a dark t-shirt, and her most forgiving shoes followed, a uniform that felt like readiness rather than fashion, a small note of defiance threaded through its plain sense. In her room, the silence felt companionable enough to work inside. She packed an overnight bag for the week with the same calm she used to lace a blade, school uniform folded in, fencing gear for Friday tucked beside it, then turned to the bed and laid out the clothing for the bug-out bag in tidy ranks, taking stock. From the wardrobe, she tugged her Doc Martens and set them beside the duvet, a reliable weight waiting its moment. The rucksack came out of the hallway cupboard and onto the carpet. Her pulse rose a notch, not from panic, but from an awareness that intention would shortly be tested by space. Reality introduced itself the moment she looked from pile to pack. It wouldn't all go, and that was before food and water had even entered the conversation. She sat on the edge of the bed with her hands loose between her knees and looked again, not at what she liked, but at what she could not do without. Underwear and socks claimed their place without debate. Bras, she decided with a brief, private spark of rebellion, were vanity in a world where weight counted. She set them aside, then reconsidered and added one to the uniform for Friday. Comb in, brush out. 2 t-shirts and her camo vest stayed, the rest were sent back to drawers. The baggy jeans remained. The skin-tight pair went with a small shrug that acknowledged a former life. She paired and paired until the selection was a quarter of what she had started with, then packed it neatly and returned the rejects with a precision that steadied her hands. At the last moment she fed her thick leather belt into the rucksack. Useful, durable, a strip of armour disguised as clothing. Her gaze found the display case and the decision she already knew. The sword had to come. It was a line that ran from her grandfather's stories to her own small triumphs. A length of steel that held victories and losses and the disciplined hours between. It was family and function at once. Asking Matt or Don for help prickled against her pride. Smashing the glass felt like a betrayal of her father's craft, the case a gift he had built with patient hands. She stood, caught briefly between stubbornness and sentiment, then turned the decision into a task. In the living room cabinet she searched for anything that might serve the road ahead, and found, with a jolt that was part relief and part unease, the knives. The hunting knife lay heavy and certain in her palm, bone handle warm against her skin, the blade honed to purpose. The second, slimmer and balanced like a promise, echoed the sword's lines. Holding it felt like being joined by her father and grandfather at once, the room thickening with a sense of presence that wasn't strictly memory. These weren't only tools, they were markers of lineage, of survival, of the quiet strength that moved down a family the way water moves through soil, unseen but nourishing. She drew a slow breath, let it seat her resolve, and fetched a pry bar from the garage. Working patiently, she slid the flat edge between wall and frame and coaxed the case free without stress or splinter. On the table, she turned it face down, undid the back with careful, methodical turns, and lifted the sword into the light. The hilt was cool and unyielding under her fingertips. For a moment she let herself stand still and feel the hush gather, the room seeming to lean in as if to acknowledge the weight of what she held. The sword and the knives were stories and safeguards at once. They would have to be both. She wrapped the blade in thick cloth, binding it snug so travel would not claim it with a careless knock. The knives she stowed securely, each in its place, each a quiet promise. Then she looked over the work she'd done, the pared-down clothes, the rucksack gaping like a patient mouth, the boots waiting, and felt something settle. Fear still circled, but purpose had edged ahead, and for the first time that morning she could imagine the next hour, and the one after that. The certificate, glossy paper framed with laurel curls and her name in proud serif, stayed where it hung, bearing witness to a room that had already shifted beneath it. It marked more than a win. It was a relic of a season when victory meant medals and applause, not rationed water and maps. Bella felt its gaze as she turned away, understanding that the girl who had fenced for points and pride had given way to a young woman weighing what might keep her alive. The certificate remained, a quiet sentinel to a simpler chapter already, and irreversibly shut. She went back to the work that mattered now. Food and water found their places in the rucksack, heavy in the hand before they were heavy on her back, each bottle and packet a small promise for a later hour. The sword and the knives she laid with deliberate care, their edges swaddled and their weight acknowledged, on top of her sports bag where she could reach them quickly when she left. Packed, she let her gaze travel once more around the room that had held her for so long. The walls seemed to hum with old afternoons, laughter braided through dust motes, the slow accrual of lessons learned, the love that had always been more action than speech. It all pressed close for a moment, then stepped back without argument as she turned to the practical. She set the bows beside the bed and fed arrows into 2 quivers, counting by feel the way muscle memory likes to be counted with. Then she sat, the chair taking her weight and her whirling thoughts, and looked at the growing mound of gear. Even now it resembled a small hill. On her shoulders it would become the kind of challenge that makes a field feel endless and a wood intolerably tight. She weighed and reweighed, then accepted the answer that steadied her. For now this would have to do. She could return later for more food if time stayed kind. The thought of losing her phone to silence turned a key in her mind. The photo album. If the world went dark, the faces trapped under plastic would be her only light. She sprinted to her father's room, pressed the album to her chest, and carried it back with the care reserved for fragile things. Time to get organized, she told the room and herself, and set about turning the pile into a plan. Into the rucksack she slid the 2 knives, sheathed and snug, then 2 mag lights and several packs of batteries, each click of plastic against canvas a note in the rhythm she needed. The photo album went in the overnight bag, a scuffed old tennis bag that had travelled with her to matches and back, because memory, like any precious thing, deserved a pocket of its own. She drew on her parka, the warmest shell she owned, and tightened the rucksack straps until they sat where strength could carry them. The quivers she loosened and slung over her left shoulder, the bows she settled along her right. The sword, wrapped and resolute, she slid lengthwise between the tennis bag's handles, where it would lie clean and safe. Keys in hand, she paused at the threshold and gave the room one last glance. No drama, just acknowledgement. And then she locked the door and stepped into what waited. Across the hedge, Matt had almost conquered what he called, with a grim affection, the garage's junk. The lawnmower sat on the back grass like a retired soldier, surrounded by the detritus of ordinary years. Tins of paint in stubborn colours, a fractured trestle that might be mended someday, spades and forks and clippers, bicycles in several states of intention, toys that had finally given up, plant pots hollow as open hands, and boxes that remembered their contents better than the people who had packed them. Above, shelves stood bare and expectant. Across the concrete, 2 picnic tables and a pasting table, never once introduced to wallpaper, spread their legs and waited. The floor had been swept to a dull, clean grey. Everything was ready for Don to arrive with the next wave. Matt looked up as Bella came in and raised an eyebrow at the collection bristling from her shoulders and arms. "You're taking all that?" he said, wryness curling the edge of the question. "Not the tennis bag," she said, tipping her chin at it. "That's just my overnight while I'm here. The rest comes with me. Just wait until you decide what you're lugging. Getting your computer and Xbox into your rucksack? Now that I'd pay to see." The smirk that followed softened into camaraderie before it could bite. He gave an exaggerated laugh that warmed rather than stung. "I've got the perfect cure for that smirk. Help me shift this heap into the pool house." She chuckled, light cutting the tension like a window cracked for air. "Easy, only a joke. No need to get your knickers in a twist." The banter ran like a small stream through the room, clear and necessary, reminding them that even under a darkening sky people still tease and grin and roll their eyes. It steadied them both more than either would have admitted. Once they had ferried the last armful into the pool house and stacked it in workable order, they retreated to the kitchen, where hands knew what to do even when minds were busy elsewhere. Kettle, mugs, the small choreography of spoons and steam. It felt like putting a hand on a familiar rail. By the time the water sang, Don had backed the van to the garage and come in with the walk of a man who had spent the day trading money and urgency for cans and kit. He nodded toward the kettle, a wordless request Matt answered with a fresh round. Wariness sat in Don's eyes, but so did a restless tally of what was done and what remained. They gathered at the tables and began to sort the haul. From the van, Don drew a stack of Ziploc bags and passed them to Matt with crisp instructions. Portion the dried foods into sensible weights, label as you go, and, this with a ghost of a smile, make sure at least 1 jar of Ovaltine makes the cut. Among the spoils Don had hauled home were 5 new rucksacks in sensible camouflage, the fabric dense and tough under the hand, a small squad in graduated sizes, 2 large, 2 medium, 1 smaller, each one sturdier by far than the tired packs Bella and Matt already owned. Bella's glance skimmed them and made a quiet decision. She would swap her things over later behind her bedroom door, where no one, least of all Matt, could accidentally sift through a seam of underwear she had no intention of parading on a packing table. They went to work with method rather than speed, laying every item out on the trestles, checking each against their hard-won list, the pencil ticks landing in neat columns, while the growing order on the tables began to look like competence. When a row was verified, it migrated to the staging area, an organised array waiting for its turn. Then back to the kitchen they went, hands moving in a practised rhythm as they decanted dried goods into Ziploc bags and made space for Don's non-negotiable Ovaltine, anticipation and unity, braided with the thin hum of tension that had underlined the day. A couple of hours later, Don reappeared, slipped straight to the kettle and stood over the steam until the tea steadied his hands. Only then did he tilt his head toward the drive and beckon them after him, a glint of mischief tugging at the corners of eyes that had done too much looking. Matt's curiosity rose in his brows. Don only nudged him toward the van's back door and stepped aside with a grin he couldn't quite suppress. Matt lifted the door and froze, eyes flaring wide as the surprise took shape in the light. A sleek compound crossbow lay centered on the floor like a promise, 3 packs of bolts flanking it like attendants. "So that's why you went coy about the haul," Matt said, wonder and understanding sharing the same breath. "I wanted this moment," Don admitted, pleased as much by the timing as by the purchase. "To see your face without the spoiler. You didn't think I'd pull that off, did you?" Matt shook his head, gaze still pinned to the crossbow. "No, I thought you were dodging the subject, so I left it." Don's chuckle came from somewhere deep and genuine as he clapped his son's shoulder. "Good to know your old man can still manage a surprise. Bella, your arrows are in the cardboard tube up front, passenger seat. With a bit of luck, they're exactly what you asked for." He caught both their attention again with a small lift of his hand. "One more stop. The camping shop. I need a fire starter, a decent all-rounder knife and paracord. Then we sort this lot properly. Anything obvious I've missed?" Bella thought a beat, then bungee cord, proper strong stuff, for lashing gear if we end up launching the canoes, and duffel bags, waterproof ones if you can find them. "Good thinking," Don said, already sliding the shotgun shells away to somewhere safe. "I'll grab those, then a final dash back. Should be home by 4. See you on the flip side." He eased the van out, pulled the garage door down with care, and the engine's low hum dwindled along the street until it was only a memory of movement. Back inside, Matt and Bella fell into the methodical business of unloading boxes and carrier bags. Halfway through, they unearthed an odd flourish among the practicalities, 4 shotgun shell bandoliers, each able to seat 56 rounds. They stared, then looked at each other with identical, incredulous amusement. "Picture Dad in these," Matt said. "Mad Max, but as your friendly neighborhood electrician." The laugh that broke from both of them cracked the tension like ice under a heel. For a few seconds they simply grinned, the image comic enough to hold back the darker pictures waiting their turn. They pressed on, stripping packaging, sorting and stacking, until the bin bags were full and set aside in the pool house, and the list had more ticks than blanks. By the time they climbed back to the kitchen, the conveyor of portioning and carrying to the garage was well underway. Don reappeared with the last armfuls and, to their surprise and immediate gratitude, a dinner that advertised itself before they saw it. 3 large pizzas and warm cartons of chips clouding the air with salt and heat. "Thought you might be starving," he said, setting the boxes down with a soft thud. "Let's eat before we dive back in. 5 minutes won't hurt." "Make it 30, Matt said, already reaching, and the beauty of almost no washing up, hallelujah. They ate with the focus of the truly hungry, conversation giving way to the simple business of chewing and breathing and letting warmth sink in. Only when crusts and chips were reduced to remnants did Bella speak, gaze lowered to the grease-marked box as if it held a prophecy she didn't like. "This might be the last takeaway pizza I ever have," she said, the sorrow unhidden. "And the last chip shop fries. That's a bleak thought." The quiet that followed wasn't empty. It was full of acknowledgements that didn't need words. For a long moment, none of them looked up. Then Don stood, stretching the stiffness from his back, and set the evening back on its rails. "We've done enough for today," he said, gentle but decisive. "We'll pick up again tomorrow. You both look done in. Sleep will do more good than another hour of sorting. I'll see you in the morning." He disappeared toward the bathroom, and in the softened hush, Bella and Matt exchanged a nod that said what good nights usually do. They climbed the stairs, Bella first, Matt behind, peeling off into their rooms like 2 swimmers taking different lanes, the house settling around them with the wary peace of a brief truce. Chapter 11. Packing day. Bella lay on the bed and let the dark hold her, a small shelter against the mirror of her own face, which she was sure would betray the guilt rising and falling like a tide inside her. The moment in the kitchen kept looping, the offhand line about never tasting takeaway pizza again, how it had slipped free as a joke, and then, like a stone, found its weight mid-air and dropped through the surface of their fragile normal. She had named what they were all skirting, and the room had felt it. The veil tugged aside, the truth standing there without makeup. What had sounded harmless in her mouth had run like a crack across glass, letting in the cold. She could still see the way Don's shoulders had dipped, the flicker in his usually steady eyes. One sentence, and she had pulled something raw into the light. He had been the anchor all day, and for a heartbeat she had seen the strain that role demanded, and the sight of it made her chest ache. Alone, she sat with the fact that words, even careful ones, could make a possibility feel real, so real it pressed on the air. She thought of distracting herself by shifting gear into the new rucksack, letting the small work of zips and straps grind the edge off, but the heaviness didn't budge. Instead, she let the dark have her, and in it, acknowledged what was coming. If acceptance could be invited, maybe resilience would come with it. She undressed and slid beneath the blankets, grateful for their familiar weight even as her mind refused to be quieted. Thought whirled and snagged. Would a bed this soft hold her again after Saturday, or would that kind of comfort belong to the before? Panic budded, and she pressed it down with pictures that soothed. Her grandparents' house with its quiet, the pantry always fat with jars and sacks, the small flocked and bristled life of chickens and goats and sheep and pigs that meant meat and eggs and milk, even if shops forgot them. That steadied her, but another current moved under it, the shape of her own dreams receding. The Commonwealth Games, the wild, private hope of the Olympics, fencing practice like a drumbeat through her weeks. Would her sword ever move in a bout again, partner to her body in that particular dance? What did practice mean if the future it served had been erased? She tussled with the pull of routine against the gravity of the CME, this threat that might still falter the way last Sunday had, when the world had braced and then nothing broke. Perhaps there was room, even now, to gather more certainty from the one place that still offered it on demand. She turned the thought into a promise she could sleep on. "Tomorrow," she whispered, "I'll search again." She pinned herself to that small plan and let sleep, at last, lift her out of the churn. Thursday. She woke to a knock that sounded too loud for a house, heart racing hard enough to make the room blur before it steadied, and she remembered where she was. Light spilled around the curtains, unfamiliar angles resolving into Matt's spare room, not her own. The knock came again, firmer this time. She cleared the sleep from her voice. "Yes! Who is it?" "Don," came the answer, calm as ever. "Breakfast in 10 minutes. It's 10 o'clock. See you downstairs." Reluctance pulled at her as she left the warm hollow of the bed. Her bladder made the first decision for her. The shower made the second, the heat waking her properly and smoothing the grit from her thoughts. Dressed and steadier, she followed the smell of toast to the kitchen, where Don, composed in a way that set the tone for the day, stood at the hob. "No Matt?" she asked, voice still husky with sleep. "In the basement," Don said, a smile tucked at the corner of his mouth. "Likely welded to that computer, but he knows breakfast is ready. What can I get you?" "Eggs on toast, and I've got mushrooms ready to fry." "That sounds perfect," Bella said, leaning into the ordinary of it. "Whatever you're having." Bella watched him work and couldn't tell if Don's composure was something he felt or something he wore, an even mask held in place over wilder weather, because his eyes gave nothing away as he set a mug of Ovaltine into her hands and followed it with a plate of toast, eggs, and a generous curl of mushrooms. The ordinary weight of breakfast steadied the air. Then, with a firmness that invited no debate, he crossed to the basement door and let his voice carry clean through the house. "Matt! Breakfast, now!" Moments later Matt appeared, the threshold between the basement's glow and the kitchen's morning light closing behind him. "Thanks, Dad," he said as he slid onto a stool at the breakfast bar, the words threaded with gratitude and the quiet acknowledgement that these rituals were life rafts as much as meals. They ate in a hush that felt occupied, knives and forks speaking where mouths did not, the tension knitting itself between them like a net of unsaid things. Bella sensed the weight of expectation hovering near Don, but his gaze stayed on his plate, as if eye contact might spill the conversation before he was ready. She drew a breath and stepped into the space. "We need to be specific about provisions," she said, choosing clarity over comfort. What we can carry on foot if it comes to that, and what we can pack tight into the canoes if the van isn't an option. At that, Don looked up, something like relief flickering behind his thanks. The word van was his habit. In truth, it was the old stalwart, a 2005 Mitsubishi L200 crew cab with an Eiffel Williams back that had hauled more than its share of loads and would, if luck allowed, be their mule again. "If you want to start," Bella added, "I'll do the washing up and join you." "No," Matt said quickly, urgency softened by politeness. "That's my job." It was as much a plea for routine as it was a bid to help, and Don let it stand. He glanced at Bella, words forming and then folding back, and in that small retreat she rose and took the garage door with purpose. Shelves waited like a neatly ordered challenge. She drew the Ziploc bags towards her and slid her clothes into them, sealing each with a press of thumb and forefinger. Armour against river water if the canoes became their road. A rucksack went down on the bare table. She unfurled the lid and nested her parcels inside, then hooked the top strap onto the baggage scale Matt had fixed to the Dexian uprights. The needle trembled and settled at 0.5 kilos. 8 half-litre bottles later, the dial climbed to 4.5, numbers turning into something a spine would have to negotiate. Don and Matt came in as she worked, a shared quiet stepping with them over the threshold. "We'll give each shelf a rucksack," Don said, the gentle authority back in his voice as he nodded at the 5-tier Dexion standing sentinel against the wall. "Shouldn't we check what you can actually carry first?" Bella asked, turning to him. "A weight you can manage over distance matters more than any list." "I'll grab the 2-litre bottles," Matt said, seizing the errand and the chance to give his father a second to think. He returned with a reusable shopping bag sagging under 6 bottles, set them down and loped back for 6 more. Bella placed 4 into a large pack and gestured for Don to shoulder it. He did so without comment, tightening straps with careful, economical pulls. When he nodded ready, Matt eased in another bottle. "Just 1 more," Don said lightly, determination underneath. Matt, testing the edge, added 2. Don held his ground. "Another," he said, and Matt obliged, feeding in the final weight. Don let out a breath that almost turned into a laugh. "So much for the 25 to 30 kilos they were selling in that video," he said, rueful and honest. "Turns out I'm not quite the Rambo I had in mind." "Speaking of Rambo, why 4 shotgun shell belts?" Matt asked, eyebrow up, humour pricking through. "Planning to wear the lot?" Don shook his head, practicality reasserting itself. "They're easier to carry than boxes and faster to reach if we need them. I'll stash 2 in my pack and 2 in your dad's. Spread the risk. Canoes capsize. Best not to keep all our eggs in one basket." "That reminds me," Bella said, picking up the thread. "Everything in plastic, sealed. And we split supplies across the rucksack so no single loss cripples us. If we can't use the van, we won't have time at the river to waterproof what we should have sealed now." "We know." Don said a shade too sharp, then caught it and softened at once. "Sorry, you're right." The apology eased the air. They were all navigating the same narrow channel, anticipation, readiness, fear running close together, and the recognition of it drew them level again. Bella lifted her packed bag to the 3rd shelf and settled it there with care. She turned to Matt, weighing him with the same practicality she'd given the kit. "Have you sorted your clothes for the journey yet?" "I'll get to it right away," Matt said, a thread of energy tightening his voice. He slipped back into the house with Don at his shoulder, the older man offering no words. Bella felt a brief prickle of puzzlement at the coolness in him, tucked it away, and pretended not to notice the quick, loaded glance that passed between father and son, a silent conversation stitched in the space of a heartbeat. She breathed out and turned to the work. 4 half-litre bottles went beside Bobby's bag on the 5th shelf. 12 more she set next to her father's rucksack on the 4th. The first 2 shelves she left clear for Don and Matt. Her competition bow found its place on her own shelf. The old bow, promised to Bobby at Christmas, she laid carefully on his. One day, when he'd grown into it, she would show him the patience and poise of the draw. Bobby's clothes already chosen, she sealed in a bag and set with his gear. For her dad, she'd only gathered gloves and socks. He had most of what he needed up at the farm. From the photo album, she stripped the pictures, split them into twin stacks and sealed each in Ziplocs, one for her, one for her father. Memory doubled against loss. Arrows, quivers, her sheathed knife went on her shelf. A matching samurai knife, its balance echoing her sword she placed on her father's. Then she turned a bucket upside down and sat, scanning what remained, and felt dread seep in like damp. How would they make this lot one thing they could move? And if the van failed them, what would their bodies say to miles of road with this much on their backs? When Matt and Don reappeared, something unspoken passed between them again. Bella stood. "May I use your computer?" she asked, the question gentle in the taut quiet. Matt nodded, dropped his sorted clothes onto his shelf, and walked her downstairs, leaving Don to finish in the garage. "Bella," he said softly when they reached the glow of the screens, steadiness fraying at the edges, "I'm sorry about Dad earlier. He's carrying a lot. Leaving the house is hard. This place is full of my mum. Full of before." She met his eyes and let the kindness in her smile answer first. "I know, I didn't take it personally," she said. "I could tell it wasn't about me." The room's hum wrapped around them. Fans, drives, the familiar, low machinery of the basement, ordinary and comforting against the strangeness pressing in from outside. He hesitated. "Do you want me to stay?" he asked. "I'll be fine," she said, shaking her head. "Meet you in the garage in a few minutes. I just need to check something. Help your dad in the meantime and tell him to match my father's rucksack weight to his own." He nodded and took the stairs 2 at a time. When his footsteps faded, Bella pulled up the Australian observatory site and let her fingers find speed. The update made her heart flutter against her ribs. A solar flare may impact today. Data inconclusive until darkness allows confirmation. Detected at dawn, hidden until then by the radiance of the CME, this new threat had been masked in the glare. She leaned back, the thought of invisible weather breaking over them without sound or warning running a cold hand down her spine. The clock in the corner glowed a steady, indifferent 12:03. She made a note to check again later and forced herself not to linger. The CME was still forecast to arrive around 5 on Saturday morning. No shift in that terrible certainty. The knowledge sank heavy. She skimmed the front pages of the major sites and found, as before, nothing. No public mention of the CME. Instead, Parliament suspended until next week for safety issues. A private assembly of world leaders in Iceland, ostensibly for climate change. The choreography of it made her jaw tighten. "They know, and they're choosing silence," she muttered. "Selfish gits." A film surfaced in her memory. The president who kept quiet because knowledge without remedy only accelerates the panic. How would knowing help if there's nothing to be done? She could hear the line as if it were being spoken now. Part of her balked at the ethics of it. Another part, more pragmatic, admitted the bleak logic. Even as 14 insisted the adults must know something she did not. She closed her eyes for a breath, opened them again and turned back to the screen. The seconds ticking on while the world above their heads went on, vast and indifferent. She sighed and weighed it. Tell them about the flare tonight, or carry it a little longer. Responsibility tugged one way, empathy the other, fear washing beneath both. For a moment she stayed still in the monitor's glow, caught between what she owed and what she could bear. Then she eased herself from the chair and from the screen's intoxicating reach, and slipped back to the garage, where the world narrowed to things you could hold and label and lift. The weight didn't leave her shoulders, but the work gave it edges. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Matt asked, his voice careful in the taut air. "Yes," she said, building a small scaffolding of normal around the truth. "School stuff for tomorrow. Not sure I'm going. Might decide at the last minute." It sounded ordinary enough to pass. The shelves told her what she needed to know. Matt and his dad had already sorted who carried what, each rucksack's kit stacked in neat ranks. She drew a breath, shouldered her pack onto the table, and set to it. Every item in its own ziplock, then into the rucksack she'd lined with a black bin bag against river water. Her thick leather belt slid home. She threaded the sword through the loop, its weight unfamiliar and oddly steadying. She clipped on the quiver, then hung the pack from the scale, just over 11 kilos. She fed in a few more essentials, another packet of pasta, Extra cotton balls slicked with Vaseline, 4 disposable lighters, 2 boxes of matches, 1 more bottle of water, and watched the needle creep. Side pockets took what hands should find fast: a lock knife, a compass, a printed map of their tentative route, a compact torch, a strip of energy bars. She tethered a multi-tool to the webbing with a keyring and dog clip where a snatch would catch it. A slimline sleeping bag she cinched to the underbelly. The scale kissed past 12. She laced her Doc Martens, tightened the sword strap, and with Matt steadying the shoulder, swung the rucksack up. Bow in hand, she walked 4 full circuits of the back garden, the load settling into a rhythm along her spine. When she returned, her breath was even, her eyes clear. "Not too bad," she said. "I think I can carry this as far as I need to." She clipped the pack to its upright on the shelving and set bow and sword back with a careful hand. Her brother's rucksack weighed in at 6.5 kilos, sensible, honest, and she left it there. Don was deep in her father's kit. She let him be, took the bathroom and a glass of water for a small reset, then came back. At the garden door, Matt watched his father circle the lawn. Don moved with deliberate purpose, a rucksack snug on his back, a heavy parka thrown over it, a sledgehammer cradled as a makeshift shotgun. 4 laps, a pause, a nod. He could bear the weight over distance. He hung the pack and turned to tune the contents of Bella's father's rucksack until it mirrored his own. Matt took his turn with a flicker of self-consciousness, circuiting the garden with the crossbow slung and the straps pulled tight. He came back, set both down gently. "I can take another kilo," he said. They slid 2 more half-litre bottles into his pack and left it there. Bella shifted the remaining arrows into a second quiver and set it on Bobby's shelf, positioned for an arm's reach in the canoe, a fallback if the river asked for it. The next hour wrapped itself in quiet industry, the rasp of plastic, the rip of brown tape, the soft thud of sealed weight. Extra food went into rubble sacks and came out mummified, seams layered against splash and rough handling. 4 6-packs of half-litre water stayed in their plastic wrappers, useful as they were for now. Bungee straps were tucked into folded tarps that would later drape over their loads and take the weather first, the elastic biting down to keep everything honest as river or canal shouldered them along. A reusable carrier bag held the camping stove and a spare bottle of gas, kept unwrapped on purpose, daily tools left where cold hands could find heat and a flame without hunting for them. Chapter 12. Don's silence pulsed in the garage, a living thing between them, when Don slipped into the van and turned the key. Matt and Bella, assuming his usual maneuver, swung the garage door wide to guide him in. Instead, the engine gave a modest grumble, and the van nosed away down the street, taillights shrinking into the thinning light. He hadn't said where or why. The questions he left behind settled like dust. Inside, they let the basement fold around them. The glow of Netflix washed the walls in soft colour. A film hummed a familiar lullaby to nerves rubbed raw by the day. They watched, because watching was easier than waiting, though waiting wrote itself into every quiet second. 2 long hours later, the van's note curled back up the drive. Don came through to the kitchen with an armful of new acquisitions and an expression that wore satisfaction over fatigue. He called them in, spreading his finds across the breakfast bar like a magician's reveal. "Missed a few essentials," he said, the cheer in his voice at gentle odds with the way he'd left. 2 telescopic fishing rods, spare hooks, plastic lures, extra line, big waterproof ponchos in case the heavens open while we're canoeing, and this, he added, producing a robust fisherman's knife with a grin that invited the joke, "Yes, I know, a touch Rambo." He lifted bags next, pizzas for the kids, a hearty Chinese for himself, and proposed, with mock serious extravagance, that takeouts should cover the next couple of evenings. The kitchen softened around the idea. They ate and laughed a little, letting levity move like a small lamp across the dark, careful not to look too closely at what it didn't touch. Between bites, they drifted back to the thing that mattered. "Bella," Don said, tone turning practical, "are there life jackets at the lock-up by the river?" She nodded. "Yes, a variety, 10 or so, all sizes. We can sort through and choose the best fits." "Good. This afternoon, before we load the van, we'll check the canoes over, make sure they're seaworthy. No surprises." He looked to her. "You've got the keys?" "At the house," she said. I know exactly where. I'll grab them after we've eaten. A few other bits too. Nothing major. All right, Don said, settling the plan in place. Once you've got the keys and whatever else, we head down to the river, do a thorough check. When we're back, we load the van and set it for tomorrow's departure. Sounds like a plan, Matt and Bella said together, their voices catching the same note for a moment, an ordinary chorus in a day leaning toward anything but. Chapter 13, The Silence. They came back in from the kitchen, hands dried and the last plates stacked, to find Don planted in front of the television, working the remote with the stubborn rhythm of a man refusing to be refused. Every channel bloomed into snow and hiss, every swipe of his thumb produced only static and a thin, needling whine. When he turned, his expression was far away for a beat, then something decided flickered behind his eyes. Got it, he said, cryptic and resolved. Old school. Be back in about 10 minutes. Keys lifted, door shut, and the van's engine dwindled down the street before either of them could ask where Old School lived or why it needed 10 minutes. Confusion passed between Matt and Bella like a question neither could answer. I'll finish packing the last few things, Matt said, practical as ever, easing the moment back onto rails. Do you want to grab the bits from your house while I do that? Good idea. Bella replied, gratitude threaded with a small unease. I won't be long. Her own hallway met her with its old soap and laundry smell, a thin skin of quiet laid over familiar shadows. She closed the door gently behind her and left the abandoned list in a drawer of her mind. The essentials were mapped in muscle memory. First, the lock-up keys, exactly where they lived, on the hook behind the pantry door, small as a sparrow and twice as important. In her room she moved carefully, as if sound might shatter something. The heart-shaped trinket box on the bedside table, stuffed with tiny private history, went into her pocket, followed by her diary, its dog-eared pages soft from handling. From the bottom drawer she coaxed out her ski gloves, relics of winters that felt both near and impossibly far, and smiled despite herself. Her father's room held a quieter air. She crossed to the dresser and lifted his old half-hunter pocket watch, the Christmas one, its case cool and smooth, and slipped it into the same pocket as the little box, the weight of both somehow bracing. She let her eyes sweep the rest, shirts, the neat geometry of folded jumpers, framed photographs turned slightly askew by dusting hands, and found no other object calling her name. Bobby's room pinched and warmed her at once. She took his ski gloves from the shelf and the Pinocchio pencil sharpener and pencil set, the gift their father had given him, still bright with boyhood, and stood there a second to breathe, the ache and the love layered in the paint and posters. In the living room, her fingers closed around the fencing sword-shaped pen, a joke that had always felt like a secret nod to her, and she let the silliness steady her before moving on. In the kitchen, where cups once gathered like cousins and the window steamed with meals, she found the small knife-sharpening stone and slid it into her bag. Then she locked up and walked back, her haul an odd balance of the practical and the unbearably personal. They had barely finished their drinks at Matt's when the front door sounded and Don came through, arms straining around a tall stack of newspapers. He let the load thud onto the breakfast bar, the inked edges fanning like a deck. Bella cocked an eyebrow, a smile tugging. So that's what you meant by old school? More than one way to skin a cat, Don said, eyes brightening with a mischievous wisdom that skipped past them and landed in another decade. The idiom sailed over their heads without landing. Don pinched the last 2 slices of toast, retreated to his favourite chair, and lowered himself into it with the sigh of a man who intended to wring purpose from paper. He squared the topmost broadsheet on the coffee table, took a bite and began to scan. Bella joined him. From the kitchen she'd rescued a pair of highlighters, yellow and green, and passed one across. Mark anything you think matters, she said. I'll do the same. Side by side they turned pages, the soft rasp of newsprint replacing the absent hum of broadcast and the dead tone of a phone. Bella's brow furrowed as she read, her fingertip pausing over paragraphs not for what they said, but for the white space where other sentences should have been. She was looking for the pattern that hides inside noise. There it was, piecing itself together in the margins. The US president, back from an unscheduled climate summit, promptly decamping on an early holiday. The French president, conspicuously absent from view for days. Their usually voluble solar astronomers fallen into a public silence. No updates, no forecasts, no calm explanations. Their own Prime Minister putting Parliament on ice until next week with the blandest of reasons. Elsewhere, notes on troop movements in places that did not make sense. 2 submarines hustled out ahead of schedule. Friday's COP29 meeting quietly postponed. And nowhere, any mention of what any newsroom would ordinarily spear across a front page. The internet hobbling, mobile networks choking off, television reduced to snow. One failure would be a headline. 3 at once would be a siren. The papers were composed as if the wires hummed and the masts sang, and no one was hitting their TV with the heel of a hand to chase the picture back from the void. Bella tipped her head, breaking the quiet. "Do you see what I see? Or rather don't see?" Don looked up from his column, lines bracketed between his brows. "What do you mean?" She laid it out, tapping lightly at what she'd circled and, more telling, at the blank spaces where circled things should have been. As she spoke, understanding moved through his features like a slow light. "Wow," he breathed, all irony dropped. "And here I was thinking I was the clever one. I see it." Bella's gaze held his, a mix of dread and grit in it. "They're probably all hunkering down in their bunkers," she said, dry as tinder. They let that sit, the two of them, and the careful weight of what it implied. The papers rustled on, columns behaving themselves, headlines minding their manners, and the silence about the obvious throbbing louder for being so neatly ignored. They kept reading, highlighters whispering across newsprint, both of them wondering what else was hiding in plain sight, what other shadows were stitched into the cheery fabric of the day's benign stories. Matt drifted in with a tray of drinks, the soft clink of mugs needling the hush, and paused long enough to read the current through the room, the charged quiet between Bella and Don, the way Don's eyes still held the spark of whatever her observations had lit. He set the tray down, and Don, voice low but steady, passed along what they'd pieced together from the papers. Matt took a broadsheet without a word, then another, his gaze tracking the green bands of Bella's highlighter, the pattern emerging not from what was said, but from what had been tidily left unsaid. His brow tightened. Comprehension found him and hardened into a thin line of frustration. "I see what you mean," he said at last, even and edged. "So much for any help we're likely to get. Looks like they're ring-fencing their own futures and leaving the rest of us to get on with it. Bella, are you still thinking of going to school? If not, we could leave today." "I'd like to, but," Bella began, the words catching on the split she felt between the last of the ordinary and the first steps of everything else. "We have plenty of time," Don cut in, firm without being unkind. "Let her go. We've still got a list as long as our arms. We leave when she's back from school tomorrow. One more day won't tip the balance." They sat a moment, surrounded by newsprint that whispered in half-truths, each measuring the gamble inside that reassurance. Matt looked to Bella, a question in his eyes he didn't voice. She looked back, feeling the tug, one more day that might be nothing, or might be all the difference. Under the hope of it, unease moved like a draft under a door, suggesting the world was already slipping sideways while most people still faced forward. The mugs went cold on the table. They rose, the three of them stumbling into a shared brisk purpose, and walked to the lock-up with their silence full of unspoken contingencies. The metal doors complained as they opened. Cool, musty air sighed out. Inside, the canoes waited exactly as Bella had promised, hulls solid in the dim. They checked the seams, the thwarts, the bolts that could come loose at the worst time, the life jackets, 10 or so, a spread of sizes, choosing which would fit who. Don's doubt, a hard kernel he hadn't aired, softened with each inspection. The floats for the big canoe were still in place. Satisfied, they locked the canoes back into their quiet and let the doors take the echo. Instead of turning home, Don steered them toward the Regent Café. Early afternoon tea made a small island in the day. China cups, the murmur of other people's ordinary errands, conversation that skimmed like a stone, light, deliberate, avoiding the swell beneath. They talked about nothing as if it mattered, and for 20 minutes it almost did. Back at the house, Matt's key turned in the garage lock with a bright, practical clank. The door rolled up and groaned into place. Don inched the van halfway inside, and they began to load. Each box and bundle slid into position with the hush of a decision made. By the time the light had swung long across the garage floor, the van held the shape of tomorrow. They let a gentler rhythm take the evening. Matt chose a DVD because that's what you do when you can't fix the plot outside your door. The film unspooled more as background than balm. They waved off the thought of a takeaway and made sandwiches, the kind of modest meal that keeps your hands busy while your mind sifts. Then another disc, Mad Max, because gallows humour can feel like courage if you squint. Bella watched the apocalypse do its familiar dance on the screen and excused herself quietly. She wanted to rise early, not for classes, but to spend the dawn inside her own four walls, to say a private goodbye without saying it out loud. She told Matt as much in a handful of careful words he almost understood. He pictured another day padded with films, unaware of how reality has a way of changing a program without asking. Friday came in on the smell of coffee. They ate a soft, thoughtful breakfast at Don's kitchen table, and then Bella let herself back into her house. She didn't know what the next hours were for, only that she needed them. She moved through the rooms with a cloth in one hand and a kind of reverence in her chest, dust lifting and turning in the narrow spills of light at the curtains. A few dishes waited. She washed them as if the ordinary could be stored for later. Laundry whispered into the machine, the drum's hum settling into the bones of the place. She made herself a drink and sat in the recliner that knew the shape of her. The headlines she'd traced yesterday tried to climb back into her thoughts. She pushed them aside and let her fingers drift across the spines of her DVDs until they found Alita, Battle Angel. She put it on, let its world overlay hers for a while, and exhaled the tightness in her chest. Time slid by in the darkened room. When the credits crawled, so did the present. She dressed in her school uniform, shouldered the familiar pull of the fencing bag, and set out. The walk blurred at the edges, a soft haze around the nonsense of bells and timetables on a day that refused to feel like one. Lessons came and went, a clatter of facts that didn't stick. What did was the quiet that always gathered before fencing, the click into focus, the relief of a skill that asks your body to think. In the changing room she checked for empty, then suited up, layer by practiced layer. Jacket, plastron, glove, the snug pinch of the bib at her throat. She carried her face guard under one arm and her foil in the other, and took the short corridor to the sports hall where her instructor stood, steady as ever, a fixed point in a day that refused to be still. The next moments promised the clean language of footwork and steel, a different kind of concentration, and for that alone she was grateful. Chapter 14, Thursday, Robert's day out. The kitchen announced Robert before he crossed the threshold, the old pine boards giving their familiar sigh as dawn pushed a pale wash of light across the flagged floor. Bernard was already there, broad back bent to the Rayburn, coaxing kindling into a reliable glow. Each flare of flame briefly silvered the lines that hard work had etched into his face. Marjorie moved through the half-light with the muscle memory of a lifetime, laying out breakfast with quiet economy, her hands finding what they needed without search or fuss. The enamel kettle, dark blue, freckled with the small chips of long service, took its place, beginning that soft, promising hiss. Beside it a heavy cast-iron skillet and its smaller mate warmed by degrees. Marjorie cracked 2 eggs into a cup, scattered the big pan with 2 rashers of bacon and a pair of her goat sausages, added mushrooms and a fat tomato halved to show its wet heart, then slid the eggs in to settle among the sizzle. When the kettle found its rolling voice, she decanted it into a matching teapot, nudged the kettle back to the Rayburn's rear plate, and lifted the first plate free with a fish slice from the mantel. Bernard dragged his chair in with a soft scrape, lifted his gaze to her, and smiled, a look carrying 50 years of steady weather and unstartled joy. They had been each other's since primary school. They could talk at a distance without speaking at all. Marjorie turned that gentler look toward Robert. "Same for you, son?" He nodded and sat next to Bernard, letting the house's particular quiet fold around him. It was the stillness he had grown inside. No television's chatter, no computer's glow, no phone bristling for attention, just the slow companionship of work done and done again. Under it, a small itch of duty nagged. He ought to ring Bella, if only to say that Sunday still held. She knew, but saying it mattered. "Mum," he said, voice softened by the warmth and the tea, "I need to run into the village today. Can you manage Bobby for a couple of hours?" "Aye," Marjorie said, the corner of her mouth lifting. "He can help me with the goats. He'll love that. Your father's off into town after the morning jobs for a few bits. Go with him. No sense in both motors making the trip." So it went. Among the clucks and bleats and the scuff of boots on straw, Robert and Bernard moved the morning along, hay and feed where needed, water checked and refreshed, the trance of daily tending easing the hour forward. In the kitchen, Marjorie kept back a modest plate for herself and Bobby, bacon scent tucked into the house like a friendly ghost. Outside, they hoisted 3 metal jerry cans into the bed of the Series 2 Land Rover, a machine older than Robert and still more stubbornly alive than many newer ones, kept that way by Bernard's patient hands. Winter turned the farm track into a half-mile of mire. Only this old workhorse shouldered through without complaint. They slid a big, flat-topped sea chest in beside the cans to cradle whatever groceries they might find. Robert crouched to look Bobby in the eye, promised not to be long, and climbed in. The Land Rover jostled and shouldered down the rutted track, each bump an old story told again. Fields opened and folded away, hedges carried birdsong like a ribbon. Little was said. They didn't need it. The village came up in its usual unshowy way. 2 neat rows of 20 houses or so, a pub, the small community shop with its modest post office window, and the garage where 2 pumps stood side by side, petrol on one, diesel on the other, as if time had decided to pause there out of kindness. They filled the jerry cans while the Land Rover drank its own measure, a nod to the cap at the till, the brief choreography of change, and then they pulled into the Traveller's Rest car park. The pub was shuttered, but looked as if, at any second, it might shrug and wake. Benches scrubbed by weather, a chalkboard ghosted with last week's soup. Robert stepped into the red phone box, its paint softened by years and weather, lifted the receiver for the comfort of a dial tone, and met only a flat, blank silence. He replaced it, lifted it again, as if the second attempt might conjure a sound. Nothing. In the shop, they were kind but unhelpful. No phones working anywhere in the village, the woman said, not since yesterday. She said it plainly, as if there were sense in the world taking a breath and forgetting how to speak. Back at the farm, with the engine ticking its heat away and the day settling into itself again, the steadiness of field and wall and roof sat at odds with the small weather building in Robert's chest. He weighed the 20 miles to the nearest town, the 40 miles there and back, considered the thin chance that the phones there would be any different, and found himself measuring the urge to hear his daughter's voice against a day's worth of petrol and hours. It was ridiculous, perhaps. It was fatherhood. "Don't fret," Marjorie said, catching the turn in him, the way mothers do. Bernard had said the same in the Land Rover on the way home, eyes on the road. "She's a sensible girl, that Bella. Knows you're not due till Sunday. She'll be fine." He knew they were right. Bella had a steady head and a will that took the shortest path through trouble. Still, love did its old trick, made prudence feel like negligence, and set the ears straining for a voice that wouldn't come. His mind drifted uncharitably to the NIMBY lot who'd fought the phone mast on Scar Pike. He wondered, not without heat, if they were enjoying the quiet now, or wishing the world could still reach them when it needed to. Chapter 15. Bella, present day, flames all around. Fire had taken the building like a living thing, a roaring animal of orange and red that chewed through ceiling and beam until great hunks of burning plaster surrendered to gravity and crashed to the floor in incandescent sheets. Overhead, the inferno moved like an upside-down sea, waves rippling out from some unseen epicenter, the air thickening to syrup, every breath a scrape of hot metal down Bella's throat. Heat pressed in from all sides. Smoke seethed at face height, turning the room's edges to smudged charcoal. Her mind snagged on a single desperate idea, the vaulting horse. If she could turn its bulk into a battering ram, she might punch through. Doubt arrived on the same breath. She had never used one beyond jumping it in class, didn't know how to free the wheels, didn't know where the release lived or what sequence it demanded. There was nothing else, though. It had to be the horse. She stripped with quick, fumbling hands, t-shirt off, bra off, and then tugged the t-shirt back on, working one bra cup over her nose and mouth and tying the straps behind her head until the padding made a seal of sorts. A wild, absurd thought flickered and was gone. If she'd been better endowed, she'd have had more filter to breathe through. No time for shame, only for air. Keeping one shoulder to the wall where the heat was least vicious, she edged toward the horse through a rain of cinders and embering scraps, hands sweeping blindly along its flanks until her fingers found the stubborn lever. It wouldn't give. She crouched, coughed into the cotton and foam, and saw, through tears and smoke, the trick of it. Pull the lever out first, then use the foot pedal. She dragged it free, braced, pressed down. The horse rose a fraction, a clean click cutting across the roar, and when she shoved it moved, smoothly, improbably, on newly freed casters. She steered, muscles burning, aligning the blocky body with the double doors across the gym, a 15-foot field that felt like 100. Overhead, a slab of ceiling hung by a few tortured fixings, trembling with the building's breath. She hunched into her improvised mask, hauled the horse into a run, and drove it on. The ceiling let go the split second she hit the doors. The horse slammed home. The doors flew outward with a shuddering crack. Flaming debris thumped the vacated space behind her. She stumbled clear, through, out, her silhouette briefly swallowed by the furnace in her wake, lungs clawing at the scorched air as she spilled into the corridor. Footfalls slapped a frantic rhythm along the linoleum. Coughing broke that rhythm into ragged beats. Left led towards reception and the front doors, but the corridor past the changing rooms boiled, a tunneling blast furnace that made the very paint blister and run. Any idea of salvation that way crumpled in the heat. Right offered the promise of an emergency exit, the green legend of exit still visible through the haze like a talisman. Fresh air, a few more breaths, the possibility of sky. Her run fell into a determined head-down stride, strength leaching with every cough. She fixed on the end door, and the building struck back. Halfway down, a door blew off its hinges, and the corridor punched outward in a gout of fire as the science lab surrendered, a pressure wave of heat peppering her arms with sparks. Embers swarmed the air. The new flame front roared across her path and held it. She spun, instinct reaching for the way she'd come, but the route behind had become a single, having wall of smoke, black and impenetrable, the kind that eats light and thought and turns distance into an idea. Every direction counted itself out in flame or choking dark, and for a breath that stretched and stretched, she stood at the centre of a narrowing maze, heart banging, eyes stinging, calculating, with a body already close to empty, what it would take to force one more way through. Her back, slick with sweat and quivering from the effort of simply staying upright, found the coolness of the wall and clung to it, as if stone could lend her its calm. She let herself fold down the surface to the floor, knees drawing in, the corridor's roar swelling and ebbing around her like a cruel tide. For a breath, maybe two, she hid her face in her hands, a small shape caught between two advancing fronts, and tried not to hear the timber groaning or the ceiling spitting embers onto the linoleum like burning rain. Through the web of her fingers she looked left, then right, measuring the twin threats, and her gaze snagged on the far wall, where, separated by nothing more than brick and plaster, lay air and sky and the uncomplicated fact of living. It might as well have been a country away. The thought stung. Fear rose first, sour in her mouth, and behind it regret, and behind that, stubborn, insistent, the quick pulse of a life that refused the idea of ending here in this narrow throat of smoke and heat. She hauled her head up, forced her eyes to settle, and let memory redraw the corridor in her mind. Doors, rooms, the map of a school she had walked 100 times without thinking. Her heartbeat thudded at her ears, a drum that did not match the stillness she was trying to summon, and in the space that steadiness made she saw them. 2 rooms she hadn't tried, 2 thin chances pressed into the building's fabric. Her father's face and Bobby's bright, earnest grin crossed her mind, not like a goodbye, but like a refusal. She couldn't stay here and let the fire decide. She pushed herself upright and reached for the nearest handle. Cold metal met her palm, blessedly cold, and for a heartbeat Hope lifted, only to crash when the latch refused to turn. Locked. The sound that tore out of her was swallowed by the mask and the smoke and the general howling of the corridor. Still, she felt the shape of the scream in her chest as she let the handle go. The art room, she thought next, picturing easels and sinks and windows that might open wider than the grudging slits in other classrooms. She ran, or something close to it, to that door and found the same comfortless chill on the handle and the same immovable lock. She kicked in frustration, and her boot went through the plasterboard beside the frame, the wall crumbling around it with a startled papery sigh. Hope flared, thin walls, but died again as she peered through and saw a bookcase shoved up hard against the gap, the shelves a barricade she couldn't shift from this side. Then the French room. She stood a second and let her memory walk its interior, the position of cupboards, the teacher's desk, the way the window looked out over the car park. Plasterboard again. She set her boots to it, both heels now, then her shoulder and her hands, tearing at the gypsum until daylight showed in ragged lines and she could push through, belly and knees sliding, the bra cup mask scraping at her skin, her lungs dragging what air they could from the bitter soup around her. Inside, she staggered to the window and snapped the latch, only to find the frame grudging by design. A few mean inches of sanctioned safety, nothing a body could wriggle through. She grabbed a chair, put everything she had left into the swing, and watched in disbelief as the seat bounced off the pane with a hollow thud that said shatterproof, that said no. For a flicker of a moment she felt the floor tilt in her mind, as if reason were slipping, and then she made herself look, really look at the hardware. One small screw fixed the stay. One tiny bite of metal held the window to its narrow law. All she needed was tools, any tool. And the cupboards with anything useful were locked, the desk drawers locked, everything that might help neatly put away against a day that did not include this one. She sank into the teacher's chair and let a single breath lengthen, not into giving up, but into seeing the room cleanly. Her eye caught on the long cylinder above the whiteboard, the projector screen's housing, a length of stout metal with a hanging tab, an ally hiding in plain sight. She was up before the thought finished forming, hands working the casing free with a wrench and a twist, and then she was back at the window, trying at first to batter the bracket into failure. It clanged and held. She changed angle, jammed the cylinder behind the stay, found the bite, and leaned her whole weight onto the improvised lever until the muscles in her shoulders felt as if they might tear. Something yielded with a grating pop. The stay sprang loose. The sash flung outward on its hinges, and the room, for the first time since she entered it, breathed. She dropped the metal tube, didn't watch where it fell, and hauled herself up onto the sill, the cool air hitting her face like water. In one movement she slid and turned and was through, out into the unburning world, the heat at her back giving way to wind and sky and the hard, beautiful fact of open space.
Chapter 16. Present day. Matt. Father is missing.
Matt tore the safety pin free and levelled the extinguisher at the leaping edge of flame, forcing his hands to stay steady while everything inside him skittered towards panic. He squeezed the handle and the cylinder kicked, a dense white cloud blooming across the room, drowning orange in chalk and hiss. The victory was immediate and harsh. Powder and smoke clawed at the back of his throat, filling his lungs with grit until his eyes ran and his breath broke into rough, animal coughs. Instinct shoved where thought lagged. He stumbled for the door and out, doubling over on the threshold as the cooler air met his lungs, dragging it in greedily, while the coughing shook through him in waves that felt as if they might never end. Even as the fit eased, he found his mind reaching, unbidden, for the pool house. There was a larger extinguisher there, wasn't there? The sensible part of him knew the flames were out, that what coiled in the kitchen now was only the aftermath, but something older and simpler wanted more certainty. He crossed the paving on unsteady legs, pushed into the humid hush of the pool house and snatched a towel from the shower room, dousing it under the tap until water ran cold over his wrists. He wrung it once, folded it, and tied the sodden heft over his mouth and nose. The wet cotton smelled faintly of detergent and tile, and it turned the air kinder. He stood for a heartbeat, finding a steadier rhythm of breath, then hefted the larger extinguisher and went back to the blackened threshold with that weight in his hands like a promise he could keep. He moved through the kitchen with care, eyes raking the scorched corners for any stubborn lick of flame, finding none, only heat and the crawling smoke that still sought his lungs. He fought the swollen catch on the window and wrenched it open, letting the evening air muscle its way inside. In the dining room he closed the door to pen the worst of it back, opened another window, coaxed a cross-draft into being, then threaded the hall and swung the front door wide so the house could breathe. When the rasp in his chest finally fell away to deeper, more even pulls, he walked the rooms again with a new gentleness, releasing latches, drawing back sashes, inviting light and air to touch every surface the fire had threatened, and at last stepped outside, leaving the front door yawning to the quiet street. Circling to the back, he leaned into the kitchen doorway just long enough to be sure. The smoke rolled out in slow, surly plumes, but the glow was gone. He backed away and let himself drop onto the lawn, its damp coolness seeping through his clothes as he lay on his back and watched the grey stream from the back door and the side window drift apart on a breeze he could finally feel. With the worst of the coughing behind him, another absence rose, strange and absolute. The city had gone quiet. No far hum of traffic, no faint thrum from the power lines that always sang if you listened for them, none of the soft mechanical life that usually threaded the dark. He thought of the shower of sparks he'd seen skittering off the lines a lifetime, minutes earlier, right before the kitchen claimed all his attention. The CME. Had it come and gone while he was fighting a fire over a pan? Disbelief fought with a cold tide of knowing as he stood, a little too quickly, and headed for the pool house to make the thought concrete. He flicked the switch by the door out of habit. Nothing answered. The sauna control, which always wore a tiny green eye at the top of its face, was blind. He waited as if patience might coax a glow from it, then turned and walked the path to the front again, stepped into the dim hall and tried the lights there too. Silence. Darkness. The question arrived with a weight that made his shoulders dip. How had they got it so wrong? Every report, every careful projection had pointed to tomorrow morning. Dawn. Time to prepare, to check and recheck. Standing in the unlit house that had been noisy with televisions and chargers and the soft exhale of fridges only an hour ago, he felt the neat timeline loosen and slide. In the new quiet his mind began to race, stitching what he knew to what he feared, and found no comfort in the seam it made. Matt stepped outside with a deliberation edged by doubt, staring at the front of the house as if brick and glass might offer a neat explanation, as if answers could be read from the lines of mortar the way you read weather from a sky. Nothing presented itself. His gaze slid away and drifted across to the neighbours' drives, where a few people had wandered out, hands on hips or folded across chests, talking in low voices or simply looking around without urgency. No one was shouting, no one was running. The quiet steadiness of their bodies jarred against the churn in his chest, making his own disorientation feel somehow louder. He turned toward the city and found the sun doing its ordinary work, gilding rooftops and warming brick, all of it looking almost indecently normal. The lights that usually pricked at windows even in daylight were absent, or perhaps the afternoon glare simply swallowed them. He narrowed his eyes, searching for a telltale glow, and found only reflection. Back in the garden, he listened for the familiar wash of the dual carriageway beyond the estate, the soft, constant river of tyres that was as much a part of home as the fences and hedges. Nothing. The silence felt physical, like a pressure on the air. He released a breath and let himself sink into the cool grass, the damp lifting through his shirt while he fixed his eyes on the sky and tried to square the quiet with everything he knew. Every chart, every line Mr. Clapp had pointed them to, every update from the Australian observatory, all of it had placed the danger at dawn tomorrow, not now. He and Bella had combed the forecasts, cross-referenced the language, anchored themselves to that timeline. Even yesterday's papers hadn't found their alarm, which, if he was honest, hadn't surprised Bella at all. As his eyes adjusted, something began to move at the edge of sight. Frail veils of green unfurling across the blue, shifting and reforming as if the sky itself was breathing. Beautiful, yes, but utterly wrong. The first thin fingers of panic which disbelief had held at bay slipped through and gripped. The CME had come. Where was Bella? The question cut cleanly through the fog of thought. She should be home by now. Perhaps she was, and simply hadn't looked up, hadn't noticed the sudden absence of hum and buzz that had become the city's heartbeat. The neighbours didn't seem bothered, or they hadn't recognised the change for what it was. Maybe the kitchen fire had sharpened him, made him more sensitive to everything that followed. Concern threaded into the panic until both felt like the same thread pulling him to his feet. He jogged around to Bella's front door and hammered with the heel of his fist, the blows resounding unnaturally in the gentle afternoon, each thud followed by a silence that swallowed it whole. No footsteps approached, no latch clicked, no voice called out his name. School, then. Maybe she was still there. But what if he went and missed her on the way back? The thought of passing each other without knowing settled heavy in his stomach and glued his feet to the step for a beat too long. He loathed this kind of choosing, the moment where options pressed in and you were meant to be decisive. Most days he let other people set the course and followed without friction. Today would not allow it. He had to move. First, the house. Make certain the fire was truly out. Button the place down in a city that had fallen oddly quiet. He retraced his route, slipped through the open front door and into the dining room, then eased the kitchen door inwards. Heat in the thin haze of smoke met him, but no flame. The last fingers of it climbed the air and disappeared. The job was done. A small relief, minor in the face of everything else, but real. He weighed the open windows against the need to leave and chose a compromise. Let the kitchen breathe, close up the rest. Climbing the stairs, he moved room to room with a practiced care, swinging panes shut, drawing latches, pulling doors to until the house felt contained. Each turn of a handle sent his thoughts back to Bella, as if the action itself were a prayer on her behalf, until her name was the steady beat underneath the soundless rooms. Matt descended again, the stairs sighing beneath his weight, and crossed into the living room where the patio doors waited like a held breath. He eased them together until the glass kissed the frame and the latch clicked, the faint whisper of the seal drawing a line between the altered hush outside and the stale, cooling air within. One last circuit pulled him back to the kitchen. The smoke there had thinned to a faint, bitter thread curling from blackened edges, so he left the side window open a cautious inch to let the room exhale while he shut the back door firmly behind him, a small act of order after the clamour. The moment he stilled, his thoughts surged to fill the silence. Bella, not here, not answering, her absence nagging at him with the steady tug of a current, and he felt himself sway between the raw impulse to run and the steadier instinct to think, to shape a plan in the strange new quiet that had settled over the house like dust after a collapse. He let himself sink into his father's chair, the old upholstery giving with the familiar ache of springs, and for an instant the ritual of it, this seat, this angle on the room, tricked his body into thinking all was as it had been that morning, until a colder realization shouldered its way through. His dad should have been home by now. The memory unfurled in a clean strip, his father leaving with a sheaf of paperwork for the depot, promising a quick stop to top up the tank on the way, the van humming off down the road with the faithfulness of a workhorse that had never once failed them. And packed neat in its belly, every careful piece of the life they had prepared to lift and carry, rucksacks and sealed bags and lists turned to matter. It struck him then how vulnerable that single choice had made them. If the van had died mid-journey, if the instant the skies clenched the electrics had surrendered, his father could be stranded anywhere between home and the office. The road a long cord cut in the middle, one end in Matt's hands, the other lost in the dark. The living room pressed closer as he thought it. The walls no longer containments, but quiet reminders of all the rooms that relied on light and hum and ordinary time to feel like themselves. The absent tick of the mantel clock, a thing he had never truly heard until it wasn't there, seemed to mark the silence more loudly than sound ever had. He leaned back and let the chair hold his weight, fingers drumming an erratic rhythm along the arm as if he might coax direction from wood grain, a staccato of nerves that betrayed the seam where fear and resolve stitched together. He had to find Bella. He had to know his father was safe. And yet the path forward, usually chaperoned by timetables and texts and the lubricants of a working world, had become a fogged lane where each step would have to be chosen rather than assumed. His gaze drifted and caught on a photograph propped on the low cabinet, a summer frame of the three of them, laughter caught mid-tilt, eyes narrowed against sun, the past flaring up in crisp colour as if to insist that this, too, was real and could be returned to. He drew a slow breath and let it out through the kind of steadiness you learn by repetition, allowing those faces, his mother frozen in that unfading smile, his father younger and less guarded, himself a small boy leaning in to anchor him. The memory didn't erase the fear. It threaded something through it, a quiet insistence that they were not built to fold. Resilience, his father's favourite word when things went wrong with boilers and bills and people, seemed to rise from the frame and take up space in his chest, nudging him out of the chair and back toward action, because sitting here would not bring either of them through the door, and whatever this day had become, it was still his to meet. Chapter 17, Dawn. Earlier that day, morning unspooled at an easy pace, domestic habits moving along well-worn grooves while the house held its quiet like a held breath. After a gentle breakfast with Matt and Bella, Matt drifted down to the basement, swallowed by a DVD game's glow, and Don wandered to the living room, the day's unclaimed hours tugging at him. His favourite chair, ruby red leather with a lived-in sheen, waited with the patience of an old friend. He lowered himself into it and let the sigh come. The chair had been bought with his mother's bequest, a small inheritance he'd turned into something solid and kind. It had cradled more than a few unintended naps, and he could almost feel the phantom kink in his neck just thinking about them. He reclined, and the past rose gently, unbidden but not unwelcome. The day ahead was loosely stitched together. A slow wait for Bella to return from school, a handful of chores circling in his head. He pushed himself up, deciding on one last walk through the rooms, a farewell by increments rather than a single wrench. In the bedroom he took stock with the particular care of someone who knows leaving is harder when it's rushed. On the quilt he set aside a pair of thick wool socks meant for heavy boots and a robust fleece pair of gloves, their textures anchoring him to the practical, even as his gaze slid through the window and out to where memory lived. This would be a hard departure. It was never just a house. The walls had absorbed more than sound. They held the smell of fresh paint from the nursery he and Tanya had done together, their laughter folded into pale blue as if colour could keep a promise. Matt's first nights, first steps, the quiet of grief after, every room knew those chapters. The thought made a pressure gather at his throat, so he shaped it into a breath and a simple vow. He would carry what mattered, not only in boxes and bags, but in the careful way he remembered it. He gathered the gloves and socks and went back downstairs, letting his eyes take in the room as if memorizing a face. The briefcase on the side table looked suddenly formal, like a suit at a picnic. He set the winter things beside it, flicked open the clasps, and found the blueprints he expected. Clean lines and elevations for the weekend's museum job, a tidy plan slotted into the closure as neatly as drawers into a cabinet. He ran a finger along a penciled note and caught himself wondering what that plan was worth now. Did it matter to finish neat work today if tomorrow refused to run on power, or phones, or schedules? And yet the familiar tug of doing the next right thing had its own weather. Follow through, keep promises, let normalcy be a rope across an unstable bridge. They shared a late, quiet lunch, and afterward Don took the papers out to the patio, the light good and his pen twitching for something he might have missed. Nothing new revealed itself in the lines. He found Matt, told him he was heading out, and pitched his voice in that steady register fathers use when steadiness is the best they have to offer. Then he took the keys, turned the van's ignition, and felt it answer with the dependable hum he associated with solvable problems. Leaving the drive, familiar hedges and lampposts slid past, and a weight settled across his shoulders that had nothing to do with rucksacks or lists. Traffic was strangely thin, streets stretching ahead like corridors after a fire drill. The sun laid low in an untroubled sky, casting long, slanting shadows across quiet pavements. He told himself it was Friday's early escape at work, people stealing a head start on the weekend, because that explanation fit neatly and did no harm. He steered into the car park on the far side of town and felt a twinge at the emptiness there, open bays where there were usually none, a silence that didn't belong to late afternoon. He checked his watch, 4:43. Early, he reasoned, early for some, late enough for others to be already elsewhere. The thought was tidy, comforting in its small way, and he let it stand between him and the unease that had begun to ripple just beneath the surface. Opting for discretion, and to avoid the inevitable questions about Matt already rippling through the office grapevine, Don slipped in by the back entrance. He took the rear staircase 2 steps at a time and paused at Danny's door, knuckles rapping lightly before he let himself in. The greeting came like a wave breaking, frustration frothing at the edges. "Been trying to get hold of you, but these damn phones are down," Danny blurted, worry hitching his voice. "No one can even say when they'll be back. Haven't you heard anything? Must have had the telly glued to you, eh? That's my trick when my lad's poorly and I'm on nurse duty." Don tipped his head, the lie soft and harmless on his tongue. "No, I've been buried in reading, actually. TV's barely been on." A flicker of understanding crossed Danny's face, quickly swallowed by urgency. "Right, well, no matter. I need you to ferry these to the museum. There's no one else. Half the staff are out, and I don't even know why. The request came wrapped in haste and a thin film of guilt. You don't mind, do you, mate? Thank you." "Yes," Don said after a beat, the assent shaped more by duty than enthusiasm. "I suppose so." "Good fellow." Danny was already edging for the corridor. "I'm late for a meeting. See you Monday, all right?" He was gone before Don could answer, leaving a hush in his wake and Don standing with the weight of a decision that wasn't really one at all. By the time he eased the van out of the car park, the roads had turned to sluggish rivers of metal, Friday's rush blooming earlier and thicker than it had any right to. He watched the brake lights stutter into a sullen procession and bit back a groan. The crawl gathered itself, yard by grudging yard, minutes unspooled, thin and irritable. Anxiety stitched itself through his chest as he imagined the longer run to the Mill Museum and his inability to warn Matt. No phones, no quick text, no easy explanation. He could see his son in his mind, drifting past the living room window every so often, scanning the curve of the street for the boxy shape of the van, and finding only ordinary daylight where reassurance should be. Time felt treacherous, doing him the kindness of moving him forward, punishing him by dragging him away. When he finally swung into the museum's car park at 5:20, the emptiness hit him first. A single car hunched in a far bay, the lone sign that his errand might not be pointless after all. He killed the engine, lifted the folder of blueprints with a careful hand, and locked the van with a solid click that sounded louder than it should in the early evening hush. His footsteps thudded softly across the tarmac, up the wide steps to the front door, where hope and irritation went still together. The door was locked. He stood with fists tightening at his sides, the locked glass reflecting a drawn face he barely recognized. Inside, lights glowed with the smug promise of life. Someone, surely, was there. Yet the handle refused to give. He let his forehead rest against the cool pane, breath fogging a small oval that cleared and cleared again, while the unease he'd been keeping in the shallow water took a slow stroke into deeper currents. He stepped back and scanned the flanking windows, measuring distances, measuring himself. The edge of the folder tapped against his palm in an absent rhythm, anxiety keeping time beneath his skin. Matt surfaced in his thoughts again, alone in the house, waiting for the sound of the van, for certainty that might not arrive. The absurdity pressed in on him. The pettiness of a delivery in the shadow of a CME big enough to sweep away the scaffolding of ordinary life. How many people out here were still following their lists, ignoring the sky, not yet feeling that tiniest tilt in the world beneath their feet? He almost envied them. Ignorance was a soft coat on a cold day. Measured against what might be coming, The blueprints, the weekend project, even the job itself felt like toys in a tide. And still here he was, tethered by habit and a need for things to proceed as planned, holding normalcy like a talisman against whatever waited over the horizon. He pressed the main buzzer again, jaw set, and stood in the thinning light, listening to the building not answer him. When nothing happened, he went down the column of buttons with less patience and more insistence, courtesy bleeding out with each fruitless press. He'd already lost more of the evening than he'd intended. The quiet felt heavier than it had any right to, and the door, obstinate beneath his hand, seemed suddenly to stand for far more than a missed handover of rolled paper and ink. After an excruciating stretch of minutes, the lock finally turned, and the door inched open to reveal an elderly man in a security uniform, his face pleated with age, his eyes bright and measuring. "How may I assist you at this hour?" he asked, polite, but with a cautious thread woven through the question. "I've got blueprints for the electrical work scheduled for tomorrow," Don said, holding up the folder. "They're for your team. I wasn't given a name. Sorry, could I leave them with you?" The guard's brows knit. No, I can't take them. I'll find someone," he said, and before Don could answer, the door clicked shut and the lock slid home again, leaving him on the steps with the dusk deepening around him. Annoyance flared, then faded. He understood what he looked like at this hour, an interruption. Still, he'd wanted to be home before Bella came back from school, just after 6. 15 minutes drained away. Don slid down the wall and sat on the stone step, the cooling grit pressing through his trousers as he watched the horizon dim by imperceptible degrees. The door creaked open behind him and he sprang up, turning to face a man in shirt sleeves who looked to be from reception, an apologetic expression softening the set of his features. "Apologies for the wait," the man said, voice warm and resonant. "I was tied up. Security should have brought you inside. I'll have a word. Please come in. I'll get you a hot drink, machine-made, I'm afraid. Everyone else has gone for the day." He extended a hand. "Billings, Max Billings." "Don," he replied, taking the hand. "Pleased to meet you, Max." "Come along," Max said with a tired smile. "We'll get that drink and take a quick look at the plans." They climbed through the dim building, up a few flights of worn stairs to an office whose centerpiece was a large, time-polished table ringed by a scatter of mismatched chairs. Papers were stacked in small slouching towers. A few odd tools lay forgotten among the clutter. "One moment," Max said, disappearing down the corridor. Don spread the blueprints, the paper whispering as it unfurled across the wood. The smell of dust and varnish rose up, then mingled with the thin coffee aroma when Max returned and set a steaming plastic cup by his elbow. "Here we are," Max murmured, already leaning over the sheets. They bent together over cable runs and breaker specifications, their language narrowing to measurements and contingencies, pausing at tricky junctions to consider the cleanest way through. Somewhere, a clock ticked with indifferent regularity. Its procession of minutes meant nothing once they were inside the lines. After 20 minutes of method and murmured agreement, Don excused himself. The plans were delivered, the questions settled. He felt the tug of home as keenly as the strap of the folder in his hand. He crossed the quiet car park, the evening air cool against his face, and slid into the driver's seat. Ignition, seatbelt, habit moved his hands before thought caught up. The engine coughed once, stuttered, and died. He looked up and saw it. A cold, eerie luminance crawled along the power lines that fed the museum and the pump house beside it, a ghostly halo gathering at the insulators. Sparks began to dance from the poles, delicate as fireflies, deadly as welding arcs, fizzing and snapping in little coronas that turned the air chemical bright. A chill threaded down his spine. It started, he thought, early. Panic tightened its net. The van suddenly felt like a metal box closing in. Outside, the charged air looked no safer. His mind ricocheted. The gear in the back, Matt waiting at home, the quiet promise he'd made to keep them safe. "I'm not going to get all this home," came the blunt, helpless truth. Above the car park, the sky had begun to move, green and red veils drawing themselves across the fading blue, a slow, otherworldly dance that would have been beautiful on any other night. Here, now, the colours only underlined the silence, the wrongness, the sense of something vast arriving and the small human plans shrinking under its light. Chapter 18. Rachel, trapped in a metal box. The lift dropped as if the cables had been cut. Rachel's stomach lurched into her throat, and the walls rushed past in a smear of brushed steel before the car slammed to a stop hard enough to rattle her teeth. For a beat, she couldn't place herself. No floor indicator glowed, no steady hum of motion, only the tinny echo of her own breath ricocheting around the metal skin of the box. She screamed. The sound tore out of her, raw and high and useless, flaying the silence and dying against the sealed doors. She listened then, every nerve strung to breaking. Nothing. No voices bleeding in from a corridor, no distant footfall, not even the mechanical throb of the building. Only the lift itself creaking like an old ship, as if it were testing its weight on fraying ropes. It didn't fall. It simply hung there, quivering on the knife edge of gravity. Rachel let out the breath she'd been holding without knowing it, a juddering exhale that left her light-headed. Then the box shifted again, an ugly judder and a sly, sickening dip before it locked dead still. She screamed once more, her throat ablaze, until what escaped her was more a strangled alarm than a voice. When the sound burned itself out, she gulped quiet, the silence blooming back to fill every seam. She yanked off one shoe and used it like a hammer, battering the join in the doors with the frantic rhythm of a distress signal. "Hello? I'm in here! Hello!" She paused to listen, shoe poised. No reply, only the hollow thunk of her own knocking coming back at her. A thought needled through the panic. She could have taken the stairs. Inconvenient, yes, but solid, honest stairs. Not this coffin on cables. Her mind snagged on Brenda. By now she'd be at the station, frowning at the empty platform, watching the clock. Brenda, who could get turned around in her own street, and who laughed when the tutor had told her you'd get lost in a signpost factory. The memory jabbed and comforted at once. Brenda wouldn't shrug and go home. She'd set off anyway, stubborn as a pony, even if she'd never been here before. The lift jerked again, this time with a brutal drop that pitched Rachel to her knees before the car juddered to another stop. Maybe a different floor. She drew air over her scorched vocal cords and screamed, then hammered with the shoe, bang, listen, until the stillness pressed in once more. What if no one answered because there was no one left to answer? The notion arrived uninvited and sat down heavily beside her. Heat built beneath her fear, anger uncoiling, at the stupid box, at herself, at the vast, unseen thing that might be happening beyond these panels. The car slipped again. A metal shriek clawed down the shaft, and the halt was so brutal she toppled sideways, hitting the floor with a clang that rang up her bones. Pain flared sharp in her knee. When she touched it, her fingers came away slick. Blood. The room swung. The edges of the world softened and folded black over her. She woke to a dark without time. It might have been minutes. It might have been hours. The lift had taken her watch and the sun alike. There was no way to tell. Her lost shoe was somewhere out there in the gloom. She bent her injured leg with care, gritted her teeth and tugged off the other shoe, curling her hand around it until her knuckles ached. Bang, bang, bang. She put everything into the rhythm, shoes striking metal until her palms tingled. She stopped, head cocked, breath snagging in her throat. A murmur. She couldn't swear to it at first, then the faintest thud from the other side. She hit the door again, 3 hard blows, and held herself still as a held note. The answering knock was clear this time. After it, a voice travelled through steel and shadow, muffled but unmistakably human. "We will have you out soon. Hang on." Rachel let her forehead rest against the cool door. Tears came hot, spilling fast and ungraceful, salt washing the taste of metal and fear from her mouth. The box hadn't swallowed her voice after all. Somebody had heard. Safety, which had felt like a story she'd told herself to stay sane, moved closer, still behind a door, still a promise, but real enough that she could reach for it and hold on. The creak came again, older, closer, a serrated whisper climbing her spine, until the whole car seemed to tense around her. Rachel braced, shoulders pressed hard into steel, muscles coiling as if her body alone could hold the lift to the shaft. She shut her eyes, teeth clamped, hands up to shield her face, and waited for the gut-dropping plunge. It never came. The box only sighed, a soft sway like a moored boat, and then a different sound threaded through the heat and metal. The reluctant scrape of locks, the thin cry of parting doors. Light hit her closed lids in a white flare. a torch high and steady. Hands warm sure, found her elbows and lifted. The floor tilted under her as she shuffled forward, the breath in her chest tearing out in hot little bursts until the corridor's air took her, cooler, wider, tasting faintly of smoke and dust and something sweet like freedom. She sobbed without warning and threw her arms around the man with the torch. The security guard, whose face she knew in passing, nods at her desk, a door opened with a smile, stood firm beneath the weight of her relief. "Easy there," he wheezed, laughing a little even as he prized himself free. "Let me breathe, girl. You're all right. You're out. Take a seat and I'll get you a drink." She let go, blinking through salt and torch glare, and saw kindness under the lines of his face. He nudged a plastic chair against the wall with his boot and steadied her as she sank into it. A door clicked, quick footsteps faded, then returned. He reappeared with a bottle nested in his weathered hands. "Sorry, it's all I've got," he said, apology softening his voice. "Power's been out for hours. You're lucky. Lift crept itself down to ground level. If it hadn't, I wouldn't have known you were in there." Her fingers shook as she twisted the cap. The first mouthful hit like rain after drought. She had to force herself to stop before draining it dry. Only when the edge of her thirst dulled did the question that had been clawing at her finally break out. "What time is it?" He glanced to where blank clocks stared back in the dark. "Hard to say. They're all electric. I'd guess 2, maybe 3 in the morning." Panic tightened, sudden and sharp. "My friend Brenda. I was meant to meet her off the York train. She'll be waiting. I have to go. She won't." "You're not going anywhere like this." The words were firm but wrapped in gentleness. "Rest first. If she's waited this long, a bit longer won't hurt. I've got keys for the show flat. With the power gone and there's a fire in the other block, they won't be doing viewings tomorrow. My wife, Helen, will see you settled. I'll fetch the doctor to give you a once-over." It wasn't just shelter he offered, but a pause, the right to stop before she shattered. Her shoulders sagged around the relief, and only then did she notice the woman standing a few steps off, presence quiet and steady as a hand on a fevered brow. "Come on, love," the woman murmured, stepping into the torchlight. "Let's get you sorted. Greg," she tipped her head toward the guard, "we'll find the doctor. He won't be long." Helen's arm was light but immovable, guiding Rachel down the corridor and through an open door into a flat that smelled of new paint and cold air. In the bedroom, she turned back the duvet with a practiced kindness and waited while Rachel, legs trembling like spun sugar, climbed in. The sheets were cool, the pillow familiar in the way all pillows are at 3 in the morning. "If a short woman comes looking for me," Rachel whispered, words drifting as her head sank deeper, "same hair as me. Her name's Brenda." "I'll keep an eye out," Helen said, and the promise reached across the dim room and settled around Rachel like a second blanket. The door clicked, almost closed. Somewhere beyond, a murmur of voices, Greg's and someone else's, rose and fell. The night was still chaos, the city dim and altered, but here there was a bed and breath and a name held carefully for her. She let the thin thread of that certainty pull her under. Chapter 19. Brenda, Rivers of Blood. Screaming threaded the dark like wire, cutting Brenda up from the pit of unconsciousness. Her breath staggered after it, shallow, shaking, too thin to join the noise. Wet slid over her face, her thoughts wobbled and spun, snagging on questions that had no edges to hold. Why the screams? Why this black pressed so close it felt like cloth? And what was this damp warmth striping her skin? Pain announced itself in separate languages, an ice pick lancing her skull, a hard, insistent throb in her side, a boot print stamped deep into her chest. Panic poured at the locked door of her mind. Why can't I see? Memory rushed in like cold surf, the trip to see Rachel, the train, the sudden flare of sparks, seats corkscrewing through the air, or was it her, somersaulting over them? The truth struck, bright and merciless. The train had crashed. She'd been flung into a savage ballet of metal and momentum. She lifted a hand, careful, and wiped at her eyes. The metallic tang of blood rose sharp in her nose. For a blink the world smudged into view, then another warm sheet blurred it again. She swiped once more. Thick, slick residue clung to her fingertips. Her blood, streaming without restraint, tight walls pressed in from everywhere. Something jammed against her head. Her legs were trapped. Her chest was cinched by an unseen bar, and in her mouth an alien pressure. Her tongue, swollen and tender, prodded it. Pain streaked through her jaw like lightning. She tried to spit the thing out. It didn't budge. Blood slid around it, ferrous and hot, salting her tongue. Trembling, she searched her face, fingertips mapping for a tear, a shard a reason for so much red. There, a protrusion in her left cheek. She hesitated, then traced it, smooth, rounded, a narrow cylinder. A pencil. The word came with a grim, absurd relief. Just a pencil, yet driven deep where nothing should be. The screaming continued somewhere beyond, a horrible accompaniment to the dark and the press and her own small sounds of pain. Her teeth throbbed in a rolling wave. She eased a finger into her mouth and followed the intruder's path. The pencil was speared through to her tongue. Revulsion quivered up her spine. She pulled her hand back and set her jaw. This has to happen. It has to happen now. She wrapped her fingers around the pencil, steadying her breath. 3, 2, 1, and yanked. Pain detonated. A tooth flared and went silent. Her tongue screamed anew. Strange mercy. Her cheek for once refused to join the chorus. She gagged and spat. Blood splattered the dark, and with it a small hard clink of something landing. Her tongue, disobedient even in agony, probed the sudden absence along her gum, then brushed the fresh tunnel in her cheek. A bright sting snapped her back. She spat again, trying to clear the taste. The pieces aligned, the liquid was hers, and the small, solid thing she'd expelled, one of her teeth. Emotion surged up, hot and choking. A sob clawed at her throat. She forced it down hard to wherever it couldn't interfere. I have to get out of here. I have to get free. Focus. Around her, the wreck moaned and people cried, their voices pricking the dark like far-off flares. Brenda anchored herself to the words she could control. She was, before anything else, a problem solver. She took stock. Warmth pulled at her hairline, blood ticked along her temple and jaw. Something solid leaned on her forehead. She tested her bearings, mind sketching the geometry of the crush. Upright or inverted? Gravity answered for her. The blood ran down, obeying the old law as it blurred her eyes and salted her mouth. Upright then, pinned at the head, legs and chest bleeding, hurting, thinking, still here. Her left hand would not answer her, caught fast by something she couldn't see. Yet even that she pushed down the list, because the blood kept streaming, warm and steady, along the planes of her face, and with each slip of it she felt the rim of unconsciousness tilt closer. Why she hadn't already dropped back into that dark sea she couldn't say. But the pressure grinding against her skull demanded its own urgent reckoning. She lifted her free hand with the care one gives to a sleeping child and let her fingertips roam her forehead, braced for the hot flare of a split seam of skin that never came. Instead, her blood-slick fingers mapped an unexpected texture, soft, woolly, the give of fabric rather than flesh or metal, and for a moment she pictured a seat cushion shoved down over her like a gag. She followed the shape to the left until her reach ran out, and the same texture told her nothing had changed, so she edged to the right, and there her hand found a ridge, and then a shape that made her pull back before she could stop herself. The bridge of a nose, the soft yield of lips, the incontrovertible geography of a human face. Not a cushion at all, but a person, and not moving. The dead weight pinning her head, a revelation that sent a colder wash through her than the blood could ever manage. Consciousness, which had been drifting like a loosened mooring, snapped tight, and with it a stubborn thread of resolve. The body would have to move. There was no alternative. The thought pitched her stomach into a heave that tasted of her last meal and bile, and for a heartbeat she had to swallow hard against the urge to vomit, to keep from sliding into the loose gravel edge of panic and the abyss of or stay here, or give up, or be done. Words she refused to finish, even in her own head. Feeling her way down, she found the thing biting into her chest and discovered it wasn't spread across her, but pressing mostly on the left. Her fingers closed on a handle, flat on one side and rounded on the other. Something long that stretched past her reach so she couldn't be sure where it ended. She pushed it away, and the wreck answered with a sound that wasn't metal at all but a man's pain, an agonized groan from the darkness to her left. Concern flashed, quick and human. Then the need to get out stamped everything else flat. She pushed again. The groan came a second time, distinctly male, and still she bore down, because the equation had only one solution. There was a sudden crack. a splintering that sounded like wood yielding. Her mind, flitting to normal life for the briefest instant, named it hockey stick, and the handle lost its hold on her arm and chest so abruptly that she pitched forward, the weight on her head sliding down her spine to load her back and clamp her legs in place, as if the wreck meant to keep some piece of her no matter what she took back. Her hands landed on hard shell and moulded plastic, a suitcase, one palm finding the handle, the other braced against its body. She gathered the thin dregs of strength the body saves for the final try and heaved. It resisted like a sulky animal, then tipped, and with one last adrenaline-bright shove, she sent it skidding out of her space. What remained of her was stripped down to survival, a pilot light of intention holding in a wind that wanted everything extinguished. Working delicately between resolve and the tremor under it, she dragged her left sleeve across her eyes, slow, almost mechanical, and then, because old habits are the last to die, fished a tissue from her pocket. The same pocket-stashed insurance she'd carried since that mortifying university nosebleed that had left her redder than she was now. She dabbed her mouth, then her eyes again, and the blur thinned enough to show a nightmare in better focus. The carriage, belly up and crumpled, windows reduced to narrow wounds, barely letting in a residue of light. When she tried to stand, her foot sank into something soft, and the apology that flashed through her was as sharp as it was useless. She shifted her weight forward, feeling for spaces that were not bodies, and wiped her eyes again, because the world kept trying to wash away. Her fingers crept around her scalp and found a sting near her ear that answered like a small, neat gash. Her breath snagged, but the rest of the survey found no other torn edges. The knowledge came on then with a slow, ice-edged certainty. So much of the blood wasn't hers at all, which meant the weight that had pressed her head, no. She cut the thought clean, unwilling to follow it wherever it would drag her. The wreck had quieted to the thin sound of the dying and the injured, a near silence pricked by a murmur here and a half-whispered plea there, and with adrenaline buzzing her veins like current, she turned toward the small blade of brightness halfway down the carriage, a seam of light that might be a way out. Between her and it lay a path only bodies could make, and there was no shrine of respect large enough to walk it without cost. Still, there was only forward. She took inventory the way she always had in hard moments, limbs moving, torso intact so far as she could tell. The floor was canted, so that the way to the light rose like a shallow hill. She reached up to catch the underbelly of a seat and used the frames as rungs, hauling herself by her hands and testing every foothold before she committed to it, placing her weight with as much reverence as the geometry allowed. Each time nothing stirred beneath her, her heart climbed into her throat and stayed there, beating like a trapped thing. At last, she reached the source of brightness. The doors crushed in on themselves, the opening clogged by a large man whose bulk turned the gap into a wall. He was too heavy to shift as he lay, and the view of the jam clicked into her head like a puzzle she recognized from another life. Grim Tetris, she thought, and began to restack the shapes. There was a woman and a child on his left. If she could move them, space would open. She slid the woman first, then the child, every motion careful and exact, then wormed herself between the man and the shattered screen. On the third attempt, legs braced, shoulders set, breath hauled deep, she rolled him into the empty cradle she had made. The relief that cut through her, swift and bright as a match strike, surprised her. It worked, she thought, almost incredulous, and she held that tiny heat as she threaded herself through the broken window, felt daylight take her face, and then dropped the last 4 feet to the rough, stony ground where the world for a heartbeat was simply open air and pain that meant alive. Chapter 20. Don, an arduous journey. Don muttered a string of curses that never quite reached his lips, the sounds swallowed by the tightness cinching his chest as the reality of his situation settled like weight on a bruise. Over a mile from home, with his carefully plotted contingencies unravelling, the coronal mass ejection no longer a line in a briefing, but a live wire cracking through the day, and the van stuffed with the food, water, and gear his family would be counting on, sitting useless behind him while time slid away as if greased. He climbed out with the deliberate economy of someone who knows panic wastes oxygen, worked the key around the dead central locking, and then, door by door, checked each handle with his knuckles until he felt the bite of a proper catch. When he turned toward the bridge, a small practical thought cut through the churn. If they brought the canoes up the river, hugging its meanders, they could load here without dragging everything across town. Thin hope, yes, but hope all the same. He set off at a jog that quickly deepened into a run, the fabric of his clothes turning clammy and abrasive in all the worst places, and though the temptation to change bit with every chafe, he refused to crack the van open again or rummage for better layers, because there was no chance he would advertise the quiet fortune in the back to anyone with eyes and need. Instead, he settled into the rhythm of breath and footfall, tried to make a truce with the clock that kept slipping from his grasp, and held Bella and their boy like a steady picture in his mind, something to pull him forward through the blare and drift of chaos. The road offered speed but too much exposure, and when the canal slid into view like a grey belt laid between brick and scrub, he cut for it without breaking stride, dropping onto the uneven towpath and letting his hips learn the surface while his eyes skimmed ahead for trouble. The neighbourhood along this stretch had a reputation for the small, hard trades, dealing, knifings that didn't make the news. And today of all days he had no intention of giving chance the first move, not with his watch a dead weight on his wrist and time stretching strangely, minutes squaring themselves into hours as he ran. Under the A58, the world pooled into echo and shadow, and in that underpass a knot of teenagers coalesced out of the dim, shoulders squared and faces closed, the sort of posture that said they either wanted a reason or wanted to be one. Don lifted his gaze just enough to register angles and numbers, did the arithmetic of risk without breaking stride, and took the ramp to Holt's Crest Way instead, climbing into the light and skirting past the mail sorting office with a quick look over his shoulder that found no one in pursuit, only his own breath hanging like steam. At the end of the road, the A58 lay before him like a stalled serpent, an ugly lattice of fender kisses and nose-to-tail impacts, transforming lanes into a thicket. Angry horns tangled with shouting as drivers, features smudged by the fading light, pushed and shoved each other while a single young policeman, uniform crisp against the blur, tried to stitch a seam of order into a fabric already torn. Don kept his line true, crossed straight onto Gott's Road, and didn't let the noise hook under his skin, saving the small tremor of relief for the moment he dropped back to the canal and put a slab of distance between himself and the heat of that crowd. Past the lock gates and beneath Whitehall Road, he measured progress by the furniture of the city, brickwork, culverts, the smell of algae and oil, whispering the same small prayer each time he ticked another landmark. Keep them safe. Keep them breathing, keep me moving. He tracked behind the railway station where the gravel coughed under his shoes, angling for the broad sweep of the A61 that would funnel him back towards streets he knew as intimately as the lines on his hands. Sovereign Street delivered another pocket of turbulence, the air shivering with arguments that had already tipped into something else, and he dropped his head and lengthened his stride. The decision to be a passerby rather than a participant made without ceremony, while a thought he didn't like slid across his mind, that maybe this was the only violent corner in a city otherwise holding steady, or maybe it was the first fracture in a pane about to shatter. Either way, he wasn't staying to find out. From the eastbound tracks came the thrum of feet and the saw-toothed edge of voices raised so high the words tore themselves apart before they reached him, meaning dissolving into raw fear that lodged under his ribs and gnawed as he ran. He tightened his jaw against it and kept going. It was at Call's Wharf that his momentum faltered, the sight ahead knocking him to a halt as effectively as a hand to the chest. A woman soaked in blood from hairline to hem, standing in that brittle sway that comes just before a body folds, her knees unlocking by degrees, as if whatever kept her upright had finally failed. His face must have told the truth of his turmoil. Home pulling at him like tide, the van's cargo a promise he couldn't afford to break, while the obvious fact stood there bleeding in front of him, Not a problem to be solved, but a person who belonged to someone and who, in this hour, belonged also to him. His feet were already carrying him toward her before his mind caught up with the choice, and though the sheer amount of blood lacquered across her clothes made his stomach tighten, he steadied his voice, willing it to sound like something a person could hang on to in a world that had just slipped its moorings. "Hey, are you okay?" he asked, gentling the words so they could cut through the noise without adding to it. "Can I do something to help you?" He searched her face with eyes that held both real concern and the small, helpless knowledge that some things lay beyond anyone's reach, feeling the old pull of duty hauling him home, while something just as stubborn, the part that refused to step over a fallen stranger, rooted his boots to the ground. In a day ruled by chaos, he decided, the only lantern that made sense was kindness, and he lifted it without further debate. Whatever answer she meant to give dissolved as her knees unlocked and her body sagged under the weight of shock. He moved without thinking, catching her a breath before the pavement did. She seemed feather-light in his arms, adrenaline playing its tricks, no doubt. And though his muscles still hummed with the long run he'd put behind him, he held her close and shouldered through the scattered debris until he reached a bench of concrete and wood, where he could lower her with the care the moment deserved. He checked her as best he could in the dim, crusted blood, masking much of what he needed to see. A small, angry gash tucked above her ear, a mouth stained dark with the residue of bleeding. Nothing else clamouring for immediate attention, though that meant little in the mess of today. Home hovered less than half a mile away, as present and out of reach as a dream you wake from too soon. For a breath, he weighed the ruthless option of leaving her there, the calculation as ugly as it was practical, and felt his own conscience rise up clean and immovable against it. She was so young for this much ruin, and whatever else the day had taken from him, it hadn't stripped the part that refused to walk away. Her eyelids fluttered, consciousness washing in and out like tide, the sounds she made collapsing into murmurs that refused to form words. The swelling at her forehead settled the question in his mind. Concussion was likely. A memory unspooled, apprentice days, a teammate slipping only a few feet off a ladder, catching a rung with his skull, laughing it off, and then later crumpling into a fevered delirium when the concussion, compounded by sunstroke under a brutal sun, finally took its toll. The vacant, far-off focus in this woman's eyes matched that old look exactly, as if her mind were fighting its own silent battle somewhere just beyond reach. As he watched her, something in him latched on and held, a quiet pledge that his job today wasn't only to shepherd his own back to safety, but to make a little shelter where he could for those the storm had broken. He stood over her a moment longer, a still point in the whirl of sirens and shouting, and sorted his next move. He thought again of the ladder man, robust and laughing the day after the hospital, though the details of what they'd done for him remained a blank, and felt the prick of time slide past. 5 minutes, give or take, gone like sand through fingers. Home tugged at him, so did the obligation kneeling at his feet. Leaning close so she wouldn't have to chase the sound, he let his voice fall warm and even. "Can you walk a little?" he asked. She managed the smallest nod, a thread of assent catching on her lips, and he drew her up carefully until her arm could settle across his shoulders, his stance widening to carry the extra weight as they began to move together, survivor and steward stitched into one shape by necessity. They took it in segments, pausing whenever her strength frayed so she could pull it back into her body while he steadied their balance. The city tilting around them as they made slow progress that still counted because every step shortened the distance to his door and to whatever safety they could piece together on the other side. They were easing across the road when a figure burst from the front lawn. Matt, all long limbs and pounding feet, worry written in lines too deep for his age. His eyes flicked between his father and the bloodied stranger braced against his shoulder, the questions crowding his face even as relief and fear jostled for first place, and in that held breath before anyone spoke, the world felt both unbearably fragile and somehow still theirs to carry. Chapter 21. Bella's embarrassment. Bella sat on the grass, knees tucked against her, eyes locked on the burning ruin that had once been her school. The fire raged like something alive, eating every window and beam until the whole building roared at the sky. The makeshift mask clung damp to her face, an ugly reminder of her scramble to survive, and she might have kept staring if not for the soft tap on her shoulder. She turned. Mr. Batley stood there, her English teacher, his familiar face lined with worry, his eyes searching hers. "Bella, are you all right?" His voice was calm, but it carried the strain of someone trying to be steady when the world was anything but. She realized too late she still wore the mask. Heat rushed to her face. Tugging it off, she shoved it under her shirt, cheeks burning hotter than the fire behind her. "Yes," she whispered, though the word came out thinner than she intended. Batley's gaze lingered, the way a father might check for bruises. "I saw you jump from the window. Were you cornered in there?" She stumbled over her first attempt to answer, then caught herself. "I'm okay, sir, really, but I need to get home." "Would you like a lift?" he offered quickly, almost as if saying it could make it possible. Bella shook her head. "Your car won't start. Not now. Only the old ones will." His brow pinched, confusion flickering. "What are you talking about? Did you hit your head?" "CME," she said, barely louder than a breath. He frowned. "You mean that solar storm last Sunday? That's already passed. If anything was going to happen, it would have happened then." His tone was light, almost joking, as if humour could smooth over the fear in her eyes. But Bella wasn't joking. She tilted her chin toward the northern sky. "It's still there. Faint, but it's there." "Bella," he said gently, "I think you need to be checked out. When the emergency crews get here, they'll send an ambulance. You need to be seen." "No one's coming," she replied softly. "They can't. Look up. It's over. Our world just ended." He started to protest, but then stopped. His eyes followed hers, and both of them saw it at once. A plane falling silently, its engines dead, a giant bird tumbling out of the sky. It glided lower and lower until its belly nearly scraped the rooftops, passing no more than 50 feet above their heads. For one suspended moment it felt unreal, like a dream without sound, and then it hit. The horizon erupted in a bloom of light and thunder. The shockwave tore through the street, lifting Bella off her feet and hurling her against the base of an oak. She curled, shielding her face as debris and fire swept past. When the roar settled, she looked up. Mr. Batley hadn't been so lucky. The blast had thrown him across the green. He lay crumpled, unmoving. She staggered to his side. One glance was enough. A jagged shard of wood jutted from his throat, blood spilling out and soaking the grass. The crimson pooled wider and wider until it stained the ground like paint spilled on canvas. Bella stood again, numb, staring at the tree that had saved her, then back to the houses beyond. Flames tore through what was left, walls collapsing into skeletal frames. For a strange moment she thought of black and white photos from history lessons, Coventry flattened by bombs, except now it was her world, not someone else's past. She sank down, curling into herself, arms around her knees, head buried against her arms. She stayed like that, alone, until voices broke through the crackling fire. When she looked up, a figure knelt beside Mr. Batley, then turned toward her with a slow shake of his head. She already knew, but the gesture carved it into truth. The boy approached, older than her, maybe by a few years. He dropped his school bag without thinking, noticed the awkward curl of her posture and the hem of her skirt, and quietly draped his jacket over her knees. Then he knelt and pulled her into his arms. For a while, neither of them spoke. They just sat in the silence, holding each other against the strange, shattered world. At last, she drew back. Their eyes lingered on one another, a quiet recognition passing between strangers. His hair was cropped short and blonde, his features sharp, softened only by a small freckle, or maybe a mole beside his nose. He was handsome in a way that seemed almost old-fashioned, and for a moment the chaos fell away. "Are you all right?" he asked. His voice was low, earnest, steadying. If only you knew, Bella thought. She glanced away, not wanting him to notice the mask she'd discarded, her bra, lying absurdly close to Mr. Batley's body. Instead, her eyes caught the broken wreckage of 3 houses scattered across the ground. It struck her then. Any one of those splintered beams could have killed her. "I'm fine," she murmured, though her voice barely rose above the hiss of the ruins. "I just need to get home. People are waiting for me." "Bella, right?" he said gently. I'm Daz. At least that's what everyone calls me. My real name doesn't matter. He offered a hand, awkward but sincere. I'll walk you home. It's on my way. Her brows lifted in surprise. How do you know my name? He gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, archery, fencing, swimming. We've crossed paths. My fencing class with Mr. Krabs is right before yours. Bella felt her guard loosen by a notch, the tight angle of her shoulders easing as she found her breath. No, sorry. I should have handled that better. I just didn't think many people even knew who I was, and the ones who do mostly tease me about my name, she said, the apology landing somewhere between self-conscious and sincere. Daz dipped his head in a way that made it clear he understood more than he was saying. I get it. I've had my share of teasing too, and you do learn to wear it like weather. For what it's worth, I've seen you shoot. Properly seen you. I'd put money on you making the Olympics one day. Heat rose in her cheeks before she could catch it, pride and embarrassment knotting together as his words found the part of her that still believed the future had lanes and markers and a finish line that made sense. I won't, though. Not now, she murmured, her voice thinning as it tangled with the soft crackle of embers from the ruins behind them. There won't be any more games, not for a long while. Concern furrowed his brow as he took her in, eyes scanning for the limp or flinch she hadn't shown. What do you mean? Are you hurt? It's the CME, she said, almost whispering it to the air, her gaze lifting past him. He blinked, wrong-footed. What CME? She raised an arm, the gesture slow and almost reverent, and pointed toward the bruised sky where faint green veils dragged like ghost light across the upper air. Daz tilted his head back to follow her line. He started to look down again, to make some thoughtful noise to prove he was listening, but something in the sky caught and held him, and the change moved across his face. Surprise, then recognition, then a dawning calculation that made him forget to breathe. You're familiar with these CMEs? He asked at last, eyes still fixed on the shifting light. Yes, she said, the words steady despite the pulse flicking at her throat. I knew this one was expected, only it wasn't supposed to be until... The sentence frayed as the thought sharpened. Her eyes brightened. That's why. I kept thinking it was early, but it isn't. His gaze dropped back to her, all questions. Can you break that down for me? Just plain? The forecast said Saturday at 5 in the morning, but that was 5 a.m. in Australia, she explained, the teacher's cadence slipping into her voice despite herself. They're 11 hours ahead of us. He stared, curiosity rising to meet her certainty. And how exactly do you know all this? The world split into time zones and... He cut in, not unkindly, only urgent. No, I mean, how did you know it was going to happen at all? So she told him, not everything, but enough. The odd silences that had opened in the news feeds, the way certain politicians had slipped off stage without explanation, the meetings moved behind closed doors, the sense, felt more than seen, that a great hand was clearing the board. She kept the family's plan to bug out tucked behind her teeth, yet she sketched the danger plainly enough, that the next few days would tighten like a noose around the town, and there were reasons, even if the people meant to name them had chosen not to. You really do know your way around this, Daz said, admiration and disbelief playing across his face. How long have you been digging in, actually preparing? A week. His eyebrows climbed. Just a week. Last week, she said, after talking with Mr. Clapp. Didn't you notice he vanished right after the solar flare on Sunday? He missed our class on Tuesday, Daz replied, frown deepening as he flipped through his memory. We were told he was looking after his sick sister. He doesn't have a sister, Bella said, gentle but certain. You're sure? He's a friend of Matt's dad. She shifted a step, urgency tugging at her like a sleeve. Can we walk while we talk? I need to get home. Of course, he said, falling in beside her without another question. They moved together through the smoke-salted streets, the conversation looping and unspooling as they went, his questions unfurling in long strands while she found, to her own surprise, that telling someone other than Don and Matt eased something tight inside her, as if sharing the weight made it less likely to break her in two. When they rounded the final corner, the rhythm of their steps broke. Ahead, on the small square of lawn, Matt and Don were locked in the practical struggle of shouldering a blood-smeared woman through the doorway of Matt's house, and whatever words had been lining up between Bella and Daz scattered as both of them launched forward at once, sprinting across the grass with the clean, unarguable urgency of people who understand that help is not a theory, but a thing you do with your hands. Chapter 22. All hands on deck. Bella and Daz burst into the cosy living room with their breath still ragged from the run, urgency tightening their faces, and found Don and Matt easing a blood-streaked woman onto the plush sofa. Her body compliant in that frightening way shock makes a person light, her eyes fixed on some point far beyond the room as the low rush of voices swirled uselessly around her. Daz's voice, steadied by resolve even as it wavered with alarm, slipped into the space between them and the woman. "My mother is a doctor. She's off this week and at home," he said, already moving. "We're only 2 streets over. I'll fetch her." He didn't wait for agreement. He pivoted and ran, his footsteps drumming down the path, and in the flash of his leaving he carried with him the quick, bright memory of the woman who had first learned the battlefield rhythms of triage as a trauma nurse, but who had pushed through sleepless years to earn her license to practice medicine just before she held him, newborn, against her chest. Like Bella and Matt, Daz had been raised in the clean, steady strength of a single parent. His father, a fireman whose name still glowed like a coal when spoken, had died on a motorway in a chaos of twisted metal, crushed when a van was shunted into him by a lorry that ploughed into a waiting stack of vehicles. The story told only once, and yet burned into him with a small eternal flame. In the sitting room, Don knelt close and tried to find the woman inside the shock. His questions softened to a gentle, even timbre, but her eyes never left their distant target, and no word answered his, only the hush of a mind that had retreated to survive. In the kitchen, with the door half closed against the living room's brittle quiet, Bella folded the outline of her afternoon into something spare and practical for Matt and Don. That she'd been late, that Daz had appeared and proved himself decent, that she was unhurt and home now. She skipped the colour and the peril because she could feel the tremor trying to sneak into her voice, and the more she pressed it down, the more her eyes betrayed the undertow. Don read it anyway, the held-back shake in the breath, the tightness at the corners of her mouth, and chose not to press, answering instead with a small nod that meant "I see you. I'm here and in that quiet kitchen," with the clock ticking and the faint, broken sounds of the woman from the next room threading the air. The 3 of them stood inside a hush that felt like a pact, each of them aware that the shape of their days had already begun to change. When Bella finally asked whether this would alter their departure, the question came heavy with everything she hadn't said. Don rubbed a hand across his brow and let out a breath that belonged to both worry and calculation, admitting he didn't yet know, that they should first hear what the doctor advised, that perhaps she could arrange for the woman to reach a hospital or something of that sort. Bella's answer sprang back, quick and indignant, asking whether he would want to be sent to a hospital now, with what they knew, and Matt stepped in beside her like a shield, pointing out it wouldn't be fair to decide for someone who couldn't speak, asking his father how he would feel in her place. Don yielded at once, the ethics landing with a clean click inside him. They would wait, he said, and see. Only then did his gaze catch on the far counter where a small disaster had left its signature. A burnt toaster, scorched odds and ends, the stale tang of something singed lingering in the air, and he asked, not accusing so much as taking inventory, what on earth had happened. Matt explained that when the CME struck, something in the kitchen sparked. He'd knocked it down with the small green fire extinguisher from the car, the one Don had insisted they keep, and before any of them could say more, a low moan floated in from the living room and drew Don away with a quick, "Fill me in on the rest later," as he stepped back into the unfamiliar work of tending a stranger. They were spared the wait they feared when Daz returned promptly with his mother, who came through the door with the clipped calm of someone practiced in walking straight at crisis, a doctor's bag in her hand that made Bella lift an eyebrow, old-fashioned and somehow exactly right, before she pushed the thought aside to make room for names. "This is my mom, Dr. Sandra McBain," Daz said, the respect in his voice unforced. "Mum, This is Bella, the one I told you about, and this is her friend and next-door neighbour, Matt, and his dad, Don." Dr. McBain had already turned toward the sofa, professionalism setting her shoulders. Introductions, she said, could wait, and what she needed first was a look at the patient, along with a name if anyone knew it. Don answered with the plain truth that he didn't, that he had found her like this by the wharf, and hadn't been able to leave her there, and for a brief second the steady line of his mouth faltered to show the swell of feeling beneath, before he set it firm again and made space for the doctor to work. A weighted hush settled over the house as Matt, Bella and Daz drifted into the kitchen, each of them moving as if careful not to disturb the fragile balance that had formed in the next room. Matt, reaching for the familiar ritual of hot drinks, as if normalcy could be coaxed back with steam and mugs, flicked the kettle switch and waited for the comforting tick and hum that never came, the dead silence answering him with a bluntness that made the new world feel suddenly, painfully real, and the muttered curse that slipped through his teeth sounded less like anger than grief. "Looks like it's cold drinks, then," he said, forcing a wryness he didn't feel as he eased open the fridge and let the chill drift over his face, his gaze stalling for a heartbeat on the mismatched clutter inside. Yesterday's leftovers, a half jar of pickles, the milk he'd meant to use for tea, while the edges of their lives continued, quietly and without permission, to rearrange themselves. The air in the little room thickened with the unsaid. Their faces, however carefully composed, betrayed the storm maps underneath. Matt's brow pleated as he tried to read without prying what Bella might have told Daz and how far the day had pushed her. Daz's eyes quick with questions he was too tactful to fling at her all at once, suspicion and curiosity struggling for the front seat, and Bella herself, caught in a restless loop of calculations that refused to settle, the timing of their departure tilting and tilting again in her mind as she pictured the route, her father's absence widening like a gap in the floorboards, the hope that he knew enough to hurry home, snagging on the raw fact that she could still feel fear quivering through her bones from what she had just survived, and the quieter, more dangerous doubt about whether she was built for the version of the world that was already arriving at the door. The woman on the sofa pulled that thread tighter, a living question they had invited into the centre of their plans. Bella had listened to herself refuse the hospital on principle, and she meant it, yet the practical tangle wound tighter with every breath. What could they do with her? Would she be well enough to find her own family soon? Would the day's events force them to escort her home, and would any of it bend their escape off its rails? The hum of questions became a swarm until she couldn't hold still under it, and before either boy could catch her sleeve, she turned on her heel and slipped out into the cool air, leaving the door's soft click to carry the apology she didn't have breath for. Matt moved at once, body first and thought second, but Daz lifted a hand and caught his forearm with a small shake of his head, the kind of gentle check that says, give her a little room without making a speech. "Let her have a minute," he murmured, and the steadiness in his voice made the words land. "She's dodged death twice today and watched Mr. Batley go right in front of her. She needs space to put that somewhere." "Batley?" Matt asked, the name cracking as it left him. "Gone, how?" Daz's answer came low and even, as if speaking quietly could smooth the edges of it. "A plane went down at school," he said, eyes flicking toward the floor as the pictures returned. "The blast took him, right beside her." A woman's voice, neither Bella's nor Dr. Sandra's, floated in from the living room, thin and unfamiliar, and the three of them took a single step toward the doorway before Don reappeared, his face drawn with the kind of tired that begins behind the eyes. He gave them the facts in the tone people use when they don't want to bruise a fragile truth. She wasn't concussed. She was deep in shock and would likely come back to herself. She'd been on her way to a friend's for the weekend when the train crash caught her. Sandra had her in the bathroom now, washing her clean. And, here his glance flicked to Matt with a careful tenderness, the woman was roughly the same size your mother had been, so he'd fetched some of her old clothes to spare the patient the indignity of blood and tatters. He turned to Daz with a slip of paper pinched between thumb and forefinger, the faint tremor in his hand at odds with the firmness of his words. "Your mum asked if you could run to the station and look for a Rachel Simons," he said. "It's a long shot, but worth it. If she isn't there, pin a note on the board to say her friend's here, and then check the friend's flat as well. This is the address." "I'll go with him," Matt said immediately, the solution arriving with his voice. "Bikes will be quicker." The protest rose and Don swallowed it once. Then again, the crease between his brows deepening as the father in him wrestled the urgency of the errand. In the end he nodded. The concession wrapped in a single condition that came out quiet but iron strong, that they had to be back before the town tipped into full dark. And both boys, recognizing the weight in that line, agreed without argument. They moved to gather what they needed: helmets, locks, the kind of small readinesses that suddenly felt like lifelines, while the house held its uneasy balance between action and apprehension, the surface looking almost ordinary, even as everything underneath simmered with unspent worry and the hard, bright purpose of people who have understood in a single afternoon that this is how you hold a life together. One task, then the next, then the next. Chapter 23, Daz, the railway station. Matt eased the back door until the swollen wood gave with a sigh, and Daz slipped after him into the garden where the air still held the day's heat and the faint sourness of smoke. At the far end, half hidden by shrubs, Bella sat on the old swing with the chains barely whispering, her body folded in on itself and turned away from the house, the simple curve of her spine telling them more than words could. So the boys exchanged a glance that said, "Leave her be," and angled toward the shed instead, careful on the path as if noise might break something delicate they couldn't fix. Inside, the shed smelled of oil and damp cardboard. Matt heaved out 2 bikes, his own, which he'd outgrown but refused to retire, and his dad's, a steadier frame that would fit Daz, and after a quick nod they wheeled them through the gate and into the lane, the garden's heaviness trailing them like a cloak, even as the first push on the pedals loosened something in their chests. The roads were a graveyard of stalled cars and skewed vans, but on 2 wheels they could thread the gaps, lifting over curbs and skimming verges, and the short ride to the station became a pocket of breath between the house they'd left and whatever waited ahead. The station shouldered up in a wash of noise and bodies, a churn of frightened people clumped under the canopy, faces set in that fixed look of waiting and not knowing. Thin lines of police tried to hold edges that kept dissolving, fielding questions they couldn't answer about the trains, the crash, the lists of names that hadn't appeared. Matt looped a chain through both bikes and the rack, tugged once to be sure, then added a second chain for the kind of reassurance that suddenly felt old-fashioned and necessary. And together they stepped into the press, the crowd's warmth and breath and salt pulling at them from every side. They had one name and a description: Rachel Simons, maroon beret, long wavy auburn hair, short, and it turned out the last detail mattered most, because the station was a forest of shoulders and backpacks and raised hands, and short meant she vanished in the undergrowth, no matter how hard they craned. They split without ceremony, Matt sliding left along the ticket hall while Daz shouldered right through the concourse, both of them calling, "Rachel?" whenever a flash of auburn teased the edge of vision. The words swallowed again and again by the general noise until half an hour skidded past, and they reconvened with the same weary shake of the head. The plan said the Millennium Flats were next, those posh places by the river, so they pushed out of the station's heat into the open, pausing on the fringe to sweep the outer crowd in one last long scan for a maroon cap that didn't show, when Matt's breath caught and he swore under it, "Ah shit, no way, the bikes are gone," and the words slapped the air flat. The rack stood where they'd left it, but the space was empty, and on the concrete the chains lay sliced in neat, ugly mouths, not just theirs but a scatter of others like bright metal snakes, a small theft inside a larger disaster that still had the power to sting. Matt stared, jaw working, while Daz let out a long breath that turned into decision as it left him. There wasn't time to be angry if the next task still needed doing. "We've no choice," he said, and the resignation came tempered with resolve. "We go on foot." Matt nodded, the agreement reluctant but clean, and they turned their backs on the rack and cut behind the station, where the ballast crunched under their shoes. The girders of the Victoria Road Bridge threw broken shadows over them as they jogged across, footfalls ringing in a rhythm that told them yes, they were still moving forward, even if slower now. Great Wilson Street took them at a fast walk, both of them running the same mental arithmetic about time lost and distance to go and the dusk sliding down the sky with every block. Ahead, the river's bend caught the last light and threw it up onto the glassy faces of the new builds. Those posh flats, in the mouths of the older lads at the plant, planted where the concrete works used to stand, all clean lines and balconies staring at water, part of a ribbon of waterfront houses strung downriver from the weir. As they drew closer, the buildings lifted into silhouette, the day thinning to a bruise behind them, and the city seemed to stretch a little longer with each step, as if the task were growing to match their determination. They kept going because there was nothing else to do. Urgency banked under their breathing like a steady flame. The underside of the A61 loomed, a dark mouth swallowing the road, and beyond it a smear of smoke uncoiled on the horizon. The sight of it tightening their legs into a jog through the trading estate and toward the weir, where the river's constant roar braided with the distant echoes of the day's earlier wreckage and followed them on, a whispering reminder that the world had shifted and would not, for a while, settle. Emerging from the last smear of industrial yards, they were hit at once by a vision so appalling it seemed to tilt the river on its axis. Flames clawed up the opposite bank with a vicious, hungry grace, throwing grotesque shadows over the twisted fuselage of an aircraft that had driven itself into the flank of a partly collapsed building, while smoke, thick, oily and choking, piled into the evening and turned the sky into a smothering lid. It took only a heartbeat for them to recognize with a sick jolt that the building they were headed for, the place they had hoped would hold Rachel, had become the epicenter of the catastrophe. Their gaze ran, helpless and wide, over the sprawl of ruin where no fire engines or rescue trucks carved lines of purpose through the chaos, where bodies lay in awful stillness across scrub and pavement, and where, above the crack and hiss of the blaze, the ragged screams of the unseen quarried at the air until sound itself felt flayed. They looked at each other then, the decision passing cleanly between them without need of words, and they turned back the way they had come, the acrid burn in their throats and every lancing cry behind them insisting that retreat, for now, was the only survivable choice. Their haste brought them up against a new wall at the A639, where a mass of people rolled forward like weather, faces knotted with fury and fear, the roar of their voices blending into a single impenetrable growl that erased any hope of crossing. Instinct and the blunt arithmetic of survival sent the boys sliding into a narrow alley skirting a run of cracked bay industrial units, and there, pressed close to metal and brick, they jogged until the alley spat them out beside the river again. The water moved with its indifferent calm, a ribbon of dark glass that mocked the tumult they had skirted, and as they ran along its edge they felt the sky deepen toward night until the dimming air seemed to mirror the shadow sliding over everything they had considered familiar. An hour of light at most, perhaps less, drove them on, reshaping the desire to return to Matt's from a good idea into an absolute necessity. Moving as if tied by a single thread, they let the last shreds of day lead their feet along the towpath, the images they had just absorbed searing and bright behind their eyes, and the pressure of gathering darkness turning every choice into a timed task. Whenever shapes detached themselves from the deepening margins and came toward them with unknown intent, they eased into the shelter of hedges and scaffolds and held their breath until the danger thinned, then slipped back onto the path and kept going. The girders of the A61 flyover rose like a black ribcage over the river, and beneath it they angled right onto Fox Road, the change from shadowed concrete to open tarmac ringing in their legs. They kept to a brisk, ground-eating pace until the old slabs of Clarence Road took their souls, each step counting out the minutes they could ill afford to waste. Another 10 minutes carried them to the mouth of Crown Point Bridge, where one long glance told them all they needed to know. Traffic sat locked in a furious stalemate. Arguments flashed into shoving matches that ricocheted between car doors, and from somewhere inside the gridlock there came a crack that sounded uncomfortably like a gunshot. An alien note in the leads they thought they knew. So they peeled away without discussion, dropped back to the river's edge and pounded downriver to the footbridge, whose narrow span delivered them, with a gust of relief that barely grazed their anxiety, to the far bank and a line toward home that felt suddenly tangible. They pushed north, threading the structural shadows beneath the A61 and slipping into Flack's place with their eyes scanning every doorway and verge, the quickness of their pace promising a sooner arrival while denying them any softening of attention. Mill Street rose ahead, and there the route stalled again, as clusters of people gathered across the wasteland that everyone knew was a pocket of the city's underbelly, its reputation for illicit trades making prudence an easy choice as they swung their path further north. Cutting across a ragged stretch of grass, they darted over Kirk Gate between gaps in the thin evening traffic, slid under the ribs of the Duke Street flyover, and entered the comparative quiet of St. John's Park, where they crossed the road with a caution born of the day and kept to the lee of trees until the path let them out behind the Minster. From there they ghosted through the unoccupied garden of Mr. Fellows, one of Matt's acquaintances who would not mind the trespass tonight, and at last the pavement tipped them onto Matt's road. Even within the familiar geometry of those houses, the dark had eaten the sense of safety that usually lived there, and as they moved along the curb with care, they both felt the same sober weight settle on them. The knowledge that the city they had left that morning had shifted, perhaps for good, into something sharper-edged and more uncertain, and that getting home was only the first small victory in a night that would ask more of them than any of their days ever had. Chapter 24. Bella. Extra baggage. Bella let the swing carry her a little, the chains giving their patient old metal sigh while she watched the garden blur at the edges. The image of Matt and Daz pedalling away kept replaying in her head until the moment frayed, and she slipped off the seat with the reluctance of someone leaving a safe perch only because the ground insists, worries gathering on her face as she stepped back into the house where Don, half tender, half practical, was sorting a small hill of women's clothes into neat, careful stacks. "Don," she asked, coming close enough that her voice didn't have to travel, "where have Daz and Matt gone?" He paused with a blouse in his hands and met her eyes before he spoke, a soft breath easing out of him as if he were setting two truths side by side. "She's lucid now," he said. "She was on a train out of York when it all went wrong. She was coming here, to a college friend in those flats by the river, the ones they built on the old concrete works. The boys have gone to the station to try and find her friend. If that fails, they'll go to the woman's flat and ask the friend to come here." Concern moved across Bella's features like a draft through curtains. But how are they meant to bring her back? There's no transport now, not really. She glanced toward the bathroom, the stranger's presence a weight in the air, and she doesn't look ready to go anywhere. Don nodded, his hands stilling among the fabric. "You're right," he said. "If it comes to that, she can stay here until she's well enough to travel." His fingers began to move again, gentling a sleeve. "It doesn't change our situation, I suppose." Bella stood with that for a moment, feeling the implications settle, their departure perhaps unaffected, yet a stranger tucked under this roof by their choosing, and thought how she would have balked at such a decision if this were her home, how responsibility settles differently when you're the one turning the key. A soft tap on the door carried the doctor in on its echo, her gaze skimming the room with a thread of worry stitched through it. "Has Daz come back yet?" she asked, and the question had edges. Bella shook her head, letting her fingers find the cool lip of the counter. "They left only minutes ago." "Then I'll take those," the doctor said, hands already out for the clothes, voice steady even as the concern stayed bright in her eyes. Don passed the folded stack over, hesitation brief, then gone, and she disappeared toward the bathroom again. Low voices drifted through the door, indistinct as river sounds, wrapping the room in a layer of listening that no one named. Bella opened the fridge and retrieved a can of fizzy orange, pressing the cold against her palm before easing the tab. The hiss was small and domestic in the larger strangeness, and she let the sweetness sit on her tongue while her thoughts wandered the maze they'd been circling all afternoon, the background world dimming to a hum as she sipped. Time unspooled without markers until Don returned, quiet as a chapel step, with 2 thick candles cradled in his arms. "I thought you might want a little peace," he said gently, his voice matching the room's hush. "Mind if we share it with you?" She looked up and searched his face, then nodded. "No, of course." He set the candles and struck a flame. Light pooled and fluttered, shadows testing the walls and settling into a softer geometry that honoured all the unsaid things strewn between them. He slipped out and came back a moment later with the doctor and the stranger, and for an instant Bella barely recognised the woman. Dressed now in jeans and a snug sweatshirt, vivid red trainers bright as punctuation, she carried herself with a tentative alertness, a muted resilience that hadn't been there before, her eyes clearer as they took the room in with careful curiosity. Don parted his lips to speak, some necessary framing, some next step, but the front door burst the moment like a soap bubble, and Matt and Daz stumbled in with their hair wind-mussed and their faces stamped by what they'd seen, the kind of distress that doesn't need words to be understood. And in the space before anyone could ask or answer, the candle's small flame seemed to lean toward them, as if light itself were trying to make room. Don's brows drew together, concern knotting the space between them as he asked what had happened, the question carrying more weight than the few words could hold. Matt answered first, his voice thin with the leftover tremor of adrenaline, saying it was chaos out there and that frustration was spilling into arguments, which even as he tried to steady himself, he admitted were already tipping into fights. The last word slipped almost to a whisper, as if naming it might call more of it down upon them. Daz picked up the thread with a grim certainty that didn't need embellishment, telling them it was turning ugly, and in the heavy hush that followed, the doctor guided the moment back to its centre, introducing the woman whose shock had remade her as if she were a different person. "Everyone, this is Brenda," she said, then turned to the boys with a practical gentleness and asked whether they had found Rachel. Silence held the room until Matt filled it, the tremor back in his voice as he explained that she hadn't been at the station and that when they'd gone on to the flats they'd found them burning, a plane driven into the building so completely they couldn't even get close. He stumbled over the last part, admitting he doubted anyone had survived, and the words seemed to pull the floor from under Brenda, who folded into sobs that shook her as if her bones wanted to speak. They drew back as one to give the doctor room to gather Brenda in, and the rest of them spilled onto the patio for air that felt no lighter than the room they'd left. Daz, staring out into a garden that had already begun to feel like a memory of safety, asked what they were going to do now and whether they should leave the city, saying he wanted to urge his mum to evacuate because the mood in town had soured into something he didn't like at all, and the way things were unfolding made his skin prickle. Before Don could shape an answer, Sandra leaned back into the doorway and signalled them in, telling them Brenda had calmed and wanted to speak. Daz went first, worry tugging him forward, even as caution held his shoulders tight. But Don lifted a quiet hand and asked, without words, for a beat to breathe, and after a brief hushed exchange between mother and son, they took their places again while Don guided the others back into the living room's solemn circle. The room filled with the kind of silence that is not empty, but crowded with breath and thought. Bella and Matt chose the floor, legs folded and faces set with a mixture of nerves and resolve, while Don settled in his usual chair as if anchoring something that might otherwise drift. On the sofa, Daz and Sandra bracketed Brenda, each of them nursing their own storm, and for a long moment eyes moved from face to face as if checking an unspoken roll call. It was Sandra who broke it, her voice a calm, steady current as she said that she and her son had decided to leave the city and suspected the others had come to a similar conclusion, then asked whether they might join forces since there was safety in numbers and the road ahead would not be kind to people travelling alone. Don's gaze went to Bella and Matt. They each gave a small nod that felt larger than it looked, and he told the room they had been putting plans in place for a week, every detail drawn and redrawn, only for the coronal mass ejection to hit a full 12 hours earlier than they'd been braced for. Bella, speaking evenly but with an urgency that lived under the words, said the timing had in fact been exact, only aligned to Australia, where 5 in the morning arrives half a day before it does here. Don blinked as the realization clicked, admitted he hadn't considered it, and Bella lifted a shoulder in a small, rueful acknowledgement that she hadn't either. Not until the aftermath made the math obvious. He held her look for a heartbeat, then went on. Even with the timing wrong in their heads, they were still ready, except that he'd been caught on the far side of town when it struck, and their supplies were stuck in the van down by the river. They had to retrieve them. Near the river? Daz echoed, brow folded, and Don explained that they were, in the parlance of the preppers, bugging out by canoe, taking the river upstream toward Bella's grandparents' off-grid farm in the Yorkshire Dales. He asked whether anyone could handle a canoe. Sandra answered with the warmth of a familiar skill, saying both she and her son had spent years on the water and knew their way around paddles and current. Brenda, still raw but steady enough to tell the truth, admitted she'd never set foot in anything smaller than a ferry. Bella had gone quiet in that purposeful way she had when she was building something in her head, and when she spoke it was with a clear plan that wrapped everyone in. If they used the 4-man canoe and the 2-man each towing a kayak, they'd have the space they needed. Put Brenda, Daz's mum, Don and Matt in the 4-man, the one with the floats for extra stability, while she and Daz took the 2-man and packed the overflow into the kayaks to drag behind. She asked if that worked for everyone. The stillness that followed wasn't resistance so much as calculation, each person taking a measure of themselves and the water and the night ahead. And when the moment threatened to stall, Bella stood, took the torch from the coffee table, and slipped into the kitchen. She came back after a stretch that felt longer than it likely was, and placed a carefully itemized list in Sandra's hands, explaining that it laid out what each person would need. Sandra scanned the page, her eyes moving with the quick arithmetic of a woman who has run a household and a ward and knows what enough looks like, then said it wasn't exhaustive, but she had a good portion of it already, that her pantry was well stocked, and that there were additional items in her other medical bag she considered essential for the journey. The words settled over them, like the first firm stones in a crossing, not yet a bridge, but the shape of a way forward all the same. Don, catching hold of a thin seam of purpose in the frayed atmosphere, took the stairs 2 at a time and returned a moment later with his clockwork bedside alarm clock, cradled like a small relic, the brushed metal catching what little light the room could spare. He set it on the mantel with a care that felt almost ceremonial, the slow, stubborn tick nudging the hands toward 8 and marking, more plainly than anyone wanted, the time slipping out from under them. Given our constraints, is it plausible to get everything you need organized and be back here by midnight? He asked, the question steady but edged with the gravity of a promise they would all have to keep. Sandra nodded once, firm and quick. It's threading a fine needle, but yes, we should manage, she said, meeting Daz's eyes in a glance that carried both assent and urgency. Let's go, Daz. Every second counts now. The door closed on their heels and left a hush that seemed to deepen the room. Don, sensing how fragile the quiet could become if left empty, shepherded the teenagers toward the kitchen with the gentle authority of someone who knows that small, ordinary tasks can be a bridge over churning water. Let's all lend a hand and cobble together some food, he said, inviting no objections while offering comfort. Brenda could use something substantial, and so could I. Matt moved at once, drawing a pre-sliced loaf from the cupboard and butter from the fridge. He set 2 knives on the counter, then swung the door wider and took stock as if the shelves were a puzzle he might solve with attention. What are we thinking? We've got some boiled eggs, lettuce, cucumber, tomatoes, yesterday's tuna mayonnaise, some. He broke off, nose wrinkling at the sour hint in the air. No, forget the cheese and the yogurt, they've turned. Everything else then? Don answered, lightening the words without pretending the stakes were small. "We'll call it an if-it's-in-the-fridge picnic." And the quiet chuckle that escaped him was brief but real, a small buoy in rough water. They fell into motion with the unspoken rhythm of people who understand the value of doing. Bella buttered bread with long, even strokes, while Matt worked the knife through the neat rounds of egg and tomato and cucumber, and Don stacked the makings into honest, square sandwiches whose plainness did not diminish their promise. Plates filled and arms loaded, they carried the food to the next room and arranged it on the coffee table in a spread that looked, for a heartbeat, like hope. Don softened his voice as he offered a plate to Brenda, laying encouragement across the space like a hand to a shoulder. "Please, eat. The food won't keep, and keeping our strength up matters." She began, obedient to kindness, then faltered halfway through, guilt and gratitude wrestling in the catch of her throat. "But what of me?" she asked, the words small and tired. "I bring nothing. I don't even have my purse, and even if I did, there's hardly anything in it. I can't just take your food." Don drew breath to answer, but Bella stepped in with the calm resolve of someone who has already decided. "I packed a kit for my father," she said. "He won't be joining us. It's yours now, and I won't hear another word about it. Please, eat." Brenda's eyes shone as she met Bella's gaze. "Thank you, Bella. Your father must be proud of you. You carry so much kindness." "So say all of us," Don added, surprised to hear his own thought land aloud and content to let it stand. A single tear gathered and threatened to break free down Bella's cheek. She blinked it back and let her gaze drop to her plate, shielding the softness of the moment without denying it. When the edges of hunger had been blunted, Don and Matt moved in tandem to gather plates, the soft clink of crockery stitching a domestic pattern through the thin quiet. They stacked the few remaining sandwiches into the fridge in case Sandra or Daz returned hollow with effort. Then Don lifted the lid on the cigar box and chose one with the absent-minded care of a man reaching for a ritual that lets the hands work while the mind recalibrates. He stepped out the back door and settled into a chair on the patio, where the night pressed warm and deceptively calm, broken only by the occasional bark of a distant dog or a shout that detached itself from the dark and drifted off again. The ember shortened, breath by breath, and just as the last inch neared his fingers, the calm split. A hard rattle, rat-a-tat-tat, stitched across the quiet, followed by a single deliberate shot, and then a silence so complete it made the violence ring longer in the blood. He sat with it, letting the new fact settle, that in the space of a few hours gunfire had threaded itself into the weave of their lives, and when he looked up, Bella was already crossing the threshold, her presence soft but certain. She folded into the lounger opposite, and for a long beat they only held each other's gaze. "Yes," Don said at last, the words low to match the night. "That was gunfire. I take a sober comfort in our decision to leave, if the slide to anarchy can begin this fast." "Me too," Bella answered, her voice a narrow ribbon of sound that still held. Out front, Matt perched on the step like a sentinel, eyes working the dark for the shapes of Daz and his mother. Electric light had bled out of the city so completely that only a scatter of candles wavered in distant windows, and the other glow came from fires chewing at streets and roofs, bright, hungry mouths no engine would come to hush. He thought of Mr. Clapp and felt the certainty settle. The CME had run across the world quicker than most could name it, leaving wreckage in its wake and moving on into the cold distances. Not something to fight, but something to live after. The fires would have their way now, unchallenged, and the thought of that fierce, ungoverned burn slid uninvited into his sense of the road ahead, a hard, bright metaphor for a future none of them could map, but all of them, tonight, had chosen to face. Chapter 25. Daz. The heat is on. They slipped through the moonlit streets without a word, mother and son moving in step along the short 10-minute route to the small 2-bedroom place that crowned their broad cul-de-sac, a ring of neat 20-year-old houses holding their breath in the new stillness. Inside, the familiar rooms felt half erased, the darkness pressing in everywhere except where a pale wash of moonlight slid through the living room window, and the air, cooler than it had any right to be, carried that thin, empty quality that comes when electricity and heat have lifted their hands and walked away. They did what people do when the world tips. They checked each room as if the act alone could keep danger at the threshold, nerves tightening their movements even though nothing was disturbed, and when the final door showed only dust and shadow, they stood a moment in the hallway, exchanging a look that weighed caution against time before listing essentials in quick, practical murmurs, the urgency tucked beneath their voices because both of them heard the clock back at Don's and knew midnight wasn't going to wait. Matt's loaned torch threw a steady bar of light that let them find 2 more tucked among their things, and Daz peeled off toward his bedroom, pulled his study camping rucksack from where it always lived, and told himself, because it helped, that packing for this was no more complicated than the countless weekends he'd shouldered the same bag and followed friends into the hills. He folded 2 changes of clothes, added the few small personal pieces he couldn't imagine leaving behind, and caught himself thinking of a hot shower with the reflex of habit, the thought dying at once as he remembered that warm water had joined the list of easy comforts already gone, a small grief that flared and dimmed as quickly as a match. In the bottom drawer, his fingers found the handles of his 2 camping knives, the familiar weight steady in his palm as he laid them beside the Parker on the bed, the ugly practical one he almost never wore because it made him look like a walking duvet, but which promised warmth and pockets and a hood that would laugh at weather. He chose cargo trousers for their useful clutter of compartments, a vest, a t-shirt, the black fleece hoodie that held heat like a held breath, and stuffed his thickest socks and the thermal gloves into the rucksack before he dressed in deliberate layers that made each zip and button feel like a small step further into whatever came next. Purpose put a spring in his stride as he cut out to the shed and came back with a carry bag cradled in his arms, setting it on the kitchen table so that the box, the lengths of rubber tubing, and the 2 catapults he'd ferreted out could show themselves. Sandra leaned in with that blend of curiosity and caution particular to mothers, and asked why on earth he wanted them, and he answered with a glint that was part mischief and part foresight that he had an idea and thought they might come in handy, to which she sighed the kind of permission that concedes both love and autonomy, and told him that if he carried them, the choice was his. They worked fast, emptying the pantry of surplus dried food that wouldn't fit in their rucksacks and muscling it into 2 scuffed sports bags. And when the kitchen gave them nothing else useful to claim, he asked, trying to keep the flutter from his voice, whether she had everything, and she asked the same of him. And then, because lingering at the door only made leaving harder, she whispered that they had better go. The brim of her composure overflowed into tears that trembled but didn't quite fall, and they shouldered their rucksacks, took 1 sports bag between them and a heavy, reusable supermarket tote in the other hand, locked the front door on a chapter they hadn't planned to end, and stepped into the road's shadowed mouth. The voices came like a rip in fabric, deep, rough, too many, and instinct did the thinking. They snapped their torches dark, slid back through the side path, and folded themselves into the garden's cover, moving by memory to the rear gate, and out into the narrow passage that stitched between the houses. The night became an ally then, wrapping them close as they let fingertips skim rough brick and fence posts to map a route through the alley's blackness. And at the far end, where the gap opened onto the estate, the cutouts of local lads showed against the furnace glow of a large building giving itself over to fire. The boys. Attention pinned by the spectacle so completely that Sandra and Daz could ghost away in the opposite direction without drawing an eye. At the road's end, they paused, breath shallow, and ears straining for a sound that would send them back into shadow, and when the quiet held, they crossed low and quick and let another alley take them, the dark thinning by degrees until it tipped them onto High Crescent, which had always been busy and now wore an uneasy hush as if the city had forgotten its lines. Their goal sat no more than 100 yards ahead, where the road fed down to the cools, and they waited the long minutes it took to be certain no one else owned the space. Then, pushed off with a clipped, purposeful stride that didn't break until the small, familiar cut-through to Leeds Minster opened like a seam in the streets. Caution threaded every step as they skirted behind the Minster, retracing the same quiet path Daz had run with Matt earlier, and when they slipped through the last garden and onto Matt's road, they found him perched on the front step, gaze fixed down the far end, where he expected them to appear. The moment his body registered movement, he surged to his feet, ready to bolt for the door, and then recognition washed the panic out of his shoulders. "Oh, thank goodness you're back," he said, the relief loosening his voice as he steadied legs that still wanted to shake. "I was becoming quite worried." Chapter 26. Leaving it all behind. Matt eased them through the dark like a usher guiding latecomers down a theatre aisle, one hand on the latch, the other hovering near Sandra's elbow as Daz slipped past. From the street, the house might have looked empty. The velvet-lined curtains Don had drawn sealing away the weak candlelight and whatever warmth the rooms could still hold, a soft barricade against the restless city outside, and a way of saying, to any eyes that lingered, "There's nothing here to see." The patio doors gave a faint, familiar creak, and, with it, Don and Bella arrived from the garden, shadows resolving into faces that were equal parts welcome and worry. Bella's question came on a breath that mixed relief with the last of her held fear. "How did you get on?" "We managed," Daz said, voice steady but rubbed thin at the edges. "Most of the essentials, and I found a small tarp I'd forgotten, one from camping trips, and since your bow wasn't here, I brought my old one and some arrows. It should tide you over." Candlelight warmed Bella's smile. "Thank you, Daz. That'll do more than fine." Sandra tapped a toe of the sports bag with a quiet satisfaction that didn't bother pretending to be pride. "Extra dried food as well. I keep a surplus for occasions like this." "Fantastic," Don said, the word landing like a stake marking a plan. "We'll make it work and stash it safely, and there are sandwiches in the fridge for the two of you if hunger followed you home. Matt." But Matt was already moving, reading the cue before it finished, the kitchen swallowing him with the soft thud of the door. "We'll sit tight for a few hours," Don said into the room's hush, the suggestion gentle and practical at once. "Let things settle if they're going to. Maybe even grab a little sleep." The idea floated there and one by one slid off everyone but Brenda, who had already given herself to it, breath deepening where she lay. The rest held their thoughts like hot cups they couldn't set down. Sandra added, low and sure, that the walk back had been crowded with far too many people for comfort, and while they'd been lucky enough to pass without trouble, it confirmed what she suspected, that, for now, avoiding the living was safer than avoiding the dark. They ate, not because they wanted to, but because a body asks, and when the crumbs settled, an orphaned sandwich sat on the plate like a question no one wanted to answer. Matt took it on his way back to the kitchen, the plate coming back empty and clean. He returned a minute later with both arms full, 2 6-packs of fizzy orange gripped like trophies, and cracked a can with the hiss-pop of habit, the cold rim hovering near his mouth when Bella's voice cut the night. "Stop!" It rang louder than she meant, then softened as she pushed through the flush rising in her cheeks. "Don't drink that. We won't be stopping for bathroom breaks in the next 24 hours, and that stuff will have you needing to." She caught herself, groped for gentler phrasing. "Use the toilet in a few hours. Standing to pee over the side of a canoe isn't exactly feasible, is it?" Silence lifted its head. Every gaze landed on her. She sank back into her chair with a rueful tilt of the mouth. Matt froze mid-sip, mouth open, then pivoted sheepishly to tuck the cans away again. Daz's smirk opened into a quick, grateful laugh that let the air move. "I'm glad someone's thinking ahead," Don said, relief hiding inside the humour. "Although, for my sins, I'll now always have the image of Matt attempting that, which I did not need." Daz's laughter answered him, light and honest. Bella let herself return a small, crooked smile. Matt, now as pink as Bella had been, flashed a look around the room and beat a retreat down the hall to the bathroom. "Wise for all of us, actually," Sandra said, practical as ever. "Let's make that our last stop before we go." At the dining table, Daz and Bella fell into the comfortable specificity of archery, Ranges and string weights, a competition that went sideways in the wind and another that didn't, the kind of talk that steadies the hands. Daz knew more than he let on. He'd watched her shoot, had heard the way her name moved in certain circles. But he kept his face open and asked the right questions, content to listen because the sound of her telling chipped a little of the edge off the night. Don, meanwhile, slipped through the patio door with a cigar he didn't particularly want so much as a ritual that would let him think. The lounger gave under his weight, the lighter flared, and the ember glowed like a small red masthead in the stillness. He drew and exhaled, smoke rising in a lazy spiral that looked almost decorative against the dark. The city answered in small, ordinary fragments, distant dogs, a voice that lifted and went away, and he bargained quietly with the calm, as if quiet might be convinced to stay if no one startled it. His mind stepped out ahead of the group like a scout on a ridge, touching the places where the path could narrow, remembering the knot of lads under the canal bridge the day before, and wondering who else might be tucked into the folds of shadow with intentions that wouldn't declare themselves until too late. The unknown ran on, an unlit road. When the cigar shortened to a final, thoughtful inch, he pressed it out and set it in the ashtray, the night settling back around the gesture as if to say, for now, be still. Soon enough, move. The clock, which had been the quiet witness to their scurrying preparations and the softer exchanges that threaded through them, showed a little past 2, its slow hands sawing the minutes into smaller and smaller pieces they could no longer afford to waste. I think we should aim to be out by 3, Don said, his gaze making a deliberate circuit of the room before coming to rest on Bella. Do you have the key to the lockup? Yes, right here, she answered, patting the fabric at her hip to feel the small, hard shape through the pocket, the movement neat but not quite steady, as if the key itself had acquired weight. Good. Matt, take Daz's bags. He'll need both hands for his bow, Don went on, the assignments falling into place with a decisiveness that came as much from necessity as from temperament. I'll carry Sandra's big sports bag. Those handles look long enough to wear like a rucksack, more or less. And if Brenda decides to rejoin the land of the living, we'll give her the shopping bag, he added, a scrap of dry humour tossed into the room like a match that burned just long enough to show a few teeth. He took the torch and disappeared downstairs. When he returned from the basement, the light caught metal, and for a beat the room held its breath. A shotgun lay easy in the V of his arm. A cartridge belt slung across his chest with the casual exactness of someone who has handled the shape before. Oh, look, Yul Brynner from that old western with Charles Bronson, Daz said, the grin quick and unguarded. Don lifted a brow without breaking stride. Easy, boy. I'll have you know I possess a full head of hair. The line landed and the tension gave an inch, no more, but enough to breathe. All right, he said, letting the tone settle back. Everyone use the bathroom now. Ladies first. There's another loo upstairs for you two. He lowered himself into the chair with the shotgun balanced against his knee and his attention moving between the clock and the belt strap, his fingers working the leather without thought while the steady tick filled the room with a soft insistence that made the walls feel closer. The minutes crept, slow but relentless, and with each one the decision they had already made tightened its hold. Sandra leaned in toward the sofa and touched Brenda's shoulder, her palm gentle, the motion patient but firm. Brenda, love, it's nearly time, she murmured. Up you get and use the bathroom while you can. Once we set off, we won't be stopping for a good while. Don stood and shrugged into his parka, the canvas whispering as it found his shoulders. Matt lifted the weight of the sports bag and steadied it while Daz drew the straps snug, the three of them working in an easy, wordless rhythm until Don gave a small nod that said the fit would do. Coats followed, zips rasping, collars turned, layers drawn up against whatever the dark might hold. Daz and Bella looped quivers over shoulder and head with the practiced tilt of people who knew their gear, then lifted their bows from the table. Matt swung Sandra's rucksack into place and settled it for her, while Brenda, steadier now, took two of the lighter bags without complaint and Matt gathered the last pair. Don's torch bit a clean white wedge through the dim and threw their faces into stark relief. their expressions set not with bravado but with the quiet concentration of people who understand departure is a kind of promise. "Think," he said, voice low but carrying. "Anything forgotten? Once we step out that door, we don't turn back." "The toilet, perhaps, Matt?" Daz offered, deadpan and doomed. "Ha ha!" Matt returned, the dryness doing nothing to hide the flick of relief that the jab provided. Hilarious, truly. The joke hung a heartbeat too long and thinned, and Don cut it off with a small shake of his head that was more father than general. "Enough, both of you. If we're ready, it's time." He met each pair of eyes in turn and let the silence do the last of the talking, the understanding passing between them as surely as the torch beam across the floor. Chapter 27. A long, short walk outside. The dark lay over the street like a heavy cloak, kind enough to hide them, but just as ready to swallow anyone who drifted a step too far. Don felt that danger as a live wire under his skin and made sure the others felt it too, his voice low but edged with insistence as he set their order and their purpose. "Listen to me. No gaps," he said, eyes moving from face to face until he was certain he had them. "We stay as one. Matt, you take the rear and watch our backs. Bella, keep the center. I'll lead. That way the three of us who know the lockup are spread through the line and no one gets left because someone thinks the person in front knows the way. Stay together. Always. Now move." They slipped into the night's weave and let Don's pace set the thread, taking the simplest line at first. The city so emptied of ordinary sound it was easy to imagine themselves alone, until the junction at Crown Point Road and the A61 flyover rose ahead like the ribs of a dead thing. Under its concrete belly, a knot of youths had made a small, brutal camp. 2 oil drums burned hard, flames throwing a feral light that made their shadows jerk and dance, while the thud of a heavy hammer breaking up pallets punctured the stillness at irregular beats. What snagged Don's attention, though, what lodged deep and wouldn't shift, were the pistols hanging loose in the hands of 2 of the boys, not found in a panic but worn with the casual ease of habit. These weren't souvenirs, they were kit. This wasn't a fluke, it was a crew. His gut tightened. There was no version of this where a conversation ended well. He sketched the alternatives in his head and picked the only one that didn't end in noise. Backtrack, take the crossing at High Lane and the Cools, and then the footbridge and the Weir Bridge beyond. Longer, yes, and a little more exposed, but distance and time were cheaper than blood. They turned without ceremony and let urgency make them light, the retreat quiet and orderly, each footfall laid with care as if sound alone could summon trouble. The glow under the flyover slid behind them and thinned to a memory. The air ahead colder and cleaner as they threaded into the Cools and tucked their shadows tight against the deeper ones thrown by the buildings. A cough, raw and rasping, scratched the silence behind and set their nerves twanging until the source staggered into view. A drunk man weaving out of an alley, hacking between slurred complaints to the night. No threat, just another broken edge in a city suddenly full of them. They breathed out as one and kept moving. Alertness sharpened rather than eased. The bridge loomed, its span sketched in the low light, and there the path jammed again. 2 figures stood at the midpoint, easy with their cigarettes, voices low, smoke coiling around their faces as if it had nowhere else to go. They didn't look hostile, but they looked curious. And curious men on a bridge might start asking about bags and guns and destinations, and Don's shotgun, no matter how carefully carried, would answer their questions before any of them spoke. Options collapsed to a few narrow tracks. Skirt the waterline and try to slide past the backs of the houses that leaned down to the river, or wait. The first was a maze with too many eyes, the second a gamble measured in patience. They chose to disappear. A narrow alley took them in and held them, breath held, shoulders brushing brick, while the 2 on the bridge finished their talk and drifted away, their conversation thinning to a thread and then to nothing, as they wandered off into the wider night. The group stayed pinned a few beats longer, counting, listening, letting the air settle, before peeling out of the shadows and stepping lightly onto the span. Across the bridge, they dropped to the river path and felt their shoulders loosen a fraction. Here the buildings were industrial shells rather than houses with curtains and watchers, and the river itself seemed to conspire with them, whispering along the bank as if urging them forward. The way ahead was still a map of unknowns, the hours tight with possibilities they couldn't name, but for the moment they moved unseen, the line holding, the night giving them passage. They made the weir without fuss, easing across and feeling their way onto the narrow path that ran beside it, the river shouldering past with a heavy rush that filled their ears until it was difficult to tell water from anything else. Every few minutes they stopped and stood still in the spray-cooled air, straining to separate the hiss and thunder of the cascade from any other sound that might mean trouble. Halfway along the flank of a renovated mill, once brick and soot, now polished and renamed with the self-importance of loft apartments, voices braided out of the night close enough to graze the skin, and panic pricked at their composure as they flattened to the wall, folding themselves into the spill of shadow and the jittering light that leaked from somewhere ahead, hearts thudding high in their throats while they waited to see if the dark would keep their secret. It almost did, until Brenda, pressing back for space that wasn't there, knocked something in her bag hard against the brick and made a dry, betraying clang that seemed to ring forever. The voices broke off. A torch clicked on with a weak, probing beam that combed the air just beyond their alcove without slipping inside it, and time stretched thin as wire while they held their breath and tried to think themselves smaller. At last the light snapped out again, and the conversation, hesitant at first, stitched itself back together, and the darkness took them in as if nothing had moved. A bottle skittered down the covered tunnel ahead, the hollow clatter bouncing toward them in quick, crisp beats, and then came the single sound of footsteps. One person, unhurried and drawing closer. They became statues, each measuring the distance by breath and counting on the torch to stay dark so the walker would pass them by with only the river for company. He might have, too, if the door a few feet away hadn't opened on a tired, familiar creak. A woman stepped into the gap in a dressing gown, peered past them without seeing, and snapped her torch to life, the cone of it cutting the gloom and finding a big man ambling toward her, toward them as well. Every pulse in the group hammered as if a hand had closed around it. "Harry, haul your ass in here, right now! It's freezing, come on!" she called, voice strong enough to fill the tunnel. The bulky shape of Harry obediently pivoted and hurried inside, the door closing with a short, firm clap. They held their breaths a beat longer, listening for any echo of him that might circle back, and when the quiet settled properly they eased forward again. The minutes stretched into the kind that feel like hours, and then the lockup appeared where it should, the sight of it pulling them faster. Bella got the key to work on the second try despite the tremor in her hands, and they slipped through in a quick fold, the door snicking shut behind them as if secrecy itself had a latch. Inside was windowless and close, but the dark felt almost like shelter. A torch winked on and painted the room in small, careful strokes, canoes nested in their cradles, paddles, dry bags, a tangle of gear catching the light. Bella began to outline the slipway close by, where they could launch without wrestling the boats down a sheer bank, and then the fragile pocket of calm tore open. Voices outside, sharp and overlapping, climbed into the room like cold air through a crack. Torches went out in a practiced instant. The lockup swallowed them again, and the silence they made together became a thing they could feel. The first thud landed against the side door like a fist to the chest, loud enough to shove a lump of fear up under every tongue. A scrape followed, uncertain, close, suggestive of a hand or a boot testing metal, and the tension wound tighter as all eyes slid to the door. None of them could see. Daz, blind and steady, brought his bow up and pointed it toward the sound. Don lifted the shotgun and found a hold, the barrel steady even as his hands shook a fraction. Another bang came, harder than the first, and Brenda's breath caught into a little, frightened sound that Sandra smoothed away with a palm over her mouth and a whisper against her ear. "Stay quiet, girl." They stood in that held night as if pinned, each of them counting heartbeats and rehearsing what they would do if the hinges gave way. It felt like forever, the kind of pause that builds its own weather. Then the scream came, raw, male, and full of pain. Ripping a rent in the dark that made the skin crawl, shouts piled on top of it, a tangle of rage and something uglier, the whole thing strung out into a horrible circling noise that seemed as if it might never stop until, abruptly, a splash cut it clean off and the silence rushed back in. No one spoke. The stillness that followed was thick with the echo of what had just happened, and with a question none of them could answer. Were the men outside gone, or simply quiet and listening? The minutes passed in slow increments, heavy and indistinct, and at last Don leaned close and let a whisper out. They must have gone. It's quiet now. From the dark where he stood, Matt pushed back gently, the caution in his voice barely there, but real. They might just be silent, having a smoke or something. No, Don said, and though his voice quivered at the edge it held, I think they've moved on. Men like that don't stand and keep their mouths shut, not after that. Unless they're twisted enough to gloat over it in silence, they're gone. They liked the sound of themselves too much to stop unless they were already walking. We take the chance. In the close, airless dark of the lockup, Don's whisper felt like a small bridge thrown over a chasm, thin, necessary, and the only way forward, while the thought of what had just happened outside pressed against all of them like a hand at the back. No one argued. Fear and purpose nested together in their chests, and the agreement moved through the group without speech. They would risk the same night that had devoured another man because not moving, now, had become the more dangerous choice. They set to it with the careful speed of people who know noise can summon trouble. Hands still unsteady from the echoes outside, they packed their world into the hulls. Gear and food and the last scraps of certainty lashed down in the canoes, and in one of the kayaks, Bo's and Don's shotgun kept out where they could reach them, spare paddles tucked deep so nothing would rattle loose. The life jackets, garish and bright in a way that would make targets of them, were slipped under coats where their bulk could hide, and their usefulness could remain. Don eased the side door a fraction, peered through the seam, and let out a slow breath when nothing moved in the murk. Bella rolled the two-man canoe into the open with the economy of practice. Daz followed with the four-man, shoulders squared under its weight. Sandra and Brenda lifted the empty canoe between them and felt it become manageable in shared hands. Matt brought the last trolley's burden, steadying the load whenever a wheel caught on a crack. Don took station at the end of the building, the shotgun snugged in, the slight tremor in his forearms no match for the steadiness of his stance, and watched the dark for shapes that didn't belong. The slipway lay only a few yards on, but even that short stretch asked for silence. They threaded the boats beneath the safety chain with the kind of care that keeps metal from speaking, and slid them into the water one by one, the soft, quick sounds of entry swallowed by the hum of the river. Bella clipped the floats into place with fingers that remembered how, without needing to see, then knotted lines so the empty canoe would ride behind the four-man and the laden one behind the two-man. The tow ropes drawn tight enough to hold but loose enough to flex in current. She steadied Brenda's elbow as the other woman climbed in, the tremor in her legs running through the hull like a shiver, and Sandra squeezed her shoulder once before settling into her own seat. A small flick of Bella's torch, blink and gone, brought Don forward. With Matt's hand bracing the gunwale, he slid into a middle position and let the weight of the boat claim him. Daz's bow was secured where his hand could find it without looking. Bella took the stern, the lean of her body already reading the water. The first strokes were ugly. Don's paddles strobed against the surface with more force than timing, and each miscatch sent a sour little wobble down the length of the canoe. Brenda, eager to help and fighting back her shake, splashed more than she moved them, until Sandra murmured something low and kind that asked her to rest her arms and save her strength. They edged away from the bank to let the faster water carry some of the work, accepting the extra pull on their shoulders as a price worth paying. And the river met them with a steady weight that never stopped asking and never raised its voice. Upstream meant the town would wake around them sooner than they wanted, so they kept to hush and shadow, working a rhythm into their backs and wrists until the motions stopped being new and became simply the thing they were doing. As the centre drew near, voices lifted from the bank, blurred, indistinct, the sort of human sound that carries without content, and then fell away again, not followed by lights or questions, merely a reminder that the city had not emptied so much as shifted its hours. They took their chance to vanish. The tunnel under the railway station accepted them like a pocket stitched on for exactly this purpose. Water sliding black and glassy beneath brick where the bank offered no access, and prying eyes would not think to look. They drifted in far enough to be swallowed, paddles laid across laps, breath loud in their own ears, as the river's whisper found the edges of the space and returned soft. For a few stunned minutes they let their chests catch up with their arms and their thoughts catch up with their bodies, the dark holding them while they listened for pursuit and planned the next pull into the current. Chapter 28. Where are the van keys? They stayed tucked beneath the station longer than they meant to, letting the tunnel's hush wrap around them while the river slid past like a kept secret. Out beyond the mouth the sky was paling, and Don, brow knotted, eyes on that thin seam of light, understood the dawn for what it was, a gift that would let them see and a risk that would let others see them. Bella felt it too, and with Don's stroke beginning to flag and the need to clear the busier stretch before the city woke properly, she set a firmer pace, the unspoken hope running between them that the van could be emptied under the last sheltering scraps of dark. The new flats fell away to their left, clean lines receding like a showroom, and the banks changed character. Trading estate on one side, a screen of heavy trees on the other, while the current kept the bargain they needed it to keep. Push, but not too hard. Their paddles found a rhythm that let them move smartly without throwing sound, and for a while the river was only water and breath and the soft creak of gear. Then the bulk of the Viaduct Road bridge grew out of the half-light, and with it a steady orange flicker and a clutch of shadows gathered where the span met the bank. A steel barrel burned like a beacon, faces strobed around it, and in those faces boys, mostly, Bella and Daz caught the glint of metal in hands that knew the weight. They eased their blades from the water in the same heartbeat, surrendered to the current's slow, backward tug, and with Bella's small, sharp gesture they angled left for the tree cover, the floats clumsy as elbows as they tried to nose in without scraping. Through a lattice of leaf and branch, Bella pointed with 2 fingers, directing their sightline to the group dug in under the bridge. And when she spoke, she kept her voice close to air. "They aren't moving on," she breathed. "We can't start something with bows when they've got guns." Silence settled, heavy as damp wool. Dawn's first colour was brushing the concrete, and their options thinned with the light. Daz's voice came suddenly enough to make them all twitch, though he kept it low. "What if we make them think they're under attack?" he said. "They'll be used to scraps with other crews. If we can sell them that story, even for a minute, we might slip by." Don's frown deepened. "How exactly without putting us right in the middle of it?" Daz tugged on the kayak's tow rope, hauled a sports bag into his lap, and pulled out a carry sack whose clink hinted before the reveal. When he upended his hand, small firework bangers spilled into his palm, unremarkable in daylight, nasty in intent at dawn. "Bella and I go up this bank under the trees," he said, the idea hardening as he spoke. "We tape these to arrows and drop them behind and off to their left. If they go in a quick run, it'll sound like shots from the brush. While they're spun around, you take the boats past as fast as you can. We meet you upstream." Don opened his mouth, an old reflex against sending children to do a man's job, but Bella was already nodding, the pragmatist in her beating the fear to the punch. "There isn't time to think of something prettier," she said. "Once the light's up, we're done." "I don't like it," Don admitted, the distaste plain, "but I don't have anything better." Sandra's hand found Daz's sleeve for a beat. "Careful, both of you," she said, the warning all-mother, the permission in it no less real for that. They split cleanly. Bella and Daz took a fistful of bangers each and slid along the bank under the tangle of vegetation, bodies close to earth, the bridge's concrete growing into a ceiling above them. When they were no more than a few yards from the shadowed knot of boys, they ducked behind a broad-bellied tree and set to work. hands quick and sure as they laid duct tape around shafts, each arrow crowned with its small, mean payload. Voices lifted and fell a few paces away, words indistinct, patterns familiar, and Daz, keeping low, struck 3 long tapers and planted them, sputtering, into the damp soil, a little row of orange fuses waiting their turn. "Light and loose as fast as you can," he whispered, eyes on Bella to make certain she was with him. "All to the brush on the left side. 4 arrows each, close succession. Make them think it's a volley, then we run." Bella's nod was small but certain. Her fingers shook just enough to be human and not enough to matter. They worked in tandem. Touch fire, draw, breathe, release. The first arrow hissed into the half-light, the second right behind it, then the third. Only when the fourth went did they realize what they hadn't accounted for, the clean, unmistakable whistle of Fletching singing through a quiet morning. Heads turned as one under the bridge. Faces lifted. Suspicion sharpened. One of the boys stepped out, gun held with bad confidence and mean intent, peering into the hedge of shadow. Another, irritated rather than afraid, lashed out at the burning barrel with his boot and tipped it into the river, where it hit with a hollow sizzle and spun away. The bridge lights snuffed as if someone had pinched the flame between finger and thumb. Bella and Daz loosed 4 arrows apiece. The bangers lashed to their shafts, spitting and hissing as they flew. And though the plan had called for them to melt back to the canoe the instant the last Fletching cleared the string, both of them held their ground, caught by the need to see whether the fiction they'd invented would take. The first detonations cracked open the night, sharp concussions ricocheting beneath the bridge until the concrete seemed to answer back. The boys who'd been edging out to investigate flinched hard, then slipped behind the buttress as if the stone could learn to be a shield. A second ragged run of blasts went off, behind them now to the left, and that was enough. The group scattered in a surge of elbows and curses, clawing up the embankment to the road and then pelting away. The threat they couldn't see suddenly larger than whatever swagger had held them there. They had braced for faces at the parapet, guns lifted toward a phantom in the trees. Instead, the street emptied, the danger rolling away on slapping trainers and breath-white panting. For a heartbeat, Bella considered sending a few more warning shots up the road, the way you clap to keep animals out of a garden, and then thought better of offering a direction to anyone with ears. Out on the water, Matt's canoe slid past in a dark, shallow silhouette, the dip and rise of paddles catching a whisper of light. Bella and Daz let the breath they'd been holding leak out at last, unspooled themselves from the hedge, and worked back through brush to their own boat. By the time they rejoined the others, the museum's bulk was easing past on the bank, and they nosed into the margin, hands on gunwales, breath showing in little ghosts as they made the canoes fast. "We've got to shift the canoes to the canal before we load them," Bella said, the steadiness in her voice outweighing the leftover tremor in her hands. "If we pack here, we'll never carry the weight safely." "We should ditch these floats," Sandra argued, common sense clipped and clear. Don's mouth set in the line he used when he wasn't convinced. "I'm not sure that's wise." "First things first," Bella cut in, practical as a blade. "We move the gear. We can decide the floats after." She glanced from face to face as if to gather consent, then bent to the nearest painter line and made the decision physical. One more thing going where it needed to go. Getting the canoes up and across to the canal swallowed what remained of the blue hour and then some. The light had fully lifted by the time they'd manhandled hulls over rough ground. The 4 men stripped out to spare their backs for the worst of the uneven run, and they were all grateful for the pause that followed, a small ring of figures in the thin morning sun taking turns at the water bottles, swallowing past the rawness in their throats. The river had not been kind. Sandra had seen it first and said it plain. The floats dragged like anchors in the shallows, snagging on the rubbish that hugged the banks and tugging them sideways when they tried to thread the fast water. Bella wasn't interested in arguing the point a third time. She and Daz walked back to where the floats lay, and before he could speak, she lifted them, one then the other, and swung them into the current. They bobbed once, twice, and then the river took them, turning them lazy and certain toward the downstream bend. "Why?" Daz asked, one brow up, curiosity clean of judgment. Fait accompli, she said, letting the words carry the steel. Decision made. If anyone's that attached, they're welcome to fetch them. Daz's mouth hooked sideways into a half-smile. Remind me never to get on your bad side, he said, and then, softer, you're right. Ends the debate. When they came back, Don's eyes went from the boats to Bella to the empty patch of ground where the floats had been. Where are the floats? He asked, voice even but edged. I threw them in the river, she said, unblinking, and walked past him toward the water to drink. Don's gaze slid to Daz, an invitation to explain or soften. Daz had already braced a little lie between his teeth and found he didn't need it. Bella's blunt honesty pleased him more than he'd expected. He gave her a private, approving grin as he went to collect his own bottle. He saw Don drift toward the van then, and decided, because right was easier to receive when someone offered it gently, that he'd give the man a moment before trying to lay out the case. Bella, watching the way Don's hand moved, a quick pat to one pocket, then the other, then the jacket, the repetition speeding as the truth arrived, started toward him with an apology forming and an explanation lined up behind it. She reached him as resignation settled into his face like a shadow. Don't tell me you've forgotten the van keys, she said, aiming for lightness and missing it by a hair. Looks like you'll be hiking back for them. He didn't smile. The joke slid off him and broke on the ground. Chapter 29. Alex, trapped in the pit. The gap under the truck's rear looked just wide enough to make Hope feel foolish, and after a few breathless tries, Alex had to admit what his ribs already knew. Lean as he wasn't getting through. The toolbox he wanted sat there like a promise he couldn't touch, and the jack at the far end, useful in theory, useless in practice, with the differential perched on it, and the whole arrangement an arm's length beyond reasonable reach, mocked him from the dark. He let his hands do the looking. His eyes couldn't manage in the murk, sweeping the damp concrete of the inspection pit until his fingers found the familiar heft of his 220-piece socket set, where it rested on a step, cool steel, nested in oily foam like a hoard. He dragged one of the wide boards back into place over the puddled water, then another and a third, rebuilding the makeshift platform he'd used before to keep himself out of the cold seep, and laid the socket case open on the planks, tools gleaming dully as if waiting to be chosen for a trick they hadn't learned yet. Nothing obvious presented itself until his gaze snagged on the truck's tie bar, the solid line of it running beneath the axle, and he felt the click of a plan slotting into place. He picked the right socket by touch, slid it onto the torsion bar, and leaned into the first stubborn bolt, then the next, working around the bracket in a rhythm of give and take. When they were all loosened, he traded length for speed, swapped to a ratchet, and backed them out one by one until the tie bar came free, a span of steel a little over 4 feet long that turned the pit into leverage instead of a trap. He inched the bar under the truck's tail and rocked it onto the edge of the abandoned jack, feeling for a sweet spot where the steel would bite, then pushed. The bar met the differential with a dull, satisfying thud and jolted it off the saddle, the weight settling back into the axle with a grunt of metal. Snagging the jack itself proved trickier. He tried hooking the bar to its frame, teasing and levering, but each attempt slid off into nothing, the jack skating just far enough away to make swearing feel earned. He paused, palms slick with oil and condensation, and let the quiet gather his thoughts. He needed a hook, or at least a loop he could throw and pull tight. The bolts he'd pulled from the tie bar lay ready, neat and useless without anything to bite into. He crabbed forward along the pit to the engine bay and peered up, looking for a nut that would take one of his bolts and turn it into an anchor point. But everything he touched said no, not here. The idea arrived like a light switched on, the fan belt. If he could get it off, he could tape it to the end of the bar and use it as a lasso to drag the jack back into range. He dug through the socket set again and found one big enough for the alternator pulley, set the ratchet, and went to work. The fasteners were stiff with grime and disuse, the air thick with the warm, animal smell of engine oil baked and breathed and the damp sweetness of old wood. But with a series of small victories and a few low curses, the pulley gave, and the belt came free, a limp loop of rubber that suddenly meant escape. He threaded one of the tie bar bolts through the belt's end, wound the rubber around both bolt and bar, and locked the whole contraption tight with a fistful of tape, making a blunt, ugly head he could wedge and tug without it unravelling under load. He fed the bar cautiously under the rear of the truck until he felt the belt nose against something solid, adjusted the angle by inches, and then, with a tug and a twist, the loop slipped over the jack's handle and caught. He tested the hold, taped another pass for insurance, then pulled. The jack bumped along obediently until it stuck on whatever snag had been lurking under there all along. He didn't swear this time. He simply slid the bar to the other side of the pit, leaned his weight into it from a new angle, and nudged the jack past the obstruction, feeling it climb free like a fish over a lip. A few more careful draws, and the frame scraped into reach, the handle cold and blessed in his hand. In the shadowed workshop, he set the jack under the chassis, bridging the pit with two of the boards so the saddle had something solid to stand on, then stacked a pair of boards on the jack itself to make up for the short stroke, maybe a foot, he had to work with. He checked the geometry with a mechanic's superstitious care, hands hovering while he imagined what would happen if something slipped, and when the picture held, he began to pump. The truck rose with a reluctance that felt personal. Every few strokes he slid out and measured the gap where his body would pass, finding it insulting each time, and slid back to keep cranking. The label on the jack said 5 tons. The truck, even lightened, was closer to 20, and the tool groaned to prove it knew the math. Alex's breath shortened to the kind of workman's panting that keeps rhythm more than lungs, and he stopped twice, 3 times, to let the shakes drain out of his forearms. When at last the space yawned into something that might be an exit if he could keep his nerve, he chocked what he could with the remaining boards, wedging them under the chassis, then lifted a little more, just enough to slip the last supports into place. Wood protested in sharp, cracking whispers under the load, splinters popping as if the timbers were confessing, and somewhere inside the jack a note changed, an ugly hitch that said the end of its effort was coming faster than he'd like. Now or never didn't arrive as a phrase so much as a shove. He rolled his shoulders, swung his legs, and inverted onto his back, the way a swimmer turns at a wall, and began to wriggle out from under the truck in a careful, committed scramble. Behind him the jack lost the argument it had been having with physics and bled down in a chattering descent. But by then he had cleared the worst of the pinch and slid into open air, chest heaving, the tremor in his arms answering the tremor in the floor as the weight settled back onto the boards. For a long breath he lay there and listened to the big machine complain and then make peace with its own stillness, the creaks and ticks of cooling metal counting time with the thud in his ears. The relief came on in waves, not cleanly, threaded with the bright aftertaste of danger, and when he finally sat up, slick with sweat and streaked with oil, he let his hand rest on the boards that had held and the tools that had earned their keep, and smiled in spite of himself at the simple, stubborn fact of being on the right side of the truck again. The air still wore its film of grey, the smoke stubborn in Alex's throat and stinging his eyes, but at least it wasn't thickening anymore. He shouldered open the workshop's back door to let a blade of fresh air cut across his face, then edged round to the front, scanning left and right for the source. It wasn't guesswork for long. 100 yards off a building had collapsed into a bed of glowing embers and black ribs, and there, half hidden in the ruin, the tail and rear wings of an aircraft jutted up like a broken hand. He stared, trying to make sense of the shape, and the second, colder question slid in beside the first. Where were the sirens, the blues and twos, the chop of authority taking charge? The trading estate gave him nothing back. No scatter of lights, no movement, just an oddly heavy weekend silence that pressed at the ears. He went back inside and reached for the landline. Dead. He wiped his hands on a rag and dug out his mobile. Also dead. The realization arrived in a single cold piece. An EMP or a CME had punched through, the grid knocked flat, the modern noise of the world snuffed. His heart began to thud against the cage of his ribs. Not panic exactly, more the body's way of saying, move. The list formed quickly. Flat first, because that was where the go-bag lived, then west and north to his uncle's croft on Loch Lomond. But the space between points swelled with questions. How do you cross a city that's gone quiet and mean? What becomes of streets when the rules stop working? Smoke crept in under the workshop door as if to hurry him along. He steadied himself on the edge of the desk, let dread and determination argue to a draw, and started making the next decision. In the office, he levered open the key safe and grabbed the lot, then crossed the yard, trying ignitions one after another, hope dropping a notch with each dead starter and dumb dashboard until the pattern was undeniable. Whatever had rolled through had taken everything with a chip down with it. He stood there a moment with the keys loose in his hand, seeing in the blank windscreen his own edges sharpen into resolve. With no engines and no timetables, the veneer would peel quickly. Gangs, chances, the desperate. All the human noise that law usually keeps to the lanes would spill into the main road. He thought of the old BSA tucked miles away and felt the ache of a solution he couldn't reach. Public transport would be as dead as the phones. That left the pushbike. He swept the room with his gaze for anything that could pass as a weapon, and found only the hunting knife already in his bag, its familiarity more comfort than threat. He raided the canteen fridge, tipping every bottle of water into his pack, rolled the bike to the door and locked the workshop behind him. Habit, even now. Then another thought lit. The road sweeper in for a suction hose, the one they'd just fitted with a ridiculous V snowplow for reasons only management understood, old enough to be more levers than silicon. He trotted back, shook the key ring until the right tag landed in his palm, and climbed in. The engine turned like it had been waiting, caught, and settled into a rumble that made his shoulders drop, even as the low fuel light flicked its petty warning. There was a gravity-fed tank out back, a good dumb solution to a problem like this, but the key to it refused to exist. In the safe, the boss's drawer, the foreman's desk, the filing cabinet, nothing. Halfway down the stairs he spotted the bolt croppers hanging like a punchline and felt a plan knit itself. "You'll do," he muttered, and a minute later he had the sweeper nosed up to the yard, the croppers biting clean through the lock. He filled the tank until the gauge stopped being coy, then cleared the side boxes, tools and safety jackets and triangles and shovels clattering to the concrete, and slid in 2 jerry cans topped off for insurance. When he climbed back into the cab, the yard felt different, less like a place where he worked, and more like a border post he was about to cross. He set his hands on the wheel, let himself feel the tremor of trepidation and the pull of purpose at once, then put the sweeper in gear and eased out into the smoke-dulled morning, the plough throwing a ragged shadow ahead of him and the future opening, unpredictable and necessary, down the road. Chapter 30. Rachel, hunted. Rachel woke to a silence so complete it felt like a presence, the kind that presses a palm over your mouth and waits. The familiar hum that usually seeped through the windows, the wash of traffic, a distant siren, a life-sized murmur, had been stripped away, leaving the air oddly hollow. She slid from bed, the room still soft with sleep, and padded toward the front desk. The first step she took into the lobby answered with a brittle crunch. Glass lay strewn across the tile like frost, and beyond it the front doors gaped, their panels shattered into glittering drifts. She stopped, a tight coil cinching in her chest as she tried to reconcile the ruin with the clean, guarded order she knew. Where was he? The guard who'd always been there, the same man who had hauled her out of her metal tomb when the lift once locked her between floors. Her hand, shaking harder than she wanted to admit, found the brass bell on the desk. The clang went off like a strike against the skull of the empty building. She listened. Nothing moved. The silence settled again, unblinking. She hit the bell a second time because doing something felt safer than doing nothing. What if whoever broke in was still here? The thought pushed her around the desk before she could talk herself out of it, and the sight on the other side took the breath straight from her. The guard lay on the floor as if he'd simply sat down mid-shift and tipped, but the dark halo around his head told the story, and the shard of glass jutting just below his ear made it obscene. Her body reacted before her mind caught up. She spun for the door, bile rising, and didn't make it. The wall took the worst of it, the sour burn of it in her nose, the hot sting in her eyes, and she stumbled on, gulping air that suddenly felt too thick to be useful. Outside, the morning turned brutal. Where the matching tower should have stood, there was only a cleft of broken floors and a wild, rising tangle of smoke. At the base of those ruins sat the tail end of a plane, the fuselage engulfed in flames that leapt and folded like a living thing. For a heartbeat, she understood nothing, and then everything at once. The impossible had come home. The city she knew had shifted on its axis and would not shift back. Her mind snapped to a single, bright point. El Gordo. The cat would be pacing, indignant, or hiding under the bed, eyes blown wide. Rachel ran for the stairwell door, grabbed the handle, turned. It resisted as if the building itself had decided to keep its secrets. She banged in the security code once, twice, a third time, waiting for the cheerful beep that never came. The keypad stayed mute. The lock stayed firm. The empty pause where sound should have been became a new kind of fear. She stepped back, making space for thought, and Brenda's face flashed across it. Had Brenda come here from the station when Rachel hadn't arrived? Was she sitting upstairs now, worried, waiting? No, the door was locked. No beeps meant no power, and no power meant no lift, no entry, no exit, but the one blocked in front of her. Still, the arguments chased themselves in circles. What if, until they knotted in her chest. She was trapped on this level. The stairs refused her. The door stood, mute and unhelpful, a small square of everything she couldn't control. The quiet outside had its own wrongness. No sirens, no engines, no orchestrated rush that follows disaster. The plane burned, the tower had fallen, and the city held its breath as though nothing at all had happened. Where were the fire trucks, the ambulances, the shouting, the swarm? The absence became its own answer, and a stray, awful thought threaded through. Had the world ended without telling her? She needed someone living to lay eyes on, an explanation, a plan that existed beyond the four walls of panic. The station came to mind with the weight of a decision. If Brenda wasn't upstairs, perhaps she'd gone there again, or given up and headed home. The route along the river was one her feet knew, the kind she could walk on autopilot when the evenings were kind. It wasn't kind now. Two bodies drifted down the water in lazy, indifferent loops, face and back and face again, their clothes ballooning and flattening with the rhythm of the current. Rachel's breath snagged and took a second to start again. The river had always been her quiet. Now it carried people like flotsam, and the sight tore a seam inside her. She looked away and found no comfort. Smoke lifted from more than 1/4 of the city, reluctant pillars smudging the brightening sky, and the roadway, usually a steady thrum, lay emptied of cars, of buses, of anything that moved because it had somewhere to be. Apocalypse was too big a word to fit in her mouth, but the shape of it pressed against her thoughts. She kept walking because stopping felt like surrender, and because her feet remembered the way even when nothing else did. With each step, the world she knew fell away a little more, replaced by one that watched and did not answer, and she tightened her grip on the only thread she had left. Find Brenda. Find a plan. Keep moving. The tap on her shoulder cut cleanly through the fog of her thoughts, and when Rachel turned, she found an elderly woman studying her with that particular mix of gentleness and worry that belongs to people who have seen worse and would rather you didn't. "Are you all right, my dear?" the woman asked, voice low and careful, as if louder might break something already cracked. Rachel heard the tremor in her own words before she could steady them. No. What happened? What's happening? Everything stopped working, the woman said, letting out a breath that seemed to deflate her a little. Electricity, phones, cars, everything. It's all stopped. Rachel felt her pulse climb, a quickened thud under the skin. What caused it? People are saying all sorts, the woman answered, shoulders lifting in a small, helpless shrug. China or Korea. Some say an EMP. Without phones or the television, there's no way to know what's true. What's an EMP? Rachel asked, reaching for a foothold in the unfamiliar. I don't know, love, the woman admitted, spreading her hands. Best you could do is head home and wait for the power to come back. I can't, not yet. Rachel shook her head, decision settling like a weight she could manage. Thank you. I need to check the station. A friend was due on a train. The woman's face softened into pity. The trains have stopped too. she said, voice dropping to a whisper. "There was a terrible crash last night. No survivors." Rachel felt the floor tilt. Which train? The express from York. Cold went through her like a wire. Brenda's train. For a second she stood with the word in her mouth and no air behind it. Then she made herself breathe. "Thank you for telling me," she managed. "I have to go. I need to know if she was on it. I have to know if she's okay." She left before the woman could answer, the urgency carrying her down the path toward the station, tears burning in spite of the wind that pushed against her face. The platforms were almost empty, and in that hollow quiet, the facts found her. The York Express had derailed in the night. There were no survivors. The words landed like blows, and a sob tore out of her, raw and unpretty, and disappeared into the cold. She turned away because there was nothing left to look at, and because standing still invited collapse, and walked into a wall of boys. The knot of teenagers slid into her path with practiced insolence, their grins sharp, their eyes bright with a kind of excitement that had nothing kind in it. They tossed crude suggestions at her, as if her grief were a joke she'd failed to get. She drew herself up because there was nothing else to do and spat the only defense she had. "Grow up. Piss off and leave me alone." They laughed, the sound edged and ugly, and didn't move. She pivoted on instinct, back through the station, feet skimming the platform faster than her mind could arrange a plan, and tried to cut behind the buildings to the towpath that would take her home. Fear thudded alongside her like another set of footsteps. She knew the way. She didn't know who else would be on it. They were faster than she hoped, young and loose-limbed, and hungry for the chase. She broke into the car park, lungs scorching, and dropped into a crouch behind a row of dusty cars, their owners absent, their windscreens clouded with salt and grit. She listened and heard them before she saw them. Tires whispering on tarmac, the clatter of cheap bikes, voices calling to each other with a pack's easy certainty. They fanned out, weaving between the vehicles, hunting without hurry. When they swung wide toward the far end, she took the only space the moment offered, bolting west for the river bridge and onto Riverside Way, the fires from earlier throwing a weak flickering light that made a shadow of her as she ran. At the lane's end she cut into the road, hoping speed and darkness would swallow her, and that was when the scream of tires tore the air, a sudden, animal sound that made the night flinch and her body lock, just for a heartbeat, between the urge to stop and the need to vanish. Chapter 31. Conflict at the Lock. Don came back with his shoulders pitched low, disappointment hanging off him like a wet coat, and when he reached them, his face said the rest before the words arrived. "I'm really sorry, guys," he murmured, the apology thinning as it left him. "I left the van keys in my suit at home. There's no way we can get in." Brenda beat the droop out of the moment with a small, bright smile that didn't ask him to feel better so much as offer him a way to. "Not a problem," she said, flicking a glance at the rear doors. "Can someone lend me a knife?" Daz produced a multi-tool without hesitation. It wasn't exactly what she'd asked for, but she weighed it in her palm, nodded once, and turned toward the van. As they walked, she slid a slim hair grip from the coil of her hair, the gesture practiced, almost absent, and at the lock she worked with the easy concentration of someone tying a knot they've tied 100 times. First the hair grip eased into the cylinder, then the thinnest blade from the multi-tool nudged in alongside, a careful twist, a patient rake back and forth. The group leaned in despite themselves, breath held, until a soft, decisive click announced the tumblers giving up their guard, and the lock turned under the blade, as if it had only been waiting to be asked. Bella found her voice first, equal parts awe and disbelief. "How the hell did you learn to do that?" Brenda's gaze went a little distant, the present thinning just enough to let an old room through. "Orphanage," she said, not unkindly. "Before my gran took me in, we used to sneak out at night, tiptoe to the kitchen, and pick the fridge lock. If we hadn't, the carers' pretend kindness would have starved us. There was never enough. We were always hungry. Everyone learned to pick something, just in case you got moved and needed the skill somewhere else." The quiet that followed wasn't empty. It was the sort that lets people go about their work without stepping on a story. They packed the canoes and kayaks with a newfound focus, hands moving over barrels and bags and coils of line, each person making space for what mattered and tucking away, as best they could, whatever Brenda's confession had stirred. When the hulls were heavy with food and kit and the last of their doubts, they pushed off and let the water take the weight. Time lengthened on the river, the rhythm of paddles smoothing the frayed edges of the morning. Don's muttering about floats drifted off by degrees until it was just another sound the current swallowed. Bella remembered her father towing floats home on a long cord, how the idea had come to her in the first place, and let the memory sit without comment. Matt and Sandra found a pace that matched more than it fought, shoulders settling into a shared cadence, and Brenda, now that the motion had given her something to offer, paddled with a newfound economy, her face loosening as usefulness shouldered aside the feeling of being a burden. The landscape around them shifted almost imperceptibly, hedgerow and meadow giving way to the first hard lines of the built-up edge, and with it the mood altered too. A question threading through their conversation about whether to stop early, steal a pocket of sleep, and take the city stretches under cover of late night and early morning. The idea hovered, tempting, but for the moment, no one nailed it to the day. They nosed the boats into the bank where a canopy of trees made a green tent over the water, the light held in the leaves so the hour could remain uncertain. Sandra glanced at her wrist and corrected the illusion with the small authority of habit. "It's 11:15, not 10, she said, tapping the face of the practical mechanical nurse's watch she'd unearthed from her jewellery box. A piece she'd chosen along with a few sentimental keepsakes and things of value, the kind of tangible currency that might matter if money turned into decorated paper. The trees promised concealment and a short reprieve, and they took it. The women slipped first into the shade, Brenda leading the way, returning with the subtle lift in their steps that said the small necessities of the body were met. The men followed, emerging in turn with the same lightened air. Daz toyed with the impulse to ask whether Matt had packed the toilet, and then, feeling how far the joke had travelled already, let it pass unspoken, the smile that rose for it fading of its own accord as they gathered themselves for the miles still ahead. They ate because chewing and swallowing felt like a small return to normal, Bella and Matt standing out on the towpath as sentries, Matt with his reclaimed crossbow held low but ready, Bella's gaze sweeping the margins, while the others worked through bread and cold meat in the boats. When plates were empty and nerves a shade steadier, Daz and Don took the watch. The canal lay still in both directions, a long dark ribbon that seemed to promise quiet. They weighed the comfort of stopping against the wisdom of distance and decided to steal a little more of the day before surrendering to sleep. An hour on, the waterway threw up its first hard edge, a lock, its stone shoulders blotting the view and the gates barred like a question. Bella swung a leg over the gunwale and climbed, practical as ever, meaning to take the steps two at a time and set the paddles moving, when a voice dropped down from above, assertive, careless, with the little burr of threat men use when they're not sure they can make good on it. "You'll need to make a payment if you want to pass through here." Don shaded his eyes and called up, calm. "How much?" "Half of everything you're carrying," the man said, and his footsteps scuffed away from the edge. They looked at one another, the same answer written across their faces. "No way," Bella said, not loud but adamant. "No way in hell." Her hands closed around her bow and quiver, her chin set. She tipped to look at Don. "Do your Yul Brynner, but don't say a word. Keep close." He blinked, thrown for a beat, until Matt pressed 2 cartridge belts into his hands and the plan took shape on his shoulders. Don draped the belts bandolier style, lifted the shotgun into the crook of his arm, and followed Bella up the slope, his stride borrowing her poise. She'd caught a glimpse earlier. The man had only a cricket bat. Odds were good they were bluffing with farm tools, not firearms. It was a risk she could live with. The other option, paying bullies, wasn't. Her eyes cleared the rim and took in the scene. 4 of them, 2 women and 2 men, late 30s or early 40s, each outfitted in the kind of weaponry a house or shed offers when fear curdles into bravado. The women held garden forks like pikes, knuckles bloodless on the hafts. One man gripped a big kitchen knife. The other, balanced mid-span on the lock gate, swung the cricket bat in a showy way that didn't fool anyone. Don's silhouette rose beside Bella, the gun's outline unmistakable, and the Batman's courage faltered. He backpedaled, lost his footing, and the bat clattered from his hands into the canal with a hollow splash. Don didn't speak. He didn't have to. The shotgun's quiet promise did the talking. "Has no one ever told you the rule about bringing a knife to a gunfight?" Bella asked, and the corner of her mouth flicked. Or a fork, for that matter. The line hung, sharp as wire. Don held his pose, loose, deliberate, the muzzle nowhere and everywhere at once. "Weapons on the ground," Bella said, voice carrying now. "Line up against the wall. You, cricket fan, work the gates." She didn't blink while she waited. One fork hit the stones, then the other. The knife came next, set down with exaggerated care. The man who had been playing sentry on the gate edged back and reached for the windlass with shaking hands. Don glanced sideways at Bella, something like shock and a measure of pride moving across his face. This scrap of a girl, 14 and flint, standing straighter than any of them. They brought the boats through with the economy of people who understood time was a currency, not a gift. And when the paddles cleared the sill and the gates were shut behind them, they pushed on 100 yards into open water. "Tie in," Bella called to Daz, and he nosed the canoes to the bank without question. She rooted in a bag, came up with a big sack of porridge oats and another of rice, and dropped them on the towpath, the bags thumping the earth with small finality. "As payment," she shouted back along the cut, the words thinning on the air but reaching. "Let's go," she told Daz, already pushing off. He set his blade and drew them out into the centre. Silence wrapped the boats after that, the kind that doesn't demand talk. Even Matt, who normally found a way to lace tension with a comment, kept his counsel, and the only sounds were the dip and draw of paddles and the small, satisfied hiss of water parting as they put that lock, and what it had brought out in all of them, behind. Chapter 32, Shot in the Leg. Kirkstall's edge lay quiet around them, the canal broad and glassy under a pale morning sky, when Sandra's face sharpened and she thrust 2 fingers to her mouth. The whistle she sent slicing down the water was so clean and urgent it seemed to carve the air. Bella didn't catch the sound so much as feel the intent of it, turn now. And in a practiced pivot both canoes swung, noses angling into raft beside Sandra's. "What happened?" Bella asked, already eyes on, counting hulls and ropes. "The kayak's gone," Sandra said, desperation snagging her voice. "It must have slipped the tether while we weren't looking." It was the lighter of their trailers, but not empty. Extra water, tarps, spare paddles, a sack of dried food, and Bobby's bag tucked in among it, the small grief-soaked bundle Bella had refused to leave behind. Don's mouth was already shaping the reasonable answer. "We've enough to keep going," he said. It was the least critical load. Bella saw the sense and ignored it. "No," she said, tying off the line from her stern and palming the rope across to Don with a nod that asked him to hold this and the line of her decision both. "We're getting it back." She dropped into her seat and looked over her shoulder. "Right, Daz, speed. Let's find it." They set their paddles and went, the kayak whispering up the cut in a rhythm that felt like vow more than movement. For a stretch there was only water and bend and water again, until a turn opened and the picture changed. 3 men on the towpath, hauling their way through triumph, the lost kayak half out of the canal and gripped by greedy hands. Bella's voice crossed the water first, not pleading so much as reminding them the boat had an owner. Their answer came with a curl of fingers and a smirk, the sort of contempt that travels well in any language. "Faster," she said, and Daz answered with his back and shoulders. They closed the gap, the splash of their blades and the scrape of the thieves' boots pulling into a single, tight sound. "On," Bella called, and the word hung like a banner in the thin light. The distance fell to something she could work with. As Daz felt her weight shift and eased a fraction to steady the boat, Bella's hand found her bow. The world notched down to a line and a breath, the lead man turning to jeer, the set below his knee a clean target, the string lifting and the arrow stepping off it with a hiss that cut through morning. The impact took him hard and low, his mouth opening around a sound that didn't need words. He folded, the stolen kayak banging against the towpath stones as he went down. The second man flinched and stumbled over him, panic skating across his features as he righted. The third, who'd hung back to watch, jerked a catapult from his pocket and brought it up with a confidence he hadn't earned. Bella swung the bow, drew, and loosed again. The arrow stitched into his hand, and the catapult clattered away, his curses riffling the air in a string of words she knew but never used. He ripped the shaft free on instinct, then saw her, already set for a third shot, and made the only smart choice he'd had all morning. He vaulted the fence in a messy scramble and vanished into the field beyond. The uninjured one took his cue, sprinting after him without a glance at the man on the ground, self-preservation turning his shoulders into wings. Bella held until their figures shrank and the field swallowed them, then let the bow tip a fraction and steered into the bank. "Tie us," she told Daz, stepping out before the hull had fully kissed earth. The injured man writhed, breath coming in torn pieces, hand clamped above the wound. Bella stood over him, bow still strung, arrow knocked, the tremble in her arms not fear so much as the body answering back to adrenaline. "You know," she said, the words barely louder than the water, "I ought to put an end to you right here." He looked up, pain and terror fighting in his eyes. "No, please, don't shoot." Daz was there as quickly as she'd expected him to be, one hand dropping to the canoe line, the other finding her forearm with something like care and warning wrapped together. His voice was low, a steady place to stand. "No, Bella," he said. "Just no." Chapter 32, Shot in the Leg, Aftermath. Bella's face held its hard mask, but the set of her shoulders gave away what the arrow never would. She hadn't meant to finish him, only to plant a clean, cold shard of fear. Judging by the dark bloom spreading across the front of his trousers, the lesson had landed. She let the bow slip into Daz's hands with a small exhale, as if the breath itself weighed something. "Shirt off," she said, calm, cutting through the adrenaline. "We need to slow the bleeding." His gaze flicked between her and the bright pain chewing at his leg, then to Daz, then back again. Obedience arrived on a tremor. He tugged the shirt over his head and held it out, the label flashing a memory of a different life. Bella didn't pause over the cost of it. She drew the knife from her belt, split the cotton down one seam, and the wince that crossed his face had nothing to do with the wound. "This will sting," she told him, voice almost gentle. Hard as she looked, the thing steering her hands was the opposite. She gripped the shaft and pulled in one firm movement. His scream tore at the quiet body bowing off the ground and thudding back as the pain rippled through him. She was already moving, slicing the trouser leg to the knee and winding the torn shirt into a bandage, pressing, tying, eyes on his as if to insist he stay in the world while she did it. "First," she said, when the knot held and the blood slowed, "you can see it wasn't barbed." Her tone never rose. "Second, you're never going to steal again, are you?" He could only pant agreement. She straightened, glanced at the wound and gave him the last truth he needed. "You'll need a doctor." She took the bow back from Daz, who was still rooted where he'd been, astonishment and something like awe crossing his features. Without another word, she stepped to the waterline, hauled the runaway kayak's nose around, checked its line and made it fast to their canoe. A flick of her hand brought Daz aboard. They pushed off, the hull gliding free, and did not look back. The silence between them held for several long strokes before Daz finally asked, "Are we just leaving him there?" "Yes." No embroidery, no apology. "That's it?" Disbelief edged the question. She met his eyes, steady as a plumb line. "Yes. What else would you have me say, Daz?" "He stole from my brother." The words closed the subject. They paddled on until the others came into view. Don had already chosen the opposite bank, a section sheltered enough for a breather, and, if luck allowed, a short sleep. They hauled out and let the small rituals of camp do the talking. Don set the stove on a flat patch of earth, coaxed the flame and put water on to boil. "Tea?" he offered, holding up cups and a packet of powdered milk like relics from a saner hour. "Please," Bella said, reaching for the first steaming tin with a softened thanks. She and Brenda drifted into the trees to take care of what people always need to take care of, the sound of their footsteps swallowed by leaf and shade. Left by the stove, Daz wrestled with the story pressing against his ribs. He could keep it, shield Bella from whatever judgment might follow, or he could tell it and trust them to see what he'd seen. In the end, honesty won. He laid it out. The chase, the arrows, the blood, the choice not to finish what she'd started. Faces around the circle shifted, shock, doubt, a flash of pride. Matt in particular wore skepticism like a familiar jacket. He knew Bella's history, knew his own, the years of flinching from trouble rather than meeting it. This version of her, flint, decisive, was new and he didn't quite know where to put it. Night eased closer. When it came time for first watch, Bella took her place beside Matt at the water's edge, both of them looking outward while Don and Daz stretched out under a thin scatter of stars and let sleep find them. In the half-light, Bella's outline was all stillness and intent, a small figure set against the slow shimmer of the canal, proof of a turn taken and held, and of a courage that, like the water, kept moving even when everything else seemed to stop. Chapter 33. Awoke to gunfire. The first crack split the night like a fault line through glass, and Bella lurched awake with her heart already high in her throat. Another report rolled across the water a breath later, then a third, irregular and thin with distance yet far too near for comfort. The darkness closed in around the sound and held it, the reeds whispering, the canal a strip of black silk under a moonless sky. They all sat up at once, Daz rubbing his eyes, Matt already reaching for the crossbow, Brenda pressed still as if stillness could turn her invisible, listening with the desperate attention of people who have no wish to learn what comes next. It was just past 10 by Don's bedside alarm clock, the hour hunched and uneasy. The shots came without pattern, impossible to triangulate, not from the direction they meant to travel, which offered a narrow slice of relief, but not so far away that anyone could relax. When the noise fell away again, it left a quiet more unnerving than the gunfire itself, a hush that suggested watchfulness on the other side of the dark. They lay back down because rest was a ration to be taken where it could be found. The four of them, Bella, Daz, Matt, Brenda, shut their eyes without expectation, nerves wired to wake at the slightest scrape of reed on hull. They had already agreed on a plan made of caution and compromise. Move no earlier than 2, when night wore its thickest cloak, and the town's dangerous corners might be most dulled by fatigue or drink. Around 1, Don's whisper and the soft clink of tin pulled them gently up from their uneasy doze. He had water steaming but not boiling. The flame kept low out of habit and caution, and he passed round hot cups that smelled faintly bitter, and the torn wrappers of energy bars found in a side pocket. No cooking tonight, no scent curling out to advertise their whereabouts to anyone hunting on the air alone. The decision sat heavy but right. While they drank, Don watched the steam thread away and let his mind step into the daylight it didn't have. A single day had been enough to knock the props from under ordinary life. By tomorrow, by now, supermarkets would be stripped to rib and bone, fear doing the work of appetite. Everyone knew the power wasn't a blip. No sirens, no radio, no glow in the distance. There would be no cavalry. Phones silent meant isolation complete, and whatever police remained would be riveted to fires they couldn't possibly put out. He had laughed at scenarios like this once when he'd stumbled across them online, preppers and their grim rehearsals, but the laugh didn't fit in his mouth anymore. The world he knew had edged sideways and asked him to keep up. He lifted his eyes to the others and found his own mix of resolve and worry mirrored back. Daz and Matt drifted off into the gloom to find a private patch of shadow. Bella and Brenda came to sit with Don at the water's lip. The three of them listening hard for a fresh flurry of shots that didn't come. "It's been as quiet as a grave," Don breathed, the words barely enough to stir the wet air. Sandra's voice came from behind them, steady because she made it so. "We should think about packing up." Don nodded, concern pulling fine lines about his mouth. "Aye, once everyone's warmed a little and put something in their stomachs, we move. It might be a long way to the next safe stop." He unfolded the pink Ordnance Survey map with the reverence of a priest opening a missal, its paper softened by use, the folds white where the colour had given itself up. He spread it on his knee and traced the inked crosses he'd marked, small warnings gathered from memory and gut. "These are places we'll treat with care," he said, keeping his voice low but clear. "Spots we'd avoid after dark if the world were normal, which it isn't. With luck, they've drunk themselves stupid and are sleeping it off." He didn't look like a man who believed much in luck. Bella leaned over the map, the candle stub painting her knuckles amber. "There's only one way to know," she said, not loud, not dramatic, just sure. "We brace for whatever we meet." Sandra frowned, not at the courage, but at the cost. "I don't like this plan," she admitted, quiet and insistent. "Is there another way?" Daz and Matt reappeared then, taking cups of Don's terrible tea with murmured thanks, grateful for the heat even if the taste was a kindness stretched thin. Bella set another pan on the stove, coaxed the water up, and whisked Ovaltine into 2 mugs for the girls, the sweet smell briefly inventing a kitchen where none existed. "The gas and the Ovaltine have to last," Don said, the admonition softened by the truth of it. "We know," Sandra answered, managing a smile that didn't reach her tired eyes. "But it's a long road, and tea won't quite lift me out of this fog." "Isn't Ovaltine to help you sleep?" Matt asked, a nudge of humour that tried not to be clumsy. "Adverts are always selling something," Sandra said, half wry, half weary. "Best not to believe them." Bella's fingers drifted over the map again, following the canal's thread as it stitched through the city, then tracing the river where it ran wider and meaner as an alternate line. Each rote flowered, in her mind's eye, into its own orchard of hazards. Narrows where ambush would be easy, bridges that gathered people the way eddies gather debris, stretches of open bank with no cover and too many sightlines. When she folded the map back to their square of world, the distance they'd travelled looked small enough to pinch between forefinger and thumb. Beyond it, towns waited like stepping stones laid with malice, each with its own uncertainty, each demanding a toll. They drank the last of the heat from their cups, pinched wicks, and worked by touch and memory to pack the few things that needed packing, every movement measured, every sound weighed. When they finally slipped the boats back into the water and took their first quiet strokes, the night received them without comment, and the canal, dark, patient, indifferent, carried them forward to whatever the next hour had decided to be. Bella let the quiet work on her, the water soft against the bank and the dark laid over everything like a hand, and in that hush her thoughts slipped toward her father, the way he would be reading the world right now, stubbornly taking stock, steeling himself for the road home. Would he leave Bobby and come alone? If he made it back to their place, he'd walk into the living room and there, blunt as a shout, find the spray-painted message she'd scrawled in a rush before everything tipped, impossible to miss, impossible to mistake. "After Kirkstall," she said at last, voice steady but carrying the thread of worry she couldn't quite hide. "We're back in the country for a stretch until Rodley. It's not a big town, but the same problems live there. People will realise the power isn't flickering back, that their phones are dead for good, that normal has packed up and left. I read enough this week to know what comes next. Fear, and the things fear will make you do. If it's about feeding your kids, you cross lines you couldn't even see a week ago." "You're weaving fear into my veins," Brenda murmured, the confession small in the dark. "And mine," Sandra added, a tremor beneath the calm. "How are you so composed?" Bella met her gaze, something almost luminous in the steadiness there. "I burned through 3 of my cat lives yesterday," she said, not bravado, just fact. "I made a promise. Nothing and no one gets to tangle me up like that again. I'm alive. I've got reasons to stay that way. I'm going to hold to that, whatever this throws at us. The frightened, breakable girl I was, she's not coming back." The words seemed to settle over the water and into the trees, a thin shield pulled up and shared, and for a moment the lapping against the mud and the distant blurred sounds of a city in pieces felt further away. Then the spell loosened, and they moved the way people do when resolve meets necessity. Don started the packing with his careful, economical hands, and Matt fell in beside him, learning the rhythm. Bella repacked her rucksack and lashed it into the canoe with the same tidy precision, while the others checked straps and stowed what needed stowing, no wasted motion, no clatter that didn't have to be made. She passed a bottle of water to each of them, and with a nod, a second to top up what they'd sipped from their own packs, mind already measuring the reserves stacked in the kayak they had almost lost. The bug-out bottles stayed untouched, a quiet agreement that at any point they might have to abandon the boats and walk. Daz caught her elbow as she moved past, the question already visible in his face. "You holding up?" he asked, low. "There's a far-off look in your eyes." For all the steel she was wearing, he'd guessed right. Fear lived in everyone here, including her. "I'm holding," she said, and let a sliver of truth show. "I'm thinking about my dad. He could be out there already looking for me. We've got no way to reach each other. Even when the world worked, there's no phone service at their place. He might not know any of this has happened. It's beautiful there, but it's a blank spot. No media, not even a TV. I need to get to him. For a while I thought about cutting cross-country on foot, just to move faster, but the map's all snags and blind corners and places to disappear. The canal might be the closest thing to safe we're going to get. I have to find him. I need to know he's all right." Tears gathered and held, bright in the dim like they'd been waiting their chance. Daz reached for words and came up empty, so he did the thing that felt truest, folding her into a brief, steady hug. "Whatever's ahead," he said into her hair, soft but sure. "We'll work it out. If he's not where we expect, we keep looking. I'm with you, that's a promise." Chapter 34. Alex, Precarious Moments. The stop was a jolt that ran clear through the steering column and into Alex's spine. The great slab of the snowplow filling his view so completely he couldn't see whether he'd spared the figure that had flashed into his path. For a heartbeat he only heard his pulse hammering and the engine snarling at idle. Then his hands, shaking despite themselves, killed the ignition, wrenched out the keys and worked the locks by muscle memory before he dropped into the frigid air. As he rounded the blade, breath fogging, and there she was on the tarmac, sprawled but blessedly unbroken, a hand's breadth from the steel that would have finished her. Relief rose first, and then, riding its wake, a hot flare of anger at the recklessness of stepping blind into a street like this. It died at once when shapes resolved in the smoky haze down the road, half a dozen, maybe more, moving with the sloppy purpose of a pack who'd found sport. He didn't waste another second. He reached for her, voice low and hard enough to cut through shock. "Get in the truck, now." She stared back through eyes that had gone wide and empty, so he guided rather than asked, an arm beneath hers, a steadying hand at her back, drawing her around to his side of the cab, key back in the door, the hinge protesting as he hauled her up onto the broad, cracked vinyl of the bench. He slid in after, nudged her across to give himself room at the wheel, slammed and locked the door and twisted the key. The engine caught with a cough and a roar, twin stacks coughing black smoke that curled across the street like a warning flag as he dropped into gear and brought the truck about. When the immediate edge of danger receded a fraction, he risked a glance. Where were you heading? Why were they after you? It came out too fast, so he softened it, offered his name like an anchor thrown into bad water. "I'm Alex. What's yours?" Her answer was a thread of sound frayed by shock. "I don't know where I'm going. Everyone I knew is gone." A swallow. "My cat, El Gordo. He's trapped in my flat. I can't get him out. I'm Rachel." His grip tightened briefly on the wheel, then eased. "I need to swing past my place for essentials," he said, keeping his tone even for both their sakes. "After that, I'm out of the city. Any city's a death trap now. Where can I drop you?" A helpless little lift of her shoulders. "I don't know," she said, and whatever else she might have added drowned under the sob that broke loose and folded her in on herself. He wasn't good at this. Never had been, least of all with a woman unravelling 2 feet away. But there was nothing useful to say, and nowhere to put his hands except back on the wheel, so he drove, letting her grief fill the cab and be what it was while the road unwound beneath them. They were 3 streets from his block when the first rock hit, a vicious thud that jarred the frame. Wood followed, then more stone, a hail from a gaggle of youths who poured out of a side alley as if conjured by the noise. Cracks spread across the windscreen in a spider's bloom, white lines rushing from each impact, while Rachel flinched and Alex hunched over the wheel, threading the truck through a run of abandoned cars and wrong-angled bumpers. Up until now, the plough had been a blunt blessing, shouldering lesser vehicles aside and shoving them onto the pavements in ungainly heaps, street furniture screeching under its weight. But the street pinched tight ahead, and something bigger blocked it altogether. A 7.5-ton curtain-sider sprawled crooked across the way, cab to curb, its belly's secrets hidden and therefore heavy in his mind. He checked the mirror. The pack was still back there, loping after him with lengths of wood and scrap iron lifted like trophies, and the narrow pavements, boxed in by trees sunk deep in the verges, offered no line around. He ran the options as fast as his pulse. Reverse and be swallowed. Try to squeeze by and wedge the truck like a cork. Stop and hand them the cab doors, or take the lorry on the nose and pray its load wasn't anchored with anything that would hold. The air in the cab compressed into choice. He gave himself the one breath he could spare, felt the weight of it, and let the decision settle where it wanted to live. Stopping would be suicide. He set his jaw and fed the truck fuel. Exhaust rolled black behind them, the engine's growl deepening to a hard, hungry note as the needle lifted. The blade took two small cars like toys, nudging one up onto the curb and shouldering the other into a hedge, mirrors popping, glass skittering under the tyres. The curtain-sider loomed, flat-sided and mute, all its unknowns stacked in front of him, and Alex held the wheel, knuckles pale, and drove straight for the obstacle that was either going to yield or end their run. Alex's voice cut through the racket of grinding metal and rattling glass, tight with fear but clipped to purpose, telling Rachel to get her belt on while his own hand found the latch and clicked it home. He kept his eyes pinned on the only piece of the lorry that might give, the rear section, judging the distance, the angle, the softest point aft of the wheels where the plough might bite and not bounce. The accelerator was already buried. He eased the wheel half a handspan, felt the cab line up and started a count he could feel in his chest more than hear. Brace, 3, 2, 1. The hit arrived like a building falling. The plough chewed through timber and tin and brittle plastic, the curtain side splitting with a shriek as crates and struts burst apart. A storm of splinters and shards lifted and swung past the windscreen, pattering against the cab like hard rain. For a blink the world was only impact and noise. Then the shape that had filled the street collapsed inward, and the gap was simply there. Beyond the wreckage, a scatter of faces, men with bats and lengths of wood, flared in the headlamps, their intent turning to alarm as they stumbled back into shadow, their ambush undone in an instant they hadn't planned for. Alex didn't look at them. He kept his foot down and let the engine's roar carry them through the debris, the truck shouldering free of the ruin and pounding on, relief and terror braiding together in the cab, hot and cold by turns. The noise of the shattered lorry trailed them like a memory as the road unwound, a ragged soundtrack to the fact they were, astonishingly, still moving. He swung the truck onto the strip of lawn in front of his block because the road was a mess of dead cars, and worse, the big plough squatting there like something out of place in a suburban dream. He turned to Rachel, found her pale and wired in the wash of the dash lights, and set his voice to steady again. "If anyone comes near the truck, lean on the horn," he said, tapping the centre of the wheel. "Don't let up until I'm back, all right?" At her small nod, he locked the door from outside and vanished into the stairwell, his shape swallowed by the blank mouth of the building. For a moment, the street held its breath around her. Curtains twitched. Two neighbours drifted out in dressing gowns, craning for a better look at the road sweeper snowplough with its dents and cracks, and the black soot of its exhaust drying on the air. They stared the way people do when their idea of normal is sliding sideways, not hostile, not helpful, just witnesses with nowhere to put their hands. He was gone less than 15 minutes. When the door lifted again and he climbed back into the cab, he moved with the same deliberate economy he'd had before the lorry, setting a rucksack and a crossbow carefully on the bench behind them, as if placing them were a promise. He sat a moment with his hands loose on the wheel, then turned to her. "My road runs north," he said, quiet but decided. "My uncle's croft in Scotland, out of the mess, far from anyone. If you want it, there's a place for you there. The city isn't safe, least of all for you." She breathed out a thin assent that sounded like something breaking and settling. I suppose so. There's nothing for me here. No one left. He nodded once, the acknowledgement holding more than agreement. We've one stop to make first, he went on, patting the battered dash with a touch that was oddly tender. The workshop. If this thing's going to be our shield as well as our ride, I need to harden it up. I've got the kit there, but it means a day in the city. Can you manage that? Rachel met his gaze, fear still there, but harnessed now by something like resolve. Yes, she said. Do what you have to. Good. He thumbed the belt across his chest again, as if to check it twice, and found a thin smile for her sake. It may get rough getting back across town. Keep that belt on. We've no idea what's waiting out there. He turned the key. The engine caught and settled into its growl, and the truck, dented and black-lunged, eased off the grass and nosed back toward the streets that had already tried to stop them once. Chapter 35. The Road Warrior. The run back to the yard unfolded with a disquieting ease, the kind that feels borrowed, as if the city were holding its breath while the old Leyland road sweeper chugged through streets littered with stalled affluents. People stared from behind windscreens gone dumb and dashboards gone black, their bafflement tracking the paradox. Their sleek machines had died where they stood, yet this relic, part soot, part stubborn, still answered the key. Alex suspected the shock lay not only in the contrast, but in what it implied, the old world's tricks outliving the new. At the gates he coaxed the big roller shutters up and nosed the sweeper inside, the cavernous dark closing around it like a hand. Once the door came down and the outside was kept at bay, his first thought was Rachel. She had ridden beside him in a silence that wasn't peace, and it pricked at him. He steered her toward the canteen with a gentle, practical kindness. Food first, sit a bit, breathe. If she had it in her, he said, the old bread crates in the store cupboard could take whatever tinned and dried goods they had left. She nodded, polite and distant, and drifted away in search of something to eat. He didn't like the stillness in her. It had the pressed look of grief bound tight. In a saner week, he thought, someone would be watching her every minute on a ward where the windows only opened a hand's breadth. That thought settled in his chest and made him move. The workshop answered his purpose, the way a well-stocked shed will when the stakes are not academic. He walked the benches and the yard with a scavenger's eye, pulling together lengths of steel, heavy mesh, plate, angle, brackets, anything that could be persuaded to take a weld, and rolled out the old oxyacetylene kit that had outlived 3 compressors and a fitter who swore at it daily. Once the torch kissed metal, the rest was rhythm. Measure, cut, tack, check, burn in the seam. The windscreen got a cage, mesh braced with angle, strong enough to catch rock and timber without turning the view to lattice. For the side glass he cut plates and slotted them, sight lines to drive by, and narrow lanes a crossbow bolt could fly through if talking failed. More plate went to the wheel arches, deep skirts to keep hands and stakes from slicing tires. He hooked the hoist and swung each piece into place, then stitched them on for good with the gas set, the steel taking heat and cooling in dull blooms. It took less than half a day, faster than the shape in his head had suggested. And when he at last killed the torch and set the goggles on the bench, the sweeper no longer looked like a municipal leftover. It looked like a decision. The trouble, of course, wasn't the armour, it was getting out of Leeds with it. He sank into an old chair, feeling the ache in his shoulders and the throb of effort in his hands, and considered the road north as if it might consider him back. Her voice reached him from the doorway, soft but wry. "It's impressive," Rachel said, eyes taking in the plates and mesh and new edges, "but the yellow does seem a bit conspicuous, doesn't it?" He followed her gaze across the municipal lemon and couldn't argue. "It does shout a bit," he admitted. "I've an idea for that." He pushed up from the chair and disappeared into the back storeroom. When he returned, he had arms full of paint tins, the colours hidden beneath their lids. Back he went for an air hose, a gas regulator, a small adapter that would marry what he had to what he needed. Sitting on a crate, he set to work, rethreading the regulator to take the hose, hands moving with the economy of a man who's done a lot with not quite the right parts. Another foray yielded a squat 5-gallon drum of thinners, its label scuffed to near anonymity. Outside, he fetched a fresh bottle of oxygen, wrestled it upright against a lift post and strapped it secure. The adapter went on cleanly. A mixing bucket appeared from the stores, and with it, the quick ritual of stirring pigment into possibility. He thinned the paint to suit the sprayer, pulled a mask over his face, and laid the new skin on in patient, even passes, the gun whispering while the colour bled the brightness out of the truck. Vapour hung and settled, metallic and sharp, until the air cleared enough for him to step back and wave her over. Rachel stopped and took it in, and something close to a smile touched the edge of her mouth. "Mad Max, eat your heart out," she said. He laughed, tired, pleased, a little surprised at the sound of it. "So, it'll do then?" "Looks downright menacing," she said, still studying the angles. "Maybe it'll persuade people to give us a wide berth. Shame you don't have a couple of machine guns to mount on the front." The joke landed gently, an attempt at lightness in a day that hadn't granted much. "Let's hope we won't need the look," he answered, patting the darkened flank as if the vehicle might feel it. "And hope the look is enough." Alex's mouth tipped toward a grin at her throwaway about guns. "Give me a day and a scrap pile and I could mock something up," he said, the mischief flickering. "But every extra hour here feels like tempting fate, and I've still a few boxes to tick before we can roll." Their eyes held a beat, his steadiness meeting the same uneasy resolve in hers, and with the paint needing time to cure into something more than a skin, he let himself step away from the noise. The canteen was dim and empty, the hum of the world outside replaced by his own footfalls. He found a lone pie hiding on the back shelf of the fridge and ate it standing, washing it down with something sweet that soothed the edge of metal off his tongue. Warmth in his belly, he went back to the workshop with a clearer head, and that small usable kind of energy that follows a meal. In the cab, he thumbed the controls and heard the familiar hydraulic sigh as the sweeper's collector unlocked. The rear clamshell lifted on its rams and revealed a compartment so clean it surprised him. He'd pressure-washed it the week before without any thought of apocalypse, and the white walls blinked back spotless. "That'll do," he murmured, already picturing what could live there. The storeroom gave up 2 10-gallon carboys of distilled water, heavy, awkward, precious, and he muscled them into the clean cavity, wedging them secure so they wouldn't skitter. He kept the circuit going, in and out, stocking their rolling refuge with what mattered. 4 empty carboys came next. He filled one at the tap for everyday use, then trundled the others out to the yard pump and fed them diesel until the necks were dark and full. 6 more 5-gallon cans, long forgotten behind racking, took fuel as well. He stacked them neatly and lashed them so they wouldn't turn into projectiles if he had to brake hard. By then the crates Rachel had packed were ready, tins and packets arranged with a kind of quiet care, water bottles nested where they wouldn't split, the small comforts of order in cardboard ribs. He slid them into the bay, settled them among the fuel and the carboys, and dropped the rear shut. The clunk had a finality he felt in his chest. Locking down the workshop became a ritual. Lights, side door, shutters, the small back office where a calendar still believed in months that would go as planned. He paused at the cab long enough to lift his crossbow from behind the seat, the weight of it now as familiar as an overcoat, and then sought the canteen again, drawing the door closed behind him as if the latch could still mean something in a day like this. Rachel was waiting at the plastic table, hands curled around a mug gone cool. She looked up when he came in. "Everything's set," he said softly. "Tank's brimmed, paint's taken, it's near 5. We should grab what sleep we can and move just before dawn." She let the idea sit, then shook her head once. "It's sensible," she said, voice low, "but I doubt I'll sleep. My head's a storm. I can't make sense of any of this." "Can you?" "Too well," he answered, and that truth pulled something heavier into the room. "What do you want to know?" "Everything," she said, "because right now I'm walking through fog." He didn't dress it up. He laid out the bones, the coronal mass ejection that had rolled off the sun and smacked their world, the way a surge like that cooked wires and silence fell where hum used to be, how the lights wouldn't simply come back on next week or next year. 5 years was the optimistic talk, he told her, and even that felt like a wish. The real number could be decades before the skeleton of normality wore flesh again. He sketched the shape of the days to come as he saw them. Food in cities gone in days, then panic, then the arithmetic of hunger turning neighbours into threats. "It won't just be the usual bad actors," he said, meeting her eyes so she'd hear it plain. "When a kid is crying from an empty stomach and there's no law that answers, people you'd trust with your house keys will do what keeps theirs alive." There was an American study, grim reading even when it felt abstract, that put the death toll after a CME at 90% within 6 months. 9 out of 10 gone. Imagine a street and then rub most of it out. He let that sit between them. "That's why I'm heading for my uncle's island place. It's out of the way, can be held, and we can make more there than we use." Rachel absorbed it in silence, the news pressing at her from all sides. In her face he saw both the ache of the present and a glint of something that could pass for stubbornness. They didn't say it aloud, but the bargain was struck all the same. 2 people lashed together by a road that would test whatever they had left, the truck dark and ready in the next room, and a thin band of hours before the sky paled and made them visible again. Chapter 36. Alex, Escape from the City. By 3 in the morning, Alex was wide awake, the kind of alertness that comes with living too close to the edge. He spun all 4 gas rings to life until their blue cones threw a soft domestic halo across the canteen, then set the battery camp light on the counter to push back the last of the gloom. Night was a friend for as long as it lasted. He wanted them moving before first light exposed them against the city's broken skin. In darkness, the wreckage stayed still, and watchers, if there were watchers, kept their distance. Rousing Rachel proved easier than he'd expected. Despite swearing she wouldn't sleep, she'd fallen hard the moment conversation drained from the room. For a breath, she surfaced with the softened look of someone returning from another place. Then the truths he'd told her last night found her again, and he watched the quiet in her eyes turn to something steadier, sadder. "What time is it?" she asked, blinking into the gaslight. "Near 3, he said. "My watch only keeps honest time when I remember to wind it." "We're going?" Her voice was careful, as if volume alone might crack the calm. "In a minute," he said. "Eat first. Drink something." She ducked into the ladies, and he turned to the business of fuel for the road. The snack machine gave up its glass with a resigned crunch, spilling packets and bars across the table. He laid them out as if choice still mattered, then pressed a cold bottle of water into her hand when she came back. "Whatever you fancy," he said. "I'd like us rolling soon." "Whenever you're ready," she replied, the words shaped by acceptance more than ease. On the far wall, a row of vending machines he'd all but ignored caught his eye. One empty sandwich unit, a crisps dispenser still fat with foil packets, and, incongruously, a cigarette machine like a survivor from a gentler decade. Waste was a luxury they couldn't afford. He jimmied the panels, fed their insides into carrier bags, and lined the hall by the roller doors, small insurance against whatever tomorrow decided to be. The shutter rattled up to reveal a city holding its breath. He backed the sweeper out, the engine's low rumble swallowed by the open dark, and pointed its snub nose towards the bypass. Bridgewater Road slid under the tyres to the roundabout, then the A61 took them on, a corridor of stalled silhouettes that the plough shouldered aside with indifferent nudges. For a mile it almost felt simple. Then the road ahead turned to a lake of metal. In both directions the carriageway was packed tight, a glittering fossil of the moment the world had stopped. Alex felt the realization tighten the line of his mouth. He eased them back to the roundabout and swung west along the calls, the tension in the cab winding up a notch with each turn of the wheel. They met their first barricade there, a welded tangle of dead cars that had the ugly, intentional shape of a trap. The memory of the lorry and the boys with bats tightened his gut. Without slowing, he took a right, then another into Wellington Street, working the sweeper through a slalom of abandoned vehicles, around what he could, easing others out of the way with the blade when he had to. Metal shrieked and shifted, and he felt the truth of it settle in his bones. This escape would ask more of them than he'd bargained for, and it was only just beginning. Alex set his jaw and kept Wellington Street under the wheels, nursing the hope that it would pour them onto the A58 and set their nose north again, only for that hope to snag on the sight ahead. The flyover was welded solid with dead cars, as choked and useless as the A61 had been. He slid under the concrete belly instead and bled onto the A65, recalibrating on the fly. Willow Road would take them north if the ring road stayed suffocated. The A65 wasn't clean, not by any measure, but its clutter had gaps, and gaps were all he needed. They crept within sight of the junction, and the world abruptly sharpened. Oil drums blazed across the carriageway, hoops of fire spitting and throwing lunatic shadows into the paling dawn. Alex killed the lights in the same motion he braked, letting the truck fold back into the semi-dark. The cab filled with the soft roar of distant flames and the skitter of his own pulse. Beside him, the rhythm that had lulled Rachel under finally let her go. She surfaced, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "What's up?" "Roadblock," he said, keeping his voice small and even. "Working out if it's manned and if they've clocked us." "What's our move?" she asked, more awake now, the question settling between them like a weight. "Still thinking," he said, exhaling through his nose. "Keep watch to your left. Last thing we need is company we didn't invite." She tipped her hand to visor the dawn and peered through the narrow viewing slot while he ran the angles. Speed, distance, the way firelight gave away movement, the feel of the ground under the tires. The plan was just starting to coalesce when four shapes shouldered out from behind the burning drums, the closest cradling what looked too much like a rifle to be anything else. Alex slid into first and let his foot hover on the throttle, felt the truck lean forward with his intention, and then at the lip of choice he changed his mind. Reverse, clean and decisive. The sweeper rolled back the way it had come, his eyes on the mirrors, his hands calm because panic is a hand that jerks the wheel. He peeled off into Grace Street, threading a new path by instinct and the memory of daylight maps. Right onto St. Paul's Street, west to Westgate, ducking under the flyover onto Park Lane where the city thinned into quieter residential blocks. Back streets opened like seams, he stitched them together without lingering, and the route spilled them out at the Kirkstall Road roundabout where the A65 picked up again. The transition wasn't graceful. More than once he had to lean the plough into stubborn metal, shouldering aside vans that had the gall to die crosswise. The sweeper groaned and grunted under the strain, a beast tugging at its harness, while now and then stones clattered harmlessly off the new plates from somewhere unseen. No faces, no words, just the city throwing pebbles at a tank. They made the main road again, pulled a little farther from the town centre's hungry quiet, and the cab loosened a fraction. Ahead, Kirkstall waited. Tight streets, blind corners, a run of unknowns stacking up like cards, and the fragile bubble of safety inside the truck felt exactly that. Fragile, but holding for now. Chapter 37. Bella, running the gauntlet. Tears still bright on her lashes, but a new iron set in her jaw. Bella eased herself from Daz's arms, picked up her bow as if it were another rib she couldn't live without, and went down to the canal. In the scant light she was little more than a moving shadow, the canoe rocking under her weight as she climbed in, resolve and apprehension vying on her face. The others shoved off, the bank slipped away, and the night closed over them like a hood. They paddled by feel as much as sight, squinting for the smear of bank that told them where the water ended, until a paling seam in the east began to lift the edges of the world and show the curves of the cut. By the time Kirkstall gathered ahead of them, dawn was breathing colour into the sky. The water ran quiet beneath the looming bulk of Broad Lane Bridge, and what had been stillness sprouted small movements on the crown, shifts, silhouettes, the prickle of being watched. No words floated down, just the hush of people who meant to keep their advantage. Dawn nosed them into the lee of a fenced builder's merchant, canoes tucked tight into shadow, everyone holding their breath and listening hard. For a few precious minutes it felt as if the bridge hadn't noticed them at all. Bella breathed a suggestion, something like the lead's trick, the fireworks and confusion, while Don's glance said what his mouth didn't. The approach was blind under a screen of trees and ended at a high-security fence. A single misstep would strand them on the bank with no clean retreat. Light was gathering with every heartbeat, thinning their cover, making choices smaller. Daz broke the stalemate with a plan that rolled out in a whisper. He and Bella would keep low and close to the bank beneath the trees, work halfway to the bridge, and from that green tunnel loose a few banger-tipped arrows into the scrub opposite, far enough behind the watchers to spook them into seeing enemies where there were none. No one had anything better. With tapers already hissing to life, the two of them slid out from the others and let the branches swallow them, faces set in the grim knowledge that one mistake could ripple into catastrophe. They stopped where the overhang thickened, leaves drooping like a curtain over the water, and found the mirror of it on the far side, a rough tangle of shrubs a little nearer the bridge, perfect to catch sparks and bang back echoes. Daz set his tapers into the damp earth, their orange points steady as beacons, and with the briefest glance between them, they lit and shot, the arrows whispering off into the brush. The response wasn't the stampede they'd hoped for. Only 2 figures jogged toward the racket, while 3 more stayed on the parapet, peering down with the lazy curiosity of men who didn't believe in gunfire or ghosts. Downstream, Don, who couldn't see any of that turn, was already moving. The fireworks were the agreed signal, and his bow pushed water as he brought the canoe up under the bridge's lip. Bella and Daz traded looks that said the same thing, too late to recall him, too soon to fight back from these trees. "We're out of options," Bella murmured, throat tight but voice steady. "We push through." Bows went down, paddles came up, and they drove the canoe out of cover. The faces above them sharpened. Someone shouted. Stones, bricks by the size of the splashes clattered into the cut behind them. "Harder, Daz! Go!" Bella's call clipped the air, and they shot under the arch, water bursting around the bow while the rain of masonry chased their wake and missed by feet. On the far side, they pulled into light and air with hearts pounding, and the unsteady relief that comes after you've run beneath a falling house and found yourself uncrushed. Don wasn't so lucky with his timing. As he brought the second canoe to the mouth of the bridge, he could see what they'd stumbled into. Bricks lined up and ready, a little ambush set with patient hands. One good hit would break a skull or punch a hole. Beside him, Matt wrestled his crossbow up and flung bolts into the silhouettes, but the figures barely flinched. Distance and angle made the shots more warning than wound. Don didn't waste the lesson. He brought up the shotgun and let the morning have 2 hard reports. The blasts cracked under the stone like thunder trapped in a bell, and the bravado on the parapet shattered with them. The 3 shapes dissolved, feet scuffling away as quickly as pride would let them. With the arch clear, Don dug his blade into the water, found Bella and Daz waiting just beyond the bridge's shadow, and the little convoy stitched itself together again. The sky by now had shrugged into full grey, and with the light came the first fine mist of rain, a faint stippling that shook down into a proper fall in the space of a minute. Cold water needled their faces and collars. The world narrowed to breath and paddle and the steady hiss of it. Don passed out ponchos, one to each of the 3 girls and one to Matt, and the crinkle of plastic and muffled thanks felt for a heartbeat like the old world. Someone handing you a coat on a wet morning, the small mercy of staying dry when everything else is uncertain. Then the rain thickened, and they leaned into it and kept going. Don hunched deeper into his parka, the hood crackling as he pulled it close. Beside him, Daz shrugged into his scuffed leather, tugged the hoodie tight and capped it with a beanie, and still the rain found seams and cuffs in the back of the neck, the cold threading itself under their clothes until everything felt a shade heavier. The world shrank to the hush of drizzle and the steady dip-pull of blades, a rhythm that hushed thought and kept time with the soft hiss of water on water. Newly's locks rose out of the grey, a stacked flight of 3, so they worked the gates in a murmuring ballet, paddles tapping gunwales, sluices sighing, timbers complaining in old bones, every creak magnifying the quiet like a chapel door in an empty church. When the last gate shouldered closed behind them, they drifted to a left bank shelf that promised a lull. The rain eased, as if someone had turned the world down a notch, light slanting through torn cloud to warm their faces and steam off their sleeves. They hauled the canoes up, shook out ponchos and shirts, pegged damp socks on branches, the wet grass pressed cool against their boots. Don coaxed a burner to life, and soon the thin sweetness of hot water, softening tea and chocolate rose around them. Small luxury, huge lift. Matt and Daz came loping back from a quick recon, shoes bringing the smell of crushed nettle and rain-fat soil. They had just begun to let the quiet settle into their bones when Matt's voice snapped it in two. "Boat coming," he hissed. "Armed. We need cover." Adrenaline moved them faster than weight should allow. They dragged boats up the bank, twigs cracking underfoot, and muscled hulls beneath a tangle of alder and hawthorn. The foliage closed over them, beading their hair and sleeves. Earth and leaf rot breathed up, and beyond it the low drone of a diesel swelled. Through green slits a barge shouldered into view, blunt and purposeful. Two men stood easy with shotguns slung. Others worked the deck with the practiced economy of people used to water and load. Nothing in their posture shouted menace, but the steel at their shoulders rewrote the air. Daz ghosted along the tree line, keeping the trunks between himself and the towpath, eyes on the boat as it nosed into the lock. He waited for a pause, a glance back, the first sign of a turn, and watched instead as they took the chamber like old hands and pushed on, engine notes steady, wake ironing the surface flat behind them. When he slipped back through the brush, Bella had her bow raised and Matt his crossbow, sighting the gap. They lowered together the moment his gait gave him away. "They kept going," he said, breath low and quick. "Straight through. Didn't feel wrong. Guns looked like a sign, not a promise. Don't try us," that sort of thing. They traded looks that said everything the last 24 hours had taught them. Trust the feeling. Trust nothing. Be ready. For now, the threat drifted downstream and they could breathe again. Sun stretched the afternoon into gold, shadows long across the towpath. When Daz slid back toward the lock for one last look and Bella and Matt angled the other way, light on their feet, eyes combing hedges and doorways for the twitch of movement that doesn't belong. They met again by the canoes, the water winking as if the world were ordinary, and turned their attention to work. Bags shifted hands without instruction, straps were checked, blades laid ready. They relaunched cleanly, weight balanced, and the canal took them back, dip and draw, their wake the only voice for long minutes save a distant bird call or the scold of a moorhen in reeds. Hours stretched, shoulders burned, decisions sat heavy where muscles already ached. Long straight pounds with few houses gave them nothing to hide behind. Every bend felt like a stage entrance. When Rodley's nearness pressed at the horizon, they slid ashore for a breath and a think. The pace was a problem. At this rate, the journey was a campaign, not a dash. The plan to move by night, dark as shield, wobbled under the weight of mud, locks, unknown shallows. Don and Brenda argued the case for shadow. Others pushed back, voices overlapping with what-ifs and worst cases until the thing boiled down to what they trusted most, their eyes. "In daylight, we can see trouble coming and steer before we're in it," Bella said, not unkindly, but with the firmness of someone who's run the numbers on fear. They let the idea settle, tested it against their nerves, then nodded it through. After a short spell to top bottles, retie lashings, and stretch stiff backs, they took a last measure of the bank, set jaws and shoulders, and pushed out again into the bright, exposed water, choosing sight over shadow, and betting on their wits to carry them through. Chapter 38. Alex, the body. They followed the A65 like a thread through a frayed tapestry, easing the sweeper north as Kirkstall unspooled around them in a way that felt almost normal. People moving with purpose rather than menace, doors opening and closing, heads bent to chores. Yet the verges told the truer story, a maze of abandoned cars skewed at odd angles, their dark windows and slumped bonnets bearing witness to how quickly the city had seized. The truck nosed and shouldered through that metal drift, Alex reading gaps the way a river reads stones, until the first warning rose in a white sheet across the windscreen and turned the world to steam. He swung into an unmarked dirt track before the temperature needle could scythe any higher, gravel pinging the platework, and when he stepped out the heat hit him like a wall, a breath he couldn't inhale. The bonnet latch burned his fingers through the glove before the hood banged upward and the truth lifted with it. Coolant gone to vapour, hoses hot enough to singe, the engine ticking a miserable protest. He hated the math the moment he started it. Drinking water was meant for throats, not radiators, but over the hiss he could hear the muted rush of something larger than a ditch, and hope sharpened his senses. Empty bottles in hand, the half-litres they'd drained earlier, laughably small for a thirsty engine. He fought through alder and nettle, briar snagging his sleeves, the smell of wet earth and river leaf stronger with each stumble, until the water showed itself in a flash of light between trunks. It was nearer than he'd guessed and harder to reach than he'd hoped. The bank dropped away in a tangle of roots, the mud slick under the moss, and he had to brace with one boot in the water to fill each bottle. Back and forth he went. 6 trips in all, forearms burning, breath soaring at his ribs, the bottles knocking together like dull bells as he clambered up through the undergrowth, telling himself he could rest after the next run and then making another. He sat on the track a moment with his back to the warm steel and the taste of his own bottled water clean and thin on his tongue, a memory of his uncle's voice surfacing unbidden. "Rivers aren't what they look like, lad, not after sheep fields and slurry tanks," and he glanced at the clear stream in the plastic with new caution. When Rachel came back from a brief absence, face washed, hair finger-combed into some order, he'd already upended the last bottle into the radiator. The engine turned over reluctantly, a cough that gritted his teeth, then dragged itself into a clattery idle that sounded like temporary reprieve rather than victory, and their shared look said as much, good enough to move, maybe not good enough to keep. The relief lasted as long as it took him to crouch and see the dark puddle gathering where no puddle should be. Oil he could have handled. This shine was sweeter, a bloom spreading under the block, and the old heavy knowledge clicked into place. Head gasket. He knew where the shelves were and which cardboard box would hold the right one, and how long it would take to strip a head on the floor of his workshop, and still, the thought of turning back through Leeds felt like asking for a second chance at the first disaster. He walked down to the river because he needed space to think without her eyes on him, and the sound, usually the kind that smoothed him out, only layered more questions over him. Could he leave her here while he fetched parts, a stranger in a world already turning mean? Could she manage the miles on foot if he chose wrong? Could either of them risk the city twice? They talked on the grass beside the warm ticking truck, the two of them small on a green shoulder where the world thinned to water and wind. Rachel listened with her hands knotted in her lap, the tilt of her head giving away what her measured voice tried not to. She trusted him, but the idea of being left or dragged back into Leeds made her stomach tighten, and he watched the way the breeze lifted the ends of her hair and felt the decision settle. They would do nothing more tonight. Food was an afterthought, rest was the plan, and he made the quiet promise he meant to keep. He wouldn't abandon her. The vow didn't need a ceremony. It lived in the way he checked the door locks twice, and set the crossbow within easy reach, and lay down on the bench seat without drifting into the easy sleep he pretended. Dawn came in diluted pastels, the kind of sky that makes everything look clean even when it isn't, and the air had that damp sweetness that rises off fields before the day picks up heat. They shouldered their bags, weighty, yes, but somehow less than the choices they'd carried the night before, and walked north along the dewy verge until the road bent them toward the river again. The bridge ahead, iron ribs, stone abutments, the water talking itself through the arches, felt like a threshold into a quieter geography, and when the canal path presented itself beyond, patient and level, its surface holding a pale copy of the early sky, the choice revealed its own logic. Roads meant sight lines and ambush points and engines that could catch them from behind. The towpath offered hedges and kinks, and the kind of distance you measure by the ache in your calves rather than by trouble. "It'll add hours," Alex said, not to argue, but to lay the last scrap of doubt on the table, though we're less likely to meet anything we can't step around. Rachel kept pace with an economy he admired, her stride unshowy and steady, the set of her jaw saying she had already walked through worse in her head. "I'm not counting time," she said after a while, eyes on the bright ribbon of water. "I'm counting risks. I trust you, and we're still moving." At that, he glanced across and gave the smallest nod, then adjusted his bag and lengthened his stride, letting the canal's slow promise draw them into its safer, longer curve. They pushed on with that new, fragile faith between them, the sort that grows from shared peril rather than promises, and the light came up slow through the trees until the towpath ran gold beneath their boots. Hope felt provisional, like sun on frost, beautiful and liable to vanish with the next cold breath of the world. They hadn't gone far when the canal kinked and revealed a narrowboat lying low in the water. Both of them stopped at once. Alex lifted a hand and drew Rachel into the trees, and there they stood, watching for the small signs, steam from a kettle, a shape moving behind glass, that tell you a place is lived in. Nothing stirred. The boat wore neglect like a second skin. A smear of algae at the waterline, moss breathing green along the gunwale, leaves plastered to the deck and gathered in untidy drifts against the cratch. Alex weighed caution against opportunity, and after a moment, stepped back onto the path. He kept his voice level and loud enough to carry. "Ahoy the boat!" The words went flat over the water, no shuffle, no answering call. He tried again, urgency threading through the second hail. "Hello, the boat. Anyone aboard?" Silence pressed in, heavy as a held breath. He edged to the bank where the stern lay close, water licking at rotted fender rope, and lowered himself in. The chill climbed through his boots and up his shins. With a small pull and a grunt, he got a hand to the taffrail and swung himself onto the deck. "I'm coming aboard," he called, gentler now, as if not to startle whoever might be inside. "Is anyone there?" From within the shadowed cabin came a sound too weak to be a word, a soft animal groan that ran a line of ice down his spine. He stood a heartbeat, calculating the geometry of risk, the angle to the door, the time it would take to retreat to the bank, the fact that his crossbow was with Rachel and not with him, then set his jaw and slid the hatch. The smell hit first, a sour choke of vomit and faces and stale diesel. He recoiled, swallowed hard, and pushed the roof panel back to let air in. Curtains rasped on their rails. Pale morning spilled across a mess of fallen pan lids, tipped mugs, the small domestic wreckage that follows a body failing in a tight space. On the floor, half caught under the lip of a bench seat, lay an old man. Illness had pared him down to angles, cheekbones like knuckles, a beard gone to tangled felt, skin the colour of paper parchmented in the sun. "Who are you?" The question came out of him in a whisper that barely made the jump to Alex's ears. "Alex," he said, keeping his voice warm and steady. "I'm not here to harm you. Tell me what's happened." The man's eyes were clouded but intent, as if he were trying to pull Alex into focus. "Think, heart," he breathed, like each consonant cost him. "Ran out of diesel, tried poling in, pain in my arm, then here." His fingers twitched toward his chest. "Last night, crawled back this morning, cold, can't get warm." His breath shortened even as he spoke, the body gripped by that thin, shallow panting that never quite fills the lungs. "Hang on," Alex said, already moving, scanning the cabin for something, anything, that could stand in for care. A woolen blanket, half slid behind a locker, yielded to his fingers. He shook it out and came back to the old man. "I've got a blanket," he said quietly, and only then did he really catch the look in those eyes. The focus had gone, not wandering so much as widening, the way a lens opens when the light fails. It made him hesitate, just for a breath. Then he tucked the blanket around the shoulders and chest, fussed it in with the kind of pointless tidiness people use when they want to be useful. "Is that better?" he asked, and knew the answer even as he said it. He reached for the man's wrist and felt the terrible lack of anything there. A beat of denial rose bright and stupid. Check again, try the neck, do it properly. But when he touched the throat, the skin was already losing its heat. The stare that met him was fixed on a point he couldn't see. It was the first dead face he'd looked into without a sheet between them. For a moment he stood in the small, foul-smelling room with the engine ticking faintly through the floor, and then he turned and went for air. On the deck he bent double, one hand braced to the cabin rail, and emptied himself into the canal. When the spasms passed, he spat, wiped his mouth on his sleeve, and breathed until the trembling settled. Work helps. He clung to that old truth and let it pull him into the next necessary thing. The boat had drifted half a yard off. He took the long stern pole and levered the steel back toward the bank, wood creaking in its cup, water slapping softly at the hull. At the bow he found the painter, rough hemp swollen with damp, and he put his weight into it, hand over hand, hauling the boat along the margin toward the place where Rachel hid in the trees. The resistance came as a steady pull rather than a fight, more mass than malice, and he welcomed that too, something he could measure and overcome. When he glanced up, she was there between the trunks, shadowed and still, one hand lifted to shield her eyes against the brightening sky. He kept the rope moving, breath-paced with the work, and let the clumsy, practical rhythm of it carry him through the final yards to the bank. Rachel stepped out from the trees with that guarded look people wear when they already suspect the answer. Alex met her halfway along the bank, voice tight and low, and told her what he'd found on board. The words snagged in his throat at the end. He's gone. And for a heartbeat they stood in the hush that follows bad news, the canal making its small sounds against steel and stone while the morning pressed in around them. She swallowed hard, eyes shining but steady. "If we bury him properly," she said, measuring each word as if it might break, "do you think we could use the boat? Is it running? We'd make better time on water than on our feet." Alex looked past her to the cabin, then up the length of the cut as if the answer lived out there. "We might do 20-30 miles quicker," he allowed, "but I'm near sure this is the Leeds-Liverpool. That heads us to Liverpool, and after what we've seen, that's a place we'd be mad to drift toward." He rubbed at the bridge of his nose, the old man's voice flickering back. "He said he'd run out of diesel. We've fuel in the truck, though." They both nodded, two small bows to the tangle of choices before them, and neither said aloud what the decision required of them next. In the dappled shade beneath the oaks, they worked in that careful way grief teaches you. The blanket went first, smoothed around shoulders that had already started to lose their warmth, the tarpaulin following with a stiffness that made the task feel too practical by half. Heavier than he looked, the old man resisted every inch of the bank. Their hands slipped, their boots scrabbled, and sweat slicked their faces despite the cool. It took them more than half an hour to edge him out of the cabin and along the towpath, then farther into the trees, where the ground was soft enough to take a mark, and the canopy would keep him from the worst of the weather. They had no spade. They looked anyway, because it is easier to search than to accept. In the end, they did what they could, crossed branches, armfuls of twigs, leaf mould gathered in, a small mound built with care and apologies. When they were done, they stood a moment with their heads bowed, each of them saying whatever needed to be said, and then they turned back to the water without looking behind. The cabin air hit them again at the threshold, its sour weight making Rachel's nose wrinkle. She didn't flinch from the work. She opened every curtain she could reach, slid the roof to let the day in, and set about reclaiming the space. Some mess can be wiped away with hot water and cloth, and some cannot. The carpet had taken the worst of it, and she didn't even try to argue with the stained wool. She ripped it up in panels, teeth clenched against the smell, and heaved it onto the bank, where the breeze could do what it could not save. While she cleaned, Alex walked the boat back along the margin until he could get her close to the truck. Rachel took station on the towpath with his crossbow braced against her hip, scanning the hedgerows and the humps of the far bank, fingers flicking unconsciously at the trigger guard, as if testing the weight of their luck. At the truck, he dug through the gear until his hand closed around the neck of a diesel can, and he felt a relief so sharp it was almost pain. He poured it in with the care of a man handling medicine, wiped his hands on his jeans and thumbed the starter. The engine coughed once, twice, then caught and settled into a rough, grateful thrum that lifted the hairs on his arms. They made run after run between truck and boat, the familiar shapes of their new lives passing hand to hand. Bags of food, the bread crates she'd filled, tools, the odd comforts that make a hull feel like shelter rather than metal. Last of all came the carboy of distilled water, heavy in his arms, the weight of it a small promise against the future. He set it gently beside the others, checked and rechecked the lids, then slid the hatch shut and climbed back to the tiller. "Ready?" he asked, and Rachel, with the crossbow now laid by her knee and her hair pulled back from her face, gave him a small, fierce nod. They idled to a wider bight of canal where the reeds gave way and the water opened like a slow door. Alex dropped 2 hefty steel wheel rims over the side on their ropes, felt them thump the bottom and bite, paid out until the lines sang tight. The boat settled with a mild, rocking patience, the kind that tells you you're held. For the first time since they'd seen the hull through the trees, they let themselves stand still and just breathe. The diesel tick of the engine idling down, the ripple under the steel, the curious quiet that follows hard work honestly done. The day lay ahead like a long, narrow ribbon, unknown bends, locks to work, places to avoid, and they felt it, the size of it, settling on their shoulders. But the boat was fueled, the cabin clean enough to bear, the anchor firm beneath them. They had put a stranger to rest with as much dignity as they could muster, and they had turned the dead man's last refuge into a way forward. For now, that was enough. Chapter 39. El Gordo, Home Alone. El Gordo unfolded himself from the warm trough he'd pressed into Rachel's duvet, a luxuriant stretch rippling from whisker to tail-tip until his ribs shivered and his paws splayed, and only then did he acknowledge the cavern in his middle that had begun to speak in low, persuasive murmurs about dinner. It was well past the sacred hour when the bowl typically rattled, a punctual little ceremony that had always reassured him the world still knew how to behave. He blinked at the silent room, pricked an ear for the familiar clink of cutlery or the rustle of a pouch, and hearing nothing but the hush of a flat that had forgotten how to hum, felt the first nibble of an old fear. Because once, long ago, the woman who fed him had vanished without warning, and though she had had the decency to send Rachel in her stead, the memory of those first hungry days had sunk its claws into him and never entirely let go. Rachel, who normally ran on the precision of a clock wound by angels, seemed suddenly unaccountably late, and while his loyalty held firm, his stomach was less patient. He was, after all, El Gordo, sovereign of these rooms, a creature of appetite and ingenious solutions, and if the staff failed to appear, a monarch must still dine. He flicked his tail, a metronome of growing displeasure, and padded toward the kitchen, with the air of one taking matters into his own paws, already picturing the soft, fragrant bounty that waited behind the refrigerator's compliant seal. The sight that met him at the threshold made his whiskers bristle. Some thoughtless soul, surely not Rachel, had dragged a chair in front of the fridge, as if a wooden leg could stand between a determined cat and his supper. He assessed the blockade with a narrowed eye, tested the linoleum beneath his pads, felt his claws catch and hold, and filed away the promising information. But first he decided, quite sensibly, that a general lightening of the load was in order. Slipping through his own petite door to the balcony, he trotted to the plastic igloo that served as his al fresco annex, and ducking inside, discovered another small betrayal. Usually Rachel kept it spotless, the blanket freshly shaken, the air innocently bland, but now there was a stale tang and a drift of grit across the floor that spoke of neglect. He sighed the long put-em sigh of the civilized, and after a moment's feline deliberation, deposited a succinct commentary beside the entrance where it could not possibly be missed. One must, in difficult times, communicate clearly, then return to the kitchen with renewed focus. He stood a moment, studying the chair the way a wrestler sizes up an opponent. It wasn't large, but it sat square and stubborn, wedged close to the fridge door, and it would not be bullied by finesse alone. He threaded his head into the gap between wood and white enamel, sank his claws into the linoleum until the faintest tearing creak rose beneath him, and heaved from the haunches, a compact engine of intent. The chair grudgingly scraped an inch. He rested, ears flattened, breath fanning the cool metal, pushed again and again, each shove winning him another sliver of space, until at last, with a triumphant grunt, the chair gave up its defence and skated aside enough to admit a victor's wedge. Businesslike now, he hooked a claw into the rubber seal, braced and kicked. The door sighed open, cool air and the faint perfume of gravy and fish fingers sighing out to meet him. His eyes widened, pupils saucering at the trove revealed. 3 pouches lay conveniently close to the lip, stacked like tribute to a tiny god. He chose one with due ceremony, gripped it in his teeth, and bore it back along the hall with the swagger of a hunter returning to his lair. because while the kitchen floor was serviceable, the proper place to enjoy such delicacies was, of course, the downy continent of Rachel's bed. There, atop the familiar tumble of pillows where her scent pooled, he pinned the pouch between his forepaws and worried the seam with the practiced delicacy of a connoisseur, opening it in a neat tear that released a tide of rich, meaty fragrance. He ate with focused gratitude, purring his verdict in a steady thrum that doubled as a mild reprimand to absent management. When he was done, he licked his whiskers until they shone, tucked the empty pouch beneath the covers, an administrative note for later, and sat for a moment, eyes half closed, letting satiety settle. Thirst rose next, dry and insistent, and though the water bowl was prophetically empty, El Gordo was a cat of resources. He padded into the bathroom and sprang to the porcelain rim with the nimble assurance of long practice, balancing with his tail as counterweight while he lowered his head and drew in the cool, faintly chlorinated sip that still kept a trace of Rachel in it. He drank carefully, mindful of dignity. One tumble was enough to teach a lifetime's caution. Then hopped down, shook his paws, and returned to the bedroom where the sun was beginning to comb thin fingers through the curtains. The bed received him like a returning sailor, and he kneaded once, twice, turning in a tight circle until the comfort was exactly right, then curled into himself with a last small harumph that said he would forgive all this as soon as she came through the door. Time softened. The flat remained very quiet. Light climbed the wall and warmed the duvet, and he slept, the rich sleep of a creature who knows the geography of his own comfort. When he woke again, a bar of brightness lay across the pillows, and the room had that late afternoon stillness that makes a cat feel both king and keeper of the realm. Rachel was still not here. The observation trembled in him, but it did not unseat the more immediate truths. His belly was full, his throat no longer dry, his bed generous, the world beyond the glass silent, in a way that made everything inside seem even softer. He stretched once more, a slow unfurling that reset every bone, and let his lids drift down, because for now the urgent problems of the universe could wait. El Gordo had provisions, a plan, and a nap to finish, and in a house kept this calm, a cat could hardly ask for more. By the next day, with the refrigerator's small hoard finally vanquished, El Gordo reverted to his most serious vocation, sleep, coiled in a warm comma on Rachel's bed, surrendering to the long, indulgent drift of feline dreams. The world fractured without warning. Porcelain shattered somewhere beyond the door, heavy thumps shook the floorboards, furniture rasped across the room with a sound like teeth on bone. This was not the soft choreography of Rachel's mornings. Panic pricked his skin. He arrowed beneath the bed, certain the narrow dusk there would hold him safe. Boots intruded, thick-soled, obscene at his low angle. Then the world tilted as the bed lurched, dragged from over him, exposing him like prey in an empty field. Instinct drove him in a streak toward the dressing table. He flattened into its shadow while the intruder, indifferent to the cat he had unmasked, went on ripping through the room. Drawers slatted open, spilled their private guts, earrings skittered and scarves billowed and landed, a storm of Rachel's life strewn without care. Time turned viscous. He measured it in his own shallow breaths, in the rhythm of ransack and toss and thud, until at last the noise thinned and drained away, leaving a strange humming silence. He waited, whiskers tasting the air, then eased out into the wreckage. The bedroom, once his ordered kingdom, looked as if a weather front had rolled through it. Every drawer gaped, its contents cast about like leaves after a gale. If cats sighed, he would have. Wariness, not just of body but of the world, drew him toward the bed only to find it propped upright like a door against the wall, his velvet throne turned useless. He glanced toward the living room and the wide-open mouth of the lift place, and the hollow draught that came from it. No, that was an abyss for someone else to mend. What he needed, more than outrage, more than answers, was a new spot soft enough to hold a nap. In a true kingdom, there is always another nook. He would find one. But the building, once a hive of footsteps and distant voices and elevator bells, had emptied into a peculiar quiet, and hunger, no longer cushioned by the presence of a competent human servant, pressed its case. He stood at the threshold of the lift place for a long breath, then slipped through, for the only door inviting passage now was the stairwell. Down he went because down was where the open door led, each step placed with wary precision, whiskers tasting the cool air, ears working tail high, discovering a bottom world that did not smell of carpet and duvet, but of old dust and cold concrete and other people's lives. It was hunger that kept him moving, but it was something else that stopped him. A sleek figure gliding into view as if she were the idea of a cat brought to life. Cream and dark chocolate patterned her like careful brushwork, and her eyes, blue as china, caught and held him. He went very still, caught by the gravity of her poise. She approached with that lazy grace only cats possess, all economy and music, and in the slow lexicon of her kind, tail's gentle tilt, a patient blink, a quiet angle of head, she told him the story he had already begun to suspect. The world outside had changed its rules, the hands that fed and fussed had vanished, food was no longer an inevitability but a prize, and they, who had been kept so well, would have to keep themselves. He listened, which for a cat is to watch intently and breathe a little softer, and felt something inside him unknot at the fact of her, at the possibility of not being singular in this strangeness. Her name, conveyed in scent and closeness, in the soft certainty of her presence, was Fleur. Side by side they picked their path through the building's new disorder, stepping delicately over glittering fans of broken glass, circling overturned chairs and slumped lamps, slipping out through the yawning entrance into air that smelled bigger and thinner than it had yesterday. Hunger walked with them, yes, but so did a taut thread of companionship, a small, warm thing tying them together as they set off to find what could be found. A meal, a safe corner, and if luck had any mercy left, the rhythm of a shared life in a world that had forgotten its old one. Chapter 40. Bobby, Granny and the Fire. At first light, when the curtains turned thin as petals, and the air through the cracked window smelled of wet grass and wood smoke, Bobby was already awake, straining toward the day he'd been promised. The plan had felt solid last night, an early start, a proper journey, but the car had other ideas, coughing itself into silence and routing them to the yard while his father and grandfather muttered over tools and lifted the bonnet as though coaxing an animal back to its feet. That left Bobby in Granny's orbit, where the rules of the world were older and, to his surprise, strangely kind. Her house unnerved him at first, so quiet without the hum he thought was normal, no blue glow from screens, no obedient click of switches yielding light. But Granny had a way of smoothing the sharp edges from change. She put a deck of cards in his hands and made the numbers feel like a secret language, moved his fingers through butter and flour until dough gave under his palms like breathed-on snow, and turned chopping into a gentle rhythm that measured out the morning. The range threw a tender heat, its flames licking stories onto the bottoms of pans, and the smells that rose, onion, stock, something sweet, stitched the hours together. Evenings, once the shadows pooled into corners, were candle-lit and soft at the edges. Grandad would settle with a sigh that was half contentment, half creak of old joints, and find the thread of a tale about Bobby's father at the very age Bobby was now. A boy set on mischief, legs always scratched, laugh always too loud. Bobby would grin helplessly as his granddad described the night the boy crept into the barn for an adventure and came pelting out, trousers muddy, dignity in tatters, pursued by a goat with the moral certainty of a headmistress. It did something inside him to know that the man who now spoke in rules had once been run ragged by a goat. It loosened a knot he hadn't known he carried, made growing up feel like a path rather than a wall. The unexpected delay, those vexing car guts still sprawled open, tools passed back and forth, became a gift of a few more hours folded into the warm pocket of his grandparents' house. He learned, in the hush between chores, that life here ran on different currents, small pleasures that asked to be noticed, legacies that tasted like recipes and sounded like remembered laughter. When they stepped out into the garden, morning had laid a light hand over everything. Dew clung to the vegetable leaves like 1,000 tiny mirrors, soil breathed an earthy sweetness, the borders were loud with colour and bees. Granny's voice, a thread of warmth, ran alongside the birdsong, naming herbs and the looks of the sky, showing him where a plant had set new growth and how to pinch it back with care. He tried to walk quietly and failed, but the garden forgave him, and the sun, slipping in and out of cloud, dappled his boots and made even his scuffs look deliberate. Breakfast appeared like a feast magicked out of thin air, porridge that steamed, eggs with golden centres, rashers that snapped at the edge, bread so fresh it sighed in his hands. The table sagged under it all. Bobby ate until he was full, and then a little beyond, certain Granny possessed some secret spell that doubled flavour and made food taste like a promise kept. After Grandad and his father headed toward the village, voices low, steps brisk, Bobby and Granny turned to the day's work. The chores fell in a line that made sense once you started. Water fetched, troughs checked, gates latched and unlatched, hands washed and dirtied and washed again. He fed the goats fat leaves of cabbage and laughed when their lips tugged at the edges, unscrupulous and bright-eyed. The pigs waddled and grunted and then broke into ridiculous little sprints that shook him with happiness. He loved how their ears flopped, how they seemed surprised by their own joy. The donkey, though, owned a corner of his heart outright. Granny told the story again of how he'd wandered in one winter dusk, all bone and stubbornness, and how she'd looked at him and simply decided he would stay. Bobby liked the plain certainty of that love. The hen house was another world altogether, warm, dusty, busy with gossip. Hens in every shade of rust and cream and pepper darted around his ankles, pecked at his bootlaces with sly little taps, and made him hiccup giggle until he had to lean on the doorframe to catch his breath. He collected eggs one by one, palms cupped like he was holding moons. When Granny went in to start pancakes for lunch, he wandered down to the paddock, a patchwork of grass and soft mud, the hedges stitched with spider's silk. Ewes watched him with an ancient mildness while the lambs, new, spring-boned, unable to manage the grace they were certain they possessed, sprang and twisted like they were learning the rules of their bodies as they went. He stood with his arms tucked tight against a faint chill and felt something enormous and simple swell in his chest at the sight of them. Life starting over, fearless, for no reason other than it could. From the house came a ghost of scent, the first hint of batter meeting hot iron, threading the damp air and tugging at him. He pictured Granny in the kitchen, wrist flicking the pan, stack rising on a warmed plate, the lemon ready to surrender its juice, and the thought of it wrapped the morning up perfectly. For now, the car could stay stubborn, and the road, with all it promised, could wait. Here, within the ring of hedges and the tinder-bright glimmer of the range, he understood the way days were meant to fit together, work and story, hunger and feeding, laughter that ended in hiccups, the sweetness of pancakes after the clean green of a field. The plume thickened with every step he took, a bruised smear rising over the sunlit morning until it swallowed the edges of the sky, and the closer he came, the more the air filled his mouth and nose with the sour mix of burning wood, scorched fabric, and something he could not name but would never forget. Panic surged up his throat before he could stop it. "Granny!" he shouted, voice cracking on the second syllable. "Granny, can you hear me?" He rounded the gable at a stumbling run, tears already blurring the stone and hedge into one wavering band of colour, and shouldered the back door open into a wall of heat and smoke that pressed him backwards like a hand. Through the grey churn he saw her, still as a dropped coat on the kitchen flags, and his heart cinched tight with a horror that felt like falling. "Granny, wake up, please," he begged, dropping to his knees and hooking his hands under her arms, tugging with everything he had. She was heavy in that terrible human way that told him she wasn't helping, and every inch he gained was stolen back by the drag of her shoes against the floor, while the flames climbed the walls and ticked along the ceiling with a greedy hiss. Outside the door, the yard erupted into its own chaos, the hens skittering and scolding, the goats shrilling their complaint, and above it all the donkey's bray, long and ragged, like an alarm bell struck again and again. Smoke clawed at his eyes and throat until breathing felt like swallowing thorns. He rocked onto his heels, torn clean in two between bolting from the heat that was licking closer and hurling himself at her again, as if stubbornness alone could pull her free. His mind spun through a circle of useless questions. Why? Why now? Why couldn't he lift her? And then, as if a single clear marble rolled into place amid a jar of stones, he thought of help. His father and Grandad, the Land Rover, the sound of it carrying over the lane. But help wasn't here, and the smoke was thickening, and the door frame was beginning to glow at the edges, and he felt something in him harden into decision. The donkey, he thought. The rope. He stumbled back into the yard, coughing until his chest hurt, found the coil by the shed and dragged it inside, hands shaking as he looped it around her ankles. I'm sorry, he whispered to the floor, and then staggered out again, tying the other end in a clumsy knot around the donkey's neck. He pulled. The donkey planted its feet, ears pinned, big eyes baffled by the smoke and the shouting. He slapped its rump in a burst of fear and frustration, but the animal only flinched and stared at him, unmoved. A daft memory flickered. Cartoons on wet afternoons, stubborn beasts lured by ridiculous bribes, and with hope thinning to a thread, he sprinted to the vegetable plot, wrenched a carrot free with a grunt and a spray of soil, and brought it back like a flag. "Come on, please," he murmured, holding it just out of reach, stepping backwards one careful pace and then another. The donkey's ears pricked, its nostrils widened, and inch by inch it followed, the rope taking up, slack melting into weight. Granny's heels beginning to bump and slide over the threshold, across the flags, away from the crouching heat. He dared not look back, dared not do anything, but keep that orange promise moving, until with a final scraping surge she cleared the doorway, and the yard air hit her skin a heartbeat before the back door erupted into a sheet of fire that roared outward like an animal freed. He dropped the carrot, fell to his knees, and cradled her head in his lap, stroking her hair back with hands that smelled of smoke and carrots and fear. "Please, Granny, please wake up," he whispered, voice all splinters and salt, and the only answer was the house cracking and the sullen rumble of flames finding new breath. Smoke rolled into the yard in slow, dark billows that made the world small and strange. His eyes burned, his lungs burned, and when he lifted his head to search the horizon, everything swam. The hedge, the gate, the slope to the lane. No Land Rover yet, only the heat on his face and the cold weight settling in his chest. He turned to the donkey and pressed his palm against its flank in a breathless thank you, feeling the tremble under the hide, the shared shock of bodies that had moved because they had to. The victory of the yard felt too thin beside the stillness in his lap. He took Granny's hand, cool, familiar, beloved, and pressed it against his tear-wet cheek, murmuring scraps of comfort and promises he built as he spoke them. It would be all right. He'd keep her safe. They would laugh about the donkey and the carrot and the singed door when this was done. At first the sound was a question tucked inside the noise of the fire. Then it grew into itself, engines somewhere beyond the bend, a rhythm he knew in his bones. He lifted his head, hope striking like a match. The Land Rover came closer, shouldering the lane's silence aside. He scrambled to his feet, waving both arms until his shoulders ached, voice breaking into the din. "Daddy! Grandad!" he shouted, pointing down and back, urging them with every breath he had toward the figure on the grass. Relief and terror tangled in him, almost saved, not yet saved, as the bonnet appeared through the smoke and the familiar shape rolled into the yard. Chapter 41. Bella, the Land Rover. After more than an hour of steady paddling, the roofs of Rodley began to edge into view, and they let the canoes drift for a minute in the glassy stillness. Bella studied the ribbon of water ahead, weighing time against risk. "We've a 2-mile run coming," she said, voice low but decided. "No stops. Don, you set the pace, we'll hold your wake and keep your shotgun to hand." They fell back into rhythm. Until now, their only company had been the odd onlooker on a towpath, faces a mix of suspicion and wonder that anyone would choose water over road. Then Don's voice cut through the slap of paddles. "Look, the bridge." Bella squinted into the haze of late sun. A small knot of people was gathering along the parapet, not exactly menacing, but too many to be chance. The unease that had been simmering since Leeds slid closer to the surface. Why there? Why now? To their right, a big farm unrolled beside the canal. Broad house, a couple of neat cottages, a scatter of outbuildings bleached by years of weather. An engine coughed to life beyond the barns. From around the largest shed, a Land Rover shouldered into view, old, familiar, the twin of her granddad's. 2 men in the cab, 2 more standing braced in the open back, hands hooked on the sides. It gathered speed along the track, snarling toward the bridge. For a breath, Bella thought the pedestrians hadn't heard it. Then bodies scattered at the last second, peeling away from the road like birds ahead of a wave. There was no room now for dithering or detours. They kept their bows stowed and their paddles moving, aiming straight through. As they closed, Brenda lifted a bright, incongruous smile and gave the four men a cheery wave, like neighbours meeting at a gate. The biggest of them, broad through the chest, black beard matted into his wild hair, stepped out and leaned over the stone, studying them with a gaze that felt like a hand pressed to the back of Bella's neck. He smiled, a small ambiguous curve, and said nothing. The silence felt deliberate. The sun had dropped enough to throw long bars of shadow across the water when Bella caught a small exchange at the top of the arch, a brief pass from one set of hands to his, just as their bows nosed into the gloom beneath the bridge. The curve of stone blocked the view. They shot out into light again, and she looked up. He was still there, outlined against the pale sky, a glint at his face betraying binoculars. He wasn't watching them so much as through them, beyond them, as if their canoes were only a marker on some wider grid. Her pulse ticked faster. Even as distance opened, she felt the thread of his attention tugging at her back. They pulled off a little later into a screened pocket where trees shouldered the canal and the nearest houses fell out of sight. Dusk was beginning to bruise the sky. "I don't like it," Bella said into the hush. "We should keep going." Don tried a chuckle, easy as ever. "Oh, Bella, likely as not he was just curious. Folks see canoes and stare." "Didn't any of you feel it?" she pressed. "The way he studied us? Never a word." Her unease sat there like a weight on the table. No one picked it up. They ate without mentioning the bridge, each mouthful dragged through the same thick silence. When they'd finished, Bella's restlessness spiked. She put herself down for first watch with Daz. He met her with a look that said he'd heard her warning and filed it under nerves. The air between them tightened. Bella crossed to the kayak and hauled out what they'd been pretending wasn't there, her quiver, two of Matt's father's bandanas heavy with shotgun shells, Don's shotgun, Matt's crossbow. She held them up so there could be no missing it. "Leaving these in the boats is foolish," she said, voice firm, a quiet scold, and handed each to its owner. Perhaps to mollify her, or because the look in her eye left no room for debate, Daz trudged back to fetch his spare arrows as well. Sandra's face shifted, a flash of disbelief at the growing armory, but she said nothing. The canal whispered against the bank, and the light went thin and grey, and somewhere behind the trees an engine she couldn't see droned and faded. Bella kept listening for the scrape of tyres on a bridge. Determined to prove that the unease needling her wasn't mere nerves, Bella slipped the canoe toward the last bend they'd rounded and let it kiss the bank, easing herself into the brush until the canal fell away behind her. Night had thickened to a glossy black, the sort that swallowed shapes whole and made sound travel farther than it should. She was on the verge of circling back to swap the watch when a sudden thrash of wings tore the quiet. A pheasant exploded from the reeds at her right, her heart vaulting with it. Then a voice followed, low and close enough to raise the hairs along her arms. She stilled where she crouched. The words threaded through the dark, clear and sharp as a snapped twig. She sank lower, letting leaves curtain her face, breath measured as she sifted the night for more. Every small noise, the fretful whisper of the trees, the insect scrape in the grass, seemed to pluck at her nerves. A second voice answered, thinned by nerves. "Sorry, I got startled. And why are we sneaking around like thieves anyway? We should have just approached them directly." "They're strangers, and you saw how well armed they are," the first hissed back. "Dad wants the element of surprise." Her fingers tightened around the bow before she'd told them to, the string a familiar line against her palm. Strangers. Dad. Surprise. The words slotted into place with the man on the bridge, with those binoculars gleaming like an eye. She could turn and run for the others. She could stay and risk it. Daz's skepticism and the group's easy dismissal pressed at her shoulders like hands, nudging her past the point of retreat. She breathed once, slow and even, and began to ghost toward the voices, feet learning the ground by feel, body woven into the hedge and the hush. The moon was miserly, barely combing a glaze of light through the canopy, But it was enough to sketch two figures huddled together ahead, their attention poured toward the camp. Weapons hung easy in their hands in a way that said they'd practiced that posture. The realization slid cold through her. If she hesitated, it would be on her that the cost fell. Then another sound bled into the night. A low, mechanical hum, steady as a clock's heartbeat. It grew from a murmur to a certainty, the rhythm ticking against her skin. Boat engine. She pressed herself deeper into the bracken, as if a few more inches of shadow could make her invisible. The hum cut out mid-breath. In its place came the soft punctuation of water disturbed, small splashes padding closer along the bank. The moon gave her just enough silver to catch movement, a shape peeling out of the reeds and becoming a man, his outline resolved by the hard, cold angle of a gun in his grip. Fear tightened into something narrow and bright. She set an arrow to the string, lifted, and let the bow settle, reading the line of his shoulders, the way the barrel rose toward the pool of darkness where her friends lay, oblivious and exposed. Every part of her screamed at once, not them, not like this. She loosed. The arrow slipped the air and vanished into him. His grunt came thick and animal, the shotgun tumbling from his hands and punching the night with a savage report as it hit, the blast shattering across the canal and ricocheting through the trees. She didn't wait to see who turned, or what the other two would do. Adrenaline burst through her like a second heartbeat. She spun and ran, legs finding the path she'd memorized, the echo of that shot chasing her all the way back toward the fragile circle of their camp. Chapter 42. Alex, the learning curve. Dawn hadn't yet tipped the trees with light when Alex slipped off the mooring, hunger and habit driving him into the strip of woodland shadowing the canal. The place was busy with small lives, soft steps in the leaf litter, the faint cluck of roosted birds, and he moved through it with the quiet purpose of someone who'd learned quickly what mattered. He found a clutch of pheasant eggs cupped in grass and, a little farther on, took a rabbit cleanly with the crossbow. Back aboard, he dressed the carcass with practiced economy and coaxed the boat's little stove to life with dry wood. The fire caught with a string of pops, the pan hissed, and an aroma, rich, honest, unmistakable, unravelled into the cold air. He woke Rachel gently. She blinked herself back from sleep, confusion melting into the recognition of warmth and food. On a plate he'd set 2 browned rabbit legs and eggs fried until their edges crisped. He passed her a fork. She stared at it, then at him, then tried on a wry smile that didn't quite hold. "I'll eat it while it's hot," she said, the humour quiet but deliberate. "Do me a favour and tell me what it is after I've finished." He almost told her anyway, about the eggs in the grass, the luck of the rabbit, but kept his counsel and worked at his own portion. They ate in a companionable hush, the only sounds the scrape of cutlery and the stove's small breath. "We should get moving soon," he said at last. "We'll wait for better light," she answered, gratitude folded into the words. "It's brighter than you think," he replied, glancing at the paling east. "Did you rest?" "Slept like a log," she said, and for a heartbeat her face softened. "You?" "Enough. We'll need to split jobs, though. You'll have to learn to steer." He grimaced, half a laugh at himself. "Once I've properly figured it out." Whatever passed over her face, something unreadable and familiar, told him to give her a little space. He rose, stepped out into the brittle morning and let the air clear his head. The bank was quiet. Satisfied, he hauled the anchors, turned the key, and felt the old engine answer underfoot. The tiller took his hand like an old tool. Within minutes, the run of the boat began to make sense in his arms. She was a looker, even scuffed by hard use. Bellamy Borden leads any cargo and any goods, curled along her flank in crisp signwriting, green and red and gold dancing over a black base. The bow and stern were living space, compact but workable. Midships lay hidden under a taut green tarp, a hold built for hauling and now stuffed with their raided supplies. Down below a Perkins thudded, a 50s heart if he had to guess, slow and patient, the kind of engine that forgave mistakes. Rachel emerged from the cabin with something held carefully in both hands, a wooden box, dark with age and etched all over with patient carvings as if someone had fed years into it. Patina pooled in the cuts. It looked like it had been meant to be found. "What is it?" he asked, keeping the tiller steady, eyes flicking canal box canal. She settled on the bench and eased the lid back. Inside lay old maps, crispened at the folds, brass and wood instruments, a ring of keys stamped with a tiny emblem, and, nestled at the bottom, a journal whose paper had gone the colour of tea. "These maps aren't just canal routes," she murmured, voice instinctively hushed, as though doors might swing open if she spoke too loud. "And the journal belongs to a Bellamy Borden. Looks like he did more than cart sacks from A to B." A spark jumped in him at the name, at the sense of shape hidden inside the pages. "We go through them," he said, already seeing the two of them hunched over the table, tracking lines with their fingers. "When we tie up," she nodded, "there might be clues, or who knows." She flashed him a quick, mischievous grin that belonged to a different morning. Treasure, even. It was a ridiculous idea. It warmed the boat all the same. The vessel that had been nothing more than a way out began to feel like a capsule, a story folded into metal and wood and waiting for someone to read it. Rachel took the box and disappeared below, the soft thumps of rearrangement starting up almost at once. She had a way with order, turning their jumbled haul of tins and tools and oddments into something like a home. Water within reach, fuel stowed by weight, food set where a hand might find it in the dark. Above, Alex steered the black and gold hull through soft turns, eyes tasting the light, shoulders easing to the rhythm of the engine. Around them the canal lifted out of shadow into pale morning. Mist drew back from the water like a shawl. He felt the learning happen in his body. How much room he needed to swing the stern, when to give the throttle its whisper, how the bow answered a crosswind, how the weight under the tarp lagged a heartbeat behind, and then came along. He glanced down the hatch. She was kneeling among the crates, sorting, the box open beside her, the journal set carefully aside. He thought of the keys, the emblem pressed into them, of the way luck showed up disguised as work. He thought of the road he'd left, of the gnarl of streets and fires, of how a single choice could pull you out of a snare you didn't know you were in. Ahead, the water unspooled into a narrowing of trees. Behind, the smoke of the city had thinned to memory. "Once we moor," he called down, "we'll read." "Once we moor," she echoed, and he could hear the smile in it. Rachel burst up from below with a bright, startled urgency that made Alex's hands tighten on the tiller. "Alex, you've got to see this." He cut the engine, let the boat's weight glide down to a hush, then paid out the anchor until the chain kissed taut. The deck settled beneath his boots. Inside, the cabin smelled newly aired, freshness threaded through with the faint, dry scent of their stores. Everything had been reordered into sense and reach. Tins corralled, blankets folded, tools nested. Rachel's touch everywhere. It tugged an odd memory loose. His first landlady, a kindly woman who pressed tea and cakes on him, and between them, small flirty comments that sent him gratefully into his own flat sooner than planned. He almost smiled, and then Rachel lifted a lid at the base of the berth, and the moment folded in on itself. She'd meant to stow bedding there, and instead uncovered a trove laid out with museum neatness. A bolt-action .303 Leonfield, 2 shotguns, a War II-era Luger P08 with its magazines, more magazines for the rifle, and boxes upon boxes of ammunition. Brass and blued steel winked up from the dark felt like a secret that had been waiting for the right question. For a beat he could only stare. "Where the hell did these come from?" "Oops," she said, cheeks colouring, and reached for the pistol. "Careful," he murmured, crouching beside her. "Heavier than it looks." He took some of the weight, felt the dense balance settle across his palm. Old-world guns were built like this. Modern ones are kinder on your wrists. "I guessed wrong on that," she admitted, shifting it gingerly, eyes wider now. "They're not toys. They were made to do a job." He glanced at her, voice gentler. "But it's the person behind the gun that matters more than the gun itself." Her mouth tilted, not quite a smile. "I'm not sure I'm ready to be that person." "Hopefully you won't need to be," he said, "but it's better to know than not. We can take it step by step." She let out a breath she'd been holding. Whoever owned this boat, he was ready for anything. They worked through the chest, the weight of it settling around them. A vessel that had been a means of escape kept revealing itself as something else, a cache, a time capsule. Alex turned pieces over with practiced fingers, his uncle's voice ghosting back as he checked actions and springs, wiped a thumb across oiled steel. He expected trouble. he said, half to himself. Or he'd made some, Rachel answered, a shiver of unease in the words. Old stories, old enemies. He nodded, eyes on the Luger. Whoever kept these took care of them. The gun was clean, tight, the sort of maintenance born from habit rather than show. He began to sketch the working, toggle lock, magazine release, safeties, and might as well have been reciting schematics. Her gaze turned glassy, overwhelmed by jargon that wasn't yet tethered to anything she wanted to hold. He offered the pistol anyway, grip first, a careful invitation, and the instant its weight landed in her hand, her fingers flinched. The Luger hit the floor with a clatter that sounded far louder in the small cabin than it should have. I'm sorry, she blurted, shame and fear flooding together. I can't. Guns and I don't get along. He set the pistol back in the chest and closed the lid with 2 fingers. Understanding a weapon doesn't mean you have to use it, he said, keeping his voice low, steady. It's about knowing what's here, what's possible. She looked past him to the window, to the pale seam of water sliding by. They carry a weight, she said, a gravity. I felt it just holding that one. He exhaled, recognizing he'd pushed too fast. All right, we stick with the crossbow for now. It's quieter, it's less confronting, and in the right hands it's enough. Relief softened her shoulders. Thank you. I'll try, I promise. He nodded, and the tension bled a fraction out of the room. Above them, the world went on, the faint lap against the hull, a distant crow, the slow drift of the current tugging at the chain. He went back up, raised the anchor, and the Perkins answered his turn of the key as if it, too, understood the bargain they'd made. The boat nosed forward once more, carrying them along the brown-green ribbon of canal, 2 people learning how to steer not just steel and water, but the careful space between fear and readiness. Chapter 43, Bella, Bullets Fly. Bella burst into the clearing at a near run and, in the blind rush, cracked her forearm against a low branch that sprang out of the dark. Pain zinged up to her elbow and made her teeth clench. Around the camp, people jerked awake, sleep still heavy in their eyes as the shape of danger assembled itself out of the night. Don's first thought wasn't words, but reach. His gaze snapped to the tree where he'd propped the shotgun. The metal silhouette was exactly where he'd left it, cold and upright against the bark, as if the world hadn't shifted beneath their feet. They're closing in, Bella hissed, breath tight in her chest. 2 in the trees shadowing us, and there's a boat coming up the canal. The truth of it flattened any wish that this might be a bad dream. Don's face drained. Brenda and Sandra slid behind a toppled trunk, their movements quick and clumsy with fear. Matt, forcing thought into the chaos, whispered, "What about the canoes?" "It's too late for them," Bella said, the regret landing even as she said it. Don swallowed, voice rough. "Bella, I'm sorry. We should have listened." Daz, stricken, nodded hard. "I won't doubt you again. Not ever." "Enough," Bella cut in, the edge in her tone brooking no argument, low and quiet now. The engine's thrum swelled, a pulse on the black water that grew until it pressed at their eardrums. Figures rose out of the silvered track of the canal, 3 men upright and hunting the banks with their eyes, and stabbed through Bella's memory like a pin, the 4th, his shoulder bandaged around the shaft of her arrow, pride sitting badly with pain. At the stern stood the one who owned the night by sheer force of presence, beard wild, hair a tangle, authority radiating from the easy set of his feet. "Listen up," he called, his voice bouncing off water and alder trunks. "All we want are those canoes and what's in 'em. Hand them over and you lot can scuttle off with your skins intact. Make it difficult and things get unpleasant." He rested his shotgun across his knee and let the moon rim its barrel, invitation and threat in one lazy gesture. Bella rose just enough to be seen, bow in hand, fear hammered thin into something like iron. "We're not handing you anything," she said, steady and cold. "Turn around while you still can." He laughed, short and hard, with an undertow of disbelief. "I saw what you did with that toy. You think a bow's going to stop us?" "You'd be surprised what this silly little bow can do," Bella answered, angling her chin toward the man still burdened by her arrow. The 2 others flicked uneasy looks from her to their wounded mate, bravado frayed in the space between glances. "Believe me," she went on, "you don't want to find out. Turn the boat, go back the way you came." Brenda, voice clear from behind the log, added, We're not afraid of you or your noise. Underestimate us if you like, you won't be the first to regret it." The bearded man's mouth tightened. Doubt moved across his face like a cloud shadow. He glanced to his injured man, then back to the dark line of trees where their group crouched invisible and unyielding. "Last chance," Bella said, the words carrying farther than she expected. "Leave. Now." For one hanging second, the whole night held its breath. A frog croaked somewhere under the bank, absurdly loud, and then the tightness snapped. Gunfire cracked the stillness, a fist to the air that made Don flinch, as if struck. He looked around as though the trees might offer him instructions. The shotgun seemed to grow heavier with every heartbeat, the responsibility of it swelling until it filled his hands. Daz didn't freeze. He slid sideways into deeper shadow and vanished, the whisper of his moving no louder than the leaves. A heartbeat later, the bowstring sang soft, lethal, and a man on the boat screamed. Chaos erupted. Muzzle flashes strobed the water. Shots went wild, thudding into bark and hissing into the canal. Bella couldn't tell if they were firing at Daz's ghosted shape, at the canoes to wreck any escape, or simply into fear itself. Her pulse hammered against her ribs. Sitting still felt like drowning. She eased backward, keeping low, letting the scrub swallow her as she worked to flank them and find a clean angle. Leaves brushed her cheeks, damp earth breathed against her hands. She thought with a sharp twist of worry of Don, the one with the only firearm, and the way fear had gripped him. If he couldn't bring himself to raise that gun, their edge shrank to a thin, fraying thread. She set her jaw, drew her breath slow and quiet, and began to circle, the bow warm in her palm, the night around her stitched with gunshots and the stubborn hiss of water sliding past, as the fight that none of them had wanted wrapped itself tighter around them. A metallic tang of gunpowder riding the damp air while Bella listened past the racket of her own pulse. Wind teasing the leaves, water shouldering the hull, the canal boat's timbers giving the occasional tired sigh as it drifted closer through the dark. Each time she drew the bow, her shoulder flared, hot and mean, and the thin weight of the quiver at her hip made every shot feel like a wager she couldn't afford to lose. Their enemies, hearing no answer but the hush of the trees, were growing bolder, letting off the odd shot in the blind confidence of people who assume the quiet belongs to them. One of them straightened to fire down at the camp, his silhouette clean against the sky. Before he could settle his aim, Bella loosed, and in the same beat Daz's bow sang. 2 arrows thudded home in his chest, a heavy final sound on the boat planks. Another man surged up, rage naked on his face, grief or fury or both, mouth shaping a snarl she couldn't make out. Her next arrow took him in the eye, and almost at once a bolt from Matt struck his chest and folded him back into the dark. The sight of that bolt pinned something inside her. She had written Matt off as soft, a boy cushioned by a father who stepped between him and anything sharp. Yet here he was, steady on a line she hadn't seen in him before, proving her wrong again moments later, when the man with her arrow still jutting from his shoulder forced himself upright, weapon dragging, and Matt's next shot drilled the breath from the man's lungs. Silence crept back in, thin and tense, broken only by the lap of water against the boat. The bearded one, the big man with hair like bramble and that quiet authority, was nowhere to be seen, having dropped through the hatch as things turned. The space where he might reappear seemed to swell with the possibility of him. "It's me," came a whisper from the trees, soft and urgent. "Daz, don't shoot." Bella swallowed down the shake in her hands, and because fear was running its teeth along her spine at the thought of the missing man, called out toward the boat, pitching her voice to carry. "Ahoy there! Had enough? Throw out your weapon. Do it now." The canal threw her words back to her with a hollow ring. She tried again, sharper. "Ahoy, weapon out, now." No answer, only the black mouth of the hatch. Then Brenda's raw cries and Sandra's voice, high and breaking, tugged the night sideways. They ran for the camp. Sandra was kneeling over Don, both hands clamped against a wound in his chest, her forearms slick and shaking. Matt knelt opposite, speaking to his father in the frantic, coaxing way people use on the brink, as if words might shore up a body that was already letting go. Sandra looked up once, a small, desperate shake of her head that ended the question before anyone could ask it. Don was gone. Guilt rose sharp in Bella's throat, bitter as bile, What if she'd chosen differently, moved sooner, shouted louder? But the questions had no purchase now, and dawn was creeping through the trees, low light turning the water to dull pewter and the boat to a still, watchful shape. The problem of the bearded man remained. Daz drew a breath and laid out the simplest plan. He would cross while she kept watch from height. With the arrows running short, the shotgun's blunt certainty made more sense at close quarters. He hefted it, feeling the honest weight of it in his hands, and Bella climbed into the oak, the bark damp beneath her palms. From her perch she glassed the boat with her eyes, slow and patient. 3 bodies lay sprawled in the cargo space, unmoving. The hatch where the big man had vanished hung in shadow. She cut a tight signal, go, and Daz slipped into the canal, silent strokes taking him to the hull. He hauled himself over, swept the deck with the muzzle, then flashed her a thumbs up and moved soft-footed along the cabin roof. He paused, head tilted to listen, slid the hatch an inch, then an arm's length, nothing. He dropped inside. Moments later he rose into the light again, a second thumbs up clear as speech. He poled the boat over and made it fast to the bank. Bella was already moving, practical grief turning itself into action. They needed tools to do right by dawn. In the cargo hold they found what they needed, a shovel and a spade, their handles worn glossy by years of hands, and carried them back through the pale morning. At the camp, the air felt heavier, as if sound itself were reluctant. Sandra had Matt gathered close, murmuring what comfort could be found when the world tipped like this. His face was blotched and young and devastated. Bella and Daz took the tools and went behind the trees to a patch of grass that felt quiet and held, and set to work. The digging was steady, traded back and forth without words, soil thudding in a dark rhythm. When the grave was cut and ready, they turned to the wreckage left behind. The canoes were punctured. The kayak had gone down in the night, a slick of loss on the water to mark where it had been. There was more work to be done. They ferried the dead attackers from the boat and carried them deep into the woods, laying them out where the undergrowth drew a curtain and the living wouldn't trip over the dead. Back on board they swabbed and sluiced, a bucket and a mop from the cabin and canal water doing what they could to erase the blood-scored chaos. The guns and ammunition they found they stowed tight in the cabin, easy to guard and hard to spot. When the deck was rinsed and the tools leaned up to dry, Bella finally said what had been ticking in her head since the first light touched the hull. "We changed the plan," she said, not asking so much as setting the course. "We take the boat from here." Daz nodded once, eyes already tracking the next tasks. "I'll see what I can recover from the kayak," he said. "Then we shift everything from the canoes." And so they set to it, grief and shock laid alongside a stubborn, practical resolve, their movements the only language left that made sense. Salvage what can be saved, carry what matters, and keep moving. Chapter 44. Bury the Dead. They had just lashed the last bundle down when Sandra came over, worry carving new lines into her face. She tipped her head toward the cabin and the 3 of them ducked inside. The boat rocked softly beneath their feet, too gentle a motion for the weight that settled with them. "I think Matt's ready to lay his father to rest," she said, voice rough with fatigue. "But before we do it, we need to be clear on what comes next. With Don gone, the pillar's gone too. He's going to need all of us, without wobble." Daz tried for steadiness. "Mum, if we're not heading to Bella's grandparents', where else is there? Back to Leeds?" He shook his head. "You've seen what it's turned into. Bella warned us after Rodley. She felt the wrongness off that bloke on the bridge. We should have listened. She's earned that trust." Sandra's gaze held on him. "You both took lives," she said, low and even, as if speaking it too loudly might split the boat. "How are you not destroyed by that?" Bella's answer came fast, the tremor in it only sharpening the edge. "We are destroyed by it," she said. "We never wanted any of this. But what choice did we have? They were armed, they threatened us. Giving in would have been the end of us. This is what the world is now, predators and prey. Before the lights went out, the experts said 95% of people would die in a collapse like this. The ones with bunkers and stockpiles will shut the doors and let the rest of us fend for ourselves. It's defend or die." "It isn't only them," Sandra whispered. "Don is gone." Pain flashed through Bella's face. "Do you think that doesn't tear me in two? If he'd taken me seriously." She broke off, pulled breath through her teeth. "I said that man on the bridge wasn't right. If you hadn't brushed it off as a kid's nerves, we might have moved on after a short stop and, maybe, missed all of it." Sandra's chin lifted, wounded and defensive. "We were balancing your urgency against keeping everyone safe. Your need to reach your family did influence our choice to pause." "Age doesn't make you right," Bella said, heat rising. "I'm 14, not blind." She pushed past them, up the steps in 2 strides, sprang to the bank and disappeared into the trees. The door thudded behind her and silence filled the cabin like water. Sandra sagged against the table, then straightened. "I hear you," she said to Daz, softer now, "and I do see that Bella sees things. But I'm a mother. All I can think about is the safest path." "There isn't a safe path," Daz said gently. "Not anymore. Leeds is finished. Go back and we walk into the fire. Go forward and there's at least a chance. Bella's grandparents, a place off the beaten track. Hope's on that road." Sandra stared at the worn boards, then up into her son's earnest face. "I want to believe it," she said. "But Don, what happened?" She swallowed. "It makes me question everything." He put a hand on her shoulder. "We keep moving. For Matt. For all of us. I trust Bella's compass. If she says her grandparents' farm is where we can land, I'm with her." A long breath shuddered out of Sandra. "God help us. I hope we're choosing right." They buried Don in the hush that follows battle, each spadeful of earth a dull, final drumbeat. Afterwards they sat in a tight, awkward ring, the emptiness of his absence bigger than the clearing. Brenda coaxed the last of the gas flame to life under a saucepan, tea leaves blooming in the boil, trying to stitch a seam of ordinary through the torn morning. On the boat, Bella moved with a grim, quiet purpose, working along the gunwales and reeds, recovering what arrows she could. The worst was the one she eased from the shoulder of the man she'd marked before Daz hauled the bodies to the woods. The thought rose, unbidden. If she hadn't shot, would Don be here? And she batted it down. No. She believed she had made the only choice the night allowed. Tension kept catching like a burr on every small movement. When Matt saw Bella coming back along the towpath, he lurched to his feet so fast everyone flinched. Sandra's hand flew to her mouth. For a heartbeat, fear crackled between them, brittle and bright. Instead, Matt crossed the space in 3 long strides and folded Bella into him, clinging as if the embrace could hold the world together. "It wasn't your fault," he choked into her hair. "You were right. If we'd listened, if we'd moved, my dad might still be." His voice crumpled. Bella's tears came hot and sudden. "I thought the world of him," she said, words snagging. "He was like a second dad. He cared." "I'm so sorry. Matt, if I could wind it back, I would." They stood like that, grief knitting a rough shelter around them, while Sandra, Brenda and Daz looked away with the embarrassed tenderness of people who don't know where to put their eyes. Brenda pressed mugs into hands, the steam lifting in pale ribbons. The tea was too thin, too bitter, but it was warm, and they wrapped their fingers around the heat as if it might travel inward and melt the frost that had settled behind their ribs. Chapter 45. They journey on. With the last crate lashed down and the hatches clipped shut, they drifted into the cabin almost as one body, the boat's slow sway pressing a hush over frayed nerves. Matt cleared his throat, more a nudge than a summons, and said Bella had something they needed to hear before they set the bow to the city. Bella took a breath that steadied as it filled her. "What's ahead is long and messy," she said, letting her gaze move over each face. "Daz and Matt have been learning the ropes on this thing, and we're confident enough to keep her straight. We've diesel to spare, so fuel isn't the problem. Bradford is. It's the last proper urban knot before the countryside starts to thin out into something like safety." She paused until the room stilled around her. "We cannot look soft going through it. Predators are picking at the weak. Everything we've seen says so. We need to present as a unit that bites back. That means every one of us carries a weapon in sight, not to start anything, but to stop it before it begins. And once we nose in, we don't stop. Not for shouts, not for gestures, not until we're clear. By then Matt and Daz will have the tiller and throttle well in hand. This is doable, but only if we look like we mean it." The truth of her change, the speed and surety of it, rolled through them. Daz and Matt answered with small, tight smiles that were half pride, half relief at the shape of a plan. Brenda and Sandra exchanged a glance edged with doubt, then both nodded anyway. Doubt or not, they could see the sense in it. Out on the cut, the learning came brisk and bruising. Steering was trickier than it looked, the canal narrowing at all the wrong moments, the boat's long steel flanks quick to kiss the banks. After a couple of ungentle nudges, they agreed. Matt had the steadier touch. He took the tiller at the stern and settled into the feel of it, while Daz moved to the bow as point man. Shotgun resting cool against his knee, bow and quiver within an easy reach, eyes combing ahead for movement. Matt kept himself within a heartbeat of action, too. His father's shotgun lay along the cabin roof where a hand could find it without looking, the crossbow bracketed beside him. A cartridge belt crossed his chest in a blunt X, brass catching the sun each time he turned. Inside the cargo space, Brenda and Sandra set themselves behind the half-peeled tarp, rifles across their laps, posture easy but ready. The unfamiliar weight that had once unnerved them now gave a scant, necessary courage. The canvas parted to a narrow slit, wide enough to watch the banks unspool. They said little. Resolve spoke for them. Bradford would be a crossing, not a stay. The city rose around them like a stage after the audience had fled, streets deserted, buildings keeping their own counsel. As the matte black hull shouldered through still water, they felt the prickle of unseen eyes, the way a place holds its breath when trouble glides by. The paint drank the light and turned their passage into something harder, meaner, a warning carried on steel. Deeper in, other boats came into view. Some scarred and shabby as if they'd taken a battering and survived it, others trim and shipshape, hinting at small pockets of order clinging on. They, too, moved carefully, hugging margins, avoiding entanglements. Nobody called out and nobody asked for help. Press was slow. Constrictions, moored hulls, the occasional awkward bottleneck, but it was steady. With each yard the air inside the boat loosened a fraction. Bella's calculus held. Show teeth, invite no quarrel. Weapons kept visible, eyes forward, speed enough to deny an approach. By the time the last warehouses fell behind and the water widened into quieter edges, they understood it in their bones, looking like an easy mark had nearly killed them, looking like trouble had seen them through. They did not realize how tightly they'd been holding themselves until Bradford slipped behind and the canal widened into open country, the flat, winter-brown fields unrolling on either side like a promise that the worst of the city was at their backs. A long, low breath went through the boat, not jubilant so much as released, and with that release came the clarity to choose a mooring with care, a broad reach of water where their hull could sit square to the bank, anchors set hard, sightlines clean in every direction, so anything that came for them would have to cross open ground to do it. By full dark, the boat had turned almost spectral, the matte black now doing quiet work, swallowing starlight and blending the cabin's silhouette into the banked shadow of the hedgerow. They spoke in low voices and moved with the unshowy competence of people who learned the cost of mistakes. And though the caution never left them, a lean, earned security settled over the deck like an extra blanket. Another test met, another mile of belief in themselves stitched into place. When the first pot began to breathe, the tiny space filled with the consoling smell of rice swelling in hot water and vegetables softening in their steam. The chopped herbs Sandra had scavenged from a locker, waking into something green and clean that chased engine oil and damp canvas to the corners. Brenda, always counting forward now, opened crates and took stock, setting aside tins and packets in small, sensible piles, whispering recipes for the days to come, as if naming them might call those days closer. Above, the night had laid a silver skin over the canal, and the boat rocked the faintest lullaby against the bank. Bella and Matt sat on the cabin roof, with their feet to the warmth of the flue, the hush between them companionable rather than strained, while Daz clambered up with 3 heavy plates that steamed in the cold and put heat back into fingers and thoughts alike. And for a while they ate without conversation, the quiet saying all that needed saying, that food shared after fear tastes like grace, that the simple act of chewing can unknot a ribcage, that the four walls of a steel hull can, for an hour, feel like home. Later, wrapped to the chin in thick blankets, Daz took first watch with Sandra at the helm. The darkness pressed close but not unfriendly, and in their silence was a long ledger of things not voiced, her worry braided to pride, his new steadiness a thing she held in her eyes rather than her hands. While water murmured under the bow, and somewhere out in the fields a fox barked and was answered. When their shift faded into the thin blue at the edge of the world, Bella and Matt slid into their places, shoulders huddled against the dawn's bite, words kept soft as they mapped the next days in the air between them, not making promises so much as placing markers they would try to reach. Brenda, weapon-shy but stubbornly useful, built a small ritual of care at the galley stove, steeping the last of the onboard herbs into a tea whose delicate, unfamiliar scent crept into the cabin and calmed the air. They drank it cupped in both hands, and for the length of that warmth the night's fret eased. Morning arrived in gentle increments. First the birds, then the pale wash of sun, then the engine's steady hum braided to the faint clink of mugs and the rustle of wrappers. Breakfast was a make-do feast. Pastries gone a day stale but welcome, peanut butter thick on the tongue, chocolate bars bright and medicinal as tablets. And they ate in the kind of silence that is not emptiness but fuel. Skipton rose by degrees, stone and cobble and old bridges set into the landscape as if they had grown there. They tightened their formation, weapons where hands could find them, faces forward and unreadable, and still the canal carried them like a slow river through a town that looked, at first glance, miraculously untouched. Under the shadow of a historic arch they heard it, a ripple of cheering that startled them into stillness. A knot of locals on the towpath, survivors like themselves no doubt, raising voices that were not a challenge but a chime of recognition. Proof that somewhere in the wreckage of the world people could still choose welcome. Beyond Skipton, the waterway softened into the green of Gargrave, meadows trimmed by hedges, trees leaning their reflections into the cut, the village set quiet and self-contained on its banks. And 4 miles on they brought the boat to a thoughtful halt and decided with the practicality that had kept them breathing that this would be water's end. The rest would be done on foot. 10 miles is nothing in a working world, and everything in a broken one, and they felt the measure of it as they gathered kit and shouldered weight, each strap and buckle an acceptance of risk and need. But they also felt the thing that had been growing, unseen as bone under skin, their braid of reliance and resolve, the makeshift family they had become. And with that they stepped off the deck, turned their faces to the path ahead, and moved together into whatever waited. Chapter 46. Alex. They pushed on through the day. Alex bent over the maps Rachel had coaxed from the cabin's hidden corners, the paper thin as onion skin beneath his fingertips, the inked lines threading a cautious path toward Bradford. He disliked the thought of threading through city bones again, Bradford first and other built-up knots beyond, but the canal allowed few luxuries, and choice was not one of them. By his reckoning there were 30 miles ahead. If they kept the prop turning and their nerves steady, they could push through without stopping, then steal a brief pocket of rest and food before the waterway yielded to open fields. Any farther west, the cut would tug them toward Liverpool, and the very word felt like a warning. He made the decision and let it settle inside his chest like ballast. They would not be drawn that way. Walking might have been cleaner, more direct, but he was not ready to watch Rachel grind herself down step by step. If they could nurse the boat as far as the A65, perhaps there, north of the city's choke points, they might catch sight of a vehicle with breath still in it. With luck, the northern stretch would be clearer, the tangles thinned, the road less hostile to the idea of motion. They paused on Bradford's rim beside a rectangle on the map labelled Water Treatment Plant. The tidy words doing nothing to tame the sour stench that lifted off the place and curled into the morning air. Alex ducked back into the cabin, where Rachel stood braced against herself, and with patient coaxing he placed an unloaded shotgun in her hands, set the stock snug to her shoulder, and tilted the barrel so it peered through a porthole like a watchful eye. He propped the rifle so its muzzle nudged past the cargo canvas, leaned the pump action against the cabin entrance where a hand could find it without searching, and laid his crossbow in a ready cradle atop the cabin roof. Their little fortress looked the part even if, beneath the arrangement, his pulse still beat a fraction too fast. They moved on. In his head, Alex drew a point on the map somewhere beyond Skipton, within earshot of the A65, and steered as if the idea of it tugged the bow. Bradford slid up to meet them, and as the cut narrowed, a boat appeared coming the other way, paint scuffed by miles but tidy enough. He shifted his shotgun to rest against his leg, visible, not brandished, ready to read the faces first. To his surprise, the couple aboard lifted their hands in an easy wave, the kind of gesture reserved for bank holiday afternoons and slow summers. Out of pure reflex, he waved back, startled to feel a small bubble of normal rise and pop in the sternum before he remembered where they were. The city itself, mottled and weary, offered them fewer teeth than he'd braced for. They slid under bridges and past towpaths where a handful of onlookers drifted close to call questions about leads. Alex didn't slow. He pitched his voice to carry and threw the truth at them in a single line. Leeds had the look and mood of the Wild West. And then the stern wash took his words away. Country unspooled beyond the last warehouses, the fields opening like a palm, and the quiet of it crept into their bones, a danger of its own. Rachel pressed a hot mug into his hand, steam softening the cold air, and he was lifting it when he caught movement on the towpath ahead, a knot of men walking with the surety of people who believed the bank was theirs. The air tightened. He passed the cup back without drinking. "Inside," he said, low but urgent. "Shotgun in the window. Let them see it." Rachel vanished to obey, and he felt the boat's hum turn from comfort to beacon, announcing their approach to anyone with ears. The men came on, their bodies conveying more than their faces. Each carried something with weight and intention. Baseball bats dark with age, a pitchfork gleaming at the tines. Alex nudged the tiller, easing the bow toward the far bank so he had water under him and no excuse to stop. From the middle of the group, a broad-shouldered Afro-Caribbean man called out, voice deep enough to carry over water without strain. "What's the harm in a bit of chat? We mean no trouble, just looking for a lift to Skipton." "We're not stopping," Alex answered, matter of fact rather than cruel. "Not today." A wiry teenager with restless eyes and skin pale as milk snorted from the edge of the pack. "Bit cold, that, isn't it?" Alex lifted the shotgun just enough that the metal caught the light and spoke before any of them could mistake him. "These last days I've met little warmth from strangers. Most have ideas about separating me from what's mine." The big man laughed, a roll of sound that wanted to be friendly and didn't quite make it, and raised his hands in a show of peace. "What's this then, ready to shoot a man over a joke?" "I'd rather not," Alex said, letting his chin tip toward the cabin window where Rachel stood like an exclamation point, the shotgun planted and steady. "But she might. She's been known to be unpredictable." On cue, Rachel racked the action. The hard, unmistakable clack rippled across the water. The teen's smirk faltered, and the big man's shoulders fell a fraction. "All right," he said, the sigh curling into sarcasm. "Message received. Good day to you." They let the distance rebuild itself. Alex kept the muzzle low and the boat moving, feeling the aftertaste of the encounter, adrenaline and relief braided together, burn off in the engine's heat. Afternoon laid a glaze on the canal, every ripple throwing light back in fractured shards while they threaded toward Skipton. The town's familiar outlines rose cleanly from the water, no longer bustling but holding a kind of held breath. The absence of clatter and engines made space for other sounds. The quick cry of a bird, a smear of distant voices that never gathered into words. Alex steered with care, eyes scanning the banks, and the boats they passed mirrored their caution. A wide berth, a nod, the brief salute of people who understood that trust had become a currency too dear to spend. Mile by mile, the scrape with the men thinned into memory. The mind finds room for the thing directly in front of it, and theirs was the water, the banks, the slow work of keeping a straight line. Ahead there was the next bend, and beyond it the next field, and somewhere past those a place to step ashore and shape a plan. Whatever the world had shed, the stubborn core of it moved on. They could feel it in their own bodies. that ragged, ordinary resilience. Adapt, adjust, press forward, and they leaned into it together, letting the boat carry them as far as daylight would allow. The water wore its calm like a secret, the surface breathing in soft ripples that caught the light and broke it into coins, a serenity so complete it jarred against the memory of everything they had clawed through to reach it. Skipton had probed the weak seams in their resolve, yet the fields beyond, stitched with hedgerows, feathered with birdsong, brushed with the scent of wildflowers warmed by a lowering sun, offered a fragile reprieve, the kind that let the body loosen before the mind dared follow. Rachel, feeling the air thin and cool as the afternoon tipped toward evening, drew her jacket tight and climbed to the cabin roof, where the world spread itself out in long undulating runnels of pasture and the far seam of a tree line stitched against a pastel sky. She kept watch because vigilance had become as natural as breath, but the land still worked on her. For a few rare heartbeats she let the quiet seep under the skin, a balm laid over raw places. Below, the boat was all practical arithmetic. Alex moved through the cabin with a measured economy, eyes skimming over piles and crates as if he could weigh them by sight alone, assigning each object its value in usefulness and burden. Food, water, the scant medical supplies were lifted to the top of the ledger. Tools that could turn into shelter or defense hovered close behind. Luxuries evaporated in the face of weight and speed. He handled each choice like a small loss and set it down anyway. The muted scrape of containers shifting reached Rachel and snagged her attention, tugging at the thread of worry she kept wound tight at the base of her throat. She held the horizon in her gaze and the quiet in her lungs, refusing to crowd him with her fear, choosing instead to be the pair of eyes he could trust to find trouble before trouble found them. Time stretched, elastic and deceptive, their separate tasks making the minutes feel long and thin, even as less than half an hour slid past. Survival pressed on them with the steady patience of tide, and still something else, stubborn as a weed and just as green, kept pushing up through the weight of it. The small, necessary hope that tomorrow might be earned if they managed the work of today. When the culling was done, Alex climbed to her perch, the decision already written across his face. "We'll be leaving some things behind," he said, and the regret threaded through his voice made the statement feel heavier than the items themselves. "We can't afford the drag. Speed and mobility are all we have." Rachel nodded, not because the choice was easy, but because the truth of it had been there on the roof with her for the last half hour. "Tell me what I carry," she said simply. He passed her the smaller rucksack. She swung the strap across her body and bounced it once with a testing shrug. Manageable, she decided, the word clean, her jaw set. "I've got it." "We've a long road and then some," he answered, drawing a breath as if to measure it. "If we're careful and keep our wits, we'll reach where we need to be. Every mile is a mile banked towards safety." "Together," she said, and the small, tight smile that came with it steadied him more than he expected. "We'll make it." The engine answered with its soft, workmanlike hum, the hull shouldering along as sunlight dappled the deck and ran, bright and quick, over the canal's skin. Rachel let the gentleness of it soak in as far as she dared. Alex, hands on the tiller, found himself thinking, as any boatman does sooner or later, why the canal bent and curled instead of cutting straight, and then remembering that water and men both like to follow the lay of the land, and sometimes meander is a kind of mercy. The mercy didn't last. They rounded a slow corner, and Rachel's breath hitched on sight of a moored narrowboat ahead, a smear of movement on its deck, people whose posture carried purpose without hurry. Sun glanced off metal and came back hard to her eye, a weapon somewhere in that tangle of bodies, enough to pull the atmosphere taut like a wire. Alex's hands moved before either of them spoke. He bled their speed without broadcasting weakness, eased their line to give space, and set the shotgun where it could be seen, assertion rather than threat. His other hand ghosted to the Luger's weight in his pocket, a reassurance as cold and certain as anything left to them. Rachel sat, caught between the thrum of adrenaline and the absurd impulse to grin at the absurd normality of another boat at day's end. And then the shape of a face on that deck hit her like a hand to the sternum. Recognition blazed up through shock. "Stop!" The word broke out of her, bright and breaking, her voice tripping over disbelief into joy. "Alex, stop! That's Brenda! I thought she was gone." The call cut clean across the water. The figures turned, eyes swinging toward them as the hum of their engine dropped to a murmur under Alex's careful hand. For a heartbeat, the two boats regarded one another over the narrow strip of canal, history suspended between them. Then one woman lifted her head, confusion chasing across her features until Rachel's voice found her again. Relief and astonishment washed in, and the change on her face was so complete it brought a sting to the eyes. Alex eased back the throttle and let the boats draw alongside, the landscape folding itself politely into the wings while the moment took the stage. He flicked his gaze to Rachel, hope burning bright against the sky, and then to the other deck, reading the set of shoulders, the angle of hands, the blunt presence of weapons laid where any stranger could see them. He kept his palm on the Luger's grip all the same, the habit of caution not easily shrugged. "Rachel, is that really you?" Brenda's voice wavered over the gap, disbelief and joy braided tight. The boats settled into a companionable sway, bumping gently as if the canal itself approved the meeting. Rachel, reckless with happiness, dropped from the roof to the deck and leaned toward the little gulf of water like she could close it by force of will alone. Around Brenda, her people had gone still, their eyes flicking from Rachel to Alex to the honest display of guns, the tension hovering but mutable, one breath from hardening, one from melting. Alex kept himself between readiness and relief, fingers curled around cold metal while his chest loosened in spite of it. On the far deck, Brenda put out her hand, tears cutting clean tracks on her face as her mouth shaped Rachel's name again, not as a question this time, but as a welcome, and for a heartbeat the fear and the ruin, and the long, choked miles behind them thinned to nothing but two friends finding one another on a strip of water under a clear, merciful sky. Chapter 47 Reunion. Alex edged the narrowboat into the bank, easing the tiller until timber kissed silt and the hull settled with a muted sigh. He set the shotgun on the cabin roof where every eye could see it, and no hand would mistake his intent, then reached for the mooring line, only to watch Rachel, charged with a surge of urgency that left no room for caution, vault to the towpath and run. Brenda was already moving, the two of them colliding in a hug so fierce it knocked breath loose, their names tangled in a rush of laughter, tears, and the babble of everything they hadn't had a chance to say. They vanished together into the warmth of Brenda's boat, their voices thinning to a muffled stream behind the cabin door. Alex stepped across with care and offered his hand to the woman whose posture and steady gaze had marked her, at a glance, as the centre of the group. "Alex," he said. "Sandra," she returned, tipping her chin toward each in turn. "Bella, Matt, Daz, coming out of the chill." Inside, the air held the homely scent of wood smoke and something sweet from the last boil of the kettle. The little stove ticked as Sandra prodded the fire back to life, flames shouldering up with a crackle. Cups appeared, the soft clink of enamel against the table threaded beneath the rise and fall of Rachel and Brenda's quick, overlapping telling, snatches of near misses, scavenged luck, and the stubborn thread of hope they had both followed to this improbable crossing. "So, Alex," Daz asked at last, testing the new quiet, "where are you headed?" "Scotland," he said, and the word pulled something taut and yearning through his voice. "My uncle's got a croft on an island just north of Glasgow. I was going alone, then Rachel said she'd come. But seeing her with Brenda..." He let out a breath, frank and unflinching. "I think she's where she needs to be. I'll carry on by myself." Bella, quick to seize the opening, leaned forward, her tone all practicality wrapped around a generous core. "We're bound for my grandparents' small holding, 10 miles from here. Come with us. Rest a night at least before you strike north." "That's kind," Alex said, gratitude and resolve sharing the space behind his eyes. One night would be more than enough. Plans gathered themselves with the efficiency born of too many hard lessons. "Anything we can't carry now," Bella suggested, already seeing the cache in her mind, "we stash in the trees. We'll use a canoe as a shelter. Load it, flip it, cover it with brush, it'll keep dry." The decision moved them. Daz, Matt, and Alex shouldered the heaviest of it and trekked to a stand of cover scouted earlier, breath fogging in the cooling air. They laid the rifles in the canoe's belly and then, piece by careful piece, roofed the shape with branches and a drift of deadfall until it read as nothing more than the forest floor pretending to itself. Back at the boats, Bella divided the remaining ammunition, passing out small, even shares with a firm, quiet logic. "If someone finds the guns," she said, "they won't find the shells with them." On the gunwale, she spread the map she'd lifted from Matt's house, set her compass and traced the route with a fingernail. "Bridge Lane first, all the way to the end," she murmured, "more to the line than to the room. Then cross-country northeast until we hit the Pennine Way. Turn north there for the last mile. We'll come in on the edge of the Dales, right where my grandparents' place sits." When the others returned, she walked them through the plan, why the hedges and fields would keep them out of sight, how the track would let them skirt whatever pockets of people remained. Nods passed around the small space, not enthusiastic so much as committed. They dressed themselves in burden and intent. Bella slid into her rucksack straps, bow over one shoulder, and the hunting rifle taken from their attackers resting against the other. Sandra lifted Bella's father's pack with a brave, familiar grunt and took a shotgun in hand. Matt buckled into his own gear, rucksack firm on his back, crossbow slung, his father's shotgun riding within easy reach. Daz matched him, pack cinched tight, bow and quiver at his shoulder, shotgun balanced for quick use. Alex, built for labour, accepted the heaviest share without complaint, a larger rucksack, crossbow and shotgun, plus an extra sports bag tugging at one arm. Brenda and Rachel, lighter but no less necessary, each took a modest rucksack and a secondary bag. They stepped off the deck and onto the towpath as a single, uneven line, the weight distributed not only across their shoulders but between them. The distance to the small holding was short by any map's measure, yet none of them mistook short for simple. If they carted more than was comfortable now, they would have less to fetch later, and if the world insisted on surprises, then surplus, food, shells, a spare length of cord, might be the edge that turned calamity aside. So they bore as much as they could, and when they turned their faces to Bridge Lane, it was with the taut, steady readiness of people who understood that preparedness was no longer a virtue, but a condition of survival. The lane ended not with a gate or a stile, but a living wall, the hedge grown thick and old, its bristling tangle barring the way as surely as iron. Alex ranged along its length and back again, palm to leaves, searching for a break that never came. When he returned, the shake of his head drew a small, reluctant silence from the group. There was nothing for it but to choose the least vicious stretch and make one. Thorns snagged sleeves and hair, nettles stung through trousers, and the hedge fought them for every inch, yet they went shoulder to shoulder. Daz levering branches apart, Matt wedging his boot and forcing a hinge, Sandra and Brenda ferrying packs through the gap as Bella held the greenery wide, jaw set with a determination that admitted no complaint. She hadn't accounted for this on the map, and the miscalculation dimmed spirits for a breath, but sweat and stubbornness cut a passage all the same, and at last they spilled into open field with the relief that follows surfacing. The land beyond was kinder, pasture rolled away in calm folds, and a ribbon of hedgerow guided their line. They crossed it at angles that kept them unseen, and paused in a pocket of trees where the light went green and quiet, backs pressed to moss-soft trunks while water was passed and straps readjusted. When they set off again, the ground tilted them toward the Pennine Way, and the broad, beaten path lifted some burden from their minds. It wasn't without its treachery, tufts and ruts that tested ankles, stretches of rock that bit through boot soles, but the rhythm of walking settled over them, the kind that eats distance without fuss. They met no one. Still, the memory of eyes on them in towns and on bridges had taught its lesson, so when cottages appeared, white gables peering over Drystone, Bella sent them wide, skirting the backs of gardens and taking to the riverbank where the Ire shouldered by with a quiet pewter sheen. Beauty there was, but the terrain paid for it. Tussocks that rolled underfoot, sly seams of mud that grabbed at boots, bramble canes that reached just enough to irritate. Rachel and Brenda bore the worst of it, their breath growing ragged, and though no one said the word tired, Bella called halts as if to consult the sky or the map. letting the group gather itself before the string stretched thin. Urban upbringing, Alex murmured to Daz with a crooked smirk as another slip sent Grit skittering, more used to pavement cafes and taxis than this lot. The Ire, broad but shallow where Bella remembered it, braided itself into gravel shallows ahead. "We'll cut through here," she said, pointing with the assurance of someone who'd worn those memories into her bones. "Grandad and I used to cross at this bend, just over that rise." Her chin lifted toward the long back of the hill beyond the far bank. She read the fatigue in Rachel's and Brenda's faces, the set of shoulders, the careful placement of feet, and softened her tone. 5 minutes. Drink and check your feet before we take the slope." She felt the same ache in her own legs, a tremble that would have welcomed the ground. Pride laid a firm hand over it, especially with Alex's aside still pricking like a nettle. While the others drank and dabbed at hot spots with plasters, she turned the map for the sake of turning it, eyes on the line her heart already knew, and tried to quiet the clatter of anticipation with its sharper, colder twin. What if? The river was a shock that woke them to the marrow, water sleeting through boot seams and biting calves, but it was brief, and the climb took their minds from the cold. Bella led up the incline at a pace that respected both eagerness and ache, calling one short pause halfway when breath ran thin, then pressing on. At the crest she stopped so suddenly the line behind her bunched, and the sound that left her was not quite a word. Below, in the cradle of fields she'd carried in memory like a charm, her grandparents' place lay changed, the familiar roofline bitten and blackened where fire had licked and fed. No lamplight moved behind windows, no figure crossed the yard, no smoke lifted from the chimney, only the char-smudged stillness of a house that had known violence and then fallen quiet. The hill took the weight of them as they stared, and the wind moved through the grass with a hush that felt like warning.
This was Bella, Book 1, Fortitude Born Out of Adversity, written by Barrel Coops. Copyright 2020. Thanks for spending time in Bella's world. If this first book in the series resonated, please tap subscribe and give it a thumbs up. It truly helps the series reach more readers. Share your thoughts and theories in the comments, and hit the bell so you don't miss the next step in Bella's journey.